First time.
Fucking shit, this fucking timeline is lit all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner. Holy fucking cow, this fucking timeline is all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner.
All of my sexual fantasies involve handcuffs.
Fucking shit, this fucking timeline is lit all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner. Holy fucking cow, this fucking timeline is all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner.
All of my sexual fantasies involve handcuffs.
Fucking shit, this fucking timeline is lit all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner. Holy fucking cow, this fucking timeline is all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner.
All of my sexual fantasies involve handcuffs.
Fucking shit, this fucking timeline is lit all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner. Holy fucking cow, this fucking timeline is all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner.
All of my sexual fantasies involve handcuffs.
Holy fucking shit, this fucking timeline is lit all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner. Holy fucking cow, this fucking timeline is all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner.
All of my sexual fantasies involve handcuffs.
Holy fucking shit, this fucking timeline is lit all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner. Holy fucking cow, this fucking timeline is all over. It's over. World's biggest Alex Joner.
All of my sexual fantasies involve handcuffs.
Holy fucking shit, this fucking timeline is lit all over. It's over. World's
What is going on, world champions? Welcome to the Election Tuesday SUPERSTREAM. 24 hours is what we're going to try to do. My name is John Ward. Welcome. We got Mihai in the house, and Jack also just showed up. So, Mihai, before you sit down while I'm on camera, would you be willing to get Jack in focus? And then we should be good to go on that. Before I really introduce or talk or do anything else, I am going to start it off, there it is, with an oldie but a goodie as a sort of form of an opening prayer, if you will. You probably have not seen this on my channel for quite a while. But this is Patrick Henry's speech modernized. It's got the actual text and then the modern translation. So we'll enjoy that for a minute while everybody gets settled in. It's going to be a long show. We have lots of guests, things like that. So enjoy this for a moment, and we'll be back after.
Patrick Henry. Listen, bitches. You say you're all patriots and I respect it. Now excuse me while I shit all over your stupid faces, because I don't give a fuck anymore. This ain't reality TV. We are in the shit. There is a war on for your mind. So fuck your feelings, because shit's about to get real. I am going to absolutely shit on you farm animals with a capital T truth. That ain't discrimination. You're all equally worthless. It's that not dump trucking truth poop on you bald apes would make me literally guilty of treason. And not just against America, but against God himself and his one true son, that most gnarly of good shepherds who once rolled into his own corrupted temple and said, "They there frauds, I don't have anything to sell, but I did bring some free samples of this whip." Now, I get that it's normal for people to hope for the best. I mean, I don't get it personally because I'm not a pussy, but I did see a thread about it one time on Twitter. Stare long enough into the cattle feeder, then the cattle feeder stares also back into you. But y'all just keep sitting there saying, well, that's the best I can do. Losers are always whining about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. I may be in the shit, but I ain't scared of it. You can gaslight me all you want. I trust my own fucking eyeballs over your lying lip queefs and mouth farts. I've seen 4 years of bullshit propaganda. Gee, I wonder what's gonna happen next. Why in the actual fuck are any of you still playing cooch masseuse for a tyrannical party that is literally burning the country to the ground? Is it because your virtue signaling gets you one more day of peace and job security? Don't believe the hype. You are worth way fucking more than being the coolest kid on the short bus. Ask yourself, for every day your Facebook account survives, real buildings, real businesses, and real people are being totally fucking destroyed. Now, is rioting, looting, and burning an act of love or an olive branch? Are we such pieces of shit that we have to be herded by fear and intimidation? Quit lying to yourself. These are acts of war in pursuit of our enslavement. It is what the left does. So I ask you buttheads, if the riots and censorship and intimidation isn't a declaration of war, what the fuck is it? The fuck else do you think it could be? Do Democrats have some kind of enemy other than Americans hidden in the United States that they've organized some kind of fucking Caddyshack gopher hunt to keep the grass green? No, morons. We are their enemy. We are their very much intended target. Nah, but maybe we should just keep reasoning with them. Fuck that noise. We've been doing that for 4 fucking years. Is there anything that hasn't been said? Any new logic to try? Anything more to cede to the mob? I didn't think so. We have tried every possible reasonable and peaceful conversation, and it's done jack fucking shit. Should we just keep sending our kids to schools that make them stupider? Keep paying millionaires to disrespect us? Keep consuming media that tries to indoctrinate us with hilarious garbage? Quit lying to yourself. Stop feeling bad about standing up. We have tried every single defensive, pacifist strategy that exists and has ever existed. We followed social media guidelines. They make new ones and enforce them unfairly. We made new platforms. They cut them off at the knees with collusion and censorship. And it's not just that our appeals are ignored. They actually bring on even more violence, more doxing, more harassment, more bullshit. Quit lying to yourself. If you want freedom, you're gonna have to actually fucking participate.
To tell you guys about
this doesn't make you a piece of shit or violent or intolerant. You have no choice. It was taken from you. Some people say, some losers, some defeatist concern trolls, that Google and Twitter and Facebook and all that stupid shit owned by billionaire virgins, that they're too big, too strong, have too much control, and we are too weak and helpless to do anything about it. But if that's true, especially if that's true that they get bigger and more rapey every day, then we will never be stronger than we are right now. What do you think? How long until Sergeant Turforka of the San Francisco Thought Police shows up at your door? How long until Mustache McMouth Breather LCSW comes to take your kids away? How long until even your own home is the property of the corrupt state? Will we save ourselves by just sitting around rubbing our buttholes with TikToks? Will we effectively resist by painting a bullseye on our ass cheeks then doing yoga? What a bunch of bullshit. In this country, we are not If you live here, one way or another, your thug-ass baller fucking great-grandparents survived a rowboat across an ocean, or bear punching across an ice bridge, or slavery by white leftists, slavery by black leftists, famine, religious persecution, and Taylor Swift's music just to fucking get here. That's where you come from, you wild fucking animals. 300 million people comprised solely of the descendants of that one guy in every town who is so fucking out of control that he has to just fucking leave before he boredom murders the goat herd he was born into because freedom. That's something Google and the mainstream media and the Democrats, but I repeat myself, will never be able to conquer. And we're not on our own. As history has shown that liberals are liars, so too has it shown that every time the horned anus of the underworld gets a little too arrogant, a large and suspiciously cock-shaped hammer of goodwill shatters the sky and falls upon it and butt-fucks it back to where it belongs. Understand, this fight isn't just for big, beefy, boss-rootin' motherfuckers who enjoy WWF elbow-dropping, ambiguously gendered land whales. We need citizen journalists, activists, live streamers, comedians, filmmakers, writers, athletes, preachers, thinkers, artists, trolls, poets, scientists, blue-collar, white-collar, men, women, straight, gay. Who gives a It doesn't matter what you see when you look between your actual legs, but that when you look between the spirit legs of your base soul, you see two giant metal freedom testicles swinging like the pendulum of absolution. We have no choice. And even if we were stupid enough to want freedom to be a choice, it's too late for that. It's win or die. The time is now. Bring that fucking shit on. There will be no peace. Quit lying to yourself. Our brothers and sisters are already fighting and dying for us. So why are we sitting here bullshitting? What the fuck do you want? You want to live forever? Being alive is so fucking awesome that it's worth being a slave just to slurp polluted oxygen and chug estrogen burgers? I don't know about you, but as far as I can tell, thanks to leftists, life fucking sucks. Fuck that. I don't know or care what you're gonna do, and that's the whole fucking point. I'm doing this for me. Give me liberty or give me death. And fuck you.
And there you have it, an oldie but goodie. That's actually a repost from a channel on YouTube, Sledneck. I took that off YouTube a while ago. Almost 300 already here in the chat. Welcome. We're giving out...
Beyond the noise,
oh my
a choice.
God.
Donald Trump promises more...
Hold on. There we go. Sorry about the ear rape from the ad, but we're getting everybody settled in. Did you get them in focus? All right, so we got a full house already, starting with You Know Him. You say he looks like Brad Pitt, but sexier. Mihai Shogor, welcome. Oh, wait, you mean a microphone, don't you guys?
Probably help a little bit, but
There you
that's
go.
right. Brad Pitt, sexier. I actually saw this old guy. I was door knocking, and this old guy like drove up to me and like stopped me, like waved me down. And then when I rolled my window down, he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were somebody else." I go, "Yeah, it's okay. I think I'm Brad Pitt sometimes too."
And then what happened?
And he goes, "Oh, that's funny. I actually think I'm Paul Newman too."
Joining us also, at least for a little while, Michael Scott. You got to run somewhere in a little bit. Is that true?
Yeah, just keeping up. Wait.
I'm turning you up. Hold on.
Technical
Keep
difficulties.
on keeping up.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to be all over the place today. I'll be in and out. That's what she said.
Hey, yo.
Actually, that's what he said. Anyway.
Ew.
Well, we'll... Oh, my God. Well, we got a rotating cast coming through. If you're just joining us, we're aiming to go a full 24 hours from noon now till noon tomorrow. I think I might be the last one left standing at the end of that. But before I talk too much,
Probably
also
not.
with us right now, I think for some time anyway, Jack Kentner. What's going on, Jack?
Pretty good. I am a volunteer, though, so I do think that I'm going to be like Michael, in and out.
Heh.
All right, a lot of in and out going on. This should hopefully be all of us there. And with the chat up, not entirely sure why it's only got 2 chats, but we'll see what happens. I've added some new emojis today. You should have the Jeb emoji. Should look something like that and fly across your screen there.
There we go.
There you go. I'm the only homosexual that Stan MC watches. What is going on, chat? This is a problem I don't need right now. Why was it all working so good before?
Now it's working.
All right. So what is going on, chat? See Zeb in the house. He's calling in at 2. Luke B, welcome back. Nick Blicko, Caleb Lambright. Yes, indeed, we're trying to go for 24 hours. Silent B, TEH Bone. Oh, there's some setting that's knocking them off after 20 seconds, isn't there? Well, we'll come back to that shortly. We have a lot of streams set up for you. We have lots of X links. We have a couple live streams we're following along with. So we got Fox News, and then we got whatever this weird shit was. Let's find that out.
Can I just say something real quick before we get in?
Oh, AP.
Involved?
AP. Yeah, what's going on? Nope, not you. You.
Just a couple of things. First off, I don't want to see any dooming today until final results come in. No dooming. No, oh, it's all over for America. No, just wait until the final results. And I just want to say Arizona right now is breathtakingly awful for Democrats. Like, Arizona is not
Oh,
good
really?
for that.
I
It
have
is-
Democrat going blue in my prediction. You see that?
Yeah, your ass prediction.
I have the bare. I think mine's the bare minimum.
Yeah, well,
You
I
gotta
don't
go.
think...
You gotta go already.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second.
All right, so where are we starting off here? We got from like 12 to 1 is just sort of a slow intro. We have some links. I also have some
Yeah, well,
games set
I
up
actually-
for you. Hold on, Jack. It's like smash or pass, but we're going to play a little bang or hang, a political version where you bang them or hang them. And then I think I also have set up here for you. I've reset factions. There we go. So we can faction away our little hearts out. This is the game where we play who is running the world, essentially, and we have those fine two categories for the beep boop beepers. Those are the autistic people like Peter Thiel, and then the fucking retarded people, so like Joe Biden and things like that. But quite a lot of names to go on there on that exquisite three-axis.
Why is Viktor Orban not up there?
Oh, man, dude, look how many PNGs I made. I made all those.
And you couldn't have done one more.
I could not have. That was my limit. There was no more PNGs.
Scott
in
Pressler's
it.
up there.
Where's Diddy?
Diddy is there. Diddy is right. He's this little nugget.
Oh, there he is.
He's this
yeah.
little crispy chicken nugget covered in baby oil.
To quote Diddy today, vote or die.
He really might die if people don't vote for him this time around. But
You got Greg Abbott up there. Guy's in a wheelchair.
and
He's better than Viktor Orban.
none of these people are good. They're all pieces of crap. Well, maybe not all of them. It's been a while since I looked at this, but so you can put them truthful or untruthful. You can go selfless or selfish, and you can go immoral or moral. And then we try to plot them, and from that we derive who runs the world. It's just how it works. This is called science. I'm kidding. What is going on, chat? Man, I really got to figure out that setting. That's bothering the hell out of me. Let me see if I can actually do that live. And while I'm trying to figure that out, if nobody has anything to talk about, we can just sort of put up the existing stream, this one.
Yeah. Well, I actually have something we can talk about.
All right,
It's,
Jack, there you go.
How about our voting?
Where'd you go? There you are.
How about our voting experiences? Because
Good one, yeah, because I did vote. You voted.
Yeah, because
Mihai voted.
I heard that our voting experiences were pretty different. Like mine was very quick, but yours, John, was very different. So I was wondering if you could describe that.
So you said you could carry it for a minute while I fix the chat, and then you just immediately asked me to describe my voting experience while I'm doing that.
High first, I guess.
My voting experience was I actually voted early, and I went on Penn State campus to do it.
I found it. I found
I
the
got
setting.
there on the last day of early voting, and like 2 hours before they were supposed to close, and then they originally were saying they weren't taking people when I got there, and there was no more votes going to happen that night. And then eventually they got a call from the Board of Elections, said they had to. So then I ended up being the last person that got to vote. And that was fine. It was weird because it was a mail-in ballot room, so it technically hasn't even been counted yet until today.
Yeah, and it was. I was there for that. It was weird that they wanted to close at 5 p.m. even though, you're legally obligated to go on until 8 p.m. Right?
Yeah, no, and so like as long as someone's in line before 8 p.m., they have to allow them to vote.
Yeah, and they were arguing that since they were at capacity, they didn't have to stay open for that long.
Yeah, they said that the state system was overloaded and they weren't going to be able to process any new applicants before 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. rather. That turned out to not even be true. So I was kind of confused. I think they were just being lazy.
Oh, this seems
Okay,
much
so-
better. Much better. All right, so your chats are staying up there. We do have the old platform counter. It's always YouTube heavy, but X is fixed. Rumble is working. I really did take quite a deep look at Rumble. That should hold up for the duration of this entire stream, but we will find out. And so...
Can I just mention the Arizona thing real quick before I had to leave and take, please?
What if we just said no? What if we just said no?
Go ahead.
Well, then, okay.
Go ahead.
Well, okay. So the Arizona thing, Republicans were leading by 200,000 ballots early on in the with the early vote, right? Now Republicans are leading still by about 15,000 as we get to 10 a.m. over there. They've been voting for over 2 hours, and Republicans are doing double the Democrats' amount of ballots returned, and they're only tied with independents.
But let me tell you,
Democrats are underperforming independents by 20 points there. Democrats are not turning out in Maricopa County. They just are not.
No,
Quickly,
you're there.
squirrely girl. John, in 2020, you said that when Trump wins, you'll have a party and we're all invited. You never said this only counts for 2020. So what day is the party scheduled for? I need to get my plane ticket. Thank you, squirrely girl. Been a fan for a long time. Fan's not the right word. You've been a world champion for a long time. So, of course, now that we have this studio, we will definitely announce some sort of party for all the world champions. And I am not fucking joking.
Let me tell you something, John. On that note, as well as his note, because he came in here, he said he doesn't want to hear the doom and gloom before the final result. I don't want to hear the celebrations until the final result.
No, Reed. Anybody that says that they know the result of the election never.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear. any-
Unless you're
absolutely
leading by
skeptical.
500,000 ballots by
want
the
to hear
time the
anyone
end of the
say
day is
Trump
reached.
won until he's inaugurated in January. Because who knows what kind of legal warfare is going to go on between now and then.
You're feeling real suspicious then, Mihai.
Well, they've already said they won't certify the election if he wins. So
You can't have that many-
If we don't win the House, there's still a good chance he doesn't get inaugurated.
Yeah, and I'm hearing some states like Maine say that they won't know the results until a week after the election. I'm just like, what is this?
Who's got the low mic? Whoever made that comment, I'll keep an eye in the chat, but I'll turn that up. Is it Mihai?
Is it me?
Might be me. I don't know.
All I know is that so far, momentum is clearly with conservatives. That doesn't mean you don't go vote, but that means that you need to stop listening to these people on a Twitter, specifically election Twitter, who are dooming and glooming, like Ralston, who is a Democrat operative, by the way, and Altland Seltzer, all these people who've conducted these trash-ass polls this time and have gotten exposed.
Oh, I see. We're being fucked.
That
with.
Seltzer
Never
poll,
mind.
that Seltzer poll is going to go down in history as one of the single worst polls ever conducted in ever in American politics. You are off by over 10 points. I guarantee it. She is not winning Iowa.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was doing a little moderation there because Linda Love is not here yet, so we got to find her.
Oh boy.
Jeez.
If
Is she our
anybody,
moderator?
yeah. So, all right, yes, okay, so we're good. So, I'm sorry, I kind of missed some of that, but I think I have the chat fixed. So let's get back to that and say hello again to everybody. I know we saw Zeb, Luke B, Zeb calling in it too. We have to win by 6 Gorillion. Gulf Coast, Florida man of the Gulf Coast, one of my favorite usernames. There will be shenanigans. Yes, there will be.
Shenanigans.
Trump leading by, this is Vincent Augustus Montrose. Remember, Trump was leading by 900,000 votes in PA in 2020, and then 3 a.m. came.
Wait, John, what's that restaurant where they hang all that crazy shit up on the wall?
TGI Fridays? What?
I forgot you don't watch movies.
No. Shenanigans. Oh, fucking Super Troopers?
If anyone says shenanigans one more time, they're getting pistol whipped in the face.
I'm assuming most of you have been on one of our streams before, but if you don't know, you get up to 10 emojis. They will fly across the screen. If you abuse the fuck out of that, I'll put you on a little party pause, but go for it, right? Especially right now. So we're going for 24 hours today. We have until 2 o'clock till our first call-in guest on Zoom.
We
which
should
is
put an
Zeb
asterisk
Boykin.
on that, John.
On what?
24 hours.
You don't think we're going to make it?
I think you should make it until the election's called.
Just January? Holy
By the way,
Long beard, hasn't left once.
literally just like fucking crypt keeper here in my chair.
By the way, I do want to say when it comes to Florida, Florida is likely now. Florida does not count for the electorate at all anymore because they're so far to the right. But Florida, as a state, is probably going to vote for Trump more as it stands right now than they did for Ron DeSantis. We might be heading for a 22 or 23 point victory in Florida. Which, by the way, if you apply those same statistical moves that those same polls conducted in Florida nationwide, Harris is cooked.
You've reminded me of something. Michael is going to be dropping some election analysis with.
Not with that map. Why do we have that map up?
It's just the last one that was up last night. But you have a bunch of these set up, and let me see if I can find out where I have it. There it is. Okay, so somewhere in here, you're gonna take over and go through all of this stuff with all the results and all that sort of stuff. So
I can do one real quick if you want me to.
What's
No,
the,
I don't
What's,
right
what's
now.
the guy's name that does it for Fox News? I can picture his face.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
He's like a daytime host for them as well.
I thought you were. I thought you were referring to like someone like a Nate Silver, but he doesn't do Fox News.
No, the guy, he's done every.
Oh, this is a fun game
does
you
their
have
big
set
board.
up, John. This looks like a fun game you have set
oh,
up.
factions.
Yeah.
I'm
We got
going
factions and banger hang going.
before we do this. I'm going to go move my car real quick so I don't get a ticket.
So are you like gonna be here or not? I just can't understand.
I'm
this
going to be
one.
here for this part. Absolutely, I want to do factions. This part looks fucking fun.
All right.
Then I'm going back out.
All right, go do your thing.
Yeah,
Go
so-
do your thing. Go ahead, Jack.
Back to before we were rudely interrupted. We were explaining
Our election
We were explaining our election story. So, Miha, you finished your story, right?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Just other than when I went in to actually turn in my mail-in ballot, the woman was very rude to me and yelled at me a lot for no reason.
She could tell that you were a Trump supporter, I guess.
I guess so. I walked in, I literally didn't say a word, and she just started yelling. She said, no, put it on my desk. Put it on my desk. Put it on my desk.
Or she-
and I just stopped moving. I didn't know what to do. I just stared at her.
Yeah.
And she kept yelling. She's like, put it on my desk. And finally I did. No, actually, first I said, can you ask nicely? And then I will. And she said, please put it on my desk. And I did. And I put it upside down. She goes, flip it over. Can you ask nicely? Please flip it over. Okay. There you go.
Oh, that's a lot more dramatic than my story. But go ahead with yours.
What's the Brad Pitt movie equivalent of that happening? I'm just trying to make a connection.
Man, I don't know.
I can't make anything.
The
but-
first time he went to the when he went to the ranch in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
And they all got angry at him for no
There you go.
Yeah. Well, the mantic.
That's actually not bad. So we can visualize your voting experience
Yeah.
as the ranch
Yeah.
scene in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
I was trying to do the right thing, get it home, and all of a sudden everyone was mad at me when I got there.
What about you, Jack? You're just seeing car crashes everywhere these days.
Yeah, I'll get to that. So my voting experience was actually pretty quick. It was less than 10 minutes. I know, compared to John's like hour-long wait, apparently. But
Yeah.
The lead up to me voting was actually more interesting because I was a greeter at one voting location. I was just handing people literature for Therese Holland. She's running for the 82nd district. If you're in that area, please vote for her. But
Quickly, Jimmy B on Rumble, and welcome back, Jimmy B. Good to see Rumble working. Let's see if Brett Baer calls Arizona 1% of the precincts report. It's a great fucking comment. Thank you, Jimmy B.
right, but getting back to my story, things went south real fast because there was everything was pretty peaceful at first, but then someone got in their car and then they ran. Then they just like sped up into a van, and we're just like, whoa, like what's going on there? And then they backed out, and then they sped into the back of the voting building, causing a noticeable hole. And we're just like, oh shit, get out of here! And then everyone was like running around, trying to avoid them. And then she drove herself into a ditch, and everyone's just like looking around to say like, okay, call the police. And then I got my phone out, and then I started recording, and there are people coming in. I was just telling them, man, there's this one guy, dude, you gotta get out of here. You're gonna get there's this person running, like crashing into things. You need to get out of here. He's just like, huh? What's going on? And then I'm just like, dude, get out of here. And then she started backing up, trying to leave, and me and some other lady were like, we're telling her to no, you need to get out, and then when we got to the car, and we found out that it was just this very old lady, and she seemed very confused, but she knew where she was. She said that she didn't want to leave, and so we were just like, okay, at least get out of the car. And we got her a chair, and we waited for the police and ambulance to arrive. And yeah, it was just really stressful. And I actually recorded it and posted it on my Twitter if you want to look at it.
Yeah, well, we can pull that up. We can also I think whenever we take our first break, you can like get me all the links or anything that you want me to play, and I'll get those up.
Yeah.
My voting experience, if you're done, it's not that exciting. My story is boring. It's just took a long ass time. Here I was like, so it opened at 7. I'm like, I'll be there at 7. I'll be in. I'll be out. No big deal. Get there at 7. The line was not very long, and they proceeded to, it must have been 5 fucking minutes per voter to process them, and they had 5 people doing it. So 5 individuals. It was a church that had a Black Lives Matter flag on it. Not a great sign.
Wait, that's against the rules.
Probably, yeah.
No, it is. You're not allowed to have political slogan like posted on the building.
Well, is that technically not political or something?
Most definitely is.
No, I know. Well, I mean, so you can imagine the people I was standing in line with as well.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking. I know exactly what you're talking
It
about.
is political, but the people running it are probably too stupid to realize that it even is political.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah,
I honestly
they
felt
had all
like
their
if
money
anything,
stolen by
it would increase the Trump votes. But it was this.
Honestly,
it also badly needed a pressure washing. This church. You know what I'm? Yeah, you do know what I'm
I
talking.
know exactly what you're talking.
It was filthy. It was slow. Nobody knew what they were doing. I did finally get in there. It was indeed the right place. And I cast my vote for Trump, and everybody else on down the line, which is a nice time to remind you, if you are in Center County in the 82nd, please check off Therese Holland. And everybody above, go all the way down the list. And if you are in the 77th, Marie Labrizzi. Mm-hmm. We'll talk more about them later. We might even have them in here at some point, which would be pretty fun. So other than that it took an hour for them to process like 7 people, it really wasn't that bad. And I got out of there. I got over here pretty quickly and got mostly set up and only missed that weird chat thing that's now fixed. So there you go. So we're about at 12:30. Michael had said he wanted to play factions and then literally immediately disappeared.
Yep.
So not sure what's going on with that. But we can.
Is he like gone now? Or
I don't know. I've just given up on trying to even understand what the hell's going on. So,
Well, do you want to watch that clip I told you about that I recorded?
do I have a link to it in the document?
You can just go to my Twitter.
All right. I believe I can actually do that. Hold on. Yep. Jack Kentner. And yes,
Yep, first result.
If it wasn't clear at any point during this, get up,
No,
do what
right
you need
there.
to do.
Go back.
Go down, you mean?
Yeah. Well, it was right there, but okay. So yeah, there's Michael. So click on.
It's not. Where is
So
it?
go down. Go down.
You said go back.
And there's Michael. You can click on that, the link, what he's quote tweeting.
This thing right here.
Yeah, yeah. And then the first one is a video.
This was your voting experience.
Yep. Yeah, she ran to that van right there, but they left, I guess, and they didn't even know that she ran into him.
So the car is gone at this point. You're
It's
saying?
behind that black car at the end. You can't see it.
Are we gonna see it in this video?
You are
Oh
gonna see
shit! Yeah, you're not kidding.
Where is she? Sir, someone's crashing into places. You need to call the police. Like, they're crashing into like the building. They're crashing the cars. You need to park somewhere. Just like call the police. Get out here! Get out of here, man! Yeah, that guy was so confused. Like,
It's this guy right here.
no, that guy in the white car. Like, I told him that he's in danger. He's just like he's backing into the danger. Like, see right there.
Oh, fun. Oh, they're still going. What the fuck?
It's MO8.
Imagine if that was your fucking car right on the right there, that green one, that Jeep thing.
Oh, how fucking annoying. What was the?
I hope they voted for Kamala. Whoever has that green car, I hope they voted
Get
for
out!
Kamala.
Get out! Get out!
You run into the wildest shit, Jack.
I do.
They're just going anyway.
Ma'am, just stop.
When the airbag's off, how's she even still
Unlock it!
driving?
Unlock it!
You gotta get out of the car.
Why?
Come on, you
Why?
gotta get out of the car. You've been in an accident.
Yeah.
Come on.
Wait a second. Wait a
It's
second.
smoking. It's smoking. Your car is smoking.
Come on! Come on!
Get out of the car. Okay.
I shouldn't
get out
laugh.
Of the car.
Yeah, that's actually
I
sad.
don't know.
Can you
but gotta get
can you
out.
unbuckle
Your
her?
car
Can you
is
unbuckle her?
smoking. No, she's not. She's not.
Okay, okay.
She ain't even buckled.
So what should I do now?
You
Just follow us.
Fucking run. See those bushes?
Wow.
Run.
If you look at the other pictures, the one to the right, like there's the hole.
Holy shit! She bricked the brick wall.
Yeah. But,
Damn, that's not a very solid brick wall.
yeah, but other than that, like property damage, nobody was hurt. Everyone seems okay. But yeah.
How does that woman with the bag have invisible legs?
Huh?
Who's the woman next to her?
The woman with the green bag has invisible legs. It's a camo joke. Come on.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. But
So
yeah.
she wasn't some terrorist or anything at the end of the day. It was
No,
just
no,
some
no.
confused old lady.
Yeah, and she refused the ambulance. I don't know. Like the entire ordeal was just very frustrating. Like I was angry. I don't want to. People will tell me, oh, I shouldn't be angry at her, but I honestly kind of am because if she can't drive a car, she should know that she shouldn't drive a car.
You shouldn't be angry at her. You should be angry at her family for letting her drive.
Then I guess I should be more angry at them, obviously, but I don't know. It just pisses me off.
I'm going to take a guess. She probably has no idea where she even is at that. She probably thought she was at the grocery store.
Because for context, like there are people walking out of and into the voting building, so she could have easily ran someone over. And yeah, I talked to the police a bit. They got my information. They asked if I'm willing to be a witness if they need me. I said sure. But yeah, that sort of thing pisses me off. If you have family that are very incredibly old that they can't, that they need.
Jack, pull the microphone a little closer to your mouth.
If you have family and that are super elderly and they need assistance, you owe it to them to take them to the voting place and just do anything that they need you to do for them because you are obligated to do that.
No, you aren't.
So you want to hear a crazy story, though?
If they start running over people, then yeah, they are obligated to do that, Michael.
I know.
They just shouldn't be able to drive.
I know a person who.
Which is why they need to drive them to the voting place, not let them drive themselves. That's what I am saying.
Well, not to cut off the story, but didn't take long. Rumble is down, it seems like. Hilarious. So that lasted all of 35 minutes or so. Too loud. Holy shit, you people. So we might just dump Rumble. Oh, my God, I say that, and it literally just started back up. Weird. That is freaking weird. So maybe it's back. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it. Didn't mean to make such a thing of that. We're about 40 minutes into hour one, the slow, chill, welcome everybody here sort of hour.
Well, here, hold on.
Could we do the head ranking?
Let me say this. There is a person I know, a family I know, who's, just to keep on the same theme, they have an elderly person who's I think it was mother or father, I forget. It's not important. The point of the story is they were trying to get them to go vote, and they brought them a mail-in ballot application. And when they got there, the nurse told them that they had already voted. And they said, what do you mean? How do they already vote? They have like stage 4 dementia or whatever it is. And they go, well, the nurse goes, well, we helped them fill out their ballot, and we asked them questions about who we think, and then we come up with a determination of who we think they want to vote for based off the questions we asked them. So what they're doing here in local homes is getting people that don't have any idea what's going on around them to vote for Democrats. And it's actually really sad.
Yeah.
That's how you know we're winning, when that's when they have to.
Well, that also sounds illegal. That also sounds very
it is illegal.
Yeah.
It is illegal. And I know multiple cases of it actually happening in this county since this election season. But when you have 2 commissioners that are Democrats and only 1 Republican, nothing ever happens of it.
Yeah, but you wanted to play a game, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to keep up with the chat here. So the game we have lined up is factions. And the way this works is that we pick basically one person at a time, like Elon Musk. And then we have our 3 axes. So is he truthful or untruthful? So say
I would put him on the truthful selfish.
And then you want to go selfless, selfish. So selfless.
Selfish, sorry.
And then is he moral or amoral?
I would say he's more.
He is.
I would put him true, center, and moral.
He is truthful. I would honestly say more selfless, but he's very immoral.
In what way is he immoral?
Because he knows how to get shit done.
No,
how
but
is
he
that
also
immoral?
but he also The problem is he can literally do anything he wants at any moment. So everything he's going to do is automatically going to be selfish.
And by all means,
that
jump
doesn't
in
mean
here,
he
chat. I'll go back and forth between the chat and the game.
That doesn't mean he doesn't also do selfish things that benefit the whole.
Yeah, and I honestly wouldn't say that if someone's selfish, that makes them necessarily immoral.
Yeah,
I agree. That's why they're two different actions.
I'm trying to explain why the two are different because
Could you turn the mics down just a little bit? We're all like screaming at each other.
No, we're not.
Okay.
You sound good in my ears. Do I sound quiet to you?
I think it's
You sound the quietest. Us three are like screaming at each other.
You sound like you're talking totally normally to me. You're also like a
All right.
foot away from the microphone.
All right, whatever.
Okay.
Anyway, somebody was saying something.
Yeah, I would say Elon Musk's placement in Truthful is the most accurate because he's too autistic to lie. I don't think he's he's very open about what he wants and what his beliefs are, and honestly, that's pretty admirable because you have a lot of people like Mark Cuban who's running to bat for Kamala, even though you honestly feel like he has ulterior motives to it.
There you go.
but he's
So we
not
have
open
confirmed good audio from Zeb, who I trust. Sorry to cut you off there, Jack. But
Yeah,
that's what we needed to know. So,
But yeah. Any other thoughts on Musk's placement?
I would say that he since he has so much money now, he can basically do whatever he wants. He's helping people get to Mars. I would say that overall, unless he gives all his money away, there's not much else he could do. I would say.
Yeah, but there's also things
I would say
you don't know that he's doing right now.
Well, okay, that's literally everybody.
DEO
and
Day
because he
said
has so
Dave
much
says
money,
truthful, selfless.
the scale of those things is probably incredible.
Truthful, selfless, and then I would say middle versus moral and immoral.
That's exactly what I said. I agree.
Selfless.
Oh no, I put him as selfish.
You think Elon Musk is selfish? Truly?
Truly? I don't see how he could be.
I mean, just gave like $100
I
million.
don't see how he could.
Yeah,
be.
he just gave over $100 million.
He's sort of risking quite a bit by being.
Yeah.
But you
Trump.
don't get into.
He's giving millions.
Let
of
me
dollars.
talk. You don't get into his position by not being selfish. There is so many. The whole reason that PayPal was even associated with him, he didn't invent PayPal. He just put his name on it and made a lot of money off.
You got a PayPal grudge going on? Is that what's
No,
going on?
I'm just saying. If you look into his history, you have to be cutthroat to get to where he is now.
I don't disagree.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
disagree.
capitalism 101.
That's also why he does his acts of good now. It's like Andrew Carnegie.
Alessandro Villa, he bought
I agree
Twitter
with that,
just for
but-
free speech. Just for free speech.
I don't
Yep.
think anybody would also argue that Andrew Carnegie wasn't selfish.
He was
also
selfish and became selfless. That's Elon Musk.
I think
He
you
was selfish
can
and
argue that
became
he's
selfless.
not. At least you could argue he's kind of more in the middle.
I'm saying he's true middle on moral, but I think he's slightly to the selfish side on the selfish.
If he's truthful, isn't being truthful unselfish? Isn't that a selfless? I don't know. I'm just trying to
No,
make something of it. I think we're
not
spending.
necessarily.
These guys will get moved around a lot because once you start adding other people and they become relative to each other.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
So, you know what I mean?
I think we're arguing over like an inch of space.
How about this? How about Julian Assange?
Oh, he's I would just put him at the top of Truthful because he's just he's risking his own life to get the word out of to report on things that most people won't know about.
I should have had.
I would
I don't
also
think
put him
he-
more on the moral side of the.
It certainly seems so. Mm-hmm. Right in that corner there.
Well, you would also have people arguing that it's it's somewhat immoral to notify the entire world about everything. So do you think
Who argues that?
well, a lot of people that don't like Julian Assange, I've seen. Not that I agree with them. Of
It's
course,
a matter of national
like
security.
I remember Ben Shapiro. He said that.
Oh yeah, you don't say.
He said that Julian Assange
Speaking
is
of
like
which-
a traitor or something.
Okay,
Speaking of
Ben
which-
Shapiro is extremely selfish. He's extremely immoral, and he's extremely untruthful.
So that pretty much puts him like over in this zone.
I wouldn't rank him as the least
Yeah, I don't know.
untruthful.
Actually, no, he's truthful. Yeah, I'll give him that. He's truthful, but
Is
he's
he?
immoral and selfish.
I think I think he's eating some poop down here or something.
I will say this about Ben Shapiro. Compared to where he was in 2016 to now, he really had a grudge against people that weren't traditionally part of his faction of the GOP. I remember he
still has a grudge.
He was very anti-Donald Trump. He hated his supporters.
He still does.
And now and that's where him being untruthful comes. He definitely panders to them more so now in order to still maintain a career. But I don't really know if he genuinely changes thoughts on Trump.
Something like that.
Yeah, but
Keep
was
talking,
it more
Melissa.
of a financial move, or was it more just him being genuine?
Shapiro sucks. Bo Miller, David Ollerking. Shapiro is not a person. Interesting.
He
True to his religion.
actually,
I mean, I guess that's a fair
Jack's
point.
right. I'm going back to he is not truthful.
He's moral and selfish. Sir, don't trip. He is the peak of both. I don't know.
How I see Ben Shapiro is sort of the culmination or the face of the journalistic right, like National Review, the Bulwark, or etc. They gatekeep new people from coming to the right with newer ideas, and I would say in recent memory he's failed, but he's sort of adapting and by working with them and trying to like rearrange their new ideas so they can be more compatible with what he's been peddling, if that makes any sense.
And with that, that's a great segue into Candace Owens, the exact opposite of him.
Is Nick Fuentes on this?
Yeah, he
What?
is.
Is
right
Fuentes?
There. He's in the middle of Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Gates, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, right there. Come on, Nikki.
Okay.
Put him below Ben Shapiro.
He is literally the worst of everything.
Put him.
So like over here, right?
No, like off.
Yeah.
Just to leave him even off the fucking thing.
Yeah, just yeah,
Just trying to remember that we like
right
moved-
there, like yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Nick Fuentes. All right, should I make him a little bigger?
Yes. And
To really make the point, put him even just a little extra. For
yeah.
Yeah,
Put
but
him exactly over top selfish.
Oh, he is underneath the horizontal plane. That's good.
Yeah.
Selfish should just be a picture.
Well, I got to be able to read
of
the shit
him.
stuff for later. You know what I mean? But you said okay. So where's Candace Owens on here?
Right there in between Oprah and.
Oh, yep.
Okay. Candace is the exact antithesis of Ben Shapiro. Very truthful, very selfless, and very moral. She's a based Christian lady with based Catholic
Is she
views.
truthful though?
I was about to say the same thing.
She's spent
Like,
16...
is Trudeau's wife actually a tranny?
Yes. She spent 16 episodes digging into Kamala Harris's background, and no one's willing to cover it because Kamala is literally lying about everything. She spent 16 episodes digging into this and backing up, fact-checking every single thing she's doing. She wouldn't be doing this if she wasn't truthful.
But she also said that she would stake her entire career on Trudeau's wife being a tranny.
And she is. We know she's a tranny.
How's that been confirmed?
Yes,
I don't think it is though.
Okay, she would never actually confirm it, but by her avoiding the media and the media pulling the same shit they always do when we're right, you can assume that Candace Owens is right. She, like, I'm sorry, Justin Trudeau's wife, if you look into her background, also you can't find anything about her. She was clearly born a man. The Candace Owens is extremely truthful about pretty much everything.
Keep it going for a sec. I got to send a Zoom invite link to Lord of the Ree here. So
Zoom invite link.
Right. Getting to Nick Fuentes, I think the placement is appropriate because at one point people were willing to argue that he's somewhat of a martyr. I think now, though, he comes across to me as a grifter.
People should ask themselves, how did he get off scot-free when all these other people didn't?
Right.
What
Inside
kind of
hack.
deal did he make? And why is it a coincidence that a week before the election he puts out a call to all the far right to not vote for Trump because he does no longer support MAGA?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes. And well, no.
After spending 3 years, recruiting all these people, then a week before the election, he actually says, no, don't vote for Trump. Trump sucks.
Yeah, Mihai, you bring up a very good point because he's accusing people of supporting Trump and Trump himself of being bought out by Israel, but he hasn't shown any sort of proof that he's not bought out himself. So ball's in his court.
It's not even proof. It's just a lot of suspicious dots that seem to be connected.
The way actually, this ties back to Candace Owens. The way this connects is the same thing that the government's been doing for years with the underground
We need a gay dimension.
MK Ultra program. I fully believe Nick Fuentes was indoctrinated into some version of the MK Ultra program, exactly like how Charles Manson was. Exactly. Like, this man is
Like
a
John
psyop.
Ward was?
People follow him. Like, his little cult of people is absolutely wild. It is like he has developed a cult of personality around him, which is stronger than even Trump, which is saying something, because there's
I'm not sure I understand the pull towards Fuentes, like how people exactly gravitated towards him in the
because
polls
he-
play.
well,
First,
because-
granted, I didn't really watch a whole lot of his stuff.
because he's like a George Wallace. 90% of the things he says are good. It's just that 10% that turns a lot of people off.
Oh, like a Russell
But
Brand too.
Yeah, Russell Brand. I mean, he's not racist.
Well,
That's the
Russell
big-
Brand has been on this whole Christian thing, and then like out of
Based.
nowhere started doing and then he started doing some crazy shit, which was kind of obvious that was going to happen. So
Also,
Yeah, but
by the
even
way-
like, can you believe Russell Brand that he gets baptized like
yeah, like so
a month after it turns out he was dating a 14-year-old? Like, I don't know. Like, that's based.
My theory on his success has a lot to do with the fact that he's funny. Like
Fuentes.
He is
like,
funny.
like him or hate him, he is funny. Like I look at some of his super chats or like clips of his super chats. They're really funny. Like
Oh my God! Wait, we have him.
Also, by the way, an update from Maricopa County. Total of election day voters so far is 90,000. 42% GOP, 38% other, and only 20% Dems. Where's the Dem turnout? They aren't here yet. It's halfway through the
That
day.
is why we're going to be live at 2 a.m. That's when they're going to show up.
Yep.
Oh yeah. I mean, the only thing that makes me pause a little bit about Arizona, I mean, the polls in Arizona are very solid right now, but the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause is that's the one state
but also-
where Republicans hold a little bit of a grudge against Trump because they love fucking Dick Cheney.
Also, I feel like you've totally forgotten the fact that election day numbers always favor Republicans, and the mail-in votes are what's going to screw us.
The mail-in ballots, I told you, Republicans lead the mail-in ballots there by 200,000.
Those Democrats do real well in all the things
200,000.
that are easy to fake.
Yeah, I don't know.
200,000, brother.
If you say it again, it'll
as if
mean
it's
more.
Like, yeah, as if it's like final.
It's a 6% victory rate in mail-in ballots for
You
conservatives.
have
They
a
lost
lot
it
of
by
elections
10.
to live through before you stop saying that kind of noise, I guess.
But
Where's Russell Brand go?
I mean,
I want to play the game, and then you go off on
I
your
would say
analysis.
Russell Brand. I actually have no idea. I don't know.
Can
All
we
right,
do
we'll come,
someone-
we'll
I don't know.
come back to him.
I feel like he's always been sort of a trend chaser in a way.
How about
I'm kinda
how about
curious
this,
about this one.
extremely brilliant scientist,
Untruthful.
Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Every scientist.
I have no.
Oh, no.
opinions. I have no.
Oh no, I
opinions.
moved my frame. Hold on, I figured out how to.
Every scientist.
Explain
is
to me
extremely
why you don't
untruthful.
like him, Jack.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson, he has this reputation. He has this reputation of being extremely smarmy and
He's an idiot.
wording things in a way. He's basically a jargonist. He delivers like political jargon. I'm trying to think of some examples. Like
He got famous when Bill Nye. They realized what Bill Nye was up to in his private time. And they're like,
Yeah.
we need a new Bill Nye,
What,
And just like
what happened
Jake-
to Bill Nye?
bruh.
He became like a
You don't know?
a partisan
No.
hack.
Have you
Yes,
seen all that
he's a
weird
partisan
sexual shit he
hack.
started getting into and all that stuff?
No.
Oh, man,
I
what?
haven't paid attention to Bill Nye since the fourth grade.
Since
Okay.
he dropped the ball down a ramp and
Yeah.
told you about
Bill,
kinetic energy.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is the peak of I don't care about this person. I have no opinion. This,
All right,
this
so
is
he's
Jack's
a lying,
right.
grifting, so he's over here. We'll
Yeah,
say.
it seems.
Yeah, okay. So
Fuentes in him.
yeah, so no, untruthful. So to sum up Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, I would say people like them on the left because they're saying that they preach sanity in our politics.
Sex junk.
When really what
That's
they're
what it's called. Sex junk.
yeah,
is Bill Nye.
his show was terrible. His show
Thank
was
you,
absolute ass.
Sir Don't Trip. That's what. Yeah, thank you.
Wait, that's the show.
John,
name?
remember the remember that
Yeah, look
that
up
shitty
sex
ice
junk.
cream? Remember that shitty ice cream animated like cartoon on his show?
Bill Nye
Yeah, they had that's like so cringe. But
on his new show, you mean?
no, his old show, that was on his old show.
Bro, that was like 80 years ago.
I know, but to
I watched that on Laserdisc.
But to summarize, no, not on his old show, his newer show. Yeah, the woke show.
Jack-
okay.
But to summarize Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson, they dumbed down scientific discussion into being very partisan.
Cornish Co is nailing it right there. They are scientific propagandists.
Right.
That is mo juste.
Right.
They believe in the dinosaurs. That's all I have to say.
Chickens. I saw a really funny meme the other day where
Oh, I love that cup.
I know this is William Maines. I'm going to show this off in a second. It was dinosaurs became chickens, chickens became chicken nuggets, and chicken nuggets became shaped like dinosaurs.
Yep.
It's full circle. Mm-hmm. Your fucking face. Is that you? There you are.
I don't really know what you're talking about. I just know that the gas that goes in my car is because of dead dinosaurs.
Can we do a funny one next? Let's do.
These are all funny.
Let's do Scott Pressler.
Jack, what do you think of Scott Pressler?
He's good. He's cool. Like he's
Scott
had
Pressler.
Like I would say he's selfless. Like
Nope.
why not? Why not?
Okay. Have you seen his Twitter?
Let me make him bigger.
Yes,
Hold on
yes.
while you guys talk.
Okay. I would say that he leans selfless, but he's not at peak selfless. He leans that way, but he's human. And why is Candace in the exact middle?
We never really talked about it.
I would put him kind of in a triangle.
We'll come back to it.
I actually feel like it's kind of fair putting her in the right middle.
I think that he is.
I would put him like in a triangle between right there between songs.
Here?
Yeah, honestly, right there is pretty good for Scott. Yeah, he leans each direction, but he's not super. There are some skeletons he has, unfortunately.
While we're talking chat, what do you think about Scott Pressler? Selfless and moral.
John, what do you think of
Well,
Scott
okay,
Pressler?
so I have not met him. I was busy the one day I actually had a chance to go to. I think it was your guys' tailgate or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I see both sides of the argument. On the one side, I've liked Scott, or at least his work, and I understand at least what I think he's trying to do for quite a while, and that is an unbelievable grind that takes a shit ton of energy, and so I do respect the hell out of that. I also see the two criticisms. There's the one woman on Twitter that everybody hates is
Jenna Ellis?
no, Emerald Robinson or whatever.
Oh.
So her whole thing is that he's been getting people to vote early so that our enemies would have a more accurate idea of how bullshit they needed to make their numbers. And so I think that's neither here nor there. The other thing that I kind of do have some information on is like he wasn't maybe this way initially, but has somewhat become more prone to taking credit for things that maybe he didn't have a whole lot to do with.
Yes. We have like.
I thought you were going somewhere else with that one.
Don't get me wrong. I love Scott Pressler's work, but it is like I know there are some things about him that I just like that I know behind the scenes. Like again, he takes credit for some of the stuff that I know the volunteers who did that stuff that he took credit for. Like about the Center County voter registration thing, the 350 ballots voter registrations when Charlie Kirk came through. Scott took credit for that when it was really just Turning Point and us down there that were there. His organization wasn't really there that day.
For which one?
The Charlie Kirk event.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like again, I have nothing against the man. He sometimes takes credit for people's stuff when he can't.
Well, how
when
about
at most
here's
he
like
inspired
here's
it.
a,
At
here's
most
an,
he
here's
I think there's a
inspired it.
middle.
Hold on.
I think we should all talk with each other.
Yeah, I know. So you guys were at the Trump rally, and I know he was down there on the floor. Like, did he come talk to any?
Yeah, he talked to people,
Okay,
but
so-
I think there's a middle ground there, Michael. TPUSA, they organized the event, obviously. However, this is also true of the Vivek event. There were early vote action members going from person to person, asking them if they're registered, and ensuring that they do get registered as a Republican. And
I feel like our placement's pretty fair then, though. I feel like that's a compromise.
yeah.
He's done so much.
His hair takes up so much space.
Yeah, and while
Like,
we're on
even
this,
if he was a grifter, he's definitely accidentally helped.
Oh yeah.
while
So I got nothing against it.
And while we're on the credit of taking credit for things, like I'm not going to list any names here, Michael, but there are people here who who really take more credit than Scott Presser does. Like, there's a certain group on campus who took credit, for the Trump rally.
Yes,
of course.
Why is Kanye on there twice? By the way, you have two different Kanyes
I
up
don't
there.
think that- I don't think
you have
that's true.
Kanye up in the corner, and you have Kanye down
like
Kim says Xi Jinping.
Was
Well,
it pre-Hitler? Kanye was a good guy. Hitler or
There's Kanye. Where's the other Kanye?
there's
the one-
Kanye and then there's Ye.
Then there's the one near.
That's not Kanye.
That isn't who is
Where?
that?
Where?
Diddy?
That's
did you
Diddy?
Did you mistake Diddy for Kanye?
Well, they
Holy racism, Michael. All black people
their
look the
faces
same.
are like the smallest
Just a classic
up there.
Trump voter.
Their faces are like the smallest up there. Like, yeah. Sorry, I'm blind. Remember.
Same person, I guess.
Not colorblind, I guess.
Can we do the Saudi Arabian leader next? I'm kind of interested.
Mohammed bin Salman. Let's get him on there. After MBS, we're going to take a short break. We have a bunch of people now out here that we're going to say hello to. I have some fun commercial breaks whipped up for you guys. So let's get MBS. Again, I think it's always easier to do one axis at a time. So, like, is he telling the truth? Is he lying? Is he selfish?
Well, give some more context around him.
Okay, he's the leader of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
He says that he wants to be, like, allies with America, but now he's cuddling up to Iran again.
Okay.
So I feel like he's extremely selfish just because he has slaves pretty much.
Well, his personal income is the entire country's income.
Yep.
It's just like, thanks.
He is very immoral. And honestly, the truthful access, that's just put him the exact middle. So, yep, right about.
It's hard to say if he's in the middle or not. Because
he doesn't really do too much. I just find it funny.
I
that he
can't
put him on
bisect
here.
this opaque plane here, so he's got to like just kind of be.
By the way, with how this looks, Elon Musk, you're saying he's very truthful. I guess.
So I warned you at the beginning that this all becomes meaningless after a few. Like you're just not. It's not going to make any sense at all, and that's part of the fun. So
Can we put Mike Lindell on next?
Honestly, can we do Mike Lindell before the break?
before the break,
Yeah.
all right. My Pillow, Mike Lindell.
Yeah.
Where's he?
Is
At?
he
All the
truthful
way to the
about his
top.
pillow
All the
prices?
way to
That's
the
what
top.
we want to know.
All the way
Okay.
to the top, right
No.
there.
He's also selfless.
No, okay.
Selfless and
He went broke. I'm not even.
no, I actually put him in selfless, moral, right there, as far as
Selfless, moral, but untruthful.
You can't really tell, but this is the upper right corner, hanging with us. He's letting Mihai take a nap, letting Michael take a nap. I could use a nap myself. We'll put him like I just need to be able to.
I
read.
use a My Pillow. It's great.
Selfless, moral, but untruthful.
How is he untruthful?
Yeah, what?
The Dominion stuff was all like, sorry.
Did he know that? though?
What happened with what happened with that stuff, that election, was more had to do with how the mainstream media portrayed Trump and how they hid stories. Ballot fraud was not like caused by these machines. That part has actually been proven as verifiably false.
Is
that
it?
part itself.
Is the
They
source
faked-
open?
they
Is it open source?
They faked.
Is it open source? Are the
they
voting machines
faked
open source?
Ballots.
Are the voting machines open source?
What do you mean are the voting machines open source?
Is the code behind them open source?
What do you mean,
The code.
you
behind-
people?
Is the code in the machines open source?
What? Now you're asking me a different question. What?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that Tropic Thunder black joke with Robert Downey Jr.
Oh. The
He's making a good point. Mihai is making a good point, I believe, as far as I know.
Why would you want it open source? Then you could have anybody go in and do whatever the hell they want.
Well, if it was up to me, we wouldn't use them at all.
Well, yeah.
But how can you tell me that? There's
Because they
nothing
don't.
going on
Because
if
they
you
don't
know?
have Wi-Fi. Okay, with these machines cannot function like they do not function like your telephone. Somebody has to go in there, take the data off of them. They can't uplink to anything else. These machines are integrating, so that the only way
does
they
that
could have
mean?
been, there's only way fraud could have happened with those machines is if somebody messed with it before the machines were put out there. If the data was messed up,
that
with
would be
in the
Dominion,
initial
wouldn't it? That
step.
would have done that.
Well, yes, but there's no evidence.
We
There's
are
no
going
evidence.
to
There's
take
no
a-
evidence they did that.
Because so it's open source. And
We're
you can
going to
see the
take
code that it
a
didn't
short
happen.
break and say hello to everybody that showed up, see what's going on, see who is going to be with us in the studio. We will be back in roughly
No, it's not.
5 minutes.
I believe in every word that comes out of her mouth. She's passionate. She's compassionate. She shows empathy. And most of all, she is not delusional. Yeah. Yeah. Kamala recognizes that this country's at risk. That the economy needs to get stronger. That the cost of food and the cost of living is too high. Damn, it's even happened to me! I believe her when she says, under her, buying eggs and milk won't break the bank. Because she's gonna pass a ban on price dodging on groceries. And she told me that in my face. So she better not bother me in my face. Yeah.
Are you crazy? You fucking, you are fucking, you bastard bitch! You bloody, fucking mother bloody bitch! Bitch, you fucking bloody bastard! Benchwood bloody! Benchwood, you blunder! No, but why is bloody no? Why? Bloody fucking accident. Then what you wanna do? Why you fuck me? I fuck you bloody! What the fuck, man? Why you shouting at me? Because I am going to the work. If you don't do, you do the other places. Why you shouting? Because of this, you are doing. Hello. I don't know. You are doing like this. I think you are going to accident. No, shouting at me, no good, man.
And okay, maybe I'm gay. Maybe my wife really is a man, like all these people say. Maybe her name is Big Mike, and maybe she does have a huge dick. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Just go out and vote for Kamala, even if she is retarded. Okay, we already got Joe out of the way. Just vote for Kamala so we can win this thing, and we'll figure it out. Okay?
So is Kamala doing okay?
Nope. She's down, Joe. I think they found out that she's retarded, and now we're basically fucked. Trump is killing us at the polls, so yes, we're going to lose Joe.
Damn it. Wait. What if I come back to run again?
As candidate?
Yeah.
Well, let me put it this way, Joe. The only person in this world who is even more retarded than Kamala Harris is basically you. So no, Joe,
on, man.
You're
Just
not going
give me
back
another
in.
shot.
Let's let it all play out. Okay, we'll talk later, Joe.
Okay.
Women looking fine up in here.
I never thought the brown would wear a dress. Makes you wonder what other things he was doing. Should've listened to 50 Cent. The reason he smiles, 'cause there's no bike seat. The list goes on like Jay-Z, DiCaprio, Beyonce, Hilton, Howard Stern, Carey, Lopez, Russell Simmons. It's kinda weird. I bet they've all seen some things. This place be smelling like old sweat rubber, nasty old bed sheets, B.O. vodka, someone's stinking butt cheeks. I am scared. Who knows what all went on in there? But who needs all that oil? Can someone go ask Bob? Was 1,000 bottles just enough to fill up a jacuzzi tub? Probably couldn't feel smoother. They know you came from it east, 'cause you'd be so smooth. So smooth, so smooth, so smooth. And also very slippery.
Kamala did what Kamala always does. She just put her head down and she went to work.
Filing back in. That was a fun 5-minute one. I'm pretty proud of that one, if I do say so myself. Hopefully you guys didn't swing your chairs around all too much. And keep an eye on that door. That door should be open, but here we are. We're back. Welcome back. Hour 2, a little bit past it, actually. In about 45 minutes, we'll have Zeb Boykin joining us live as a guest. Will be a great time. Will be awesome. Let me quickly plug, and I'm hoping he's able to join us also at some point. Let me get in focus. This incredible mug from William Maines, the guy working on our storyboards for all of the video stuff we've been working on that we was really hoping to get done and have played during this show. But it is not, because we had work to do, getting people to vote. It was important. But he may be in the chat right now. Let's see if he says what's up. It is quite an awesome... It's like a Yeti, too. It's really nice. So it's super sweet. And then we have some other guys coming on, too. I know Dodger's coming on, I believe, at 7 p.m. He's done all the logo you're looking at right now. And the shoes and the sweatshirts and all that sort of stuff. The link to Dodger's store, which I am directing you to, is in the description of this video, at least on YouTube anyway. But what is going on, chat? You have... either joined or been in the 24-hour super stream going noon till noon. We'll see how long we can hold up. I think we can make it. I see Skunk 12 in the house, Marie LaRue, Tyrannosaurus Wrecked over on Pilled. What's going on? Let's see how our chat's going. Rumble does appear to still be working. Yes, it does. Imagine that. So YouTube heavy. It's all good. Little over 3:30 it looks like at one time right now, and my numbers are always a little bit delayed and all over the place. But so we got one more hour to go. There's Zeb. What's going on, Zeb? Patrick Miller, Lord of the Ree, will also be joining us. Chronic, good to see you. Delayed LOL was playing during the memes, but yeah, I love Dodger Store. Ooh, I had my jungle music going during the memes. That's my bad. That is my bad. Tyrannosaurus Rex, smack that red pill like Doug Emhoff slaps his girlfriend. Zeb can feel the light vibes today, yes. Deacon Mojack in the house, what's going on? I did get a text from him a minute ago. He will be dropping by. He is not. He must have got a bear. He might literally come in here with a bear over his shoulder, which would be incredible. Yeah. Hey, you guys get in and out and up and down and whatever you need to do. Yeah, by all means. Let's see who else. Angriest Ginger lurking at work. He will be joining us later. Good to see you. Harpoon 173, welcome. The Gay, incredible username. Loving the stream. Loving you, but only in a gay way. DGN 777, first time here on Rumble. Nice, welcome. We have learned Rumble has the most trouble. If you have problems with it, usually clicking refresh will work. On my end, sooner or later, I usually see that it just totally crashed, and we'll take care of it then, and I will inform you. Sir, don't trip. I'm very informed about this shit. Not entirely sure what the shit is. Don't know why that just happened with the X chat. It's always fun. I am not a computer programmer or anything like that. I do my best, but we're all back in and relatively in focus, it looks like. Close out. Yes, and you guys probably also need your microphones back on.
Yep.
Alrighty, so we have factions going. We can continue that until a little before 2, and then I got to get hooked up with Zeb and bring him on Zoom.
Yeah, I like to start with where we left off with Mike Lindell, and I like to ask Michael, like, let's say that all of the Dominion stuff is bullshit, but does that necessarily make Lindell immoral for being misled? Because I feel he could still be moral.
I never said he was immoral. I said he was untruthful.
Oh, well, you can still say. Do you think it's still possible to believe you're telling the truth?
You're saying he's lying? He's lying because it's not my pillow, it's his pillow?
No. To me, like, untruthful means someone like actively lying to you, like they're knowingly lying to you.
Jack, it's like the Johnny Cash song. I pray for the thousands who have died, believing that the Lord was on their side. Mm-hmm. Not everyone is like, people think they're fighting for the right side.
What's the next line?
I actually don't remember the next line of that song. It's Man in Black, though.
It's I prayed for the millions who have died, who thought we were all on their side.
That is true. That is why he's the Man in Black. Anyway, the whole point is you can be untruthful and still be a moral
person. Knowing smile on Mihai Shoger's face. Sorry, go ahead. You're getting real worked up about this election news. You're just like checking it. You're like, oh my God, is he going to win? And then 2 seconds later, he's not going to win. And
That's the thing. Is it going to be like a Penn State football game with you? Like,
it is. This is how you watch Penn State football, Michael.
No, I've been confident this whole day so far. I have not once been dooming.
Well, you actually.
How was he? Speaking of, how was he during the Ohio State game?
How was he?
Yeah.
Were you here? Did you run away earlier? You know, rage?
Oh,
I don't know that you were here.
I actually no, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I dealt with it pretty well in the stadium until Penn State pulled off that bullshit of trying the same play.
We should have had
three
James Franklin on
different
here.
Fucking times, and then I left.
Oh, that one when they were like on the 1 yard
I
line.
left.
Yes.
I left right after that too.
There were 5 minutes left, and I walked right out, and I was doing this to Franklin the whole time.
Well, that's Penn State for you. What are you gonna do?
I hate him.
It's time to get rid of him. That's my opinion. You heard it here first. Who we want to do next?
Obama.
I don't know that that's the first time anyone said that, John.
That was my joke, man.
Obunga.
We got LeBron. We got Nancy Pelosi. We got Peter Thiel still. What do we want, Obama?
Some of these feel like very obvious on.
I thought that was Lance Armstrong, Peter Thiel.
Actually, let's do Fauci next.
Barry Soetoro. All right, I saw him. Where was he? Where did tell me up, down, left, right.
Fauci
Down,
just
down,
went over.
down.
Oh, right
down.
there. I
Yep.
see him. Fauci.
Immoral, untruthful, and selfish.
Is he worse than Nick Fuentes?
Yes.
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 I'll put
I love
I'll
it.
put him in
I love
immoral.
Hold on, let me get some room over here because there's going to be a lot of people in this corner.
I mean, I would put Fauci in the immoral category.
definitely
Why is Chris
Put him
Dush
more
on here,
towards
by the way?
Chris
untruthful
Dush?
side, though.
Isn't that small dude that he just moved Chris Dush? They're the one right below
This?
LeBron James.
Warren
That's not Chris
Buffett,
Dush.
but
Warren Buffett,
gee,
man.
That'd be hilarious if Chris Dush was on here.
The generational gaps in knowledge are killing me.
Well, no, I can't. Like that to me looks like Chris Dush. It's
You
small.
have glasses on. Your vision is still bad. That's wild.
Yes.
All right, Fauci. We're all. That was pretty quick. Just
Yeah.
like bottom left corner,
Yep. Pretty much.
piece of garbage. All right, who's next?
How about Joe Rogan, because he recently endorsed Trump, which is something we can talk about.
You just passed over him. Wait.
Say left, down, up, right.
Down. Straight down. Straight.
Between
right
RK
here.
Jr. and Steven Crowder.
I see
So,
him.
how do you guys feel about his endorsement? Do you think it comes too late, or are you just happy to have it?
I think people were being stupid the whole entire time. He basically was one of those quiet endorsements the whole entire time. Everyone knew he was basically backing Trump. They just needed confirmation of it. This changes nobody's vote.
No,
Why did
having
that all just
as
shift
someone
on
that
me?
like actually listens to the show a lot,
Go ahead.
I would say it's been pretty obvious that he's been voting for Trump for the past at least 6 months. But especially after Trump got shot, it's been pretty obvious.
Yeah.
It wiggled on me for some reason.
And also, I wonder. I would like to see a breakdown. Like, I don't know, you could ever get an accurate one, but of like his listeners, how many of them vote Republican? Because I feel like most of them are just like men that like manly things.
Yeah, he attracts. He has a pretty broad reach. He himself said that he was a former Bernie bro.
Yeah, I mean, he was. Yeah. Like that was public. He publicly endorsed Bernie.
So retarded.
Oh, RuPaul just said it's time to vote for your
He
lives.
might be the true center. I don't know.
I would say
Circle Jerk 3cc with the 6-month white member badge. Make Massachusetts red again and yuck food Tobias.
Yeah, I would put Joe Rogan in moral.
Massachusetts is never flipping.
Again.
I would put Joe Rogan in moral. He's very open. He's a very open guy. Like I wouldn't say that he has any ulterior motives. or
Super
anything.
moral. Is he like the moral Superman?
No, I think he's the most truthful person.
I would say he's moral, truthful, but slightly, like perfectly right about there. Like
Here?
not the most selfless that you can get.
Here?
Like kind of Scott Pressler when it comes to the selfless side.
No,
Yeah.
I kind of. I don't know how he's selfish.
If you put him in between Scott's hair, it looks like he has sideburns.
Yeah. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. No, Scott's holding him. Scott's holding him up with his hair.
There you
Yeah.
go. We're going to go with that just because it looks funny.
Okay.
Let me see if the chat has any other thoughts. And then also, chat, if you want to throw out somebody you want next to, I'll try to keep an eye on it. But until then, we're just going
Do we want to do the Orange Man next, or are we saving him for last?
Let's save it for last.
All right, we'll save
Let's
Trump.
do Tay-Tay.
Who the fuck is that?
Taylor. Miss Swifty.
Oh,
Is
right
she even?
here.
Oh, yeah, she is.
Taylor, oh my God! Speaking of Penn State football, you guys must have seen what her boyfriend's brother? I don't know their stupid
Jason
names.
Kelsey.
Yeah.
There you go.
And Michael, don't repeat what he said.
I have no illusions that this stream's gonna be monetized. Say whatever.
Okay,
the fuck
then
you
go.
want.
You could say it again.
No, I don't.
We'll live off whatever anybody is willing to super chat us. But you don't
think
even need to do that. This is just for fun. So
I think she's more of a Fauci than Anthony Fauci. Put her further back than Nick Fuentes and Anthony Fauci.
She's,
Yep, she can live right back in there.
she's the real power behind. Look at that slow rise from behind him, like
the rising sun.
Yeah, she
So
sucks.
So my thoughts on Taylor Swift are less about her, but what people on the online right were saying about her on Twitter. I don't know if you heard about this, John, but there's this theory called Swiftian normalcy, and what that was that Taylor Swift, she represents the she represents the normal upper class woman that we need to win over to help Trump win the election, or to win for conservatives to be victorious. But as time went on, it became more and more obvious that she is not she is not the model, like, normal American. And people, I think over the course of this year, that theory has just shown itself to be more and more incorrect, I would say.
I struggle to talk about Taylor Swift because I just don't really give a shit about her. You guys are on.
She represents the worst of women.
What are you guys up to over there? You got some hot secret news, some inside info?
Well, there's a rainbow that just occurred over State College today.
Yep.
Is it a double rainbow?
It was a single rainbow.
All the way across
no
the
rain.
sky?
No rain.
God speaks through rainbows. So.
Mm.
Yeah, and it had, this rainbow has 7 colors on it, not like the flag.
Speaking of the rainbow, let's do Pope Francis next.
I'm trying to understand why it just dumps the few X chats in there every once in a while. Text.
It dumps them all at once.
Yeah, just like every 20 minutes or something, it just sends them all back. Anyway, all right, so let's get back to factions. And I got to actually be in there, don't I? There we go. Okay, so who do we want next? We got
Pope Francis, like I said, since we talked about the Lord.
I'm getting really tired of telling me up, down, left, right. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I have a condition where you can't I'm really bad at that bar game where you got to pick out the part of the picture that's different.
Yeah.
Hold on. To wrap up that rainbow story though, real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Michelle said that she had prayed for a rainbow today to show as a sign that we were going to win.
But also,
and now we have a rainbow with no rain.
Huh?
Just saying.
And Mudang,
it's not the day for it. That's
No.
for sure.
It's funny you mentioned that, Mihai, because Mudang, the viral baby hippopotamus, she chose Trump over Kamala.
I saw that.
Well, obviously we're going to win now.
I saw that.
And also,
it really does feel like the meme magic is back.
Well, no.
Yeah, people
like
want
Elon,
that hippo dead now.
Like
by the way.
Elon said, if not for Trump, just do it for Peanut.
Yeah, but people want that
Peanut?
hippopotamus dead now. They're saying fuck you, Mudang, fuck you, baby hippo.
Crazy leftists and shit.
Have you seen the bakery in PA that sells cookies?
Yeah, the Trump cookies are selling out.
Yeah,
more than
last I saw
Kamala.
was double to Trump than what Kamala had. They sell cookies every year with the faces of the candidates on them as a way to predict the election, whose cookies sell more.
Also,
and it's in PA, and Trump's cookies were at 13,000 last.
Oh, so he won?
Kamala's were at 16,000, I think, or 6,000.
Yeah, it was the other double Trump almost.
Oh, also, by the way, as another update,
nice.
conservatives were losing this morning in Clark County, Nevada. People were dooming about the Democrats are actually showing up on election day. Republicans just took back the lead in Clark County. And remember, this county is Democrats outpaced conservatives by 6% there, and this county voted for Biden by 9%. And it voted for Sisolak, Lombardo's opponent, by only 1 or 2. So we could see, knock on wood, Clark County be the next Miami-Dade. I would not be surprised if Clark County is the next Miami-Dade county.
I would put the Pope in the at the peak, the crescendo of truthful, selfless, and moral.
This might sound blasphemous, but he's been annoying me a lot.
You're not being serious, right?
Yes, the Pope's ordained. Yeah,
This Pope. This Pope is literally the Antichrist. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, I've been looking at some of his comments. Whenever he weighs in on politics, it's frustrating. Like, John, you saw that. You saw
He's
that
literally
one clip.
heretical.
You saw that one clip where he said, "Yeah, abortion is bad, but denying people like denying immigrants into your country is also bad." And it's like, no, it's not. Like, those two aren't equivalent at all.
I'm curious what the chat thinks about the Pope. So he's a polarizing. Yeah. So Alexander HL, why is the Pope not wearing his devil horns?
I'm sorry, but like as
I
someone,
missed Jeff Poor. I didn't see it
As
pop
someone-
up. But the
as-
circus. Hold on, Jeff Poor. The circus is in town. Thank you, Jeff Poor. We're calling out the super chats. It's what we do. Pope belongs between moral and untruthful. The Pope should be added to a redundant as fuck category, says the Red Baron. NASA to deceive. Oh, yeah, nice. That is what it means, isn't it? Pope is the Antichrist. Lord of the Ree. The Pope is a faggot. Made golden. Pope nope. Salty dog house. Evil. Pope is a demon. Blasphemer. Pope is nefarious. Are you seeing this? This ain't me saying it.
It's a lot,
The Pope-
a lot of Protestants.
well, yeah. As someone,
I think
as
it's probably a
someone
lot of
who's-
Catholics saying that
As
stuff.
someone who's switching to Catholicism, you can't. He is literally the word of God on earth. So it's kind of hard to argue.
He's a human
against
being.
that.
No, it's really easy. He's a piece of shit. I just argued against it.
No. I mean, there's been
Sorry.
many undeniably bad popes throughout history.
There's been straight up anti-popes, they call them.
Anti-popes.
That's what they
There
call
was an
them.
animal. I think it was like a freaking goat at one point. Was a freaking pope.
I don't know. You don't have to agree with me, but at this age in my life, when you get to my age, as I like to say, I don't know. He's just a dude in a hat. That's a dude in a sandwich wrapper. That's a dude in a horsetail on his head. That's a dude with another dude on his head, and that's a dude with a hat on his head. They're just dudes.
Could we do
just a dude?
No, I just I understand to look at it logically. You look at the selection of
The
Pope.
office of the Pope, I might be inclined to agree, is a little more over in this zone. But this guy,
Well,
that's my thoughts.
Yeah, I have a problem with the selection process. Even it dates back so long. So
Yeah,
you can't change it. But.
the problem I have with the Pope
He's
is
a
that
warm, juicy turd. I'm Catholic, and he's an evil turd.
the problem I have with the Pope is that he clearly tries to be conservative, like maintain conservative traditions, but he hates conservative political parties, and he really wants to win over more leftists or secular people, and I think that's a losing strategy, trying to appease them.
He represents an older era, an older generation now of the Catholic Church.
I think the Catholic Church is the next.
He
Pope.
represents the Catholics of the 70s that are now grown up and went and are the ones that took the church so far left, and now the ones below them, the younger generations, are now trying to take it back to more of the traditional.
Well, here's an issue. Well, here's a hot topic. Would you personally blame him, or would you
Please
blame
stop
him?
spazzing?
Would you
What
play?
do you want him? I don't care.
Just
what do you want?
put him down there with the rest of the
I
shit
did not.
show.
Would you blame him for the controversy?
Jeff Poor, Jesus is king. Thank you.
Oh my
Jeff.
God! Would you guys blame him for the continuing controversies in the Catholic Church?
This guy
Yes.
or this guy?
Which controversy?
Pope France.
You got to give us a little more.
The
detail.
ones where they diddle kids, Mihai.
Oh my goodness! No, I'm gonna stop you right there. The whole argument that Catholics diddle kids more than other religions is a lie. It's a psyop that was pushed by Protestants to.
I disagree.
No, look at the statistics. I will die on this hill. The Catholic Church and Catholics in general have much less.
There are closeted gay priests that touch kids.
The data doesn't support it. The data.
I'm not saying that is that's what the Catholic Church is built on, but it is a continuing problem. And the public schools, like in the United States, it happens more so in public schools. Don't get me wrong, but there are progressives. I would say that there's a correlation between progressives getting into the Catholic Church and just pedophilia. That's my argument.
Okay.
Maybe
whatever.
a little too hot of a topic, the Pope. We'll come back to the Pope. Harpoon 173, the Pope is lame.
That is
Hold
a
on,
good.
hold on.
That is a good comment.
The problem there, Jack, is that the problem that you're talking about with the child molestation has happened in the church long before that Pope arrived. And actually, seems to be less of an issue now with him than it was in early 2000s when it all got exposed.
And then also overall, even when it did get exposed then, statistically, the Catholics had many less cases of that than Protestants taking people to church camps out in the middle of nowhere,
But Michael,
or
it is
Muslim
people.
nuanced, though. Muslims do it all the
The problem
time.
with the Catholic one, though, the problem with the Catholics is the priests don't face any repercussions and they're just moved to another church. That is a problem.
Okay, you know what? I'll give you that aspect, but the whole argument, the base of it, which is Catholics as a whole are pedophilic. That is completely untrue.
We can't just be talking about the Pope the whole time. So moving on to another Christ-like figure, Kanye West.
Yes.
Jesus.
Jesus.
And this is another thing I think can be held against Nick Fuentes because
I think West
that
can be held against Nick Fuentes.
I think Nick Fuentes took advantage of Kanye to a degree.
Kanye is just like, man, I think he's just nuts.
Yeah.
Selfish, truthful, and moral. Somehow it's those three.
Can he just be true center? Because like
He's definitely selfish
it really
as
depends
fuck.
on the day for Kanye.
Selfish, moral. Well,
he's not moral.
He's in the middle. He's in the middle for morality.
I think he's just true center because it depends on
Is
what.
Kanye
what
West
day and
like
what
the
personality.
archetype of the male human being? He's just right down the middle, perfect
I
in
think
every
he's
way.
like-
He's just bad. He's
I
like
think
the
he's-
Buddha of our times.
No, I think he's like an amalgamation of all different types of.
I would agree.
I think the most.
That
I'm just gonna
that
put him-
placement makes him look angry that Joe Rogan got the Pressler hair and he didn't. He's like, man.
I would say just put him as selfish because he's like ego if he
Yeah, you
he
could
were,
definitely put
if
him
he
more
was a
selfish.
person.
Yeah, I kind of agree. All right.
The personification of ego.
He's about as selfish as he gets.
Yeah.
He's like right there.
I fucking love him. I don't know. He's.
I like the guy.
I mean, he's interesting. You can't deny that.
But
Like, he's
textbook narcissism.
See, I would go like I would talk to him any day. You guys would want to talk to some of these other people. I would love to sit down. And talk
Yeezy's LARPing around like a black Don Quixote. He's a bit crazy, but he means good. That's really not that bad.
Oh, one of my friends who is a
He's
raging
Kanye
liberal.
Yote.
One of my friends who's a raging liberal voted for Trump. They
Wow.
just texted me.
Based.
They were like, "I voted. You would be so proud." Let's go.
Where do you guys put Tim Pool?
Tim Pool.
Tim Pool. Ooh, he. I think I have the non-beat. Yeah, there he is.
God.
A lot of people regard him as a grifter, but I would not call him a grifter because I do believe that he is trying to pursue the truth.
He's the middle. He to me represents middle.
Yeah.
He can sit right there next to Scott Pressler's hair.
I don't know if I'd give him a middle on truthful. I feel like he's got an angle, and not that he shouldn't. So this isn't like truthful and liar. It's just truthful. Like I'm untruthful. Like in running this show, I have to be because I'm just sort of like.
Okay, that's how you're doing it. I thought you meant when they were reporting the facts, like how we take the podcasters on this.
That's
how they
maybe more
report the
moral,
facts.
immoral. Like if you're lying, then you're immoral.
See,
And
that's
if
why I said Candace Owens earlier was completely truthful because I think she reports the facts.
Well, I
as
guess
they
I should have
are.
maybe explained myself, but I don't see being untruthful as being immoral. Hence, they're different. So, like Elon Musk has to give a report on how SpaceX is doing, and he like tells you most, but like you don't, you're not, you're just some random person. So he's a little bit untruthful.
I would put Musk in truthful just solely on.
No, I'm not trying to
acquiring-
say he's not, but you see, there's
yeah.
times where you just withhold information, not because you're lying, not because you're being immoral, but because it's just like I ain't fucking
Right, but my point is, I would put Musk in truthful solely for acquiring X and making it a much freer platform because
that's
it
maybe
was
more moral though.
well, like a lot of it for
Think
truthful,
of
like
truthful
for,
as
for
like
X.
say your friend, you ask your friend like, "Am I fat?" Okay.
Yes.
That's truthful, untruthful. Your friend will tell you the truth.
Right, but
whereas an acquaintance will be untruthful. But are they being immoral when they say, "No, you look all right"? They're not. They're just like I don't really feel like.
But at the
involved.
same time, you can be like a dickhead in how you say it. You say like, "No, you're a fat bitch." Like nobody's
right. So that's
like,
no longer this axis.
Yeah,
anymore.
yeah.
That's my whole point. So we like where Tim Pool's at, like kind of
Sure.
in the
Yep.
middle.
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
Maybe like a little bit of a.
Let's do Tucker.
He's a media personality. All right.
Tucker's right above Oprah. Right above Oprah.
Oprah, oh, right here. Oh, that's a great one too.
Tucker, unlike Nick Fuentes, is a martyr. Like he is someone that tries to pursue the truth actively, even
Yes.
when it goes against
Yes.
the corporate interest.
I mean, let me slow down. I'm not saying I disagree, but this fucking guy went and interviewed Putin and shit. You
Yeah,
know?
I love Putin. Putin's based.
I'm not disagreeing there
If-
either.
If you're a nationalist, you like.
Are we
Putin.
really thinking about this? Or
Okay,
are we
okay.
just blurting shit out?
When Tucker was trying to glaze like Russian grocery stores, that was lame. That was stupid. But that interviewing the most controversial people, that's the job of a journalist. Like, asking them hard hitting questions and not just virtue signaling. That's what you're supposed
You
to do as
think
a
he
journalist.
went in there with Putin and that was a straightforward, no games interview?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh my God, you guys got a lot to learn.
I mean, he let him talk. I think we got a lot of insights from Putin, like from that interview, that we wouldn't have gotten from otherwise.
Just saw the super chat.
And I still have my.
I'm feeling bad
most
that
of
we
my
called
hair.
you Tobias now because it's like.
No, I don't care. I'm losing my hair.
That was Circle Jerk. Tobias, were you Tim Pool?
Anyway,
I think Tim Pool. I think what
You have
people
a much better head of hair. I agree.
I think people get like caught up in his opinions on things. What I liked about Tim Pool is he's very good at presenting a large amount of information in a short period of time.
That's good.
Like he doesn't he's not like the quartering guy who just wastes 10 minutes.
Oh.
Like
Yes.
Tim Pool just will is like an unbelievable amount of information in a 20-minute video. So I appreciate it for that.
Fair point. Yeah, I think he's smart. Like Tim Pool's smart. He does good work.
For Tucker, I would say he is the exact opposite of Nick Fuentes. He is,
NASA to deceive Alex Jones needs to be somewhere between truthful and we're not there yet, but thank you, NASA. We'll get to him soon as we can. I got to keep an eye on the time here. 1:38.
You ever seen Alex Jones when he
Thank you, NASA.
when he was in his child's court case?
No, I haven't.
Like his divorce hearing?
No.
He
Was he like a totally normal person?
No, he couldn't remember the names of his kids.
Oh God!
And then when they asked him, like, "Don't you think you should know the name of your kids?" Like, "I'm sorry, I had a big bowl of chili this morning. My head's all foggy." That was just straight up. That was his real answer.
He literally could not remember the name.
No, he's like, I'm sorry, I had a big bowl.
On
I had a
one-
big bowl of chili this morning, Mama.
On one level, that's fucked up, but on the at the same time, it's reassuring to know that his whole personality isn't just a.
Well,
bit.
it wasn't like
really
it wasn't
is
like
that
he
way.
literally like I think he was just like having like a brain freeze moment, and then he was like, "I'm sorry, I had a big bowl of chili this morning."
There you go. Spurgy. 100% agree with John. Tucker's dad was a spook, and it was funny. Putin called him out, which he did. That's an amazing. I want to watch that interview again. It's incredible. But Tucker's like a 1970s spook CIA. Yes. Putin very obviously was like, bro, you're in the CIA, and I fucking know it, and quit being stupid about it. And Tucker's like, he did this face. Tucker is very, very, very smart, and that's maybe one. The only other time I've seen him not come off on top in an interview in the games that are being played is the famous one with Jon Stewart when he was young on Crossfire, and that literally made Tucker great. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, where he had like the bow tie. That's when
Jon
he dropped
Stewart,
his bow tie.
Jon Stewart, John Leibowitz, as much as I hate him, very expertly slow walked like a 20-something-year-old Tucker,
Yeah,
and then just shit on him right at the end.
And what's frustrating about that interview, John, is that Jon Stewart, like he should have been called out. Like he was delivering news like under the guise of like, oh, I'm not delivering you the news.
Oh yeah,
I don't have opinions.
That
I'm
is
just
my whole
comedian.
point. Is it Jon Stewart had put on display, or John Leibowitz put on display, like the way that it's a game more than it's facts.
Yeah,
and he shit on Tucker by understanding.
Yeah, and that's how we have all these shitty late night show hosts like Stephen Colbert, John Oliver.
Well, look, who's
Seth Meyers,
the
etc.
idiot? Trevor Noah, is he still?
Yeah,
doing it?
he's still doing it.
He makes you appreciate how good Jon Stewart was.
Yeah,
because it's otherwise the same fucking show.
I'll tell you, I think Tucker is the closest thing today that we have to a Walter Cronkite, and take that for what you will.
I don't disagree. I think he's somebody, and he's maybe the best journalist alive right now.
No, but I think Walter Cronkite was also definitely controlled by the CIA to a certain extent.
I think they all are.
Well, it was very well known that of that time period, if you had lost, I think it was Vietnam, and I believe. Who pulled us out of Vietnam? What was the president? Was it Ford?
Nixon.
Oh, there's that weird.
Was it Nixon or was
Yes,
it Ford?
Nixon.
I think it was Ford though.
No, because Nixon was still in 72. That's when we pulled out officially.
Okay, so whoever it was, his advisor came to him, "Sir, we've lost Cronkite. We've lost the country."
Okay.
That was sort of the feeling at the time. If if Cronkite was
Walter
I turned
Kronkowski.
Hungarian there for a second. If Cronkite was all of a sudden against an opinion or had an opinion against something they were trying to do, they knew that the country was then against it.
I might just be completely like naive here, and I don't care. But truthfully, I think Tucker, it stands for the moral good. I think he overall tries to be truthful, and I'm honestly thinking he's leaning towards selfless at this point. Genuinely, this guy is one of the biggest reasons why the conservative movement has taken off so much with the younger generation. Like, yeah,
No, for
I
sure.
don't
I
think-
love Tucker.
I
do a lot.
How about just
I really
square-
don't think he's a
safely over
CIA.
here in the upper right.
Yeah,
Right, maybe not quite Assange.
I really don't think that he's bought out yet, but I will look into that.
We'll put him there for now, just because we got to.
I don't know that he is either.
Where's Vivek, by the way? Why is
Aren't they
Vivek
all
on
probably?
here?
Ooh, I don't know. I don't think Vivek was even like no one knew who he was when I first made this game.
Oh, this is a few years old.
Not years, but like.
Okay.
I don't know. All right, I'm open to suggestions. We have time for probably like 2 more.
Tulsi. Let's do base.
Can't cuck the tuck.
Actually,
Bill Maher, not bad. King
Biden?
Charles.
Do we want to do Biden?
Alex Jones. We never did Candace Owens.
Let's do the 2 funniest on here. So Tucker.
Do Crowder.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a good
we're gonna have opinions
He
here.
lost his lawsuit against Gay Jared, I heard.
Did he?
He did, yeah.
Steven Crowder. And chat chime in. I will
Not
keep
gay,
an eye
Jared,
on
by
it.
the way. He's not gay.
Oh, yeah.
He's not gay, Jared. He's not.
Ooh, Trudeau would have been a good one. Sorry.
I love-
Tattoo autist. I see you. We'll come to Trudeau's.
I'm not gonna lie. I agree.
Oh, not
with,
Gay Jared. Yeah, that's right.
I agree with KB here. I really do enjoy Steven Crowder. However, there are some questions. Like
the footage with his wife is bad.
I think that I think because
Yeah,
of that he
I'm not going to
leans
judge a
immoral.
whole guy off of one off the cuff.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that for
I don't know.
I think for he's kind of in the middle when it comes to selflessness and selfish and immoral and moral, maybe leaning negative for both. But I think he tries to be at least mostly truthful with his reporting. So like kind of nearish Elon Musk, I guess. But like maybe a bit more to the left. I don't know. That's where I would put him.
A little more immoral or something like that?
Yeah, because he hit his wife.
Is that true? I don't know. I don't
it's-
watch that shit.
I mean, it's in court right now. I don't really know where it went. I probably shouldn't be saying that. Allegedly. There we go. Allegedly, he's in court, right?
Crowder is gay. I've heard that before a lot, actually.
He likes putting on dresses.
So
He was a child actor.
Oh.
I do know that too.
He was an Arthur. Yeah, he voiced Brain.
Oh
in
my
Arthur.
God.
Yeah.
Let's do Donkey next.
Wait, we're happy with this?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure. It's whatever.
AOC.
Yeah.
Let's do Donkey.
Who's Donkey?
AOC.
Below Kamala. Right below Kamala.
I don't
Why are
see,
you
I don't-
calling her donkey?
I don't see. Oh, right here.
Yep, because she looks like a donkey.
Oh.
She does look kind of.
So, do you guys believe that she's actually pregnant and she's keeping it under wraps because she's worried that her supporters will tell her to abort it?
Yes.
That would actually, it's crazy as it sounds, probably makes sense.
I think, as weird as this sounds, I think AOC's.
Oh, because it's like half white. That's why you're saying
I think AOC.
that they would tell her to abort.
No, just because they worship abortion.
Oh,
I
okay.
think AOC's the epitome of left-wing selflessness, but she's extremely immoral and extremely untruthful. So it is a weird combination where she falls. But I would say she tries to be selfless. She's just really stupid, and then she stands for immoral things.
Yeah. John, did you hear what Alex Stein tweeted about her recently?
I did not.
He said, the rumors are true. Yes. AOC is fathering Alex Stein Jr.
Oh no.
I did see that. Patrick Miller thinks AOC
I think
has
AOC has
a
a
big dick.
big dick. Oh, wow, that's wild.
Charles
Like
Dunn.
Michelle
'Cause it
Michelle
will be
Obama.
half ginger. Moloch demands blood. There you go. She's a puppet and retarded, selfless. Are you nuts? I actually kind of, Mike. I do kind of see what you say about selfless from like a left-wing standpoint.
Yeah,
because
she is extremely
there's-
selfless
Well,
for left.
she just is like, yeah, she gets steamrolled and makes a fool of herself all the time and just keeps
Yeah.
on going. I don't know.
But like again, she is the epitome of blissfully unaware, and that's immoral and untruthful.
Yeah, the thing with AOC and the squad in general is that I do believe that they are genuine compared to the other mainline Dems that use identity politics as sort of a mask or just a. They say it, but they don't really believe it.
Yep.
They, on the other hand, do believe it, and that's what makes them particularly dangerous.
By the way, my friend who would like never voted for Trump before this year, she was just texting me and she was like, "How we doing, Mike? I'm worried." So that shows you how committed she is to this vote. I'm very proud of her. I am very happy she ended up voting for Trump because she was an RFK girl.
At what point do we start like looking up some voting results and stuff like that? Not for quite a while.
No, we are not getting results until 8 in Pennsylvania.
Dude, they just called Alaska.
Are you being funny or?
Alaska's going to be literally the last state because of how big it is.
I'm doing too many things at once, and I can't. Like every time someone tells a sarcastic joke, I'm always like,
I mean, I was looking at
what's happening.
I was looking at some of the news, and there's someone being interviewed in Maine saying that Maine isn't going to be called probably not going to be called until next week. And
Yeah, they said
I don't
that
know if that's
beforehand.
true.
Like the Maine government said that.
Let's. Where do I have my? Oh, there it is.
Maricopa County as of 11 a.m. So another hour down there, and 41.57% for Republicans, 20% exactly, pretty much for Democrats, and 38% independent.
Terrible stream. What's going on here? Let's try to.
Their voting has been going on for 4 hours.
Theoretically possible. Very, very close friend of mine. You know, there's not a lot of people in your life that you remember where you were when you met them. And
I don't really care about any of this. I'm going to pause that again.
Boy, that looks dead. Milwaukee has been having turnout issues. The only big Democrat city in the big three that's been doing okay is Detroit, and even Detroit hasn't had great turnout. I heard that Philly's turnout is picking up a bit, but it's not what they need.
Before we get too far into serious commentary, this is a good natural break point. I got to set up Zoom here so we can get Zeb Boykin in here live via Zoom in about 10 minutes, starting right at 2 o'clock. So we are going to take a second break.
I believe in every word that comes out of her mouth.
Not that one, although it is fucking hilarious. I think I'm just going to kind of roll a generic 10-minute break here with some fun noises, and we will be back at 2 o'clock with Zeb Boykin via Zoom. We'll see you then. All righty, let's get Zeb pulled up on Zoom.
Are you on me?
I got you there. Your mic is hot, although you're not on screen yet. Let me get that set up.
No, you're good.
All righty, let's get Zeb pulled up. Oh man, I got to do that real quick. Hold on. Oh, that's a bit odd. Let me fix that here. Welcome, Zeb Boykin, on the split screen. Let me change the view to just you. There we go.
Oh, was it just me? What's up, chat?
What's going on, chat? Welcome, Zeb Boykin. I actually have a title card made up with your name and info on it, so let me see if I can't swap that out. But welcome, welcome. How is your election day going? I'm assuming you're in South Carolina and voting at home.
I'm trying to take it easy, man. But no, I went and voted. Probably, I didn't want to early vote, so I waited a little while. Voted about 11 o'clock. Wasn't busy at all. They said they had a lot more show up early this morning. So it's South Carolina. It's gonna go red. No news there, but I don't know. I'm excited. Live reporting from Florida looks good.
Good deal, man.
Early polls look good.
We wanted to hit you up with what I think is a good question. It was Jack Kentner's question, but he just had to run somewhere for these guys are all doing election duty off and on. So Mihai's still here with me. I think we can, yeah. How's it going, Zed? Oh, with the, you're number 2. Hold on. Go ahead.
How we doing?
What's up, dude?
Not much, dude. What is that? Is that Fort Sumter behind you on the wall?
No, that's the battery at Charleston.
Okay. But the question Jack had, which I think is a good one, Zeb, and I think you'd be a good guy to talk to about this and many other things. We have plenty of time. But what is going to happen? You double checking?
What do you mean, Fort Moultrie? Wow. Can't remember the name of it.
The question was, what's going to happen if Kamala wins? What are your thoughts?
I was going to ask you that question, dude.
I don't fucking know, man.
I'll show you what's going to happen. I'll pull this up when I send it to you real quick. What's going to happen is the same, well, at least what should happen. Let's say what should happen. The same people that showed up to vote this morning should show up, but not to vote anymore. I think there's a real divide in America, and this is the culmination of probably the last 75, 80 years.
Good point.
I don't know. I don't know what happens if she wins. I mean, we all know how she won if she does win, but do Donald Trump quotes.
Yeah.
I didn't lose.
Nice. I mean, are we gonna? So Kamala wins. It's I don't know, declared. We would assume in the next day or two or something like that. I mean, do we descend into immediate violence and things like that?
No, I definitely think there's going to be a weird period between now and January 20th. If she wins, I think it's going to be weird even if Trump wins. I think there's
it's almost the same question. I mean, what happens if Trump wins? Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah, so I mean, I just don't know. I mean, if Trump,
I'm not asking you to predict the future. If you had to take a guess,
I mean, neither side is going to recognize a loss. I mean, neither side has recognized a loss for the last 20 years, 24 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, we kind of know how that's going to go. The question of whether it's an unrecognized loss, what do you follow up with, right? Do we have riots in the streets?
My problem is, I think there's a strong possibility that whoever's declared the winner tonight by the media ends up not being the person inaugurated through whatever legal lawfare goes on from now till then.
This whole
if the Democrats win Congress, there's a good chance they don't certify the election.
Yeah, but I think if the Democrats win Congress, then Kamala wins. If Trump wins, the Republicans.
You're probably right there too. It's more of a nightmare scenario.
I think if it goes one way, it goes one way.
Mm-hmm.
But still, you still have a floating Congress between now and January 20th. I guess kind of to your point, even if Trump wins, we still have a very, very small lead in Congress. I mean, it's an elect seat until the 20th.
It just takes one John McCain.
It's certainly not over.
And there's plenty of them in there.
Yeah, no matter who wins, I don't think we're going to get any sort of final relief by the end of today, surely. I think everyone's not expecting to know anything by the end of
That's
today.
why, Zeb, what do you think about this? I told John he should not do a 24-hour stream, but a stream until we have a president.
I agree, dude.
Yeah,
I said we need to go till
You got to
January,
commit, dude.
January
You got to
1st.
commit.
He's not allowed to leave this room either. Like, I can come in and out. I'll bring him stuff, but he's not allowed to leave.
I'll be here on Thanksgiving
stream,
eating
2
some
a.m.
fucking turkey legs and
Racked out
shit.
behind camera.
Also, Chad, if you have any questions for Zeb, throw them out there. I'll try to keep an eye on them and pass them forward to Zeb. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. South Carolina is maybe we're both lucky and unlucky in Pennsylvania, and you were just up here not too long ago, which was a great time. But in fact, we got to get you back up here and see the studio a little bit more finished out. It's come a long way. But what is it like being in a state that is like you kind of already know what's going to happen? What's the vibe down there?
Well, South Carolina has early voting and primaries, which is exciting. And so we get a little bit of excitement there. I would prefer to live in a red South Carolina than a purple Pennsylvania.
Right, exactly, yeah.
I don't have a Fetterman senator, but I do have a Lindsey Graham senator. You know what I mean? So,
honestly, Fetterman might be more on our
there.
side these days than Lindsey Graham is.
Yeah. What is the
If he even knows what he is?
Well, yeah, that stroke did good for.
Like, are there people in South Carolina that like what is the deal with Lindsey Graham? Do people like him?
Boy, you're gonna get me in trouble, John.
Oh, so don't talk about
Dude,
it.
I
then.
think Lindsey Graham's beatable. I got a. I think I've talked about Rodney before. He's running for state senate here. I tried to get him to run against Lindsey. It's hard to run against Lindsey because you need more money than you need to run against Lindsey's seat. There's just so much money backing him that at a state level it's hard to beat somebody like that.
He's got powerful friends. You're saying?
Yes.
He's got an APAC guy?
Yeah. Well, he's just so ingrained, man. He's been there for so long. I mean, that's how those people are. I mean, why is Nancy Pelosi still in office?
Yeah,
she just has the power.
Mitch McConnell kind of thing. Another interesting thing about South Carolina was the whole Nikki Haley thing that went on for a little while. Are you guys pretty much over her? Has she been cast aside?
I mean, she's got some loyalists, man. You can't just cast somebody like that aside. She's such a big name that, like, again, Lindsey Graham, even if he wasn't in office, he would have so much pull that it's hard to deal with. Even in a rhino type scenario that Nikki is, it's just you can't just toss it because these people were tied to each other indefinitely.
Yeah.
I can't quite figure out that whole who Nikki Haley is working for. I mean, it's sometimes on the side of Lindsey Graham, sometimes not. She had this like brief. I mean, is she living there right now? I don't even know. Is she a?
I'm not sure, but I would say that Nikki Haley is probably one of the most ambitious political personalities there is, and maybe has ever been. I mean, she's like Napoleon mindset.
Who would you say more accurately represents the average South Carolinian? Nikki Haley or Lindsey Graham?
It's a tough question.
Well,
You're like
I mean, if I had to guess,
it's kind of a trick question.
That's a hard question. Lindsey's just so all over the place, man.
Mm-hmm.
At least Nikki's like halfway consistent. I would probably say Nikki Haley if I had to guess, but
interesting.
That's a
Nikki Haley is
You want a third option, yeah.
Is a Kamala only Republican. I see in the chat. Why are you so angry? Lindsey Grahamstein and Nikki Haley Burke. I do think that may be the faction that they serve, and I mean not trying to be weird or anything like that, but yeah, she's a globalist for sure. And Lindsey Graham has been spending a shit ton of time. You always see him over in Ukraine with Zelensky for some odd reason, quote unquote odd reason. I don't know. Are they the faces of some international cartel or something? Is that how they stay in power? Is it the ladybugs?
No, I just think once somebody, it's cheaper to keep somebody in office that you've already bought than to buy somebody new, which is why everybody in Congress is bought except for Massey.
Jack has just joined us again, but the question, Jack, we did ask him what will happen if Kamala wins, which we kind of realized is also the same question as what happens if Trump wins. I mean, okay. Yeah, let me go turn your microphone on. You switch chairs.
Yep.
I don't know. Let's just talk a little bit more about that in a general sense. So after tonight, and I know you're all guessing and I'm guessing and the chat is guessing, but it's interesting to think about. So, you can imagine whenever it is that we get some sort of announced official result, whether it's Trump or Kamala. I mean, I do say, I guess I should put myself on the hook here for my own opinion. So I think if Trump wins, that it's better for the country for the obvious reasons, but I also, let me back. Man, this is tough. I don't want to ask you what are you going to do if Kamala Harris wins, and I'm not going to say what I'm going to do if Kamala Harris wins, but I think there's a general consensus that if Kamala Harris wins, it was rigged.
Mm-hmm.
So he asked, I think it was actually a good question before we kind of went off the rails on this first topic here. He asked, what do you think you're going to see? Rioting? What's going to happen? I guess the question is, what is worst case scenario? Kamala wins by a thin margin.
That looks obviously fraudulent.
That it comes in the middle of the night or whatever, something similar to 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, if the same exact thing from 2020 happened, what would happen today?
She gets the most votes in presidential election history, something like that.
But I think it's almost more likely you see rioting if Trump wins without winning the popular vote.
I'm inclined to believe that the Trump winning will have this initial ridiculous BLM riot type shit, but Kamala winning will lead to none of that right at the beginning, and then you'll start to see
because it's gonna be confusing.
A true
You're not gonna know what's
insurgency.
happening.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be pretty done with it all if Kamala somehow pulls this off.
Well, if I'm able to give my 2 cents, if Kamala wins, honestly, she has a pretty radical platform. She's suggesting price controls, keeping the border just as is, which is unattended, just letting massive amounts of illegals flow through. But I think for the more what she's promising, it's probably not going to happen because it's probably not going to pass congressional approval. Her becoming president would still be bad. But it depends on how much congressional seats we win, because if we don't get a sufficient amount of people, then maybe it's something worth worrying about. But if we get a good amount of people in, then she has to pretty much be a lame duck president, I suppose. But I would be incredibly disappointed if Trump loses, because he seems to have gotten a lot of better people on his staff compared to the neocons he had previously. J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, they're very much tech bros, or pretty much that can appeal to more of the college educated, which is something that the Trump movement has been not really winning over. There are plenty of smart guys in our circle. Don't get me wrong, but there seems to be this class or cultural disdain, or just something keeping a lot of people who would otherwise be voting for Trump from joining us. And I think they are able to just get rid of that stigma surrounding him.
What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if her policies really matter that much. And I know you kind of hinted at they not even going through Congress, but I don't know how we stay together as a cohesive nation after that. I mean, I just don't see how we make it another 4 years. I know people say that, and I'm not calling for a civil war or anything.
Right? No, yeah, I hear you.
I'm pointing out what you see around.
Same boat, same thought. Yeah, sorry.
People aren't going to simply put up with it. I mean, you'll see anarchy, regional anarchy, start to rise up.
That's why I think you'll probably see another Chaz Chop situation, except all across the country in major cities. Sort of autonomous zones popping up.
So like there'll be this sort of kindergarten cartoon version of an insurrection, but
Yeah, and they'll all have a public garden that doesn't grow anything.
growing some plants on like an inch of soil.
I don't know if y'all have heard of like the Greater Idaho Project and some of that stuff out there where you've had full counties like try to secede from the state. You know, I wouldn't doubt counties trying to secede from states and then states trying to secede from the nation, from the country. So I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I wouldn't put it off the table. I mean, the entire Civil War was, I mean, the whole South seceded for basically states' rights, which is what's gonna be, well, it's already imposed upon right now, but even worse if a Harris campaign kicks off.
Yeah, so Zeb, let me ask you, do you foresee a lot of mass civil disobedience across the states? Like say there's a gun control measure, like an unrealistic gun control measure that gets passed, and the cops are like, if we go through with this, people are just going to shoot at us, so we're not going to enforce it. Like, do you view something like that happening on a mass scale?
I don't know about local cops, but I'm you know, I got a couple guys at the federal level, marshals notably, that said they would not enforce or serve warrants for what they say would be violations of Second Amendment. So,
Interesting.
you know, the question at that point is then the guys at the, you know, mid to low level at the federal level, are they willing to stand up against the tyranny at the top? And I think a lot of those guys, the answer is yes. It would have to be a collective, though, just like anything ever is. I mean, this idea of like radical individualism is the reason we've lost so much.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, and I'm no ACAB guy by any means. Having a police force is an important institution, of course, but like I look at places like the UK where they enforce just these draconian laws, like specifically like for speech. Like people come and arrest you just for posting something mean on Facebook. It's just like, who cares over here? But like over there, like you can face several months to years in prison for posting something. So it just comes down to like having the right people in these institutions.
I'm gonna see if I can.
I haven't really thought about the possibility of states seceding. I don't. That's not the path I've seen it going down. I've seen more just mass anarchy across the country, following along the same lines of those Chaz Chop.
Well,
But this is all given Trump wins. I think your perspective is more that Trump loses.
Well, state seceding is an inevitability in an anarchy. Those that have been elected at state level, whether that's governor, senate, House reps, are going to be pressured by their populace that have elected them to do it. So at some point, it doesn't have to be 50%, but a significant portion.
No, most definitely not. Yeah,
will force someone's hand.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense to me actually. I just hadn't thought about it that way.
How about this?
And then inevitably states will pair with each other, and you'll probably see something like a 5-region America. If that were to happen, I'm not saying it is. I'm not even advocating for it. I'm just saying that that's the most likely scenario if you have Kamala on January 20th.
Pennsylvania would be brutal in that scenario. Absolutely brutal to be in. Because there would be so many different subcultures with MPA trying to vie for different, I don't know, positioning in whatever branch or whatever group we want to join.
Across the country.
Huh?
I mean, it would be like that across the country. I think PA is.
I think PA is just like a microcosm of the problem at a whole.
That
makes sense.
I got a what is this election, Zeb, and for anyone else that wants it, what is it really about? Okay, so like we say Kamala wins, Trump wins, but it's obviously not really about either of them. And you talk about sort of, I'm trying to get you here in our group chat here, Zeb, but like, you know, groups or people forming around similar ideals. Like, I mean, one that seems pretty clear based on voting numbers is there's almost a male versus female thing going on. Is it about that? Is it about religion? Is it about culture? You know, I don't know. So let me shrink you down here, Zeb. Sorry. But
I mean, the answer is yes. I would say it's not. I would, a lot of people like to harp on policy, and I don't think that is really an issue. I mean, a Trump vote is voting for the messenger, right? They're trying to send a message to whoever, or an anti-establishment. Got me floating around all over the screen. But
I know. Sorry, I think you're in place now.
Yeah, you look good. What is it about? I mean, it's essentially throwing tea into the harbor. People are just fed up.
I
with
like
it.
that.
And a Trump vote is a proxy version of it. Which the tweet I sent you basically says, let's see.
Let me pull that up.
It's a short, really short video. You don't have to pull it up, but it's a short video of like 6 o'clock this morning with just like middle-aged to slightly older dudes like lined up, and it's a stupid long line. And it says, "When you see these long lines of men showing up bodily to back Trump, remember that this is also military muster. Voting is simply the preferred option, right?" So that's all it is. It's essentially a game of warfare, and we prefer not to kill each other.
Right.
Silent B in the chat says rural versus urban. Is there any truth to that? Like rural, country folk, and then the people in the cities. Definitely different cultures.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a correlation there, but I don't think it's a causation.
Well,
I think those that are liberal-minded
I like that.
seek the cities, and those that aren't seek.
That's not the fundamental issue.
I do think, though, if you look at the breakdown of collapse of America on a map, it would turn out to be urban versus rural. Obviously, for that reason, I agree with what you just said. But because of that, I don't think there's a scenario where the left could ever win a civil war. Not because of anything to do with guns, even though we have a lot more guns. We like to talk about that. Everything to do with we control the entire food supply, and they don't even know where the food comes from.
They could. They could if they could get enough control of the military, which I think they're working on. They definitely could. The question is, at what level do those?
I don't know.
Our
military is not very good at fighting
guns on
guerrilla
civilians.
warfare.
To Mihai's point, maybe, and I find this interesting, I think the one advantage the left has held for decades is they've been far more organized to the point where they literally have whole professional, paid, full-time jobs called organizers. And I think Obama started in something like that. Not that we don't have something similar, but that seems to have changed. I think for the first time in my life that I can remember, the left seems disorganized. And a big part of that is Israel-Palestine has been a disorganizing, entropic force for them, kind of tearing them down a divide. And then you have
online spaces. Like that's another area.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Maximum Midwest said traditional American values versus worldview and inclusion, maybe. I guess speaking on like a multiculturalism, globalist. I would say yes, but there's not a clear divide there. I think even those that want a kind of a globalist
Yeah, I mean, is
idea
it
would still
nationalist
vote for Trump
globalist?
simply based on self-preference preservation.
There is this sort of, I mean, maybe that's the fundamental part of, there's that famous picture, I'll try to find it, I probably won't, but with, it's the two concentric circles, and the conservatives are centered around the middle, and then liberals are focused on...
The heat map circles.
Heat map, circles, things like that, shapes. There may be, is there a fundamental, are there two kinds of people on this planet, or at least in this country, and you have the inwardly focused people, which I would say are the conservatives that prefer their own in-group, that prefer similar cultures, and then you have this outwardly focused, I love Mexican immigrants because they make great food. It's usually some kind of stupid fucking reason, but... And I honestly think the latter position is not a great one for survival over long periods of time. It's kind of like the whole, again, not having a cell membrane. Harpoon 173, look at the political map of Washington State. I'll try to pull that up here, but I think the...
Have you seen the one of Florida yet? I mean, Miami's red right now.
Ooh, interesting. All right, let me see what are this.
Florida has live results too. Let me just read this one tweet to you real quick, and it says... even if Democrats lose, they will get lower prices, safer neighborhoods, and the possibility of ending income tax, ending tax on Social Security, ending tax on tips. If Republicans lose, we get nothing of value except access to women's gyms, shower rooms. If you wear a wig and women's clothing, totally asymmetrical risk reward, right? And I think that's kind of the core of it. Is the people that vote Democrat win either way. They either get free stuff or they get better economy and standard of living.
Yeah, that's a great point, and I would say my view of this election is more of a more of a populistic view, where you have establishment versus reformers or people who are attempting to reform it.
I don't disagree, but the problem is there's no scenario in which the people you're talking about are going to view it that way when Trump wins. They're going to lose their mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
he's Hitler to them. It's not that they call him Hitler now. Like, he is Hitler to them.
Yes, and that's something that needs to be just controlled. Like, it's a symptom of just our cultural like bubbles. Essentially, if you're in Portland, Oregon, everything is super far left to you. Like, that's just normalized. That's just normalized to you. And when you're outside of that bubble, everything just seems so alien.
When you're in Nebraska, you're just a normal person.
Mm-hmm. There's a great question from Maximum Midwest, as was pointed out by Amber Lance. Thank you both. Moonchild, quickly, one of our longtime moderators in the Gilded Studio, looks great. Thank you, Moonchild. Bluntman, globalists are the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And Silent B, that is global communism. Yeah, I mean, or like, is this?
John got the studio all set up and everything after I left.
Yeah, right after you were here. It was all concrete and shit when you were here.
Right. A lot more echo back then too.
Yeah, so there's finally some shit on the walls. It's not echoing, which reminds me, I got to pick up those panels and the acoustic panels. I still haven't hung those up yet.
What do you mean pick them up?
You know why I'm looking at you. You were taking your truck.
Where are they?
In the warehouse.
Oh,
yeah. Well, here's another question to you guys. We obviously we are worried that if Kamala gets into power, things are going to get much worse. But what about the possibility of things getting worse under Trump? Not even necessarily because of anything he does, but because the forces that be that still run the various institutions.
Yeah, I don't think
will they make things worse? Will they
Yes.
Will they exaggerate problems? Will they still keep on calling him Hitler?
I can't see how there would possibly be a peaceful transition of power. Like, these people are not going down easily. I think they'll burn down everything that exists before they'll let themselves be caught.
Yeah.
And that I mean, that's, I guess, a genuine concern of mine. It's hard to say how much actual power they have. I mean, I think they kind of give commands that roll downhill, and what I like to think will happen is they'll definitely give those commands, burn it all down, but as it goes down the chain, you eventually will hit either someone that's fucking stupid or is, smart enough to understand the long-term consequences, or just realizes, hey, that might be good for the guy that gave the command, but that's not really so great for me and my wife and my kids and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I'm getting at with this weird new, I don't think it's weird. I'm amazed it didn't happen sooner, but it's certainly newish, is the disorganization of the left. If you can remember when Barack Obama first became president, that was one of the most well-oiled political machines probably since Tammany Hall. It pretty much was Tammany Hall. And I just don't see that anymore. So I don't know. I think the button to nuke everything will indeed be pushed, but a lot of stuff has to happen downstream for that. I'm using nuke as a metaphor, not literally nuking everything. I think that's
we have to specify now.
Yeah, right. I think that's what I hope will happen. I think Trump will win. I think the losers will press the blow everything up button. I think that'll trickle down a series of commands and just sort of peter out.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take. Feel free to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has to happen, before we see any kind of recovery. I mean, the reflection of the stock market increase isn't going to change the local effects on local communities. And Trump can't fix it in 4 years. I think everybody understands that. The question is, how long can we hold on before we see another Kamala or whoever comes after?
When I say
Shapiro.
press the nuke button, like, here's one specific example of that to clarify, like crash the stock market. I think that will happen if Trump wins, and because I think it's all fake. And I think that
You think the stock market?
It is all fake.
You think the
it's
stock
all
market
held
will-
up by 401ks?
Think it will crash if Trump wins?
I think. Well, I mean, so
I think
who
we'll go
and
to the
what
moon.
exactly? You think so?
Yeah, just because businesses will look at that in a positive way.
I mean, what will
They've
the
seen-
Federal Reserve do? What will happen to inflation? Like, these are all weapons that.
Well, I mean, in the past 4 years under him, they did a pretty good job, actually.
I'm just saying, is this election seems to me to be a very obvious question of, like, if Trump wins, then people who have had power, families that have had power for a long, long time, lose it, and it's all they've ever known.
You talking about the Rothschilds again, John?
I mean, not necessarily not talking about them, or the Empire of England, whatever you want to believe that to be, the globalists, right, and who and whatever they happen to be. But so there, I do believe in a general sense, without being specific, that there is a group of people who often fight amongst themselves, but on a wider scale, have basically captured most of the planet, the economy, the culture, all. I mean, they understood how to do it, why it was important, how to go about it. And so you have all these institutions that are otherwise decent institutions, but I mean, take Penn State, where we're at. How many people would it take to take over Penn State violently? A shit ton versus, ideologically. Not very many, and a lot less time. You need just a few people in key positions of power and things like that. And so you have these people in these key positions, and their faction loses this war to Trump or Peter Thiel or Elon Musk or whoever you wanted to believe it to be. They're going to order all these stupid decisions. Like, they're going to try to burn down all the institutions they're in control of. And in my opinion, the question is, like, are people going to follow those orders?
Yeah.
I don't think it matters. I think all the systems are tied together, and if one system falls, they all fall. And I kind of laid out my position on this on my podcast, but basically, it's a domino system. If one falls, they all fall. But to your point on the stock market, it's like it is fake and gay. I mean, look at GameStop. It's I mean, they've been floating GameStop for 3 years just because they don't want to tank $360 billion, trillion, whatever amount they have in there that they've shorted it. And so you have firms like Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street that essentially own every company on the stock market, and they have control of everything through what would be essentially 401ks. From retired boomers, or soon to be retired boomers. So they can manipulate the market any way they wish, and if they want to tank the market, it goes. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it.
I tend to agree. Yeah, like that's out of our control. That's probably the most. I think that's their biggest ace in the hole that they have, is the control over the money and the Federal Reserve and things like that.
I don't disagree. I don't know that. But I feel like BlackRock looks at Trump as probably as good business, more so, even if they're backing Kamala because they get her to do whatever they want. Trump's not necessarily bad for them. I'm more concerned with the mass amounts of federal agents that Trump has said he's going to fire and what they do in the time between now and inauguration.
Is it about money?
How many people does it take to take over Penn State? 22. Ohio State did it just last weekend. Now that really the real thing is that it takes one idiot to lose Penn State.
Yeah, it does.
James Franklin.
well, that brings up another good topic, which is this far into the game. How far, what do you think it takes for someone or a group of people to change their minds? Because I joked about this, but do you think it's possible that people like Penn Staters will be so mad over last week's loss that they'll look at Vance and say, "Fuck this guy. He's from Ohio. I'm voting for the other ticket because they're not from Ohio." Like, I can honestly see a couple of people doing that, because if you don't care about politics and you care about football more, you can make those sort of low IQ, irrational decisions. And it's not just that. It's just like some other things, like the Puerto Rico joke. Maybe if you look at the squirrel controversy, peanut butter the squirrel. Like, do you think people look at that and say, I'm going to vote this way because I saw this story. Like, what do you think impacts people's decisions this late into the game?
I don't think anybody's decisions have been impacted in like the last week or so. I mean, even with endorsements like Joe Rogan, you know, Trump's been around for going on 13, 14 years now, just in the political sphere, not to mention a personality on TV. And so anybody that hadn't made a decision before the last couple of weeks isn't going to change their mind because of the squirrel. But it does make for good memes, and I like laughing. So that's always fun. I don't know.
Did you see the one where there was like, it's okay, they persecuted me too?
And it's Harambe?
No, and normally it's Jesus like with his hands on Trump, but this time it was the squirrel with his hands around Trump.
Just quickly, if you were watching on Rumble, you've probably figured out by now it has gone down again. Somehow, miraculously, it came back. So I'm as long as it's not slowing anything else down, I'm inclined to just let it go and see what happens. But if you're somehow able to see this, Pilled is working great. I know nobody likes to use YouTube that uses Rumble, but YouTube seems to be holding up all right. And X, other than its weird chat thing, which I think is actually caused by Rumble, I'm realizing when it keeps doing exactly what it's doing right now, throwing up a bunch of X chats. So anyway, I'll try to get Rumble figured out here. But Zeb Boykin, got another 25 minutes or so to go with you. Zeb has a channel, the Touch Grass Podcast. Let me pull that up real quick. Right there.
I'll try.
And no, man, it's pretty good. You were up here. We did an interview. There we go.
Definitely go watch the one with John. I thought it was good.
Yeah, lots of talk about monkeys.
Oh man, there I am.
Yeah, John needs to do more monkey videos. I know he don't want to be the monkey man, but
and it wasn't random.
Everybody likes the monkey shit, man.
Everybody likes the monkey shit.
But this was Zeb up here in State College not too long ago for the Destiny Doyle debate, which was a good time. But we went out to this is Spring Creek Park. I'm trying to find one where we're both in the picture. Right there. Nope. Whatever. It's an hour long. I'm not gonna play anything now. Chimps, Cheating, and Civilization. John Ward on the Touch Grass Podcast. Zeb ZEB Boykin BOYKIN on YouTube.
Does he talk about Mo Juice in that podcast?
Thank you.
Probably.
For the plug.
I probably do.
No, John mentions Mo Juice. Thanks for the plug.
Mo Juice, baby.
If anybody's in the Carolinas and wants to come on, the open invite, just
there you go.
Find me on Eggs. Just don't read my Twitter feed.
I think you're gonna be somebody. I mean, I think you already are somebody, Zeb. But I think you're gonna be somebody in this weird fucking Wild West world that's getting carved out on the internet.
I'm gonna hit it a little bit harder after the first.
Yes, it's been a while. This has been a nuts time of the year and all that. So all these guys are busy as shit. I'm busy, but I don't know. So the studio finally happened. Things are happening. People are seeing the money people, we call them. The powerful old Republicans are suddenly seeing the value in things like this. That's in a lot of part thanks to people like Joe Rogan and stuff like that. So, but it'll be interesting, assuming we can avoid burning it all down. It'll be interesting to see what it becomes. And it's this time, back to a question for you, Zeb. It seems like we live in a world now where there's really nowhere left to go. There was a time where we could have hopped on some boat and seen what islands or continents were still out there, but there really isn't. And I think that adds a unique...
Yeah, I've made this point before. I think you mentioned it with me too, but I would agree. And I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, could we not just go to Australia and reconquer it and basically start over?
I mean, that's not like there's I think a number of places that you can do things like that at, but sooner or later, the big.
It's either that or just use it as a prison island.
Yeah, it's like taking the grill pill. Like,
Remember when
you can wish you can just grill by yourself, but at the end of the day, someone's not going to let you grill.
Go ahead, Mia.
Yeah, but if we could create a Australia.
I just think, Zeb, if you were successful in that, then it would very quickly turn into South Africa 2.0, where the globalists all swoop in and are like, can't have this kind of nation state going on.
Remember when Trump was talking about buying Greenland?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'd at least get 200 years out of it.
I mean, I guess that's a fair point, right? So nothing lasts
180.
forever. It's certainly worth giving. I mean, trying. Maybe we'll all turn into the sea peoples and we'll have like a Bronze Age collapse sort of thing going on. I mean, I don't see that being wildly out of the realm of possibility if complex systems don't survive the competency crisis, as that article going around says, which I don't think it will. I think even if, and here's a really tricky and interesting question. What happens if Trump wins? What happens 4 years from now?
In the MAGA movement, is that what you're asking?
Like, well, once
Chad's
Trump
yelling
is
at
going
me
to be
about Echo too.
Say that again.
Chad's yelling at me about Echo.
We got you echoing. Hold on.
Might be
let me know when.
It might be the TV in the back.
There is a TV playing in the back. No, you're muted. Let me go to your advanced audio properties and Zoom.
What a world without a cigarette.
No, it really shouldn't be echoing. Actually, let me.
All right. Anyway, Chad can deal with it. What does it look like in 4 years? I'm assuming we're talking about MAGA or American First.
Well, yeah, just like there. Well, who replaces the gigantic power vacuum that will be left by Trump?
Only Echoes when I'm in full screen. I guess just don't put me in full screen.
Oh, I know why that
DeSantis
is.
stays in Florida. Whoever suggests that.
I can actually fix
Moonchild.
that.
No, DeSantis is done on a national level, I think. The answer should be Vance, and I think that is the answer.
I agree.
You know, I wasn't a huge fan of Vance at first announcement, but like 2 weeks in, he started, I don't know what happened to him, but he started clicking a little bit better. I think he is the future of America First, as much as some people might not like it. And then beyond that, I think, I don't know, it seems to me like they're grooming Barron to kind of take over whenever he can.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I'm not opposed to, at least from what I can see from the
Is
outside.
that what's
I mean,
happening, or is Barron grooming them to be his subjects?
What is it?
I don't know. Apparently, he's running the entire campaign.
I think
from what
he's
I can
really
tell, too,
fucking
so.
smart, dude. So Shkreli was just up here at Penn State. Martin Shkreli, the Pharma Bro guy, and I don't know how much anybody caught of this, but Barron Trump in some way almost scammed Martin Shkreli on this whole crypto thing, and Shkreli's so angry about it he can barely bring himself to talk about it. But you can go to his. He got conned, and I think that was probably like an inside. Like I think the whole benefit for Barron was not even money. It was just laughing at conning a guy that cons other people or something. He Robin Hooded his ass with crypto. I don't even really understand fully how.
Yeah, if you saw it, Milo himself barely let him talk.
So, Shkreli?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so I think Barron Trump is, I mean, again, speculating, but I think he might be a genius, like a true one.
Well, it appears that way, along with being like 7 foot tall.
He's literally.
Like, what is this dude?
He's like made in a lab
Just mod
somewhere or
people.
something. Yeah, supermodel mom and his dad's president, and it's just like, yo. How do you think Eric and Don Jr. are feeling about all that? Is this going to be like one of those jealous Roman families where like one of his brothers tries to take him out?
I mean, I wouldn't think so. I mean, Don Jr. has his lane that he plays. You know, Eric's a little bit more, I don't know, behind the scenes, it seems like. But, you know, I don't think there would be a jealousy there. I mean, maybe for jealousy for a couple inches on height, but.
Well, yes, because how old is Barron now?
He's like a 18.
He's like 6'10".
Yeah, and Eric
he just started college.
Like that.
Eric's 6'5", I think, and so like imagine being 6'5", running the Trump company, and you're whatever in your 40s or whatever, and then your 18-year-old half brother is fucking 5 inches taller than you, and probably smarter. Yeah, that'd be pretty brutal.
Well, you haven't seen any pictures of Trump and Barron beside each other lately, and I think that's why.
Because he's gotten so huge.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's not short. He's not a small dude.
No, he was. Yeah, you could see him at the rally we went to in State
He just
College.
dwarfs people, man. I mean, 6'10" is insane.
And yeah,
I mean that's NBA like center size.
This is not a real person. Maybe Barron Trump is confirmation that we are in the Matrix, because shit like that just doesn't happen.
Maybe he's the rising of Gilgamesh.
I thought you were gonna say the Dune thing, whatever that fucking that shit was before they made it into a Hollywood piece of crap or whatever.
Yeah. But anyway, you know, I think the MAGA movement in America First kind of moves more towards a very, very nationalistic and even explicitly Christian direction.
Who do you think?
I think that's the only way to go. I think if Trump wins, the Overton window gets shifted significantly.
You're making James Lindsay sweat right now.
Yeah, James Lindsay can. Yeah.
Excluding
Keep
Baron
with
Trump
that.
being the true God Emperor of planet Earth, excluding him, who might take the reins next of the Republican Party?
Well, yeah. I mean, you still got a little while. I mean, you got Vance.
Vance, you think?
And then.
Ideally,
I don't know, man.
Well, like I mean, what I'm getting at, do you think Elon Musk is going to become that directly political? He's certainly.
I can't imagine so. I mean, he's too busy playing Diablo.
I mean,
I saw that.
With him, I hope that he just he establishes or just gives Republicans the opportunity because he's given them so much already. Like with X, like he's given them a more freer platform so that they can voice their thoughts and organize. And he is very much, despite the fact that leftists hate him now, he's very much still a iconic figure because of SpaceX and Tesla. Yeah, so I'm hoping that he can make the party more popular again.
That is a good point.
Are you saying
Musk can't run for president?
Yeah, I was about to say. Are you saying that he will run?
Well,
not necessarily president, but like, you know, there's
like shape their worldview.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like is Obama running for president? Not really.
But his clutch, he's still pulling the strings.
Well, I mean, not that people don't get, but like Trump is such a force in the true sense of that. Like, there's nobody else like him, and there's certainly not one single person except maybe Barron in whatever. But like, I'm not like blackpilling or concern trolling or saying this is something we need to even remotely worry about right now. I just find it interesting from like a Game of Thrones perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. Trump is definitely unique, but to Vance's credit, and like I said, you know, kind of excluding the first 2 weeks and prior to the nomination of vice president, I mean, he's been playing ball with the media very well on a much greater intellectual level than the hosts are. I mean, rallies aren't his thing, but debates and media appearance is. And I think going forward, you know, if you see Vance on Trump or Vance on Joe Rogan or Theo Von podcast or whatever other podcasts that they've done, it's like that's the future. If you can't hold a 3-hour conversation as a regular dude with regular dudes, like there is no future for you in politics at that level.
So then what about Vivek?
I'm not a fan of Vivek. I think he's a parrot that understands how to play the game.
I mean, there was a minute there where
I agree with what he says.
Right.
But that's not the issue.
Well, I think you're not the only one that came to that conclusion. So it was kind of up in the air briefly, or it appeared to be, between Vivek and J.D. Vance, or who would be Trump's VP. That wasn't that long ago, and I think the extremely smart and savage people that look at that sort of thing made the decision for J.D. Vance, and I think there's a reason for that, beyond just, you know, what group of voters they appeal to because of the color of their skin or anything like that. And I really actually did not like J.D. Vance very much.
I know you do, Maxwell. She said I disagree. I know. I don't dislike Vivek. I think he's right on a lot of what he says. I just think he is very parroted. He's extremely intelligent, obviously, but it doesn't take much to say the right things. And I think that's a lot of what he does, along with the nepotism that comes along. I think he's very.
Well, and then there was this whole floated Vivek for governor of Ohio and things like that, which that's a huge win for your average person that's a politician, but for him it almost seems like a consolation prize. It's like, go ahead and good job, go be governor of Ohio, but like maybe that's all the higher he ever rises.
Yeah, Vivek will never be president.
I kind of agree.
He can't. He just can't. I mean, he can't win the evangelical vote. You just can't.
Well, see, I think beyond that, though, I think J.D. Vance clearly, I don't know what it is, but he seems to be able to
He's
do
on the right
something.
side of Twitter. That's what it is.
J.D. seems to be able to do things that Vivek can't do. And, like, there are things that happen in private that maybe we don't even see. My one suspicion is that he's gay and it's part of this whole gay mafia thing. I mean, I know...
Who? Which one are you talking about?
J.D. Vance. So J.D. Vance via Peter Thiel, that kind of thing. NASA, real quick. My ex-wife wants Candace Owens to run next.
Why do you care about what your ex-wife wants?
I think that's why he has the smiley face.
Maybe that's why it's an ex.
Candace Owens is actually, with a little bit of creative connecting the dots, is not dissimilar from Vivek. I see them ending up in similar positions someday. But not president.
Yeah, but Vivek hasn't made enough enemies yet.
Yeah.
I mean, Candace has made enemies of her own side.
Yeah. Here's a name that hasn't been dropped yet. Ron DeSantis. I know that he's gone on a lot of people's nerves in the primary.
Fucking guy.
I think he's done as far as presidential hopes. He's just not a very good speaker, also.
It's
So
gonna
if
be.
you
I
put
mean,
him on stage with someone like J.D. Vance on a primary. J.D. Vance walked the floor.
Honestly, he didn't bother me as much. It's his online fan base that really bothered me, because they were saying that if he doesn't get the nomination, it's done. Don't vote for Trump. Write in DeSantis. I've even seen some idiots like write in DeSantis. You're just throwing your vote away. I don't get it.
Yeah, Vance has definitely done. I mean, not Vance. DeSantis has definitely done on a presidential run. From my understanding, or at least from what I could see, his wife ran his presidential campaign and kind of pushed him to that. Obviously, too early. I think he could have had a place as a VP if he didn't run, or even a presidential run later on in 2028, 32. But he getting on the stage with Trump and kind of going head to head without being ready for it kind of destroyed his hopes at a presidency. Yeah. But I think his wife was definitely behind that. She's definitely the ambition.
This is actually an interesting point from Fart Sausage. Great name, but Tucker Carlson.
No, he's not going to be a presidential nominee.
I wouldn't be so certain in that.
I wouldn't either.
He doesn't have the national appeal. Like, people hate his guts.
He's too partisan or whatever. Like Jon Stewart running for president.
That.
Yeah, I don't.
I think Tucker's too populist, if that makes sense.
But think about what you just said about where you think the Republican Party's going.
But there are certain types of populism, though.
We're all guessing.
Yeah,
we're throwing shit at the wall. One of us can be right.
Everybody in Trump's campaign, except for him and Vance, are populist.
How about this as a final
Tulsi
question?
Gabbard, RFK, Elon,
Tucker.
You name it. He's got an all-star cast, and they're all populist.
He does.
Headed up by Trump, and I think that's the future. Whoever can be a partisan and pull that populist vote, but you'll never have a populist run it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Tucker serves a vital role as he currently is, as just someone who calls out the bullshit.
So is he more of a Vivek category? Vivek? Did I throw an extra "iv" in there? Vivek. But anyways, is Tucker gonna remain like the talking head, the verbal warrior of the, he's like the modern, whatever you fucking call it.
That's his place.
Don't
that's where he's
fucking
been his entire life. That's where he's
turn
gonna
his
stay.
camera off, Mihai, if you look at me like that.
I mean, it seems so, because even after getting kicked off of Fox News, he still has a major platform. Like, his audience follows him. Like, I believe he's he's ranking number 1 or consistently high in podcast ranking. So again, I think that's a pretty good place for him.
My final question for you, Zeb,
Tucker Carlson Network.
Sorry.
Say again.
My final question for you was going to be: do you have any predictions on, if Trump wins and Kamala loses, who will be the next Democrat nominee for president?
Dude, I don't know how they let Kamala make it to it.
I don't either.
They didn't.
Fucking nuts.
They didn't have anyone else run. They didn't have anyone else run.
It's almost like they're testing us to see how stupid we really are.
Dread Clown quickly.
As soon as
Candace
they
Cruz
announced
started making
Kamala
South Park troll
after
face.
the joke. Go ahead.
No, I was just reading the super chat. Thank you, Dread Clown. Go ahead, Zeb.
Yeah, as soon as they announced Kamala, well, she was obviously hated, and they announced her, and then there was this big push of popularity that was AstroTurf. It's like, I don't know how they let her make it to the election. Like they knew she was going to lose, or at least make it more difficult for them to win.
This is what I mean about that weird new disorganization that I haven't seen on the left.
Question, I have absolutely no clue. I mean, you have Joe Biden that's probably voting for Trump today. So
yeah, I mean,
does he retain power, half power in the Democratic Party?
They had him on stage earlier. I saw it on the TV. I was wondering if you think he thinks he's running for president today. Like, you think this election is like his? Like, he's up there on stage going like, "You vote for me,"
or "You ain't black. You're garbage."
I hate to cut it off right before 3, but Zeb, I got another guest coming in. I got to get set up here for. But you are going to be around all day, and we're going 24 hours. Any chance we can get you back on the stream some point later tonight?
Oh yeah. Just shoot me a text.
Yeah, you don't got to tell me right now.
I'll be here.
Sweet.
Yep.
All right. Again, Zeb Boykin, South Carolina. You can find him on YouTube at Zeb Boykin. His podcast is Touch Grass. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
Zeb. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you
Take
again.
it easy, man.
Yep. See y'all later.
Yeah.
And I believe he can bump out of there without me shutting down the meeting, or maybe there he goes. Since
now we see two Johns.
Now I'm on here twice.
Yeah,
all right, so we are going to take another short break as soon as I can. Thank you, friend. I need to apparently got a lot brighter outside. So let me go over to my ad break here, and we'll leave this one on again. I know it's a boring one, but we'll be back in less than 10 minutes this time with our next guest. We'll see you then. righty. Let me get set up here quickly. And then we'll bring on, we're going to have, oh, that's right. Need to send him the link. But our first guest is going to be a longtime chatter and doing music, original music and covers for our show, Lord of the Ree. And if you're listening, I will admit you in 1 second. But we're also going to be joined by William Maines, our artist. So we got our two artist guys on here. Let me send him the link as soon as I can fucking copy it. And then I was going to say, after that, we might take like something of a semi-extended 30-minute break, and I'm going to eat some food, and then we'll get back to it. So give me 1 second to remember where there we go. Copy. And paste. All right, so William Maines, if you just got that, come on in. Lord of the Ree, you're going to be appearing any second now. What's going on, man? Can you hear me okay? Maybe?
I can hear you.
Oh, there we go. I hear you now. Let me.
Cool. I muted the stream, so.
Lord of the Ree, welcome. And William Maines, our artist, I'm going to just bring him in as well. And
Let's go.
As soon as he joins, you guys should both be on full screen. And I think what I'm going to do, what's up? And I'm going to do everybody here, show self. And we'll do it like that for right now. The young guys are all out on their election day duties. So you two gentlemen, welcome. It's good to have you both. Lord of the Ree, since I had you scheduled first. Oh, and Mihai's coming back apparently. So look at that. So
there we go.
MAGA hat looking great. You got your guitars on the wall. Look at that. So you have cooked up.
I got this shirt made too. Got this little.
Nice. And I see it
on the back.
I'm noticing the top of William's shirt as well. Nice.
Let's go.
Straight from Dodger, who will be another visual artist joining us at, I think, 7 o'clock. But it's awesome to have you guys. It's cool that we're able to do something like this. You have both been waiting on me for like months and months and months to get my shit together and finish this fucking studio. So,
can you guys hear me?
Yeah. You sound,
hear you.
You're good.
Okay, awesome.
But quickly, Lord of the Ree, so I had let you know that I was really interested in some Hank Williams songs whose music, not recordings, but music had entered the public domain, and you were kind enough to record your own original versions of them a number of times, and that was fucking awesome to see. I'm sorry I don't have the finished product of that to show you yet. But
I'm excited for it to be ready, whenever it is. That's cool. It was fun to do. So
yeah, and you knocked it out quickly and excellently. So how did you get into music? And I find it interesting, artists that are on the right or conservative or at least pro-Trump. Give me a little bit whatever you're willing to share of your life story and journey.
When I was really young, about probably 12 years old or so, I was like, oh, that's the age when you start skateboarding, playing guitar, all that stuff, or you do math.
What?
So I was like, I want to play guitar. Math, not meth. Well, I guess it depends on where you live. But
those were your two choices: math genius or skateboarding.
Pretty much. So I kind of straddled that line until it became impossible, and I was just like, nerds. So I started playing guitar more, and then started playing guitar in church, that kind of thing. So that's how I kind of knew that Hank Williams song already.
Mm-hmm.
So I think playing guitar in church, having a reason to keep doing it, kind of helped me keep doing that. And then as I grew older, I was like, well, this is just, more of my creative thing. So kind of an outlet as well.
It's actually an interesting connect. So musicians very much are mathematicians who like to party and have fun.
In a way.
Yeah, there's some overlap there.
Especially if you're trying to play Hank Williams, because some of his timing is weird as shit.
I noticed you found that out the same way I did. That's why I was like, can somebody else do this shit? This is, I don't understand what's going on here. So not nearly the caliber of musician you are, but I don't want to dox you by accident. Are you able to share like where you're at and maybe what state you're in and how the voting is going there quickly?
Yeah, I actually sent you a couple of videos on the Gilded.
That's right, you did.
But while you're looking at those, basically, I went to vote early on Saturday. And it was actually pretty crazy. I had to park up the road, about 6-minute walk from the building, then walk up there. I was in line for about an hour before I got in, but nothing but paper ballots, so that was great. And they asked for photo ID, which was cool. They were asking everyone for that. And I was talking to the people that worked there, and they said that the first day they did it, it was twice as busy. So, but my girlfriend went to go vote today, and she's taking her dad today, and then she's also taking one of her other friends later, which is pretty cool. So good for her. But she got in and out pretty quickly. So it looks like most people here, for the most part, have voted already. And most of Missouri tends to be pretty red, except the places that are basically irreparable thanks to the Democrats.
Right on. And I'm sorry, I think our state senator just walked in there telling me. But
cool.
William, it's awesome to have you on as well. I'm glad you could make it here last second. You have been doing a lot of, I don't know if I can, it was in the ad break, actually. I set that up with the let me pull that up here. This, it's going to come up here in a second, but you sent us these 3 awesome posters. And then of course I am drinking, I don't have a way to fast forward this, do I? Well, I'll tell you what, I'll come back to that in a minute, but I'm talking about this thing that I was talking about earlier, the thermos, which is honestly, one of the posters that's on the wall. I really like your style, man. It's very like
Thank you.
4chan-y / I don't know what you call it, which I think is why I like it so much. I mean, it is, but it isn't. You know, it's like Far Side meets 4chan a little bit, or something like that.
I
like it.
don't know how to explain it either. So,
well, that's why you draw it, right? I mean, that's
right.
That's how the good artists tend to do it.
It's about expressing yourself.
True.
Yeah, and you've been working on me with and I haven't finished any of these video projects, but television show and movie and things like that. And your artwork is awesome for that. So it's been really cool to meet you. How's the election day going in your home state?
It was actually not bad. We got in there. I think it maybe took like 30 minutes total.
Not bad.
Give or take.
Yeah, not bad.
And there was no, there wasn't any weirdos or stuff around. So it was pretty good. Like, they asked if we wanted to use the computer to vote. And I was like, no, I'm a little skeptical of that. They're like, no, it's okay. You can use the paper. Yeah, and they were like, oh, but it's not hooked to the internet and this and that. I'm like, nah, it's okay. I'll use the paper. So they did try and push the computer on us, but we refused.
You're a drawing on paper kind of guy, I think. And
yes, that's right.
I'll start with you, William, since I got to you second. So I'll ask you first this time. What are your predictions for the outcome of this election? Not just in terms of the winner, but maybe also what will be the fallout or lack of fallout.
Well, I feel like if Kamala steals it again, like they did in 20. Or tries to, the fallout from the right is much more refined, I guess. Where the left is more smash the windows and beat people up, the right's a little more calculated. So I think
that's what we were kind of saying earlier. Is I think if Trump wins, you're going to be dealing with something of like, I don't know, a known quantity. Whereas if Kamala, like there's not going to be any kind of George Floyd riot right off the bat. I don't think.
Right. I don't think so either. I think it'll sneak up on everybody if that happens. So.
And what about you, Lord of the Ree? Same question. Who will win, number one, and then after that, what would the fallout be with either winner?
I think Trump's going to win squeaking by barely in the popular vote, but then getting around 300 electorals.
So you think he'll win the popular vote?
Just barely.
That'd be pretty cool to see. I mean, I wouldn't honestly surprise me. I don't find that out there of a statement.
I want him to get 69% of the popular
the
vote.
Elon
just 'cause it would be
prophecy?
hilarious.
Where did that
the most hilarious outcome tends to be the correct one.
Yeah, where did that prophecy come from? Can you enlighten us?
I have no idea.
I don't know,
Probably
but I've
just
seen it too.
Somewhere in Elon's autistic brain, he just remembered it somewhere.
Well, because it wasn't even like, I get how 69 is funny, but wasn't it 69 and then like a couple decimal points or something? Is that, or maybe the chat? Is anyone in the chat know what I'm talking? The stupid X thing that does this, I will never understand. That there was the prophecy Elon was tweeting about that Trump would win with 69.12% or
I had
something
no
like
idea.
that.
It's just in the collective
Yeah,
consciousness.
I hadn't seen that yet
It's
either.
it's self-generated.
Actually, I hadn't seen the voice.
It's a meme.
It's me. It's the meme magic. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
mimetic.
Oh, dang.
And by the way, Chad, if you have any questions for either, whoops, if I hit the right button, either of these two guys, by all means, throw them out there. I think I can, because this was kind of spontaneous. Are you guys going to be free later in the night or within the next like 18 hours and stuff? Because
Yeah.
I think
I'm
I
going
might get pulled out and need to talk to somebody for a little bit. But I think I'm going to try to hang in there at least till 3:30 so we can talk for about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going on stream Jarmuth's channel around 7 Eastern.
That's right.
For about an hour or two. Going to be talking to him about stuff, and then possibly once that's over, bringing a bunch of people over here, hopefully. So, and then I'll be able to hop on after that. I'll be in touch, obviously.
So next time we talk, there'll be like a bunch of drunken naked people in the background just partying, playing those guitars and shit.
I certainly hope so.
I saw you sipping
Things
on what
go the right way.
It looked like a beer, but I didn't quite catch it. What are you drinking over there right now?
It's a Blue Moon.
Oh,
with,
the orange, yeah.
Freshly sliced orange slices.
Just right in there, man. That is the way to do it. What about you,
Sliced
William?
myself.
You started drinking
I've been
it?
on the Simply Spiked kick.
That drink leads me to believe that you have a wife or something.
That's
Yeah.
the choice.
I
the
still
choice.
do, even after all that.
They're honestly not, the seltzers are not bad. You know what's funny to me? All these young guys that are not in here right now, they love the seltzer or whatever that, like, is that what that is? Is it hard seltzer? Or is it,
No, it's got way more flavor than the freaking hard seltzers.
Is
Like
it-
White
is it-
Claw, that thing just tastes like straight seltzer.
yeah, they love
You know,
that shit. They love
I
that
can't
White
do-
Claw shit.
Damn.
And I don't
I
get
I'm
it.
can't
too
do
old
that
for
shit.
sugar and alcohol at the same time. I'm too old for that.
You know what I'm realizing? We should have got you guys together and had William done your done your album cover. That would have been a good collaboration.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm still open. I can do shit like that.
Hell yeah.
So you guys are both
gonna
in the Gilded. Are you both up on the website 3CC with your info up there? You could probably contact each other that way, if not through the Gilded. But
Definitely on Gilded. I don't think I've
Yeah,
done that with the
I think
3CC yet.
I think we've chatted before about shit.
yeah,
Pretty cool.
it's one of the cool things.
Finally, it's cool finally seeing his face. You know. Like,
Yeah, isn't that weird?
My condolences.
Well, I used to have a big old mustache and a fucking goatee, but
Yeah.
I shaved it off because of the rice dust.
I was about to ask you that question.
That
is
damn rice dust.
What happened
Oh,
to
it's
the
horrible.
the facial hair? Yeah.
As one does.
I do think it's cool. So here's the three of us, and we're all indirectly working on the same video project. And of course, I'm lucky to have the big picture of what's going on, and you guys don't. So you'll have the fun of seeing it, and I won't.
Like
I'll-
mushrooms, John.
Mushrooms. Hell
I love doing stuff like this. To me, this is what the internet was made for. Is it. I'm not trying to lump you in with me, but I'm a weird socially guy. I don't like hanging out with people, so I'm not going to put that on you. But
No, hey, I'm kind of the
Depends
same
on the
way.
people.
I stay to myself. It's my only friends are the guys that I work with, and you guys, and my wife. So
there you go. But I mean, it's quality, not
I got
quantity.
a lot of people that know me, but they're not like my friend. Like they're acquaintances. There's a difference.
Yeah, that's fair.
I actually think that's not really that uncommon. It's just that a lot of other people mistake those acquaintances for friends, and maybe people like us don't. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but no, it's really
Yeah,
cool
no.
to be able to pull in different people, and it's always just been about like the ideas. I like to think, correct me if I'm wrong, that I give pretty open-ended direction, and I like to think that I trust you guys to come up with your own stuff. So for what it's worth, anyone I have nothing to do with anything in William's style. He just came up with it on his own, sent it to me. I
Yeah.
loved it.
No, a lot of the stuff when I'm listening to you talk, or like that other the picture that I sent you with the X rockets and stuff
Mm-hmm.
on Mars. I heard him say that he wanted to have a colony on Mars by like 2036 or something like that.
Something,
And that inspired me to draw that picture.
Do you have, so I somewhat suspect I have this form of what they call synesthesia, where you hear something, and then for me, I sometimes tend to see it also. Is that kind of you, William?
Yes. Yeah.
And that would make me wonder, Ree, if when you see something, do you hear music to some degree?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah,
it
like
depends on what.
People seem to gravitate to a certain medium with which they kind of tell or see these stories, and I think when you experience the world, it's like inward. So like I gotta explain what I'm seeing to my own brain, and so for me that takes sound and makes pictures, and sounds like for William. And then, but I know you have guitars in the background, but I imagine you're artistic
Just a couple.
beyond just music and things like that. Do you need me?
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
I just want to let you know there's a reporter.
Like that I should go talk to? Like a hostile reporter?
No.
Oh.
Even better.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, how long? We made it 20
Have 'em
minutes,
on.
but I think I'm temporarily called away. I think I got to step away. I knew this would happen at some point. It sucks that it kind of happened right in the middle of this, but again, we're going till noon tomorrow, and so I very much want to see Lord of the Ree's party going on in the background later tonight at some point. Lord of the Ree, one more time, give us that drop on where you'll be at 7 o'clock.
I'll be on Darmuth's channel, Mouthe. He's on Rumble, YouTube. Not sure if he's anywhere else, but he'll be on there. We'll be on there for an hour to 2 hours, something like that. And
Awesome.
then I'm gonna throw some food in my stomach and crush a cig, and then get ready to hop back on here. So
Awesome. Well, we look forward. We'll definitely have you back then. And William, you got any free time later? Now that I'm cutting you off so early.
Yeah, I'll have some free time later. I'm probably gonna go to back to work for a little while, and then
there you go.
Yeah, probably around. So it's like probably 4:30 Pacific time. So to be like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 for you.
We'll be around then, and much longer. Well, I hate to cut it short, but I am called away. Lord of the Ree, again, go catch him on that other show at 7, and William, and we'll see both of them back on this stream tonight, guys. I'll talk to you privately in between now and then. We'll make sure we get that all set up. Thank you so much for joining us, and your work
Glad to be here, man. Thank
in
you.
my video project. I hope to have that up as soon as humanly possible, so you'll get a
I'm
little
excited.
showcase out of there
I'm
too.
excited.
Yeah. All right, take it easy, gentlemen. I'm leaving the meeting open, so you gotta bump out of it on your own.
All right, later.
Peace out.
All right, take it easy, man. Awesome. Well, I'm glad we got to talk to you for a little bit. Let me. There we go. They're gone. All right, I'm going to have to throw up an ad break here and go out and do some entertaining for a little bit. Let's put up the chat, and let's let the chat run wild, and maybe we'll well, no, I have something arranged for this, don't I? How about like a little looping that could get really annoying, actually. Really annoying. I'm not sure how long I'll be. So we're going to do this. And I'm going to add a little BRB. Back soon. Close enough. All right, now is a good time if you want to go grab something to eat or go check out some other streams. I'm the worst streamer ever. We will be back. There's William's picture right there. There's the one on the mug, rolled out regular form. Pretty sweet. So I will be back as soon as possible. We'll give all these younger guys a chance to do all their election duties. And I will see you hopefully by 4 o'clock, if not sooner. See you then. Alrighty, we're going to come back here for another 15 to 20 minutes. We have a special guest in the studio with us. It is our local district candidate, Therese Holland. Let me make sure I get everybody's volume up. And Mihai, you might be on focus duty depending on how well I've done this. But okay, so there is me and you and Therese. Not too bad. You're a little shorter than Jack, so I'll zoom in on you a little bit.
A little bit.
So you are, I mean, what is it like to be wrong corner in the midst of an election, I guess?
Yeah, it's exciting. I'll tell you, today has been fantastic. Everywhere I've been, the turnout is just huge.
Mm-hmm.
I have people at precincts telling me that they've not seen these kind of numbers in 16 years in the rural. And I'm talking, I've been to Snowshoe and where have I been today? Snowshoe, Liberty, Unionville. Rural places.
Trump country.
Trump country.
Trump country.
Yeah, and they're very, very busy, which is very exciting.
And your seat was, I mean, gosh, I'm so dark now, this light coming from outside, but your seat was initially thought to be impossible to win, and then all of a sudden here we are on election day with a lot of hard work, and you have a legitimate chance is what I'm hearing.
We do. We're polling within the margin of error, and I think it's going to come down to a nail-biter. I'm hoping we know by 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock tonight. So between now and 10 o'clock tonight, how would anybody in the 82nd District help?
Oh, boy, just turn out. If you've already voted, great. Talk to people you know. Make sure they've voted. If somebody needs a ride to the polls, please take them. So that's the biggest thing. Just make sure that everybody you know has participated and voted, and that's the biggest help you can be.
And do you have like teams of people? I know there's some young guys like this, but like and Danny and those other people like feeding you updates in some sort of war room.
Oh, we have. My phone has been going off all day.
I believe it.
I think all night it's just going to ring in my head, which is a good thing. So we have people stationed at many of the polls around the district, and I'm getting feedback as it goes.
It's kind of an interesting question. Have you had any negative feedback? Is any shenanigans going on at these?
There's actually a lot going on in Center County today.
I think people would be curious to hear what that is. Yeah.
The biggest thing that I've heard is there are some folks walking around with, special badges, but they're out there and the top of the badge says PA Dems. And basically they're being booted out of polls because it's electioneering. You cannot walk into a poll saying, having Democrat, Republican, or a candidate. That's not cool.
And it said election enforcement or something along those lines too on the badge.
Or volunteer, or under the guise that they're helping voters. But yeah, no. The constables, I've heard there are several constables that have spoken to judges of elections and clued them in that, no, this is not okay and it has to stop.
It's actually interesting, like when somebody working for you spots the shenanigans, which is a terrible word, but we'll call it that, when they spot something that's not allowed, who enforces that?
Basically, if there's a constable on site, they talk with the constable, and the constable goes to the judge of elections and has that discussion that, this isn't allowed, it has to stop. The other thing that's happening is the RNC actually has lawyers on speed dial. And if there are any questions, we have the numbers that we can call them and elevate this. And if there's an issue, they'll be on it.
So are you coordinating, you say RNC, like national or the local Republican Party, both?
National RNC. Our local Republican county committee as well is on top of it. So there are tons of eyes on this election where there may not have been before.
Interesting. Though I thought I heard you saying something, Mihai.
No, just a lot more infrastructure set in place and a lot more top-down structure to it too. Like, I don't know. I wasn't here before, so I can't really speak on how things have changed necessarily. But I can see what is in front of me, and just if the call is made, it's going to be put to the top pretty quickly, and someone's going to be on site.
That's really good to hear, because I know in the past seemed like there was kind of a lack of support, or at least a lack of coordination and things like that. And so they're on it, Therese, you're saying, and they're following up on any reports and things like that.
They are. Even in the ballot room at the Penn Stater for the mail-in ballots, there was someone there with the same type of badge, and they got removed from the ballot.
They caught them. All right, good deal.
And they were also out-of-staters. They weren't from.
Oh, really?
This particular person.
That's infuriating.
Got booted. So yeah, I'm glad to see that they're on it. And they're really working.
What happens to these people that get caught? Is it just they get
They just get removed. I don't know that there's any other follow up. That the biggest thing is to take that out.
But
They
that's just
belong there.
these people with these goofy badges. Have you heard of any like serious accusations of like about 2,000 ballots showing up anywhere or anything like that?
I haven't heard anything like that.
Well, that's good.
There was a woman at the hub this morning actually who was claiming to be a poll watcher but didn't have a certificate.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
So
but
did they remove
she
her?
was like a clearly like she had dementia.
Oh.
And like she didn't even know how to use her own phone. It was like actually really sad.
It wasn't the woman at Jack's place.
So
was
it was kind of crazy, but it was like
The
I
way
don't
you
think
crashed
I
your
don't
You saw that?
That's
So-
actually where she went after. She probably went to that place because that's where she was supposed to be poll watching.
Oh Jesus! So Therese, out of curiosity, like walk me through this. So you voted already, I assume.
Oh, I voted early because
Yeah.
I knew I was going to be floating all day and at several different polls. And when I leave here, I'm not done. I'll go into
Yeah, I didn't think
until
so.
8
Yeah, so
o'clock.
I'm actually surprised you made it in here this early, and we're of course happy to have you. But like, what does the rest of your day look like?
So just hitting different polls. So I've worked the north, and I was all the way out in Blanchard.
Mhm.
And so now I will hit Benner and College and work this area and end up probably, I don't know, maybe Harris. And then at 8, well, as soon as after the polls close,
Mhm.
we're planning to, the county party is having a watch party at Champs. So we're all planning to be at Champs.
The downtown one or the North Atherton?
North Atherton.
Oh, right. Everybody goes to Champs North Atherton, man.
Old people do.
Would you play some pool with me downstairs, Therese, and smoke a cigarette?
Of course. Well,
I'm just
nah,
You
I
almost
can't
had
get
her.
into cigarettes.
Almost had her.
Pool definitely.
I bet you're actually really good at pool. Like I just have this feel. Are you pretty good?
I worked in a game room in college.
Oh. Well, I know you're like a straight up Hollywood movie level sniper and things like that. I just feel like you probably have all these skills. Like you're one of those women where I feel like everything I competed against you and I'd lose, and then I'd get really pissed off.
I'm kind of a sleeper. People think, oh yeah, isn't she cute? And then boom.
Yeah, no joke.
Mickey Mantle gene.
There you go.
I didn't want to keep you too long. I know you have a busy day, and we've got someone coming in here at 4. I got to prepare for. I'm very unprepared for this 24-hour stream, but thank you for being a part of it. It's going to get crazier and crazier, as you can see by my desk. But seriously, so the Pennsylvania 82nd District, correct, is
Yes.
Give us the brief geography of that, and then I will push, and of course we want you to go vote for Therese Hollen, Hollen.
Yeah, so the 82nd District is half of State College, including the university, Harris Township, College Township, and then it goes north to Benner Township, and it opens up. So it's everything straight up through the center of the county north. So it's Curtin, it's Liberty, it's Snowshoe, Burnside, Union. So it's basically everything north. It's right up through the center of the county.
Well, I am pulling strongly for you. I would love for you to win this race and get rid of that goon that's in there now. But please, if you live in that area, if you're in Pennsylvania's 82nd District or anywhere in Center County, go vote not just for Donald Trump, but down the list. Although, were you at? I think Marie. I thought I was
Yeah,
actually
Marie's
in
in the
Marie's
77th.
Yeah, so at the bottom, so all the way down there till the end, you'll see Therese Hollen. Throw her a vote. It is very important, especially if you're there already. Is there any chance we would see you again tomorrow morning or anything like that? Or are you?
There's a strong possibility. I'd be happy to come back.
Yeah, I don't know what sort of state I'll be in that point, but we would love to have you back. I really very much appreciate you dropping by. You have the press following you around and stuff. You have a very cool day going on.
I got to ask you a question before you get out of here, Therese.
Yeah.
I've been throwing this idea around. John wants to make this a 24-hour live stream, right? But I almost think it would be better if he had to go until we knew who the president was.
Mihai thinks I need to go till January 1st without stopping.
Serious Red Bull time.
Yeah, no, I think
To get
that's
like a
real journalism. I think the people deserve it.
There you go. You volunteering to step up when he takes a break?
No, I'll come in and I'll bring him things.
Okay.
But he can't leave. I'll bring him things. He'll
Oh,
come
well, there you go.
Yeah, no.
Hey, as long as you're here with him, that's cool.
yeah.
It's
I'll-
been-
motivation. Yeah.
It's really cool. Like, honestly, the team you've put together, Therese, with people like Mihai and Danny and all those guys who have done tremendous work.
Mostly
But-
Danny. Don't put me up in that same
No,
bracket.
no, you're in there too. I'll tell you what, we've put together, I think, the best team in this state, bar none. I think, when you look at where we started and we were dismissed, and now we're right there, and it's a toss up, and it's because of the team that we've put together.
Yeah, and you were the
Without a
first
doubt.
local candidate I talked to who saw the kind of value in what we do. But you've never backed down. You've participated in just about everything I and anyone else has thrown at you. You've done debates and you've been out door knocking and all this stuff. I think you would be an excellent representative of the people of Center County. I truly wish you the best. And when you find out, call me and let me know. I
will definitely.
I mean, I'll be watching anyway, but.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate
absolutely.
the support.
All right, so go out there and keep winning, and we'll go back to another short commercial break here. I'm going to eat some food, and then we'll be back at 4 o'clock with our next guest. We will see you then. Alrighty, coming back here, Mihai still with us as well, and very, very special guest. I might have to, he's a bit bigger than Therese, so I might have to bring his camera up, so forgive me. But Pennsylvania State Senator Chris Dush, welcome. Yes, much taller. What are you, like 6'5"?
No, 6'3".
I mean, you're
two now. I shrink.
shrinking over time. And Chris, it's awesome to have you here in Studio Center. Maybe not your jam or something you've never seen before, but as you can tell, we do basically video/radio on the internet. So it's super cool to have you. Your election, you are also doing today, but it seems like you maybe have it in the bag. Is that true?
Well, I never used that term, but I will say my opponent has not been out there doing much of anything, and I consider myself blessed. I've been spending more time trying to help Therese, trying to help out the statewide candidates, the things that I could do that way.
And I saw you started out in similarly as a state representative before becoming a state senator. Is that true?
Yes, I had served 3 terms, and I'd term limited myself. I was on the exit, and
I actually, that was my very first thing I wanted to ask you. I was reading your Wikipedia page, just doing a crash course in Chris Dush history, and you had committed to only doing 3 terms, and then you were done, and you stuck to it.
Yes.
That's incredible. Like, that's just something you personally believe in, or?
Yeah, I've never, well, you got to understand where I was coming from. The gentleman that I took on in 2012 and at the beginning of 2014, before he dumped out, the Speaker of the House, Sam Smith, had, he and his father had held the seat for over half a century.
Oh, wow.
So the entrenched politics end of things, I was rather disgusted with. When I approached my state rep, there were things that the administration was doing that they had no authority to do. I was a state employee at the time, and I was getting very frustrated with this response that, well, that's a separation of powers issue. There's nothing I can do. Well, the legislature is the rules committee. And what I kept telling him, what the legislature giveth, the legislature can taketh away. And he didn't want to hear it. And I finally got disgusted and decided I'm retiring from the Department of Corrections. I'm throwing my hat in the ring. And first time out, never done it before.
Right.
And like I said, they had a machine there, and actually I was told that he had a machine. I'd never be able to live in my hometown after he was done with me. Well, that didn't happen. I won Jefferson County. It was a 3-way race. One guy that was just, he got 10% of the vote just by beating the speaker up like left and right. He and the speaker and I won Jefferson County. He won Indiana County, larger than I won Jefferson by, and didn't win that first race, but then, December of 2014 or 13, I hear that he's moved money from his PAC into his campaign account, a significant amount of money. And then I hear that he's doing a poll, and it was a push poll. Basically, he did this and all the safe stuff. He voted for this, he pushed for this, whatever. And then the last question was, would you vote for Chris Dush? Well, that surprised me in the first place. But then it was 3 days later, he had radio and television ads running, and that was 5 months before the primary. And that's when I hadn't decided I was going to run, but when he was doing that, when he typically, other than the midnight pay raise in 2005, when he voted for a huge pay increase for himself, he'd never run ads or more than 5 weeks out prior to the primary. He's 5 months out. And I knew about the push poll, so I'm jumping and running down the hall. I'm in.
Nice.
And, I got into the race. Awesome. Yeah. I got into the race. He got out about 3 days later, but he'd already bought a week's worth of ads, so they were running after he'd retired. He got a county commissioner that typically got more votes than he did in Jefferson County to run, and backed him. And it wasn't pleasant, the stuff that was put out there, but I managed to get the seat. So, yeah, the term limits thing. if you're not in there for the right reasons, if you're not in there to be a servant of the people and to know your people, the fact that he didn't know how vulnerable he was, I think that spoke volumes. And then did 6 years in the House, was on the state government committee the whole time there, along with several others. But then I got into, or when I was getting ready to retire, right after I won the third election, I announced that I'm sticking true to my word. If there's people that want to get into the race, you need to get in. I started to hear rumors that the Senate Pro Tem was actually going to leave, and I asked him about it, and he said, no, I'm still in. He tried to sneak a guy in who was the Du Bois city manager, a guy who's now under a bunch of federal and state indictments. Sneak him in. And I found out, I was able to actually confirm it only 6 days before you had to have the petitions in. Well, getting 500 signatures on petitions is kind of hard in any given time.
Sure.
When I put it out there and told people what he was doing, I had 2,100 signatures in 5
Wow.
days. So the people were upset, and fortunately I had a good enough reputation around the area that the people were happy to support me.
That's super cool. And you saw it. Oh, got to pull this camera back up. But so from Du Bois, right? Originally, you were born there, or is that?
Yeah, I was born in Du Bois, but my family lived in Brookville. I spent the first 2 years actually down in West Virginia, but we moved back after my dad broke his back. He was a rig foreman for Phillips.
Okay. I pull up this split screen. You're surrounded by 4 younger guys, one relatively younger guy, and then 2 much younger guys just at the start of their lives and careers and things like that. And so you willingly went from a non-political job into the lion's den, so to speak, and I think maybe I don't know if you guys are running for office or anything, but considering the same, what advice or would you maybe even say don't do this? But you talk about recognizing in some way on your own that it was important to get involved, knowing your local community and talking to them and representing them, and then committing to a sense of term limits. When you were, like, how old were you when that was all going on?
No, that was 10 years ago. So I was, 50. I just crossed the 50 mark whenever I decided to retire.
Well, let me back up then. So when you were, say, 20,
yeah,
what was life like? What was going on? What were you doing? What kind of guy were you?
Well, I spent 3 years at Clarion. I was swimming there, and I thought I was going to be a DJ.
Right on.
I can find that.
Not a bad profession.
I was doing my internship at WMKX Brookville. This is Chris Dush on your Magic Music.
I see it's
FM.
still in there, yeah. Awesome.
But I figured out I was looking more towards the journalism aspect, and the more that I saw the conflict between what I was being taught in the classroom and what reporters were actually doing, I realized this wasn't where I was going to go. So I got into the Air Force. I did law enforcement. I'd been working as a state park ranger and a campus student officer while I was going to school. So
Okay.
got into law enforcement, spent 8 years. I started out at Dover Air Force Base where I met my wife. Then after about 18 months or so, got orders to England. 3 days after I proposed to her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which was cool, though, because her mother was British at the time. She's an American citizen.
Okay.
We ended up living 400 yards from where she grew up for the first 11 years of her life.
Wow.
So,
Wow, yeah, that's cool. Huh.
Do you have a good fake British accent?
no, but my son can pull it off.
Can he?
What part of England was it?
We were north of Cambridge, east of Ely, Milton Hall Air Base, and it was great because my wife's family was over there on her mother's side, and her Aunt Barbara and Uncle Mac, they sold antiques in Cambridge, which we came back with a lot of stuff. We didn't have any furnishings or anything when we moved over there, but we came back with some.
That's
some
awesome.
neat stuff.
Yeah, I bet. All the good stuff. They don't make that anymore.
Yeah, but 8 years in the Air Force, law enforcement. Then I got out, came back to Pennsylvania, tried to get a job up here. There wasn't anything going on in 1990 in Pennsylvania. I ended up down in Delaware working as an insurance investigator for about 5 years. The opportunity came to move back up to Pennsylvania when Houtzdale opened up the state prison.
Okay, yeah.
And I jumped at that. I worked administration the first 8 years, and then the second 8 I wore a uniform. So,
I tell these younger guys, you at your age, you'll never believe the amount of different things you're going to go through when you end up where you're going to end up, and like how long 20 years is a whole nother lifetime for them and things. And that only takes us to 40. And you said you didn't get into politics till 50 or so, right around.
yeah.
I find it fascinating, and I don't know if this is true of your colleagues in the Pennsylvania government. Do they all have such Odyssey-like journeys, like Odysseus type stories like that, or are you an outlier in some sense, or?
I'm more of an outlier, but there are several in there. Several of the ones I came into the House with, they'd already had careers. We came in and we created a 119 to 80 something majority in the state House. There were a bunch of us. Judy Ward and Kristen Phillips Hill, they beat me over to the Senate by 2 years, and there are a whole bunch of others that came in that they had a pretty varied background. We had some young ones that came in straight out of college and stuff, but I will say, having experience in the real world, it definitely pays off. My dad, like I said, he had broken his back working for Phillips, and when my cousin Craig graduated up here, he was topping his class in petroleum engineering and geology. And he had, 1981, it was a great year to be in the oil business. He got recruited down south, came back, but after he retired. But in 1987, when the oil boom went bust, Craig called my dad back and recalled a conversation where Dad told him, "You find the crustiest old SOB you can find. It's been around since the Wildcatting days. Tell him the degrees mean nothing, the honoraria mean nothing. You're a clean slate. He needs to teach you what to do to survive." Craig called Dad back. He said, "Uncle Ray, I owe you my job." He said, "Everybody that had been hired, I guess 3 years ahead of him and since was gone." And he said, "That old guy wants to retire, and I don't want to let him." You got to get wisdom. Find wisdom, and experience gives you wisdom. But if you've got people that have had that experience, that pays off so much better.
For sure. Do you find, like, when new representatives or pencil, like when new people come to the government, even Republicans that are, I guess, ostensibly on your side, do you have to do some teaching, or like, can you not talk about this? Is this too political?
No, I've been very, very, very open. The leadership that we had down there when I was when I first got in the House, they were running bills they had no business running, and I would get up and talk routinely in caucus, and I had one guy had the audacity to tell me, "Sit down and shut up" one day. And I said, "I've got 67,000 bosses, and there ain't a single one of them in this room."
Hell yeah!
And
Good line.
I said, if I'm not bringing their concerns forward, I'm not representing them. If I'm not asking the questions that I know they want answered, I'm not serving them. And I would get in the 50 municipalities I had in Indiana and Jefferson counties, I could typically get to about 48 of them in a 2-year term. I'm across 7 counties now, and there's no way I can do it even in 4 years. But I do try to get out. Well, I am out. I'm on the ground. People know me. People know that they can talk to me about the things that are their chief concerns. And I've got a good reputation that way, and I aim to keep it.
Yeah. If I'm able to say something.
Yeah, by all means. I was about to say, you guys jump in.
I joined a bit late, so I got to say it's a pleasant surprise to see you here, Senator Dush, because I'm not sure if you remember me, but I was the YAF president back when I was a student. And we, along with the Turning Point chapter, we brought Riley Gaines here. And I got to say, you showed a lot of courage, coming down to support us. And like a vivid memory I have of the event is this one protester, like with a face mask, who later got arrested, like for messing with our stuff, just causing a commotion. He was just coming up to people saying like "F you, F you, F you," and then you said, "Hey, young man," you, and then you confronted him, and then he was just like, "Who the F do you think you are, old man?" And he said, "I'm your senator." And yeah, do you remember that moment?
I remember.
It was awesome. Like there was a like "Make America Great Again" like music play in the background. It's like your own like theme song.
Well, here's the thing: if you confront evil, if you confront people who are trying to be bullies, the bullies will turn, and they'll run, or they'll do something like that guy did that helped get him in bracelets. He and the girl that he was with went down and started knocking tables over, knocked one into a woman that was working down there. And one of the interesting things was they had the gay pride flag up there. It was kind of blocking the police officer's view. And behind them, you had some liberal professors that were watching over their shoulders. I went up, told the police what happened, identified who I was. It was all of a sudden like these guys had somebody that had their back, somebody with some juice that had their back.
Right.
And another interesting thing about that is because of my law enforcement background and my time working in the prison where you got to have your head on a swivel, there were 3 guys that were standing off to the side, and they were waiting for one of us to lay hands on those 2 people because they were getting right into our face. And when that didn't happen, of course, they went down and got frustrated, turning the tables over. But the minute those guys were looking for something to break out,
baiting almost.
Yeah. And then they were going to jump in. Well, as soon as those 2 ended up in handcuffs, those 3 guys left. Some of the other protesters stuck around, but those 3 guys left.
That's really interesting.
I just want to back up for a second. I think this is an interesting question, particularly for our audience. So we're on the internet. You said a lot of things. You were noticing things, problems that need to be corrected that sort of got you into politics. This was all before the internet existed. How did you, or where did you get your information in those days? How did you parse it? How did you make sense of it to come to the conclusions that you needed to? It's a lot harder back then, and maybe you guys don't realize. I'm just old enough to sort of remember that. But what like where did you get information, or what were you seeing without the internet?
Sure. I mentioned the first 8 years that I was in the Department of Corrections. I worked administration. I got more gray hairs from working with Harrisburg in central office than I did working with inmates. My last 8 years working with inmates, it was easy compared to the bureaucracy. And I really started to understand how the administrative state, and I'm a voracious reader anyway, but I started reading and trying to track down how the administrative state got started. And tracking back to Woodrow Wilson, he had this book, Philip Drew Administrator, that he basically sold the whole idea of an administrative state to the federal legislature. Their idea was you delegate a lot of authority to the administrative state, the executive branch, to write regulations and policies that basically have the force of law. That's not the way it's supposed to be. In this republic, I like to use the Major League Sports analogy. Every major sports franchise in the world has copied the Republican form of government because it is the most secure form. You have a covenant. We, the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, grateful to Almighty God for the blessings of civil and religious liberty, and humbly invoking His guidance, do ordain and establish His Constitution. So what's not mentioned there? I mean, it's the parties. Who are the parties in there? It's just the people and God. There's no mention of government. So then you have the purpose. In contracts, you have the purpose of the contract comes next, which is our Bill of Rights. And, the things that we secure. And interesting, Article 1, Section 25 says in order to protect the. In order to prevent abuse of the powers which we here delegate, everything in this article is accepted out of the power of government and shall forever remain inviolate. In modern parlance, can't touch this. So,
and you've clearly like studied this language, and I mean, so I find that maybe it's me becoming cynical and everybody seeming to be such a piece of crap these days. And I mean, I'm not as good of a person as I used to be. I feel like when you deal with the political stuff, you become worse over time, and you seem to have about you like maybe an almost spiritual armor. Is it like where does that you can say it comes from God or your religion or anything like that, but I'm inclined to believe no one ever taught you to think that way. That's just something that was always inside of you. Is that accurate? Just like the belief in doing right and that the representative exists to actually represent the people? Because even though that makes a lot of sense, like a lot of representatives don't act that way, especially these days.
Right. Well, there are a couple things. First of all, I know whose I am. I mean, God is, and his son gave up everything and went someplace even Satan hasn't been, which is eternity separated from God, which in all of creation, that's never happened. That's a huge sacrifice. I mean, my fellow military members who've laid their lives down for this country and for each other, but those that are with the Lord are with the Lord. I mean, that's boom, right there. They're there. But then I had an unusual situation. Brookville at the time I was growing up in 1968, the Department of Ed descended on Brookville because the SATs and ACTs, usually if you get a high percentage of the students taking those tests, it lowers the overall score for the school district. Well, Brookville was only a fraction of a percentage point behind Valley Forge Prep, which was top in the state at the time.
Okay.
And they were trying to figure out how. I was blessed with a lot of teachers who actually were, the administration was more of a business-oriented administration, and they allowed the department heads to work with the teachers to find the best curricula and the stuff that would get the type of impact that the people in the community wanted. So I was very blessed. I was only a middle of the road student, but when I look at the quality of the people that were coming out of that school at the time, I don't have a problem with that.
Right on.
But it also instilled in me a desire to read. The Clarion librarian, she signed my yearbook one year, The Bookworm, because I'm a voracious reader, as I said. And when I get interested in something, I dig in very, very deep. So I was going into the founders' documents. If you look at 1907, I think it was, Max Ferrand, he collected the writings of the founders and started at day one of the Constitutional Convention and went to the end. And the book of Exodus, the book of Deuteronomy, those were the most often quoted by the founders in their letters, their journals, and
interesting. Yeah.
So yeah, I had to go deep, and
our chat is saying, "I like this guy."
It's good. It's good.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off, but speaking of going deep, somebody had asked her, a number of people, various versions of this question. What's going on in Pennsylvania? What are the problems in Pennsylvania? I mean, you're there. What do you see sitting there in the Pennsylvania government? Are we headed in the right direction? Are we headed in the wrong one? Or is it just sort of all over the place?
I'll have better view of that
after today.
But I will tell you this: the administrative state is horrendous. Pennsylvania was one of those states that bought into that whole idea, hook, line, and sinker, because then the legislator just sits back and say, "Hey, that's a separation of powers issue. There's nothing I can do." Well, I knew that was BS, but I've been pushing it. When to finish that sports analogy, Article 1's our Bill of Rights. Article 2 is the Rules Committee. Just like the NFL and others, they have a Rules Committee. The Rules Committee sets up the rules for the field of play. Well, that's Article 3, the legislation. Articles 4 and 5 are the players and coaches and the referees, the executive branch and judicial. You can't have the players and coaches and the referees changing the rules on the field of play. Otherwise, you're going to have chaos, which is what we had in the 2020 election when you had The judges creating drop boxes out of thin air. The judges, which eliminated chain of custody on the ballots. They got rid of the signature verification and date, another thing that got rid of chain of custody. I'm former law enforcement. Federal law requires the ballots to be kept for 22 months so that they can be used as evidence if there's a question. Well, if you don't initiate the chain of custody where the person receiving the evidence, either through an ID card or personal knowledge of who the person is, and you got to record that along with the date and time that you collect the evidence. Mm-hmm. And then every step along the way, when that evidence changes hands, you have to have somebody signing for it. And if you don't have the chain of custody initiated in the right way, there is no chain of custody. That stuff typically gets thrown out of court.
Without asking you to comment on whether 2020 was fraudulent or not, do you feel like things have been done since then, or is the Pennsylvania Republicans been working on things to sort of try to prevent any sort of fraud or falsehood or cheating or shenanigans, as we like to say? I mean, I don't want you to like give away any secret ops you have going on.
No.
But like it's certainly,
Inside
people ask me
baseball.
all the time is like, why are we not doing anything? And I'd say, well, I mean, we are, number one, but I think there's much more official and intelligent people out there that have a little bit more power to actually do meaningful things. Can you comment on that in any way?
Well, yeah. First of all, right now with the Democrats in control of the House, everything that we've tried to do with election integrity has just been shot down. Now, getting rid of drop boxes is something we've got to do.
I saw you did quite a bit of that kind of work, yeah.
I stood on the floor of the House or the Senate in November 2 years ago, right about this time. The Supreme Court was looking to rule on the case was brought up again about signature verification and date. And I tried to get the amicus briefs, somebody to put it in there, the whole Constitution or the chain of custody issue. Nobody did it. So I got up on the floor and part of the official record, and I said, listen, if you don't reverse yourself, be prepared, because every civil case, every criminal case where there's an issue with chain of custody, that the evidence was thrown out, you're going to you're going to be inundated. The courts are going to be inundated by appeals on this, and rightly so. They reversed themselves. And so far, the Supreme Court's held to that, but I've also held it to them. They're up for retention next year, and my intention is to have a Just Say No campaign against 3 of them.
Nice.
But Chris, as a fellow PA resident, I actually have a question of my own as it relates to crime, and it's how does everyone just feel about generally? Because I look at places like Philly, specifically the Philly DA, Larry Krasner, and I just see him as like the cause of a lot of problems directly related to crime, and this has been something like criminal justice reform has been something the PA Dems have been running on for a while. I remember in an interview years back, John Fetterman said if he had a magic wand, he would say he would let as many people as he could out of prisons. Do you think that's been reflected in the in PA at all?
Well, we are not doing a good job of holding people accountable. I will say that. In the prisons, whenever you have misconducts, when an inmate's misbehaving while he's inside, the adjudications of these guys are let off the hook so much that there's really no consequence to them. And they're the ones that just keep acting up again and again and again.
Right.
It was interesting. I had this one guy. We were walking down the walk that one day, and he said, "Mr. D, why are you always so harping on me?" And he was one of my block workers. And I told him, I said, "Listen, I see a lot of potential in you." I said, "When you get out on the street, you're young." I mean, he was in his 20s. I think he'd been a juvenile convicted as adult, possibly. But and he said, "Mr. D, I ain't getting out of here. I got 2 bodies." and he'd killed 2 people. So he's doing 2 life sentences. I said, well, then you've got a lot of young guys coming in here that you can basically be a role model to. Say, don't act like me and don't do the things that I did, so that when they get out on the streets. I'll tell you one of the things that benefited me greatly dealing with the inmates, and it also has informed me legislatively, is having worked in the projects in Chester, east side of the Anacostia, all over North Philly, West Philly. When I was talking with the inmates up at the prison, it was funny because they, when I'm talking about their neighborhood and things that I've seen in their neighborhood, it's all of a sudden like, oh, wow, you guys, you really have a clue. Because I was going to people's homes, talking with them and learning. It's 90% of the male inmates don't have a male role model in the house. The women who are locked up, it's 95%.
Interesting.
And, and what would you say they look like, the female role models in prisons?
I never worked in the women's institution, so I can't comment on that. Okay. But
it's good you don't know that, Jack.
But I was comparing notes with another person who had a caseload over in Muncie, and she's the one that, when I brought up about the fact that we were talking about our pre-sentence investigations that we were going over and stuff, and when I brought up the 90% on my caseload, she said, well, it's 95% for the women. I said, what? She said, yeah, I'm just as interested in that as you are. She said, 95% of the women that are locked up don't have a male role model. And that goes across all socioeconomic, racial, whatever divides you want to try and come up with.
Fascinating.
Interesting,
yeah. Yeah.
It's the family structure.
Yep. We have just a couple minutes left in this half hour, and speaking of male role models and young guys looking for guidance, I wanted to give you both a chance if you have any specific questions. I've been asking them all.
No, I just like to make the point out that Senator Desch here, he goes beyond the call of duty. That just in Harrisburg, there's not another politician we have that, whether it's a Board of Elections meeting, a tailgate, or a Grange Fair, anywhere we need him, he's there. He's always there for us, and he supports us a lot, and we really do appreciate it. No, I just want to thank you.
Well, I was young once too, and it's interesting in Jefferson County. It's 4 of my officers on the Republican committee are Gen Z. So I've been pushing for this for a very long time. I want to see the youth involved, and the only way we're going to get the youth involved is for people that are in positions like mine to actually show up. It's like you mentioned, Riley Gaines. I was there for Chloe Cole, other events that have been happening here on the campus, and I got grilled over a hearing I was doing at the Willowbank building today. I could have just left after the thing was done, but there were a lot of people that had stuff to say, and I sit there and I took it. I mean, I don't have a problem doing that, and if you don't listen, you don't learn.
You're Cal Ripken, but instead of signing autographs, you're getting verbal abuse.
I've seen him have to go through that before.
You'll stay for all of it.
He stands there and he talks to the guy the whole time. Yeah,
that's awesome. Honestly, Jack, how about you? Any final thoughts here before we take a quick break?
Senator Desch, regardless of how this election turns out, do you have any message to your constituents that you hope to express?
Well, the main thing is this. I've got the opportunity here. I'm just going to say, turn to God for everything and know that it's in His hands. Don't grasp hold of it. Cast it on Him. Let Him have it. I mean, if He created the universe in 1 quintillionth of a picosecond, which is basically how long it took. Under the scientists are saying,
you really do read about everything, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
If He can do that, if He can make within our cells, 3-dimensional bridges or roadways for the messengers within the cell to carry stuff back and forth and create its own postal system. Man, He can do anything. And if you listen to Him and you're in tune with the Holy Spirit, man, life's good.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania
Amen.
State Senator Chris Dutch. Yeah, amen. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Hearing you say that little bit right there makes me want to hear a lot more. So maybe we can have you back sometime with a slightly less goofy background, and we'll take you.
Hey, I can do goofy.
I mean, well, it is fun. I mean,
My
is
wife
fun.
busts on me about being corny, and I said I like corn.
Yeah, it's actually a really good joke. Never heard that before, actually. But I would love to hear more of your thoughts on all of this. It's encouraging to see there are thinking people in our Pennsylvania state government. We'll talk more outside here in a second. But if you ever get a chance to come back on the show, and good luck with your election today.
Thank you.
And Teresa's also. We are going to take a short break, people. We will be right back. All righty, coming back. We appreciate the slightly extended break. Chat, looks like most of you are still here. Some very special guests, although I just saw my Zoom up. That ain't me. Give me a second. There I am. My name is John Ward. Welcome to the 24-hour Election Day Super Stream. Getting everybody mics up here. You're going to be surprised and impressed and amazed and very happy on camera one. We have the Deacon
Hi,
Mojack. Slide a tiny bit to your left, Deacon.
My left.
Your other left.
How's that? How's that? Is that
pretty
better?
dang that. We just like seeing your pretty
better?
face.
Thanks
you have
for
been
having me.
out in the boondocks
The Great Wild.
trying to get yourself a bear.
Still trying. It'll get there. I have yet this month and next month yet.
Nice. Okay. Well, that's it. And you're doing archery right now. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Holy
archery hunting.
Shit, man.
Yeah. Why not?
You fucking Rambo
not?
out there in the wilderness.
Hell yeah! Next year's a spear.
That is my dream. You want to spear hunt a bear with me? At
Sure.
some
Let's
point?
do it. Let's do it.
So this is your first time in this almost finished studio set. What do you think?
Yes. Yes. I haven't been. No, this is the first time. I was over. Wow. Well before everything even took off. I think. Well, it was still an open space. You had just got.
Oh, that's right.
You had just got the keys, and I came over.
All that concrete and shit.
Yeah, the whole mess and everything. But beautiful job, man.
Well, we
Looks good.
appreciate
Looks
that. We're
really,
glad.
really
We're really looking forward to you being in here with your bearskin cape and fucking.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Pretty sweet. And also in with us today, Uncensored America President Sean Semenko. Good to have you back.
Hello. How you guys doing tonight? Thank you, John.
It's kind of hard to see in front of you there, but you are apparently a certified professional bartender, and so I've asked you to concoct me with the ridiculous shit we have in the studio, some kind of funky drink.
Yeah, we're going to cook some up in a few minutes. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and before we get to that quickly, Jack is going to be joining us for the for the next hour. So it's good to have all you guys in here. It's amazing. It's election night here in Pennsylvania. Before we get to too much of that, Sean, what am I about to drink out of?
Oh, we want to start the drink?
I want.
Oh, wow, this is bold. Okay, so John told me he's got this whole bar set up here. I'm a bartender, and so I was like, okay, I'll make us something special tonight.
Just quit. I don't know that that's what I said.
Oh, I
said
mean,
we're going to.
Okay, it's a work in progress. Yeah. You said that you were sort of motioned over here. You're like, yeah, there's going to be a bar here. So I'm like, oh, so it's here. Like I saw alcohol, I saw cups. Like it's good. So. But when I do look, I thought like we'd have lots of stuff and everything, and I get over there and we have, let's see, we got these little guys right here. He's gonna go shot glasses. Yeah, isn't that so
mini
cute?
Mini solos. I love them.
Look
They're
at that. Like everybody's
They're
used to
great.
these big red solo cups, but no, John Ward.
You know
get
what? We do have those wacky glasses out there. I could have somebody grab you.
Oh, really?
You want like a bar glass? Do we have a?
You don't have
Sure. I think these are adorable and
Do you want like
appropriate,
a martini type glass, like one of those big well, I don't know what you call them.
We'll say that for the next drink. Yeah, we're gonna start off with these guys. I feel more comfortable with these guys.
Okay, all right.
And so John gave me a shaker, and I've never used a shaker like this before. Like, look at this. Like, what's going on here? We have. Did you make this? Is this your fan art?
Thank you for whoever just turned off the heat. I didn't realize that was on.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah.
Look at this. Like, we have this like beautiful shaker.
That's William Maines. He was on the show just a little while ago. That's actually
Sean, read this out.
That poster's right there.
He's really good. He's really good.
Ash, that's fake news. Ash being in the chat is a patriot. We love Ash. He works a lot on Uncensored America. You met him.
I did meet him.
Yeah,
yes,
great guy.
He's from England.
We love him. Yes, he is.
Oh, if you ordered 2 burgers for yourself, you and I would get along just fine.
No. Like, look at me. I'm like barely 100 pounds. So like,
You look like me when 30, 40 years ago. That's what exactly I looked
Really?
like. No kidding.
Oh, let's go.
Yep.
Yeah, so, we got this beautiful shaker here. We're going to mix up a concoction and then, so I'm looking around for tools, and we don't have any jiggers. We don't have any, like, shot glasses. So we have these, and, like, this is going to be our straining system here, guys. Like, it's going to work. So, like, purees, none to speak of. Sodas, we got Starry.
Starry.
Yeah. Totally. It's not Sierra Mist anymore, it's Starry.
I don't know.
Are they your sponsor or something, John?
No, I don't know where that came from.
Okay. We're going with that. And, okay, we're not going to use that. That's a bad idea. And then we have classic Jack Daniels.
Okay.
Can't go wrong with that whiskey.
All right.
And then something, oh man, it's like frosty. We have Toki Sun's.
It's a Japanese whiskey.
Whiskey.
It's actually one of my
They
favorites.
spell whiskey wrong? Whiskey has an E in it. Yeah. Look at this. They spelled whiskey wrong. They have it with just a Y. So
There's
you know
no
it's going to
E
be
in
good.
Japan.
Yes.
I just made that up, but we'll see.
Sure, yes. Japanese whiskey, yeah. So that's what we're dealing with. And I don't want to reveal the secret ingredient, but there's gonna be a secret ingredient.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
There is.
Oh my. Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I see it.
All right. Well, I would love to drink this sooner rather than later.
You want me to get started now?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. Come
All
on,
right.
go.
I mean, I don't know, but yes.
I've never done this before in this sort of setting. All right. So I've opened a million of these at work.
Oh, that one's not even open yet.
Yeah. Well, then it's gonna be good. That's nice.
That's an aged Daniels.
Yeah.
That's Jack Daniels Senior right there.
Jack. Speaking of Jack, can you stall for me while I try to?
Yeah, sure. So Sean's been having a pretty great year so far with Uncensored America. He brought, let's see, Milo and Martin Shkreli a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah, that was a good time.
1 or 2 weeks.
1 week ago.
1 week ago. Okay.
Yeah.
And before that, he brought. He had the Kamala event.
That's right. The roast of Kamala Harris.
Was that in your Pamela?
And then he had the debate. He hosted the debate between Destiny and John Doyle. So 2 of which were here at Penn State, which is pretty solid. It's good to know that you remember your alma mater. You know where you came from.
They remember me too, because we started off with a really funny moment because there were these protesters in the audience, and they came up like one by one and just tried to disrupt the event. They're like, "This is hate speech. He's fascist.
Shame on all of you.
Shame on you." That's where these shade. It's like, shame on all of you for being here. Shame on Penn State for inviting Maui Yiannopoulos. Shame on Sean Semenko, who's not even a student here, who's running this event. Shame on they listed everybody and they got dragged out. And then this guy right here, he came up to heckle too, and he goes, I want to thank you guys for being here.
It's the anti-heckle.
Yeah, that was funny. Okay, so we got the Jack open. So we have ice. All right, we're going to get started this. We're going to make a double Donald J. Trump America right here. All right.
The orange.
I'm for it.
It's going to be kind of orange. Right? Yeah,
Okay.
It should be. That's the plan. We're going to need all of it.
You sure you
sorry,
don't want one
making
of
a
these,
mess.
Deacon?
No, I'm good.
Can we get more
Fine.
ice? Can
I got
someone
my
give me more
Java
ice?
juice.
Can you go on an ice run, Jack?
Yeah, we need to shake up really, really good. Like we need lots of ice.
That's actually not a shaker, though. Is that
You're
a
not
problem?
you're not going to pull a Cardi B on us, right? Where you're free and
No. I'm not
Oh,
a Cardi
here,
B
hold on.
fan. I am a Taylor Swift fan. Okay, Swifties for Trump. Listen, Taylor could have been with Kamala last night, and instead she chose her man. She chose her man over Kamala. Oh, look at that! You got the cap on.
That's
too.
for
Perfect.
for your shaking.
Let's go.
Well, on the show, we have some theories about her relationship with her man.
With Travis,
yeah, whether or not it's genuine. I don't know if we can get into that, but
I think it's genuine. I think Taylor. The truth of it is, she's a girl boss, but she wants a big, strong man that she can come home to, or they'll come home to her. Sorry, and they'll have a good time together. Like she wants a trad life. Like she grew up Christian.
Don't tell me you're into this Swiftie and normalcy, right? From Edmund Smirk. You know
what the heck is that?
That's Killer Whale. I was trying to cut off the Taylor Swift conversation because you were saying I love Taylor, and I was like, I really don't want to talk about Taylor Swift. No. I'm really like the speed on this drink is underwhelming, Sean.
I need my ice. Like
that gives you time to mingle through the bar.
It's coming,
I mean,
yeah.
he knows what he's doing. He
Yeah.
knows how to handle his
Trust the plan.
patrons.
He's chatting us up, right?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
He's earning that tip.
I mean, yeah. Meanwhile, you're eating pretzels and peanuts and getting
here we
thirstier
go.
by the
Ice.
second.
I was shocked to hear you say, Deacon, that you didn't
Thank
want to
you.
drink, but you still got your voting to go
Amazing.
do and head back and all that.
Yes.
But surely you're going to crack something open when you get home.
Probably after supper, maybe. You
There
know
go.
me.
You're a responsible dude.
Yeah, I still have responsibilities at home to take care of yet.
Well, this concoction is happening. to feed us on like how's the bear hunt going?
It's been hard. This weather doesn't help with the warm weather.
The hot weather.
Yeah, this hot weather is just miserable.
Because the bears are all fat and shit. And
They're all fat and they're just hiding out down in the real thick stuff where it's wet and everything else.
How does one go about finding a bear?
Luck. If you don't scout enough, you just got to go out and look for sign and talk to people that are, in your area and that kind of stuff.
So when you say sign, like a New York,
like scat,
New York,
like poop,
person that
like
went
shit on the ground.
I know what you meant.
You know
I
what
was
I'm
trying to make
saying?
a joke about like dead bodies of people that don't belong in the woods.
Yeah,
like,
Yeah, no, we don't have grizzlies around here. They'd probably find me because I've been spending enough time in the woods.
Actually, that's
Unreal.
because so black bears are probably pretty tricky because they're all running away from you and shit.
Yeah, and right now the food, they're just after food right now because it's almost denning season. But with the
Stop
weather
it.
being the way it is, it's just going to be a constant chase on them right now.
Yeah, so Deacon,
yes.
you have experience hunting bears, right? How many have you hunted in the past?
I've hunted them for now probably 10 years. And
Okay.
no, I haven't killed one yet.
Okay.
So that's how, I've seen guys go 30 years and not kill one until they kill their first.
You're a modern day Ahab.
I am, yes, I'm my own man basically.
Except
Last
instead
year
of-
I tried it with a buddy of mine, and it just for some reason I'm more of a solo kind of guy, and I always end up by myself, and just seems to go that way. Now this year I did get an invite up in northern PA, up in Potter County, up around Wellsboro, Tioga area.
Just
to go up to
I'm
a
sorry,
big camp.
quickly.
Go ahead.
Amber Lance just voted for Trump 14th District MAGA. Nice
Let's
job,
go.
Amber Lance.
And
sorry to
I
cut you
thought
off
that was
there,
the
Deacon.
Taylor Swift profile picture. Never mind.
So if I go up there, there's going to be about 20, 25 guys. We'll put on big drives and try. And
Yeah, and since you've been at it for around a decade, have you gone through any like bullshittery regarding regulations or anything like that?
Don't get me started on the game commission in this state, please. Do not get me started on the game commission. They're as bad as the government is right now. You notice that I am not, and you know me better than the rest of the crowd in here. You notice I am not excited today at all.
Oh no.
I have this year. This whole election has been one big sour grape in my mouth this year, and it started the whole way back with the assassination attempt, and ever since then,
which you were
it
at.
has gone downhill for me this year, folks. I am voting. I will vote for the man. Absolutely, I am a diehard Trump supporter, as you know it. But this year, I've had a lot of disappointment. I've seen a lot of things that I'm not happy with. I'm not happy with him personally. I think what really got me about Trump this year was the debate, the entire debate. Whenever the first 5 minutes, I loved it. After that, it was a train wreck from then on. And I'm an old school guy. John knows this better than anybody. I am an old school guy. I want to see and I want to hear substance to the debate, not the he said, she said bullshit. I am so over that he said. And if you talk to a lot of people my age these days, they're going to tell you the exact same thing. We are tired of the he said, she said bullshit. To this day, well, what was it, yesterday or the day before, I finally heard her policies, so to speak. Other than that, I still don't have policies in front of me. Who's going to raise my taxes? Who's going to lower my taxes? Who's going to keep Social Security? Who's going to get rid of Social Security? Who's going to take care of the military and not the fucking immigrants and shit, you know? I mean...
But wait, you're saying you don't feel like Trump is that guy?
I didn't say that.
Or just the debate didn't show.
The debate and the entire process has gone more of a personal attack on each other than it has actually coming out and helping us.
Right.
You know, you guys, I've listened to the broadcast all day long. Right. And as an older guy, I've listened to you young guys, and I have a lot of respect for you young guys. You guys are smart. You actually understand. But I don't think that if you go out and talk to people my age,
Well, the average, yeah.
we are going to tell you straight up, we're tired of this bullshit.
Oh, trust
and
me.
I don't know if anybody realizes this, but Fox News is going to be in our area tomorrow doing a diner segment in Bald Eagle at the Firehouse Chill and Grill.
Okay.
They're going to be there tomorrow doing their diner segment live.
You gonna go crash it?
No, I'm not.
Just because you can't take it anymore, you're saying?
Basically, yeah. I am so fed up with it. I'd be glad when today's over. When I left the house today, and John, you know me. You know me long enough to know that I am a pumped up dude when it comes to Trump and my politics and everything. But this year, I took down every campaign sign in my yard this morning when I left to go to work. I was glad to take them down and get them out of my yard because I am tired of such the bullshit that it is this year.
Yeah, I mean, is that really?
I mean, everybody, you guys included, you guys have done a great job of trying to get people out there to bring the vote in. I get that. I guess I got to the point that I understand that no matter what I do, I can't change people's minds.
Right.
I can't change their views. I can't change their values. I can't do that. I've wasted a lot of, I don't want to say, I strike that. I didn't waste. I spent a lot of time and effort and feeling and devotion into trying to get people to do that this year, that it just totally drained me when I seen, especially with my Trump train back in September. You know, the first time I had a crowd of 1,100 people. This time I had less than 100 people show up.
Really?
Wow.
I am not kidding you. It was a total bummer. It was a complete and utter heartbreak is what it was for me. Because it shows me that people, yes, they're behind Trump, but there's not the flag waving. There's not the honest, we want this from our candidates.
Yeah, it's different this time around.
It is totally different this time around.
Different in almost an uncomfortable way.
Thank you for letting me come on to vent.
Yeah, get it out, man.
Man, I've been needing to vent for so far.
No, I know you. I know what you're saying. Get it out. You said something to me that I thought was interesting because I experienced this too. But maybe the real frustrating part is trying to talk to other people and getting that
because
retarded fucking response.
I was one of
or
the
lack
Trump
of one.
I was one of the Trump captains for my area, for Huntington County.
Mhm.
And I went out and I did it twice. And I knocked on a total of 15 doors. 8 out of the 15 basically told me to get the fuck out of my face with it. They don't want to hear it. They're going to decide for themselves. Then, you know, I build up to my Trump train, and it is a total downfall. And then I start to see more and more and more, and then the debate hit. And when that debate hit, and what got me the worst was they're eating the cats and the dogs. It's like, dude,
best part.
you just threw
That was the
everything
best
out
part.
of the. But
That's
to
the
an
best
old guy,
part.
but to an old guy like me who wants to hear
You
substance,
wanna take it
I want to
seriously.
hear politics. I want to hear policy. I want to hear. Are you going to raise my taxes? You're going to lower
But
my
he already
taxes?
told us that. He told us he's going to lower taxes, and he passed
How?
the tax cuts.
How?
He's going to pass a bill to lower them.
How?
Extend the Trump tax cuts.
Hey, whoever's
What?
whoever's out there that keeps turning that shit on, stop doing that.
Specifically, what are they going to do?
Extend Trump tax cuts, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on.
Okay.
You know, he listed all these things.
Okay,
like-
now you go to Kamala's side, and she says what?
She said, "Well,
She says nothing. She didn't say anything.
She
Yeah.
well,
Trump did what you
She
wanted.
released her policies
2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 days ago, but they were so contradictory. She said that
She wants to
She said
build-
that she's going to give people tax cuts, but then she also said that she wants to
And see-
pay more in the government. Like
Okay, and
pro-
she
government
wants to
programs.
build what, 3 million new homes?
Yeah.
3 million.
That's
Who's going to pay? How's
gonna
how's
take
she
a
going
shit
to pay
ton-
for it?
That's going to take a shit ton of tax money. Yeah.
That was never explained.
Well,
You know
Mo
what I'm saying?
Jack, you're not surprised that Kamala sucks. That part's not.
Oh
surprising.
no,
Yeah,
no,
so,
no!
okay.
Believe me, I know how bad Kamala sucks because when you listen to her talk and you understand that you can understand her, so you have to listen to her talk over and over again, but you still don't understand her, so you go back around to the beginning where you tried to understand what she was talking about to begin with, but you don't understand what
Well,
she's
so
talking
is that
about.
perhaps the root of the?
Oh! See, now you got me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is the root of the frustration that you've been trying to understand Kamala Harris?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect answers from her, but Trump has laid everything
I think you would
out.
very much go insane. trying to
I
do such a
understand
thing.
Trump has laid everything out, but whenever I want to hear those words. No, I'm not going to raise your taxes. I'm going to lower your taxes by this much, and this is how I'm going to do it. I understand he wants to drill, baby, drill. I'm all for it. Believe me, I am a Trump fan. I supported Trump from day one.
Me too. Yeah,
Day one,
Right when it
man.
came down the escalator,
I can
yeah.
show you. I've seen Trump in person. I've been beside John Jr.
Butler Rally.
I have a Butler Rally. I was there. I mean, I have done everything for the man and stuff. But I guess I'm at the point in my life with politics right now where I want to hear about it. I want to know what you're going to do for me, what you're not going to do for me.
I mean, he has it all on his website. I think the issue.
Okay, but for older people like us,
Mhm.
okay, no disrespect to your younger generation at all, and John would understand where I'm
with
coming
you.
from. I don't want to sit down and I don't want to have to click a button to read it, put it in my newspaper, come out on and put it out there for me to understand.
But
looking at you speaking to me.
I don't know that I fully agree with you that he hasn't done a good deal of that.
I was going to say, he's explained all this.
Okay, but when the debate was around, this is where I'm at with my politics. When that debate happened, he said, she said, you lied, she lied. He lied, she lied. He lied, fact check it. No, I want to hear specific policies debated back and forth, and it never happened.
Yeah, well, it sounds like it sounds like your problem is the moderators because they
That's not the moderators. Why didn't the candidates take over? It's their debate.
I think the issue is that, like, and I understand what you mean, because, like, I think the VP debates tend to do that more. Like you saw with JD Vance and.
But what'd you think? What'd you think of the
VP debate? Did you watch?
I didn't watch it.
Just kidding.
I'll say you would like the VP debate more, but the problem is most people don't really care about policy. Like that's what I've learned.
And see, I do.
I get because I do too. But I think the
drop your IQ like 30 points. You would have loved that debate.
Yeah. No,
probably.
When you
That's
are
probably why I
publicly,
didn't.
People like made fun of Trump for speaking like a fifth grader. They'd always say he speaks that fifth grade language. That's the best way to speak because you communicate to the most people. It's easier to understand. The problem is like most people don't really care about the details of policy. And if you're going to be a candidate running for office, it is much more effective to just say, this is what I'm going to do. Like, that's great. And I think that's for some like the Joe Rogan podcast, those more long form things, we can get more of that fleshed out.
Ooh, did you watch that?
Because most people don't care.
No.
I haven't watched that yet either, but there's...
To be honest with you guys,
3 hours of Trump.
After my Trump rally, my Trump train was a total bust. I have disconnected. I have dropped Rumble, Truth Social.
I've dropped Rumble.
Gilded.
Well, nobody uses Rumble, so it's okay.
I have dumped everything. I don't even watch. I haven't watched a mainstream media. The news will be on at my house only as background noise anymore.
That's probably a good thing.
It is a good thing because I am more.
I feel really frightened for the bears out in the woods right now. You're going to fucking just chop a bear into little pieces when you find it.
I feel so much better because I was to the point where I just couldn't. And here's where I'm at tonight. I didn't want to let myself get to the point of being so excited and so pumped up and having such high hopes that tomorrow I crash like I did last time. I'm not doing that to myself.
That's smart, honestly.
I'm not doing that to myself.
Deacon, if you ask me, you're on the verge of your Ted Kaczynski.
Don't let me have a fucking bulldozer
John,
right now because I know how to weld.
John, you can start that this drink right here if you want. It's all ready.
Maybe
for you.
I'm going to grab it
in a second, but I want to read Circle Jerk real quick. And welcome back, Circle Jerk. Voted Trump an hour ago, making a pot roast, smoking some dabs, and hitting the slope. Sup, Mojack, Kamala can Mo juices. Thank you, Circle Jerk.
I'm cool with the first part.
So wait, that drink's ready?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Do you walk me through one more time what disgusting shit is in there?
Wow.
This is a brand new concoction, exclusively here for John Ward on Election Day.
First person
has
ever to drink it.
Huh?
Am I the first person ever to drink?
Yeah, you're
this
gonna be
drink?
the first person. Yeah.
Right.
So,
Sean, you sound like such a snake oil salesman right
No. You haven't tried it yet. When you try it, then
He's
you can
trying
call me
too
that.
hard.
Yeah. I gotta sell the product
Yeah,
because
sell it.
listen, this could be in his. He could sell this one day when he opens up that.
It
bar.
might be delicious. I don't know.
It could be. This is the
won't
Donald
be,
John
but it could
America whiskey sour right here.
Oh.
You got Jack Daniels, 2 shots of Jack.
2 shots of
and
Jack.
then I went a little light. 1 shot of Tookie.
Oh, this is a triple?
Yeah.
God damn.
Sorry. We rounded down. Makes you feel like you're getting more. And then we have some MAGA hats in here. So we have the secret ingredient here are these beautiful red gushers. Red gushers.
Oh,
right
red
here.
gushers.
Yeah,
Okay.
look at that. Look at that. These are like the little MAGA hats on there. So you got like the brown,
good
orangey
branding.
liquid with the MAGA hats. It's got some fruity flavor to add to it, and also topped with Starry.
We don't have 7 Up.
So-
We have
Can you hand that down the chain?
Yeah,
to me,
let's
Mark?
pass it along. Let's see how it tastes.
Ooh, Nelly.
Live John Ward.
That'll put hair on your peaches.
Sean, our odds of going 24 hours just went way down.
They went way down right there.
Hey, we'll be here.
Oh boy, live reaction.
It just tastes like whiskey, pretty much.
Hey, yeah.
It's like those ridiculous Asian bubble teas, but at the bottom it's gushers.
There you go. There you go.
Hey,
Look at
that's
that.
good.
I don't get
I
a
love
lot.
bubble
Hold on,
tea.
let me do a serious.
Oh, jeez. Jeez.
The nose.
Yeah, you gotta stick your nose way down in.
The nose is a bit fruity and gushery.
You want me to add more? I can always add more. There's like 6 in this pack.
The mouthfeel is smooth. I don't know if I'm using these terms correctly. Probably not. In fact, I'm certain that I'm not, but it's really not bad. It really just tastes like whiskey with ice in it. And maybe a little bit of that starry umami.
Kamala, sorry.
I gotta pace myself with this drink. Holy fuck.
So who's doing
likes it.
play-by-play tonight? You gonna have people coming in doing
Yeah,
play-by-play
so we're about getting to that time of night. It's 5:30. We're going till about 6 in this particular hour, and then Jack, who is calling in at 6:30?
My buddy Christian Watson. He's another YouTuber. He does commentary.
Christian Watson, okay.
philosophy
Yeah, and
videos.
so then after that, I believe, is when we're getting into the coverage. So probably when you get done voting, Mo, Jack, and get home, if you turn this back on, we might be doing some coverage.
I'll fire it up on.
We have, this is the game we were playing earlier.
I was watching.
But right here.
Wait, what's Taylor doing all the way on the selfish side? What's that going on there?
You a Swiftie?
One of our he was just saying that. You weren't listening to him?
No, I was staring at the drink he was making in horror.
Yeah, but our co-host,
Chiefs fan too, aren't you? You're a Chiefs fan too, aren't you?
I'm still with the Eagles, but the Chiefs are like my second favorite.
Deacon, did you see that that her boyfriend's brother spiking the Penn State kid's phone?
Yes. What was that all about? I only saw that.
He's just got to shake it off. That's all.
The college kid
Was he pissed?
The college kid told him your brother's a faggot or something, and he grabbed his phone and smashed it and said, "Who's the faggot now?" And the kid said, "Still you."
He had to make a big apology and all that bullshit.
I mean, the whole internet is astroturf towards him being in the right, but I'm sorry. No,
he's not.
You live in the world where you get called that shit. You don't grab some college kid's phone and spike it on the ground. That's horse shit.
Can I ask, how did things go with with Vivek Ramaswamy? Yeah, how did things go over there?
I would say that went pretty well. We had a huge turnout, but admittedly it could have been better because we were TPOSA, the group that brought him onto campus. They were given a shittier venue that could house less people, and as a result, they had to turn a lot of people away.
Oh yeah, they moved him to a smaller.
Now, did any of you guys go to the Trump rally?
Yes.
Oh yeah. We all did.
Did you?
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you? Did you finally make one, John?
There's
Good.
2 people sitting outside who got pictures with him.
Yeah.
They spoke.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Good.
Danny
Good.
gave the Pledge of Allegiance and took the opportunity to give a very like his best Hitler impression.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding. Danny got real fired up. We all got fired up, and then Kale, who will be on later, she calmed us all down. We got to chill again. I was
good.
Don't tell Kale, but I was
in the room.
I was feeling Danny's vibe.
He
to tell
is.
You the truth.
He is something to see in person. To
Danny had me like 3.5 Reich in it. I was like not quite 4th Reich. I wasn't quite to the 4th Reich, but I was on the 3.5. No, I'm kidding.
But no, he is.
No, they both did an awesome job. We've been trying to get a video of it so we can play it, but I think they're still waiting on wherever that comes from. So yeah, they did awesome.
Yeah.
He was a little late. That was the only kind of downside.
It's because it was
stuff to do.
It was it's because his plane was too big, so it couldn't fit into the airport, the Penn State airport. So
Now you sound like the head coach over here.
Well, I was gonna say I thought he was late because he was literally doing a rally in Michigan right before. So like you can't be that mad.
Well, before that,
and the day before was Rogan.
Yeah, it was Rogan. Yeah,
3-hour unedited interview.
I was asked many times by a lot of people if I was going back to Butler, and I didn't go back to Butler. And I did not come over here. I sort of stayed away. I have become like this, the silent. I just sat back and watched and just.
Oh, does he want me to show this?
Kind of kept to myself about it all right now.
What is that?
This is Danny Kunzelman.
Very nice. Very nice. Congratulations. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely outstanding. Good for you.
Dude, straight as a rail too. He passed the green line test.
Good for you. He's hollow ground now. We can't even touch that man. He shook the hand of the man next to God. He is like a charmed person now. Nothing bad shall ever happen to Danny.
I'm super jealous of that.
That is, yes, me too. That is awesome.
Also,
congratulations.
Breaking news, John.
What's up?
The first exit poll out of Pennsylvania just dropped.
Mm.
The electorate was 83% white, which is up 2% from 2020.
We've gotten whiter.
And 9% black, which is down 2% from 2020.
Those are good
Trump's
numbers.
gonna win.
Yeah, the numbers we wanted.
Yeah, listen, it's just what it
No,
is.
does
I'm
it
sorry.
say, does it like it's got to be way too early for any kind of meaningful.
Yeah.
No, you're not getting anything until like an hour after polls close.
Yeah.
Usually, but that's first exit poll drop. That's a very good sign that he's going to win. I still think he's going to win in landslide, but that's just me.
I definitely feel that his chances are way better than in 2020 because less people are hysterical over COVID and blaming him for it.
Mojack, they didn't take the abuse like you and I did. They're letting themselves be hopeful.
Yeah. I know, and that's what I have had to restrain myself and just literally step away from it all.
Well, let me ask you this, Deacon, and Sean and Jack jump in as well, but just because I haven't talked to you for a while.
Yeah.
What do you think happens if Trump wins? What do you think happens if Kamala wins? Like, does it all go to civil war? Is it violent?
I
Is it
think
really just the same? I just answered every possible one. No, go ahead.
All the above.
If all the numbers tonight actually show overwhelming that Trump is going to get it, and we wake up tomorrow like we did last time, and things are a lot different.
That's why we're going the whole time this time. We're
lot different, then yes, I look for a lot of unrest. I look for people to go. I do look for things to happen, and it ain't going to be good.
What's it like down there in Huntington County? Because that's like almost
Huntington County. Actually, we had got top nomination from the national thing for the work that they were doing down there with the work that the campaign was doing down there with the door knocking, with the Trump 47 campaign and everything. I noticed today there was some issue on the one place that they were the tally machine wasn't working. Same problem they've been having across the state, it seems like. But other than that, numbers look good. I'll find out when I get down there this evening. Like I said, I did this voting late tonight for a reason, just to see how many did show up out of my township. You know, I actually wanted to see what the final number was. I was going to get down at 7 o'clock this morning, and I was like, no, I'm just going to go to work. I'll go down and do my thing here later on this evening. You gave me the invite last night. My apologies for not getting back to you last evening.
You're fine. We're all busy as shit.
So I wanted to stop in and talk with you guys today, and just to get an idea where the numbers were at whenever it was the final tally.
But Huntington is almost it's going Trump, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like 95%, 98%.
We got to get on your level, man.
Right, but I actually have a question for Sean if you're willing to take questions.
What if he says no?
I can take any question.
Okay. So recently, the legendary actor Harrison Ford, who played Indiana Jones.
We know who Harrison Ford is.
He came
Come on,
out.
man, I'm a Star Wars kid, all right, dude. I am.
I don't know if you've ever heard of a person.
Wait,
very obscure actor.
Jack,
very
Jack.
obscure.
Who would you say?
He came out and came in support of Kamala Harris, saying that she stands against Trump, who is pro-censorship. Do you believe that? Do you find that to be true? And if you don't find it to be true, why not?
First of all, his video is hilarious where he does it all black and white. It's all dramatic. But before I answer the question, I'm going to weave. Okay, I'm going to weave. All these celebrity endorsements have been so weak. I mean, at least in 20 or especially 16, they're like, yeah, Hill Dog, Trump's next Hitler, like, can't let this happen.
Yeah.
Now they're all like Taylor Swift, my girl. She literally doesn't endorse until the first debate ends at midnight. Just goes, hey, so there's this election coming up and it's like kind of important, and you know, you should like vote. Like, I'm voting for Kamala. Like, do your own research and all, but like, that's who I'm voting for. She doesn't even like tell people like, you gotta vote for Kamala. It's just like, I guess you should vote. Like, do your own research. Like, I'm not gonna tell you to vote for.
Yeah, you saw that a lot, even at her rallies, where Cardi B, like Mark Cuban, they're just reading off their phones.
Cardi B couldn't do anything because she doesn't have a brain. Like, she literally comes up there, and the teleprompter doesn't work, and she didn't know what to do. So like some intern like hands her like a script to read, and so it's got like rhymes and whatnot in it. So she reads it. And yeah, like all of them have been weak. And Taylor put out a thing yesterday, like where she's like, "Oh, last stop of the Eras Tour. It's been amazing. Can't wait till next show. Oh, by the way, it's election day tomorrow. Should probably vote. Anyway, like, you know, we're gonna have more merch coming out. It's like buried in the middle of it. I'm like, this is so weak. Yeah, it's hilarious.
The most bizarre celebrity endorsement would have to be from you want to read this?
Yeah, quickly. Circle jerk. Trump should add a new cabinet position. Chief meme maker John motherfucking Ward. I approve this.
No, it's motherfucking
Ward.
Yeah, but But the weirdest
Thank you,
celebrity
Circle Jerk.
endorsement would be like all those MCU actors like coming together. Like,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, I saw that.
I don't even
to
know.
stop Trump.
I don't even know why they formatted it like that because it felt like something you'd see from
Like from
2020,
COVID,
like
yeah.
from over Zoom. Like, why don't they just get together in person, just do like a bit or something? It's just
because they
strikes me
don't
as lazy.
care.
Yeah,
they literally
they
just
don't.
are taking a check and just going like, "Oh, you want me to endorse her? All right, whatever. Do I have to like do something in person? Oh no, okay, we'll do a Zoom call. You know, and even like Billie Eilish probably did like a little more than most because she's like, yeah, you should vote for Kamala, but she's like sitting there on her phone like. Yeah, like reading the script, like, yeah, you should vote for Kamala. Okay, that's it. Like, there's just no enthusiasm behind it.
Yeah, I feel as though they know somewhat that
they don't want to be behind a loser. Like that's. the problem.
It's the same reason that Jeff Bezos doesn't. It's the same reason Jeff Bezos doesn't want the Washington Post to endorse her.
Yes, because they've realized
Good
that
point.
unlike Hillary and like Hillary, they thought no shot of Trump winning 16, and when 20, they thought Joe could definitely do it. But this time. They're not so sure, and they don't want to be behind a loser. But to answer your question about censorship, I mean, Donald Trump has done more for free speech than any president. Like, I disagree what he's done with the whole, what is it called, BDS laws, where you can't, like, boycott Israel or whatever. Like, I disagree with that. Like,
Well, that's something you see pushed by both parties, unfortunately.
yeah, I wonder why. But
But super chat. I just thought it was funny. Thanks, Linda.
I can't wait till everybody's drunk and slow. Oh gosh,
I won't be here, Linda.
I'm drinking this drink way too fast. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. But Trump was the one to pass that free speech executive order, which allowed free speech on college campuses. I mean, he's and then there are a group of people who don't want it that way, and those group of people that want things a certain way are in power.
Yeah, that's so true because I think Trump knows firsthand how valuable, like how many votes the internet is because he pushed an internet bill of rights many months ago.
Somewhat on point. NASA to deceive. Imagine a military recruiting ad under Kamala.
Oh, gosh.
Just look how they already are.
Those are. If they want to recruit men during war, I feel like that's going to be the only time you see like all white men in ads.
Jack, if you see a recruitment ad, you signing up?
Depends on what the war is.
Depends on the war. Which war would you fight?
Yeah, what's the one you're hoping for?
The one in the Congo, the one in China.
I mean, I'm not fighting the one for Ukraine. Like that's just
okay. What about Israel? Would you fight and die for Israel?
You're.
I got him.
He doesn't know what to say.
No.
Doesn't know what to say.
I might get some endorsements taken from me.
Yeah, you got to be careful with that country.
Are you pro-Palestine, Jack?
Can I jump in here?
Yes,
real quick?
by all
You
means.
said something that caught me was that they're going to decide who they want. Okay, and when you said that, and you had your factions game up there, we've talked about this in extent, John. That I don't care what and you can say what you want, but I don't care what today brings or tomorrow brings. Whatever they decide or whoever they decide, that's who it's going to be, no matter what we.
Oh, you think it's going to be rigged?
No, I didn't say that. I did not say rigged. I'm just saying that the higher faction that runs the government in this country is going to be the ones that decide our elections anymore. I think our power as voters has dropped in value because of people like Oprah, Taylor Swift, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Warren Buffett.
Deacon, do you think people like Bezos and Elon Musk are actual billionaires, or are they like actors that pretend to be?
I think that's all on paper.
Okay,
that's all on paper.
Well, I know. I mean, they doesn't have billions of dollars in cash, but like the companies he owns are worth that much.
Yeah.
But do you think like Elon Musk is really in charge of Tesla and SpaceX, or is he just the front man?
He's
for
just
it?
the front man for
Interesting.
He's just the front man for it. But he also, and this is just my opinion of what I've been watching and what I've seen and what have absorbed.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Is that he runs the technology sector. He is the man that's going to decide who's going to be in charge of the government to make sure that his technology sector, the same way with Warren Buffett. And prove me wrong on this. Mr. Warren Buffett in the last election was all about banning pipelines. Why? I worked in the rail industry. That man owns 80% of the rail cars and the tracks in this country. How do you move oil in this country right now, folks? trains.
Well,
so he decided, hey, wait a minute. We can't have a pipeline under Trump because that takes money out of my pocket. Same way with Bezos, Musk, Oprah.
Makes me want to play devil's advocate here because
Please.
then if you would you agree? I guess I should ask first that Elon Musk wants Trump to win.
Yes.
So wouldn't that sort of confirm that Trump is going to win then?
No, because there's
If
other
Elon Musk
there's
is-
other members that may have a bigger say in it.
I see. Okay. Yeah, I don't necessarily honestly disagree with that. Like, so it's a small number of powerful people.
Yeah.
Compete. So
We've
who's
talked about this before.
No, I know.
And
I know.
If you look into things and see how, and just take a step back away from the political look of it, and
we're
actually look
talking
at
about
it from a business.
about this kind of thing.
That exactly right there. That exactly right there.
Can people call in by chance, John?
I like
I don't know if you're doing call-ins, but I have people text me like, "Can I call in?" I'm like, I don't know.
Like people I've met.
Yeah, Luca wants to call in.
Oh yeah, we can get him on a Zoom call probably.
All right,
there you go.
Like right now.
We'll see. I'll ask him.
Well, I'm kind of Deacon's got to get heading back to go vote.
Yeah.
and
Well,
we have,
did he
like,
take a taste? Did he take a taste?
No, I'm not. No. You ain't ruining my dinner.
I don't think.
You can take a
Well,
taste.
so we have. So I'm sorry, Jack. Christian Watson, is that right?
Yep, 6:30.
6:30, and so we have a little bit of a small break. I can set up like an audio only Skype line or something like that. Are you going to be around for a while?
Oh, I'm gonna be here all night.
Well, there you go.
I'm here till like midnight, then I gotta drive home.
Hey, I do want to say you guys are doing a great job with
Thank
your
you,
show and
Yes.
everything.
Thank
I
you.
do keep up with everything. I haven't dropped off the earth completely.
Well, I seen you from time to time in the chat, but for a while here, I didn't even have a TV up, so like I couldn't read the fucking
Oh,
chat. So
yeah.
a lot of
But
people,
no, the Cider House Rules guys, you guys are doing a good
Yeah.
job. I think that's good. I mean, I like to, listen to it.
Thank you, Deacon, because it's hard to follow you up, honestly.
No, it isn't.
I
No,
do.
it isn't.
It's nice
I
to
am-
have your
Hard
energy
man to
back in the studio, man. It really is. It's fucking fun to have you back here. But it's like 5:46. I feel like we're kind of at a natural break point right here, and I'm feeling this fucking drink, and so like I would love. Like,
Oh, now you're feeling it. Is it the gushers hitting?
Yeah.
I've just been like slowly falling into a
many-
K-hole or
how
whatever
much
you
did you
call
drink?
it. Like half of it already. Because I'm doing 20 things, and
See, I got
Hey, you're like,
30.
oh yeah, I'm getting thirsty. Yeah.
well, like 5 minutes ago, there somebody was talking, and my face got all hot, and I was like, "Where am I?" And I looked down, it's half empty. And I'm like, "Well, that's not."
Well, when you're trying to measure with these about how much a shot is, it's a little difficult to say.
To the staff, lots of coffee later.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm like-
lots of coffee later.
1,000, 2, 1,003.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's how you know it's good. You keep on taking unconscious sips.
So I'm
Yes,
inclined to
it's
make
okay.
that suggestion. Is give me like that'll give me a little bit of time to drink a Red Bull or something. You get your ass down there and vote.
I'm going to.
I got to get outside and cool off.
Thanks
a
for
little bit
having
too.
me.
But then we come back. We have Christian on, and then we're gonna get into like closer to results and analysis and stuff like that. So it should be a good time. Thank you for everyone who has joined us for this first 6 hours or so. My God, we're fourth of the way there.
Like I said, I've been
crazy.
watching all day. You guys are doing a good job.
Oh man,
I'll keep up with it. And
How's the viewership been?
it's been good. We've had about 8,000 people through in total so far.
Wow, that's good.
Ending your clicking days. If it don't make sense, there is a buck in it in chat. NASA to
What?
deceive. It's the same person. I think you're saying, but so you're NASA is what they're saying. If it don't make sense, there is a buck in it. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Okay.
Can make money in something that's confusing. I believe is what.
Oh yeah, and John.
I'm confused by that, so there must be a buck in it.
Yeah, if you're willing, instead of
Thank you.
if you want to take a break, that's cool. But Sean, if you're up for it, we could just talk about e-drama or whatever.
Oh, I could talk about anything you want, Jack.
Do you-
Like, which war you're gonna fight in?
Well,
No, but does that sound all right?
let's take like a 5 minutes if you want. I'll set you up if you guys want to go on your own.
You can set you can set Luca up too, and then just have it be.
He says he's gonna call in at 8.
Oh, 8? Okay.
All right, yeah, perfect. So, all right, Deacon, awesome to have you back.
thank you. Thank
Get
you
yourself
so much,
a
sir.
bear.
I'm going to work on it. I'll bring everything.
Send me a
in.
picture. Bring the bear in. Bring its clothes in, or
getting
make it into
baloney.
clothes, and then
I'll
see
have-
it's happening. I'm getting drunk.
Get you some deer bologna, some bear bologna, and we'll just feed
Bear
you.
bologna.
Bear bologna, yeah, man.
What about some bear jerky?
Bear jerky? I can't eat jerky anymore.
Why not?
What?
The chompers.
Yeah.
Nice. Those are looking good, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Everything's going good with that. No problems. Knock on wood. No problem. No, I like them. They're all right.
All right, we will be back in somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes, and then we're going to start getting into the results and more serious part of the show after one or two more guests. We will see you then. All right, coming back for another 30 minutes of in-person, after which we have a 30-minute Zoom interview, and then it's about time for the results. So let me bring everybody's microphones back up here. We got a full house. Right now in seat number 1, oh, that's me, of course. What's up? I'm John Ward. Welcome to the 24-hour super stream that Drink Sean Semenko made me kicking my ass. Welcome, Tim Kessling, first time in.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
It's great to have you. We'll talk more in a second. Also with us, Kale. You can speak if you want. You don't have to.
Hello.
Oh, man, we're going to have to jack your audio up. You're acting all shy, and you've been on Fox and all this kind of stuff.
Oh,
so.
please. Oh, please.
And also Danny Kunzelman in the house.
What's up?
Whose picture with Trump we just saw. Do you still have that there? I kind of want to see it again. Now you're acting all humble. You're like, no big deal. Happens all the time to
You
me.
motherfuckers. You put me right in the middle of water.
Did we really?
Yeah.
We can print more, can't we?
Just pass it down to John.
No, you hold it up. I already held it up.
Brother.
There you go, Kale. So we'll go backwards in order. Danny gave the Pledge of Allegiance at the Trump rally in State College, which was awesome, and then Kale gave the speech shortly after, which was also very good. But Danny, I guess maybe both of you, real quick. And Tim, you were there as well. But you didn't get to speak. Neither did I.
I did not.
We're not that cool. For you two young kids, what was that like? Danny.
I mean, I was pretty nervous, not going to lie. It was like, especially when you're going down that like catwalk to the stage and you're just like, holy shit, there's 10,000 people sitting out there. And if
It was packed.
Yeah, it was. It was just like another experience. But as soon as you got up there, it was just like, it just came. It wasn't anything that was too difficult once you got going. It was just, you just started talking and you just kept going. And yeah, it was.
I will say, from my perspective, you both handled yourself very well.
I agree.
Very good.
Honestly. And Danny, you took the opportunity to get a little feisty.
Yeah, I
You
did.
pledged allegiance, and then you demanded servitude and death.
I don't think I demanded servitude and death. I just
Well, like patriotic service.
just
That's sort of servitude.
fed into that populist desire for
You felt the power on the stage.
just making America great again.
You shook Trump's hand so hard he fell down. You power moved him. When you went in there to meet him, did you shake
He
his hand?
didn't do the like twist and like turn handshake.
I was warning both you guys. You got to get ready for the super shake. But he didn't do it. All right.
No, he did not.
I could see the power just go right to your head. You were nervous, but as soon as everybody started clapping, you fucking changed. Yeah.
That's funny.
All right,
He
so
started demanding, like
Yeah.
just throwing those hands out there.
dude, you said you didn't like that, but I thought it was my favorite part. I was like, I would have liked to see more hands.
Brother.
Maybe a Roman salute. I don't know.
Oh.
Segue, Kale. Why did you have a problem with that comment? No, I'm kidding. Your speech was good too. You ended it on with some fireworks with Michigan Sucks. That was nice.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't really think I was going to give this speech till like 30 seconds before giving this speech.
I got to jack your volume up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I speak too quiet.
Go ahead.
No, but oh, that's loud.
I'll bring you back down. You're good. Just talk.
On Monday, I got a call where it was like, "Oh, are you interested in giving a speech at the Trump rally?" And I was like, "Sure." And then on Tuesday, I was getting congratulations like, "Oh, you're speaking." And I'm like, "But how do I know I'm actually speaking?" I think I'm just really used to like these things kind of falling through like until right before it happens. And then I heard from some other people that some other students were speaking, maybe less humble students. They're like, "Oh, I'm speaking at the Trump rally," and all this other stuff. So I was like, okay, whatever. I won't talk about it. I didn't tell my parents till the day before. For quite literally less than 24 hours before. I was so scared. But I actually wasn't that nervous. I think I was probably more nervous watching Danny's speech, like behind the stage. My heart was beating, like my heart palpitations, I'd say.
Knowing that you were next, or
No, I think it's just like seeing like someone you know go up there. You're like, you hope they don't mess up or something.
you're expecting him to mess up. Hey, slide it. Lean. If you're gonna lean right, not left. See what you see? Why? There you go.
Right, left. Oh.
Yeah,
okay,
there you go.
Okay. I'm not.
But you weren't invited to speak just out of nowhere. Like Danny used his skills of politicking and persuasive speech to get on that stage. It's a compliment.
Oh, Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well, you've done some. You did a Fox interview out of here the other night, didn't you?
I did.
Tell
about 2
us
days ago.
quickly a little bit about what that is and how people can watch it.
Sure. Not like I wanted to. No, I'm kidding. But basically, I think 2 years ago, I got the opportunity through this other group called Campus Reform to talk about like politics from a college student's perspective. And it's a very last minute thing. Like Fox or Newsmax or whoever, they reach out to you very last minute, like the day before, and they're like, "Do you want to talk about so and so XYZ?" If you say yes, then they're like, "Okay, mock interview." Bada bada boom boom boom. So I had an interview 2 days ago about Kamala Harris and the election and Trump and all this. I had technical difficulties, but we survived. We prevailed and it ended up working out. And I think these interviews is probably what some people in the Trump campaign had heard about. And then they reached out to me and they're like, "I guess she can speak." And I'm happy they reached out, yeah.
I apologize for the background noise. I think people are starting to get drunk out there.
I think they just want to silence a black woman.
Oh, see that and that. If anyone was wondering why you were here, now they know, and we respect it. No, you do. So, I mean, I haven't had a chance to watch these interviews yet because you won't send me any of the links. But
No, that's a lie, because yesterday I sent you the link to my whole portfolio. Fact check in person.
did it say from Calais?
Yeah, that's
Well,
my
that's
name.
why I didn't look at it.
Oh, okay.
No, but I'll check this out. Can I post some of that stuff on the channel?
Sure.
Like not right now, but like at some point.
I mean, it's public.
Don't you
so-
want to? You're building a brand, right?
Nah, I don't know.
Something like that. All right. Anyway,
here. I'm just
these young guys and girls, Tim. I just don't know how to deal with them, man.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Gen Z.
Fill us in quickly, Tim, on who you are, I guess, and why you're in. You might need to slide the opposite way to your left. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, my name's Tim. I'm grew up in the area. I graduated from Bellefonte.
That's right.
And I went to school at Penn Tech, and now I work locally here for a construction company. And I'm anxious to see what happens tonight. I'm nervous.
I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago, or 5 even, when we met, and I said, "Hey, you should come down to the studio. I'll let you know really soon."
Yeah.
And then like a year went by.
This is exactly how I envisioned it.
Is it really?
It's awesome. I love it. I love the setup. I love.
You don't
everything
have
you
to
do.
lie.
No, I'm serious.
I think
Mihai had pretty poor taste.
I kind of believe him. I feel
pretty
it's
poor
kinda-
taste in furniture.
Yeah, he picked the furniture, but I kind of like it. It's old school.
What are you talking? There's a plaid couch,
Yeah.
a weird blue grandma
Yeah, that's
couch,
the kind
and
of
then
shit
Dwight
that I grew up
Eisenhower's
with.
living
Oh,
room.
no, this is the heaviest cope I've ever heard.
No, it's a young people's area or whatnot. But so you're not Tim directly involved in politics, or you can't talk about it, or
You ran a campaign.
Yeah, I'm not really directly involved with politics. I mean, I'm dabbling in it a little bit here and there.
do you have a politics in your future you're kind of hinting at, or
You're
don't
already
know.
on a political board, my guy.
Yeah, I am, but I don't know if it's just a 4-year thing and get it done and get out, or if it's continued on. I don't know. I'm debating.
well, if you could do anything you wanted or wanted, would you rather keep working in construction or get into politics, or can you not answer that?
I would love to do both. I would love to. I like building things. I like being a part of building things, but I also want to help make America great again. So I want to do my part in the political aspect of things.
The part of the focus of this entire studio and everything is keeping it local. You said you're born just up the road in Bellefonte. It's not too far from where I'm born down here in State College. Back when it was a different hospital name and things like that. But so that's cool. So you work often with these other like people this age, these kind of people that we silenced, or you work more with old guys like me or guys even older and things like that?
Actually, I work with a lot of people that are older than me. I think the average age in our industry is like mid 40s, lower 50s right now.
I've kind of wanted to ask you how someone as at least relatively young as you compared to the people I have seen you work with, like how you clearly must be smart and very talented to get their respect.
Aw.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know that I even have their respect. I think I have their respect when it comes to
I know
technology.
what you mean. I know what you mean.
They always come to me and say, "Hey, I need you to help me with this computer shit." So I'm like, "Okay." And then when it comes to construction, they're like, "All right, get the fuck out of the way." So
Is that really true? I find that hard to believe.
somewhat, not all the time.
Well, how'd you get in all these bigwig important meetings where you're 20 years younger than everybody else making decisions?
Oh, well, I guess they value everybody's opinion, and I like to be vocal about my opinion and express as to the pros and cons on things. So I think they're bringing young blood in to to answer those questions sometimes and take that into consideration.
And you grew up kind of like I did. I think you're a little bit older than me, but very familiar with the internet and things like that. Like, are you one of those guys who was your Bellefonte High School IT guys were like asking for your help?
No, not at all.
Oh.
No, not at all. But at work, it is like that. I'm getting all the IT questions in my office, at least. So.
Don't mean to single any one person out here, but I know you guys are all new to the show, so I really appreciate it. I think for this next, we got about 15 minutes. Thoughts on, so we're getting close to getting election results. Kale and Danny, you both, I know, have worked on Teresa's campaign. Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
And any other ones? Or
Well, and just helping the Trump campaign.
I get nervous talking to all three of you because I'm not sure like what I can and can't ask you that you'll be able to actually answer. And
well, I can tell you, I'll just have to kill everybody.
So how about this? Starting with Danny. When can we expect some results tonight, buddy?
Well, I mean, your local results are going to obviously come in sooner than your presidential results. But
why is that obvious?
Well, because whenever you're compiling statewide results in comparison to, say, somebody who's only running to represent a third of a
Less
county.
counting involved?
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. Makes
And you
sense,
also,
actually. I feel stupid.
Well, also, the other thing that's going to be difficult with getting statewide results is you have counties like Jefferson County where Punxsutawney is 30 minutes from the county seat, and all of those rural precincts have to drive the ballots to the county office 30 minutes, then begin the counting process, and then it's probably going to be about 10 o'clock before you see any real reporting from these rural counties.
Okay, 10 o'clock.
Well, 9:30, 10 o'clock for just
10 o'clock
results.
today or tomorrow? Or no, I'm kidding.
Today.
No, I'm just kidding.
Saturday.
Next year.
When, or maybe Kale, you want to jump in, and maybe even you, Tim, but like when are we going to have a presidential election winner?
I was thinking Christmas of 2030. No, doesn't anyone else have PTSD from 4 years ago?
Yes. that's-
Yeah, I'm shaking. Can
I'm
you see it?
asking for your wisdom to calm me down.
No, I have no wisdom. I'm
Did you see the
pessimistic.
deacon in here? He was losing his mind. He was getting ready to kill people.
Oh,
He's always like that. Don't worry about it.
That's okay.
That's bear mode. That's his bear mode. It's bleeding over from bear hunting. No, I mean, I'm seriously, do you know? You know more than I do. I know that. Like when realistically?
honestly, I'm seeing like tweets from Barack Obama saying that we should be expecting for this to take a little bit longer, that 2020 took a long time. We should be giving like greet your poll greeters, greet your poll watchers, thank your poll counters or something like that. And I'm like, oh, so you're preparing us for like World War III. I don't know. I have no thoughts. My brain is empty. There's nothing behind my eyes. Is there a camera? There's nothing here.
We have been asking everyone that's come on so far, what happens if Trump wins? What happens if Kamala wins? Does anyone want to jump on that? How about what happens if Trump wins?
I mean, I'll just be very happy if Trump wins. No, I mean, I have a feeling that the Ukraine war will come to an end. I have a feeling that...
Nice, actually, yeah. Good point.
I have a feeling that my gas won't cost $74 like it did last night whenever I go to the pump. Interestingly enough, I always love when Trump brags about getting the national average down to like $1.98, but we never saw anything below $2.10 or $2.09 in Pennsylvania whenever he was president, just because of how shitty our taxes are on gas here. But I mean, I want a life that's normal. I don't want any more of this bullshit from the Biden administration or the Harris administration.
See, but you're talking about what you
Obama.
want now.
Okay, yeah. Well, what will happen if Trump wins? Gas will be cheaper, groceries will be cheaper. I can probably buy a home whenever I get a job.
You don't
That's
think there
like-
will be country-ending riots and
Yeah,
civil
that's
war?
what I mean. It's more like immediate aftermath. I can't even like imagine Trump winning. Not like I don't think he'll win. It's just my brain won't let itself get that far. I don't want to be depressed in the event that he doesn't. So I don't know. If he wins, I know I lose all my rights as a black woman, right? According to Kamala Harris. No, I'm kidding. I'm just joking. We love Trump. But yeah, I don't know. It's easier for me to imagine Kamala winning and then everyone just being mad. I don't know. January 6th, part 2, hopefully not.
Summer of love, winter of peace.
I don't know. I really don't know.
I can tell you what I'm most, I guess, looking forward to is the team that has surrounded him. I would love to see,
Great point.
see his team in action, Kennedy and Musk and those individuals, and I'm afraid that we may never get to see that, which scares me, I guess.
Yeah, Elon Musk has made it very clear that if Trump loses, he's like effed.
Yeah.
Like he's gone. Epsteined the whole thing.
You got to believe it would happen too, the way everything else has gone. So then the flip side, I guess, is what happens if Kamala wins.
Freedom and peace.
Diddy will walk.
And World War III.
No, for real. I mean,
I will be laying dead on a battlefield in Ukraine.
No.
Yeah, bummer.
Oh, it's so bad.
I might escape that. I might end up being Tom Hanks to your Matt Damon, which would be a bummer. I'll have to die on the bridge so you can run home because your 8 brothers died.
Are you old enough to be drafted? Are you too old to be drafted?
Young enough.
What is the age range?
Aren't you like 90? Wow. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. You got to take your shots where you can get them because I'm better than you in every other way.
Is the actual age 35 or 40?
That sounds right, actually. I think it is 35. I mean, it can like get raised and if shit's really hitting the fan, but I don't know. If you guys got drafted, I'd be running into the draft office before you got shipped anywhere. Don't you worry about that.
You guys, y'all.
Well, here's the crazy thing. I mean, even Republican representatives voted in like the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act to draft you, not just men. So like, after we get Trump in office, we need to start like a internal party crusade on horrible Republicans as well, from the state level and the federal level.
After Trump, we need to start a crusade. I don't
Not
see. This
literally
is the
for the
language
FBI
that
agent in
Danny
our
was
phone.
using during the Pledge of Allegiance. And I was like, I was getting jacked up. But Tim, and
Do you
believe
see
it,
how his attitude has changed now that he got a little taste of the power?
No, John has heard me talk like that for a while.
See, he was always that way too.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Right.
No, but so final moment of seriousness here, and then believe it or not, we'll probably be through our 25 minutes or so, and we got to set up for the next guest. But you're welcome to hang around and come back on. I know if you have things to do. But Tim, in a serious sense, someone with a little older and wiser. What's kind of at stake here in your mind?
You know,
I mean, that's a tough question.
It's kind of a very loaded question, but I think that we're at a fork in the road as a country, and I think that we're going to find out in a matter of hours as to which direction we're headed. I mean, and it's scary to me to think that we can continue down the same path that we've been in the last 4 years with no changes, or we can go back to I don't want to say go back to, go forward with hope. In my opinion, it's just, you know, I love everything that Trump has done. I love everybody that he's surrounded himself with. I love the government efficiency stuff that he's talking about. I love the healthy food stuff Kennedy's talking about. I love the fact that we're talking about deporting illegals. And I think that we need to be solid as a country before we start helping others, so to speak. And when we're dipping into other people's business, I think that that's something that we shouldn't be doing necessarily until we figure our own shit out. So
I'm 100% with you on that one. Any final serious predictions from the Fox News contributor, Kale?
Please stop saying that. Yeah, I don't know. I think to piggyback off what Tim said, it's less about, for me, his policies. Like, I care about his policies, but I really couldn't care less. It's more about, like, just basic common sense.
Yes.
Kamala Harris would look you in your face and say men can give birth to babies if she knew that's what she wanted to hear. And Trump wouldn't do that. He would be like, you're fired or something like that. So
she'll say anything to get a vote.
Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things. And I think regardless of the results of the election, there's a lot more people who think it's okay to be a Trump supporter now publicly, I would say. Just a little bit. And maybe that will stand for something. Trump won't run again in 4 years. I don't think so.
Can't.
I hope not. He can't.
Well, if he wins, you mean if he loses?
Oh, wow, you're so optimistic. No, that's beautiful. No, if he loses.
I'd be too old, I think. Oh, I thought you pieced out on us. Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. But it's just one of those things where it's like, I think it's easier to be conservative-ish or right independent or something like that than it was definitely in 2020 when everyone was like, oh, you must want all the old people to die of COVID and yada, yada, yada. So I can't wait for the chaos post-election results. I can.
Quickly, Cornish Co. I can't wait for. Oh, you read it for me. I just realized I was zoned out there trying to get ready to read
black
that comment.
People can read. Yes, we can read.
Damn, that's like 3 race jokes in this like 20-minute segment, and I wasn't ready.
You made this monster.
I know. I give them to you in private, though. You know that's true. Okay. Danny, a serious final kind of 1 to 2 minute thought on what's at stake. Yeah, I turned your microphone off because it was picking up all those drunk idiots.
So I'm optimistic, but I'm also like not expecting anything. With the massive amounts of turnout that we're seeing in rural counties in PA, I mean, there's pictures of lines out the doors at rural township buildings that you never see before. The flip side of that is turnout is also very high in places like downtown State College. So even though turnout is very high, I'm not 100% sold on the fact that this will be a landslide in PA. And that being said, turnout being high in State College makes me a little nervous about the state rep race in the second. So, I mean, if you see me, like, during the stream, I was over here, like, looking at a piece of paper, writing down numbers. I was getting live counts from people at different precincts, trying to compare them to 2020 numbers. And I was a little hopeful, thinking that some of our very left-wing precincts were underperforming. But now that the post-work crowd has come in, we're getting to be on par with 2020 numbers.
So those numbers are coming in now?
They're starting to come in. However, the rural townships are still at a faster pace to beat the... Like, for example, Union Township is one of our best townships in Center County for the state rep district. And in 2020, between mail-ins and in-person voting, we had 887 votes total. Right now, in person, this was actually a number from like 5:30, we were at 714 in person alone, not including the mail-ins. So the Republican-led precincts are on pace to like have a higher percentage of turnout, but will that percentage be enough to compensate for the slight increases in very populated areas? That's just... My mind's not really thinking about the big philosophical pictures here. I'm thinking about the numbers game that we're going to be playing.
No, but it is thinking about the big... You're not writing numbers. You're reciting Mein Kampf on that paper.
Well, are you guys going to be back here in like a couple hours at some point to go over what you do know when you're allowed to talk about it? I would very much like that. And Tim, I know you probably got like...
Yeah, especially after the results come in.
Real responsibilities, but these two at least. Oh, you're welcome to come back if you're around, but... We've kind of come to the end of another. I know, chat, we've been doing these 30-minute segments. I'm accommodating as people come in. We've totally blown our hour schedule. But we have coming up next YouTuber Christian Watson calling in by Zoom at 6:30, I believe. And then we're going to do some results. So if you're able to be around anywhere between 7 till midnight, something like that, please come down, and then I'll be here going from midnight all the way till noon again.
Fun.
Here you go. Hold on. Get one of these meta pictures, Tim.
Right.
A picture of yourself taking a picture of yourself.
Yeah, this is my first podcast. I got to do something.
Oh, you did a good job.
You did a great. You were by far the best person. You were by far the best one on the show. All right, we're gonna go to another very short break. Thank you, Krusty Whitebread. That's our cue. We'll be back with Christian Watson, I believe, by Zoom in about 5 minutes. And then after that 30 minutes, we're getting into talking about the results. We will see you then.
All right, Christian, can you hear me? Oop, I think you can see me too. Hopefully.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All
I
right,
can see you as well.
Let me take myself off of here, and let's get you up on the screen with us here. Oop. Forgive me, my last Zoom meeting ended, so hang tight 1 second, and that should be you. Look at that. Christian Watson, YouTuber, joining us now. How's it going, buddy? You were invited by Jack Kettner over here. You guys are friends, I'm told, something like that. Thank you for joining our 24-hour stream. Sorry you're joining it at a point where we all very much need a break because we've been drinking too much, so sorry about that. No, that's just me. But awesome to have you here. Are you able to tell us where you are and what you're up to without doxing yourself in any way?
Yeah, well, I'm in Pennsylvania. I'm very vocal about that. And, I'm just like everyone else looking at the results, trying to see what's going to happen, trying to read the tea leaves, so to speak. And also reminding people to be hopeful, to remain hopeful and optimistic. Because I genuinely do believe that regardless of who wins, I think America will be okay so long as the people are okay. But obviously, we're going to be more okay, in my opinion. It'll be easier to be okay if Trump wins. So that's my basic position. And I think that more people should really entertain that idea because a lot of people have been kind of catastrophizing this election, which isn't very healthy. To put so much of the fate of your country, which, by the way, survived 2 world wars, Great Depressions, famines, a civil war, a war of 1812, all kind of different kinds of conflicts. To put so much stock in one election, I think, is unhealthy and not really good. So
that's actually a good point. It has survived quite a lot, and there's been probably older survival stories that have. It could definitely get a lot worse than it has been. I'll give you that. But so arriving at this sort of optimism, a pragmatic optimism, if you will, or anything like that, is that from a position of faith, from experience, maybe both?
More so intuition, which I know is never. You should never make a decision solely based on intuition. But I think in this case it's appropriate because it leads to a good outcome, and I think that it's wise as well. I think also just reading as well, seeing all the things that our nation has gone through. A lot of folks tend to collapse the worst of American history into the past 60 to 70 years. Right? A lot of people, you'll hear them talk about the rise of institutional leftism and how the left hijacked the institutions and how they've been hurting our country and things like that. And they tend to just compress all of the flaws of American civilization to like 60 years. But the problem was there were things happening before then that were just as bad and actually led to the things that we're seeing now in the more short-term timeline. So I think it always helps to have a broad view of things, as opposed to having a very narrow view of things. It helps provide perspective and wisdom, in my opinion.
Is your background? It's interesting to talk to a fellow YouTuber for a change. Is your background in history and things like that, or American history, or?
No, I studied philosophy in college. I'm an amateur philosopher, you could probably say.
Okay.
I don't like calling myself that, but people call me that.
Who's your favorite philosopher?
My favorite philosopher.
That's a goofy question, I know.
Time.
Do you have one?
Well, there's several actually.
All right, yeah, hit me with it.
So a lot of people know who John Locke is, but few people know who the guys who taught John Locke. So there's a guy called Hugo Grotius, who is a Dutch legal scholar, who actually, the entire idea that we have natural rights and things like that, he actually was one of the first people to articulate that idea right before the Enlightenment happened. And John Locke actually read him and then applied his teachings to secretaries of government, and obviously that led to America. So he's one of my favorite philosophers, actually. I like him quite a lot. There's one card, Soren Kierkegaard. He's an existentialist. He's a Christian existentialist, rather, and I think that he has a lot of very interesting insights. And then more recently, there's Ralph Waldo Emerson. I think he's one of my favorites.
Getting American.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, 100% American, and his works really feed my soul. And I think that entire transcendentalist school, I think, is actually the best of America. What's that?
I was just saying, are you a fan of the essay Self-Reliance?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Very much.
That's really cool. So this is stuff you pursued out of your own. Well, I know you said you went to school for philosophy, but did you actually take classes on Emerson? And did you say
No.
I'm realizing I probably said his name wrong. Kierkegaard? Is that the sickness
Yes,
unto
his name,
death?
yeah.
That guy? How do you actually say his name?
That's as best I think it's going to get.
Oh, okay.
I
All right.
mispronounce it too. It's a very convoluted name.
I have read that one. It's been a long time ago. So your content, and Jack has not filled me in. This is Jack's fault completely. But do you talk about philosophy? Do you talk about politics? Do you do a little bit of both?
So what I do is, so when I first set out to make the channel about 5 years ago, I decided that taking like a purely philosophical academic approach wouldn't really help people. I thought it would maybe like give them something cool to think about for a few hours. But if I wanted to have a sustainable impact, I have to make it relevant to people's lives. So what I do is I talk about current events, but I smuggle in my understanding of philosophy and history, and I use that to inform it, basically. So I'll talk about everything from politics to social issues to anything under the sun.
A spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down, that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's so much truth to that. I stumbled across that deep and profound truth myself is why I finally started having a little bit of success on YouTube. But we are here on the election night. Curious what your thoughts and philosophical wisdom and teaching are on what you think the results might be, or if you don't want to make predictions, what it all means, what the election's really about, if there is such a thing. It can be broken down in that way, but really just your genuine original thoughts.
Well, I don't know anything about wisdom, but I'll do my best.
All you know is that you know nothing? You Socrates
exactly.
me right now, bro?
That's-
All right, no, fair enough.
So I've always said that this election is like a civilizational election. And I say that for a very particular reason, because not every election is a civilizational election. I think this election represents two very different visions of what America not only is, but should be. On the one, and I made this point in a recent video that I did, and on the one hand, you have Kamala Harris, who I think is a progressive. A lot of folks have been saying that she's a Marxist socialist. Not quite. She's a progressive, which I think is just as worse, if not even worse. Because progressivism actually has the institutional power in America. The Marxists have some institutional power, but not as much as they want to, which is why they want to bring forth a revolution. But the progressives have the universities, they have the media, they have everything. And so her vision of America is a sort of blank canvas, a future that can be written by those who have the power.
Interesting.
A future that can be written by those who profess themselves to have virtue. When she said that famous phrase, "What can be unburdened by what has been," it wasn't just gibberish. It wasn't just gibberish. And there's been a lot of speculation about what that phrase actually meant. And my most successful video to this day, almost like 400,000 views, was actually on that phrase. And my argument is that that phrase actually reflects several viewpoints in one phrase. Number one, it villainizes the past. It says the past is not important for us to learn from, and we should discard it.
Interesting.
It worships the present. It says the present can be the vehicle by which we make change, and most importantly, it lionizes the future. It says the future is what our eyes should be on. So in other words, it's a very limited viewpoint. It's
that gibberish just got a lot more sinister to me, man. I see what you're saying.
It's a very compartmentalized viewpoint, and I think that anyone that rejects the past, and this is why I think conservatism is a beautiful philosophy, because it actually says, no, the past may not be pretty, but it's important because good things are hard to build, but easy to destroy. That's the basic principle. And I think Kamala Harris's entire ideology wants to discard that. And to the extent that she actually does use the past to inform her political convictions, she uses it totally in a way that's like cannibalizing it. Like she said in a speech recently, that we stand on the broad shoulders of those who have fought before us for progress. Well, the emphasis is still on the future, even though you're referencing the past in a very tangential way. Whereas Donald Trump, that vision is more of I think a restatement of American principles. And a lot of folks don't understand Trump because they believe he has some kind of ideology, right? So there's this idea that Trump is somehow a fascist. Now, that's one of the most historically illiterate things I've heard. It's stupid as hell. I wish people would pick up Evola or Giovanni Gentile or someone who is an actual fascist and read what they had to say. Because my argument is I don't think it's really possible for an American politician to be an ideological fascist. To act like one may, but to be an ideological fascist like Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid and Kamala Harris and all these other people have been saying is just, I don't even know where to begin. The stupidity hurts my prefrontal cortex. But anyway, there's this been idea that he's a fascist. But then people have been trying to say, well, no, he's a nationalist. Oh, no, he's a populist. Well, the problem is when you try to pin all these ideological labels on Donald Trump, what you actually do is you misunderstand him entirely. His rise to power was built upon rejecting all of these pre-set out ideological boxes and asserting basic pragmatic principles that most people in America, regardless of their ideology, can agree on. There's a reason why the MAGA coalition includes people that were traditionally like leftist constituents, like unions, for example, auto workers, for example. What's the constituents that have traditionally gone to the Democratic Party are going MAGA because it's not an ideological movement. Even though there are ideologies represented within MAGA, it's not an ideological movement. It's not a conservative movement. It's not a nationalist movement. I would more so say it's simply a movement that reasserts basic American principles. And so in that sense, Trump is actually more conservative than folks give themselves credit for, even though he himself rejects the label. So we have these two visions. We have the restatement of American principles that is brought forth through pragmatic principles that people of most backgrounds can understand, versus this sort of worship, idolatry of the future, this view of history as the ultimate value of politics, put forth by a woman who is not competent and not intelligent enough to really understand how either of those things work in any tangible sense. So that's the first thing. And so because we're at this crossroads, this is a crossroads we haven't been at for a very, very long time. This is a civilizational election. I must also say this, when Mitt Romney and Barack Obama ran and back in 2012, it wasn't a civilizational election because on many issues they actually agreed. Mitt Romney wanted to remain engaged in NATO and the whole international order, as did Obama. In fact, Obama used that judiciously, and he used it to justify destabilizing and bombing regimes across the seas in defiance of needing a congressional order, and so on and so forth. And so Mitt Romney, for example, supported single-payer health care, even though he tried to run away from it. So did Obama. So a lot of the times, these elections have been simply dog and pony shows. But this is different because of the visions element, I think, and also because some of the policy prescriptions that flow from the visions element. So, like, for example, I don't want to talk too much, so please let me know.
No, you're fine. I'm gonna throw you to some guys for some questions I think they might have for you. But finish. This is great, man. I'm listening.
Yeah. All right. So the visions themselves aren't just these floating abstractions. They're actually they're tangible. So there's two domains I think that they manifest in. The first would be the economic domain. So Kamala Harris has made it quite clear that she would like to ban corporate price gouging. Now, anyone that has a modicum of economic knowledge will know that price gouging itself is simply a scare word and a false category to describe a basic economic process. Whenever you have situations that are situations of emergencies or crises, like when a hurricane hits, a tornado hits, or there is some kind of a drought in an area, you're going to have panic buying. And so when you have panic buying, supply can get exhausted quite quickly. So price gouging, I hate using the word, but it's so commonplace you have to use it. Price gouging simply is a defense mechanism of the markets to ensure supply is not depleted. Now, the argument becomes, well, it's cruel to raise the prices of goods that high because it prices out poor people. Well, would you rather have poor people who have to scrape together some extra money? By the way, there's plenty of ways to do that in America. There's all kinds of loans and all kinds of systems that will help you do that. Or would you rather have poor people who go with nothing because supply is gone? As Thomas Sowell said, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. And I think the trade-off there would be at least have supply preserved so people have a fighting chance, as opposed to starving people to death. But Kamala Harris's vision of the economy is one where not where self-directing people interact and they trade and do value on their own terms, but it's one where the benevolent managers decide and dictate the terms of economic relationships. Now, Donald Trump's view of the economy is starkly different, and this is actually reflected by his his first administration. Because during his first administration, he was the deregulator in chief. Immensely, he cut taxes, not just for the rich, but those taxes actually benefited the middle class significantly, which is one of the reasons why it's quite stupid that the Democrats have been running against the Trump tax cuts. Because there's like, I forgot the exact figure, but there's like a few $1,000s of those tax cuts actually went to middle class families, which is actually pretty funny because they've been trying to say it's all for the rich. No, it's not for the rich. It's a propaganda lie you drummed up because Trump himself is successful, and somehow in the minds of some Americans in this country, it is evil to be successful. And so if you can associate his policies with his success, you can villainize him in the minds of those who are burdened by envy. So that's a different story, different day. But his economic policy is very much one of deregulation, with the exception of tariffs. And I'll be frank, I have some problems with tariffs. I have some complications with tariffs, but again, as I mentioned, there. Oh, we all right?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get Jack into the right chair.
Yeah, as all right. So as I mentioned, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. So I don't. If I'm going to accept a largely deregulated environment that may have tariffs and the potential demise of the income tax, by the way, I'll accept that. Because ultimately, it gets us closer to the kind of society that America should be. I'm talking way too much. I won't get to the second vision.
No, you're good. Both these guys ran in here when they heard you were coming on, and so I just kind of figured they must have some questions for you.
Yeah.
One of you might be really loud because of Kale. Sorry.
Okay. Let's see. Well, Christian, all right, my mic is working, right?
You're good.
Okay. So, Christian, since you're a PA resident, you should be familiar with the Dave McCormick, Bob Casey race. And a frequent rallying cry Bob Casey seems to use is the term greedflation. And to me, it just seems to be this way that trying to bring blame on the price increases on goods to corporations, even though it's a direct result of result of more money being put into the economy, which lowers its value. So you have to raise it. How do we get this? How do we inform voters better on this issue that greedflation really is not the issue that's being presented as? And what is the issue is just continued government spending.
Yeah, you have to teach them economics, right? Because inflation is indeed caused by government spending, but it's also caused by imposing artificial limits on the markets. And what a lot of people don't understand is that inflation hit an inflection point. If my memory serves me correctly, after Joe Biden put tariffs on Russian goods at the beginning of his administration, because tariffs artificially restrict the market. Those tariffs impacted gas prices. The gas prices being impacted supplies getting to places. That impacted, of course, the supply of groceries, so on and so forth. So you have to really just teach people economics, in all honesty. And how do you do that? Well, there are a lot of good organizations, a lot of good books out there to read to learn that. But when the thing is, a lot of people's understanding of economics is wholly relational. In other words, if they can relate it to their personal experience, they will understand it in those terms. That then gives the politicians the ability to then take their personal experiences and weaponize them for political power, like Bob Casey is doing. So the best way to do that is, again, just teach people that, just try to hold themselves from these concepts, understand them more generally, and then try to understand those general principles within the context of their everyday lives. And I think that, if we did that, there'd be a lot less of many problems in the country. I think one of the examples of economic illiteracy that we're seeing is the student loan debt crisis. Because it's a crisis, most certainly. But it's not a crisis of money. It's a crisis of ignorance. Right. Because there's an entire generation, or rather several generations of people that were tricked into believing that, number one, that college is the ultimate and only way of getting successful. It's not true. Stats have said that it is a primary way, although that is becoming less and less true as time goes on, as the digital economy grows. But then the second lie is that you need to take as much sacrifice as you would, making a business to go to college, and that means taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans. Now imagine if, not everyone has the skill set to run a business, but imagine if everyone who had a skill set to run a business, who went to college instead of taking out $50,000 for college, took out $50,000 for a small business startup, and applied that to their life. Imagine how different things would be.
Right.
Imagine how healthier our economy would be. Imagine how more hard skills would be in the marketplace. But unfortunately, we don't live in a society yet that really values hard skills in any meaningful way, which is why people will put their thumbs up when you say you've gone to Harvard. You know, you say you're studying international relationships. But if you're a plumber or you're an electrician or you're a garbage man, folks may just shrug or have no reaction whatsoever. When in all reality, those are the heroes of American society. You can't have a city without having garbage people or sanitation departments in general. Your city would be overrun with trash and all kind of nonsense. So, yeah. So I think it's two things. Number one, teaching people economics, and number two, teach people the value of hard skills and things of that sort.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on how to address the student debt crisis, but at the same time, I feel as though society is becoming more increasingly obsessed with credentials, and it's becoming a barrier to entry to a lot of people. So I feel as though that's a major reason why people are feel as though they need to go to college to get certain degrees. But at the same time, I do agree with you that people are overthinking how to get through college. There's no reason you should take a full 4 years if the tuition is really that financially crippling. You can easily just take like junior colleges, which for some reason is frowned upon socially in the United States, and it really shouldn't, because if you get the degree, you get the degree. But prior to what you before that, you brought up tariffs, which I find to be an interesting conversation, because it's something that both Bob Casey and Dave McCormick agree on. They both agree to have tariffs on China, which isn't traditionally something that's promoted by economists or people who support free trade. But at the same time, and this is something that Kamala Harris has been hitting Trump with, who has promised more tariffs on China. And she's saying that despite the fact that the Biden administration, an administration she was a part of, increased Trump's own tariffs on China. And what are your thoughts on the tariffs on China? Yeah.
So during the Trump administration, and again, this is, let me just preface, this is not a deal breaker for me. I've never liked tariffs. I think that tariffs are, in principle, a violation of a business's ability to trade with other entities, which I think is a basic right of economics. I think in practice, tariffs tend to lead to artificial shortages, or it tends to lead to higher prices because businesses have to economize. So there's a lot of reasons why I don't like tariffs, but let's look at the empirical record. So during Trump's administration, he put massive tariffs on China, and he stuck to his word. Immediately after that, he had to give millions of dollars in subsidies to the agricultural industry to shield them from the effects of those tariffs. And people don't really talk about that very much, because we just simply like to think showing the muscle will get you what you want. No, if he hadn't given those subsidies, which, by the way, subsidies, which are just a form of corporate welfare, are also one of the big illnesses plaguing American politics, in my opinion. If he hadn't given those subsidies, millions of farmers around, well, not millions, but a lot of farmers around the country would have been hurt. You would have seen the effects in food prices and all kinds of things. So tariffs just don't have sound economic logic to them. And I don't think the best way to deal with China is by putting tariffs on them. I think the best way to deal with China is just decoupling with them. And you can do that, I think, by diversifying the amount of people you trade with. You can do that by, not manufacturing certain things in China. You can do that by providing more incentives for businesses to manufacture things in the domestic homeland. But see, Trump has the right thinking, because he said, look, I want things to be made in America. Okay, great. Me too. But how do you do that? Will depend on will affect what kind of economy you have. So, for example, there's a difference between calling up Pepsi or calling up Nabisco, which Trump said he did, and saying, if you build a factory in Mexico, I'm going to give you a 25% tariff, and scaring them into producing in the homeland and then causing them to drive up their prices. There's a difference between that and saying, you know what, I'm going to give you a $25,000 or a $100,000 or a $200,000 tax break, and I'm going to give you a tax credit on top of that if you produce in America. So I think there's many ways to, make things more homegrown, but you have to do it in an economically sound way. But it's also just a simple truth. The laws of comparative and absolute advantage tell us that America doesn't make everything the best. We make some things great. We make some things not so great. And if we can maximize efficiency, even if that efficiency costs us a few jobs, I think that's going to be very important for the overall health of our economy. Because if we're going to talk about the preservation of those sort of forgotten communities. You have to make things easy on them. And yes, it's not things aren't made easy on you when your factory leaves. But things are especially not made easy on you when the price of gas and groceries and other commodities is much higher in your poor community. So for many reasons, I oppose tariffs. But again, it's not a deal breaker for me. I understand that's currently the current economic logic of the GOP right now. And so I'm not a purist in the sense that I don't demand perfection from my politicians. I just demand that they are with me at least 90% of the time. I think Trump generally is on economics.
Yeah, well, my personal views on it is that, generally speaking, I am, for the most part, free trade. Like, I am sympathetic with libertarians on a lot of free trade policies. However, when it comes to China, I find myself sympathetic towards Trump's approach because, yes, it is tariffs are stupid when it comes to the context of two rational acting nations like that believe in free trade. However, that's not really the case with China because it's a totalitarian regime that put tariffs on us. So if we don't put tariffs on them, what would you say is the appropriate measure to dealing with China?
Well, so one of the biggest things China does when it trades is it manipulates the rules and it plays games. And I think that the first step is calling that out. In my opinion, Trump didn't call that out enough. Trump primarily relied on the force of tariffs to correct that and didn't work, obviously, because China is still playing games. But China is not just an economic threat, they're also a geopolitical threat, and we'll also deal with it on that level as well. So you're not going to have an economic policy that reduces the impact China could have on our economy. They're one of our biggest trade partners, top 10. And really, they could crash our economy, crash their economy. So I don't advocate this kind of abstract libertarian calculation on. I'm not even libertarian. I don't think I am. People say I sound like one. I guess I do. I don't know, but I'm not. I'm not a libertarian, in the sense that I do believe that countries should direct their own economic policy to a certain extent, but they should do so in a way that doesn't overtly harm producers within those countries.
Right.
Now, China understands this principle, which is why their economy is actually doing decent. In the 90s, when after they had this flirtation with Maoism, and they decided that they realized that having all these nationalized companies wasn't going to bring them the kind of prosperity, and then that they hadn't corrected the course, they would have gone the way of the USSR. So what did they do? They opened up lanes to private enterprise, but of course the CCP had conditions, which is why people are upset about Apple producing phones in China because they believe there could be backdoors or whatever. But the point is this: when China did that, look at a chart, their economic system and their economic condition went up very well. So you can't punish the producers by trying to punish. You can't punish your enemy by punishing the producers that actually bring in capital to your economy. And so I don't think tariffs walk that tightrope very well. You have to try other things.
I hate to cut in, but because of time constraints, Jack, we got to get to preparing for our election results and analysis. Sean, did you have a particular question, or did Jack grab you and you didn't?
He got everything good.
Okay. Can I ask, if Sean's not going to take too much, I ask one more question?
Go ahead.
All right. So I feel as though we're going to have tariffs no matter what because Trump's tariffs didn't go away when Biden took office. I don't see them going away once Harris takes office. But do you think Trump offers like something better with his tariffs because he's offered to do away with the income tax? Do you think that's a better deal than just having an income tax with tariffs?
So as I mentioned, Trump's economic policy is 90% aligned with my ideology. Right. So I have no problem with it generally. Tariffs are the only exception. Look at everything else, like the abolition of the income tax, cutting the corporate tax rate, so on and so forth, giving tax credits for families that want to have kids. Everything else is basically perfect. It's basically almost indistinguishable from Reagan in certain cases, minus the insane spending. But when it comes to the tariffs, I just don't agree with that. But again, it's not a deal breaker for me. And I do think that tariffs, unfortunately, are going to be a central element of the next few decades of political life in America, and we have to just deal with that. As regards the replacing the income tax, so the argument is oftentimes made that for a good majority of America's history, we just had tariffs, no income tax. Well, I agree with the latter. The income tax, the invention of the income tax over 110 10 years ago, I think, was an absolute mistake. I think that it's one of the most oppressive things that American citizens deal with every day, and I want it to be abolished 110%. Having said that, I'm not sure if going back to a tariffs revenue model is wise, because when we did have tariffs for all those years, America went through several growth spurts. We were much smaller, much more cohesive, and the economy was not as globalized, internationalized as it is now. So the circumstances have changed, and to the extent that I'm not entirely sure a tariffs-only revenue model would work very well. I think that if you're going to have a revenue model independent of taxes, it has to be integrated. It can't just be tariffs or at all tariffs. And by the way, there were actually debates under the tariffs only revenue system our founders debated it and successive generations debated it, and they actually didn't really like it that much. They saw it as a necessary evil, much like government. So I don't think it's very good for us to go back to a necessary evil if there are other ways for us to get the same result without indulging in that evil.
All right, awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. Our guest, Christian Watson, YouTuber. Christian, how would people find your content on the internet before you go?
Yeah, you can just type in Pensive Politics on YouTube, or you can go to Twitter and go to official C Watson. Thank you so much for having me, John. I really appreciate it.
It was awesome. Hey, if you stay up really, really late at night, we could have you back on in like 10 more hours. No, I'm kidding. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but I'm assuming you'll be asleep at some point. But it sounds like you're in contact with Jack if you want to drop in at like 5 a.m. or something. We wouldn't stop you. I, for one, would definitely like to hear more about your philosophy. That was great. I'm going to have to go watch that again at half speed or something so I can absorb it a little better. But everybody in the chat, Christian Watson, good to have him. Go check him out. Go check out his content. Christian, take it easy and good luck. And we're along for the great philosophical ride of whatever the hell's about to happen tonight, right? So,
right. Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to take another quick break here. Let me take you off of there. You're good to bounce out whenever you'd like, Christian. And we will be back with some election results, maybe a little early. There's some other states, I think, that are starting to report.
Florida's coming in right now.
Yeah, all right, so let's get prepared here. We will be back as soon as we can, and we will talk about the results. righty, just past 7:30. Coming back in a minute for a quick 30 minutes with Dodger, the artist who has created all of our 3CC logos, visuals, things like that, and also all of the merch on the store, which the link is in the description. I've just restarted the X stream. The previous had a time limit on it because it was pre-scheduled. Hopefully this one will take it through the rest of us. And then right around 8 o'clock is when the polls in Pennsylvania close. And we will get to you with some results and we'll mirror a stream. I see some results are coming in starting at 7 o'clock. You can check those out on any of the major streams. But we will catch up with everything in a little less than 30 minutes. And so as soon as he joins me here, we should be good to go. What's up? What is up? I'll wait for him here. Take his time. What is going on, chat? That's not chat. That is chat. That is chat. All right. And so hopefully, let's just make sure X is working. X test. Whoop. We're back. We're back on X. Good deal. All right, there he is, just in time. Admit him. And joining. I hear you.
You hear me?
There you are. What's going on, man? It's been a while.
Hello, my old friend.
How's your election
What's up, hard
day?
M's?
What's up? There they go. There go the hard M's. What's going on, dude? So you're down in Texas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, Lone Star State. Are you cussing on this thing, or what's the
Yeah,
deal here?
you do whatever the fuck you want, buddy.
Fucking ain't right. Yeah, it's a fucking shit show down here, brother.
Oh man, is it? So is Texas going blue this year?
Nah, but they're trying real hard. When I went to vote early voting, it was outnumbered, like completely. Outnumbered.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of the not me's with their gear on. You know, I got the looks.
So
like, we know who he's voting for.
Yeah. Were you wearing that American flag vest there?
I wear it every day, man. This is my shit.
That's your costume. That's your superhero outfit.
It honestly, I've had run-ins violently so many times that I actually started getting tattooed up and getting into biker culture and shit just to harden up. And it's become like a thing over the last 20 years.
Oh man, I respect it though. I respect it. So we have this 30 minutes or so until the polls close here in Pennsylvania, at which point, for anyone watching, we will get into the results. I think a lot of people are catching those 7 o'clock results right now, or 7 o'clock for us anyway. But so first, what I want to do more than anything is remind people that you are the brilliant artist behind our 3CC logos and all of the merch. The link is in the description. It's quite awesome. In fact, I might pull that up. But you had sent me a picture. And I had, I got to text it to myself, I'm realizing. But you got some new stuff up there that was awesome.
Yeah, I guess the store is almost like a video game in a sense where you don't get access to certain products until you acquire a certain number of sales or clicks. I don't know. But I finally got access to embroidered hats and patches, which I'm a patch junkie. So I loaded that thing up with I don't even know how many, probably 50 to 60 new patches. But last night before coming on, I went ahead and made sure I got all y'all's up so that the 3CC and your champions can have access to some of that stuff if they want it. It's available.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how in oh, there we go, image. We'll call this Dodger. I'm going to post up that one you sent me. That was awesome. How did you get the background of the studio like that? Did you see it somehow?
I'm everywhere. You posted it in the Gilded.
Oh. All right.
I went scrolling and hunting.
All right.
So I was asking you the name. I was like, do you have a name for it? And
all All right.
I'm all about the details with all the stuff.
No,
that
you
I
are.
make.
It's quite impressive. I was like, it was awesome when I first looked at it, and then I looked a little closer, and I was like, wait a minute, how did you do that? How did you?
Well, with the AI systems that I use for the images that I make, a lot of it won't do a background.
There it
If
is.
you only have a background, it's got to have a face. So I've tricked it by planting a face real small. So it's not exactly your background, but it's shape-wise and as far as the composition's layout, it nailed it decently.
It's going to be a little bit different than the size of my resolution. But there you go. Third Continental Congress from Tommy's Shinebox. The link is in the description of the video on YouTube. Highly recommend you check it out. But that looks like an embroidered. I mean, that hat's pretty fucking sick right off the bat. And then there's your patches. There's one of me. I'm going to have to
get through you on one.
But if you look closely at that background, man, that is pretty much what the studio looks like. It's crazy. That's sweet. Although
Glad you like it.
The AI, I think, turned one of those microphones into a lamp somehow. But
yeah,
maybe it was a lamp.
Some
I don't
of
know.
it's weird. I've been having fun though playing with those systems. I can achieve looks that nobody else is getting just by being weird. I'll render like your face. I'll do it with like a Grand Theft Auto style, and then I'll take it and put it through like a DC Comics after it's already GTA, and it gives you these really sharp, clean comic book style renders that nobody's even close to.
Yeah, dude, I love it. I still have some here in a similar style mezzanine posters up on the wall. They're not on this wall. I have them where everyone can see them actually, but I got a couple frames for those and was going to hang them up. But then, are you working up some kind of mural for me or something? Some giant thing?
Yeah, I wanted to pick your brain. I noticed I was tuning in earlier and I caught you talking to William Maines and Lord of the Ree.
Great dudes.
And sadly, I'm not that kind of an artist. I need to know like what you want to see within it, and then I can take that and make it my own. As far as like a subject matter, like here's a bullet list of things that I like, type of thing.
I'm so bad.
Because what if I do it and it's all bloody and violent? And
that's fine.
okay.
I don't like. I'm the other way around, which is more like when I notice art that I like the look of, I say like, can you just do something in your style? So what I'd really like is some kind of big 3 foot by 6 foot thing, and I've talked with William about this, but the idea was kind of that if instead of trying to ship me some finished thing, if you send me the file, I'll have it made up and then put it up for sale on 100% commission, or maybe I'll just buy it myself or something like that. But you do really, really awesome stuff, man, and you've got a quite interesting life. We've talked before. I've been on your show with Severe and things like that. But since we have such limited time here, I think I'm going to try to, beyond highly recommending that people go check out your store, which I really do mean, is talk a little bit about your perspective on the election, since that's the night that it happens to be. So from where you're sitting down there in Texas, and you gave us a little bit of that already, but you've been around for 2016, 2020, just like I have. How is it looking? What are you thinking? Are you thinking artistically? Are you thinking statistics, predictions, all that kind of stuff?
Actually, man, I'm still kind of stuck in tinfoil hat land, where I just don't think, like, to me, it doesn't make any fucking sense at all that you can vote for tyranny. Like the fact that these people have acquired such positions of power to where we're forced to consider their way of life a legitimate option is sick to me. I totally expect the vote to be a landslide for normal people like us wanting, but I just don't think I think the system is a fraud, and I don't think anything's going to change in this country until some ankles are dangling, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, now that it's just me and you in here, I'm kind of going to admit that I think I mostly agree. I maybe even I 100% agree, but they were asking me how to set the speakers up outside. Okay, so good, you got it. Good deal. Okay. Oh, that threw me off a little bit. What were we? Amen, says NASA. Thank you, NASA. Let me see if that resets me here. I'm inclined to agree that there's just no way, given the fact that they've already tried to shoot him twice and everything like that. Like anything lesser than that, it seems obvious that they're going to be more than willing to do it. And then if somehow Trump does win so bigly, as he would say, that it's too big to rig.
Real word. It's real.
If it's too big to rig, it doesn't mean that the battle is over. There will be every step of the way from now until January 1st, and then if he gets that far, every step of the way from there on out. Doesn't really scare me anymore. It's just something I've come to accept is going to happen. If you had all the power in the world and you were the kind of piece of shit that loved that kind of power, I mean, would you ever let it go? I don't think so. I don't think they would.
I don't think you can unless you're dead. Like, I think it's the kind of super villain level evil that we grow up hearing about. And it's like, holy shit, it's real? I thought
real.
It was fiction.
Yeah.
I thought that was cartoons. No, these are this is our leaders.
Are we guilty at all of having somewhat fallen asleep at the wheel? I mean,
billions of percent, yes.
Yeah.
Mainly the boomers.
That's what I was about to say. Like, I feel old. I'm going on 40, but like you start to realize when you enter the mid-range ages of the human species that you're actually still quite young, right around 40. There's 70-year-olds or 60 that have had a whole nother lifetime on top of it, and they seem to be the ones that have been hanging on to the control.
They have. And you actually had one of the most brilliant rants ever. It was months ago. But I don't even know if it was planned, but you just went off. And it was exactly about this. It's like, you just get out of the fucking way so we can save this. Like, look at what you've done. And then you act like I didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, no, you fucking did.
The optimist, or what I'm optimistic about, I guess, and I don't know, maybe we're trading the frying pan for the fire, so to speak. But so people like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, these guys who are in their 50s now, you're starting to, like, maybe it's possible that this whole push, they're having that reaction. Get the fuck out of the way. And even though they're much older than we are, it's like it's taken that long for them to develop enough control or power or influence to make a serious push. And maybe technology has changed that, or maybe the people with the infinite money hack, the Federal Reserve or whatever, are realizing that their gravy train is over unless they let actually competent people into positions of power and become decision makers and things like that. And so it certainly feels different than 2020 and more like 2016, although it's not 2016. And maybe it's not quite as mimetically magical as 2016, because a lot of people that I think are supporting Trump maybe like don't really want to, but they kind of figured they have to. And I don't mean people like you or I, but the billionaires and the people who own, Saudi Arabia that owns an entire country and things like that. It's this begrudging admission that the Trump way of doing things or the Elon Musk way of doing things is the only way forward, because that after decades of this DEI diversity crap and all that, it's undeniably true that not everybody can do that kind of thing. I don't know. It's how they're these crazy geniuses that had real talent are a real thing, and that's actually what you need. You can't just take some idiot.
The talent's everywhere.
Yeah.
But the nepotism.
That's what. Yeah.
It's all bureaucracy. It's nepotism. It's favoritism, and it's the Carlin bit. It's the big club. You're not in it. Blah blah blah. So we get these superheroes that emerge like a Musk and a Trump, and they got to fight tooth and nail. But our side is so sensitive to the hurdy words that they can't even get behind the only person really championing for them.
Drives me nuts.
And they're like, and the insults that really that turn them off are hilarious to me, because they're like softball underhand pitch third grade level insults.
Mm-hmm.
And they unravel these world leaders. So it's like, that's brilliant to me. I get it. I see it. These are not leaders. He's showing you. But he said such mean stuff, John. Like, man, do you want to live? Like, I don't think gulags will be that bad. Calm down.
Yeah.
Like, man, I can't deal with the pacifism anymore. It's cringe.
I agree. You seem to be holding up fairly well, especially for an artist. I don't know if you saw the Deacon in here earlier, who's in the chat, by the way, saying young crowd tonight. But I mean, he's super fucking pissed, justifiably so. I think so. And we have a couple young guys that are super pissed, but you're honestly looking pretty zen, man. Do you have any? You feel like it's a heading in the right direction, or you're just over it?
I'm resigned to the fact that no matter what happens, my position in life isn't going to change.
Yeah.
Like I'd rather it not be a weird sodomite festival, like 365 everywhere.
There's the deacon.
Outside of that, ain't nothing gonna change for me.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
and
be homeless
what's
forever.
crazy. It's crazy is like 20 years ago when I was young and much more liberal. That whole G.K. Chesterton quote of any man under 30 that's not liberal has no heart. Any man over 30 that's not conservative has no
That's a
brain.
great one.
Yeah. So I mean, I had a lot of heart when I was young, and maybe I still have a little bit left. But like, I wouldn't call myself a liberal, but I was. I genuinely believed some of that mean word shit was true and all of that, and I don't know. I just think I hadn't had the shit kicked out of me enough yet to understand what was truly important.
See, and for me, I'm born and raised in Texas, so I've always like idealistically and moralistically been a conservative. I don't run around doing all sorts of wicked shit, but I never fit in because I'm an artist.
Right. Yeah, I was about, so it's like
oh, you're artsy fartsy, you do crafts. Like people like treated me like I was one of them, and so I don't have like a clique. I don't have a team. Like I think everybody's a fucking loser, personally, and especially after the last several years dumping over 10,000 HD images for a movement that swatted me. It's like everybody can get these hands. Every fucking one of them. That's where I am.
Do you, in spite of, I mean, and I'm honestly in the same place in pretty much every way, but in spite of that, you still seem to remain like you wish the best for the planet and the people on it. Yeah.
I do.
Isn't that funny?
I got people I care about, but yeah, I don't know.
Even if you didn't have anyone you cared about, I feel like you would still.
I mean, people like the idea of good people is a real thing. Like there are people out there who go through what I've gone through physically, like as far as violence in their life goes, and I don't like that. Like I don't like bullies. I don't like fucking police. I don't like any of these people that want to control other people who aren't doing bad shit. And when I say police, everybody's like, oh.
No, I'm right with you on that one.
It's like, look, man, if y'all would fucking do your job and actually stop some of the crime instead of just jockeying up fucking tickets for your revenue stream, then maybe we would support you a little more fervently. But the fact is, y'all they're a gang. They're a fucking gang like any other. And I just don't trust anybody. I don't trust doctors, which I'm out of health. I haven't had healthcare.
Yeah,
in
no,
2 years.
I'm with you on that one too. There used to be, it seemed like anyway, a lot more police officers or authority figures, even in general, who would get crappy orders and tell whoever gave them that order to go fuck themselves. Like it was almost
right.
That's
what's up with this. Like I was just doing my job.
Yeah,
bro.
that's where they lose me. Is like, come on, man. Jeff Poor quickly. Everyone is tired of this circus. Yeah, exactly. I really want to be pro police. I'm very much pro anybody that's just doing their job. But like to me, your job when you get a bullshit order is to refuse it. That's part of your fucking job. It's not some high-minded, abstract rebellion against. It's just like, they're like, well, then I would lose my job if I did that. It's like, well, then lose your fucking job. I've done that like 50 goddamn times in my life by refusing an order. You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's integrity. And they lack it
there you go.
For the most part, and it's across the board. Like there's behavior I see and I've dealt with that it's like, dude, if you can't be a man and apologize that either you made a mistake or that you lost it when you shouldn't have, then you're not a fucking man. Like.
Well, so is this actually? You made me think here for a second. Is it integrity or are they just NPCs? Like, can NPCs have integrity?
It might be ego, arrogance, can do no wrong. To say you're sorry or to admit to wrongdoing is a sign of weakness. I hear all these things
There's some really good
that people
chat
justify
comments going on
treating
here
people
too.
like shit.
Yeah, where did I see one? They take an oath to uphold the Constitution, but most have never read it. That's a great comment and very much to the point. Like, how many? If I ran into a police officer and he could read me off the laws, the very laws that he's enforcing, I just feel like they can't. And then where does the blame lie? I guess I don't know. They're often recruited very young. Like if I was 20, I couldn't didn't have better options. Could have very easily become a police officer, and it's very so. But you slide into that. They call it the Zogbot, right? Or you're the henchman for the empire.
What is the Goy term? There's us plebes, we regular goyim, but then there's the one who performs.
Oh, a golem. Is that what you're
the
talking?
golem is the monster, right?
Well, the golem is like a monster created by them to do their dirty work.
I guess they would qualify as that.
So everybody's all hammered out here in the studio. It's getting pretty funny in here. Yeah, I don't know. You occupy a unique space in humanity, and maybe the same one I'm in, or maybe adjacent or something like that. But you're on the one hand conservative, but you're also very anti-authority, and I think that part of you is what allows you to create great art. And there was this idea that there really weren't any good right-wing artists, in the same way that there was the idea that now that the left can't meme. And I've come to believe it's always gone one way, that there aren't really any great left-wing artists either. It makes me want to go back and look at a lot of stuff, but music, art, anything like that, like to create something meaningful, you have to care about maybe not even what you're creating, but who you're creating it for, even if that's yourself, which might honestly be the best art that's ever made. But I think there might be more people like you and I than we were led to believe.
I'm sure of it. Everybody's just been scared into believing that to admit what they care about, to share it with a public audience, unsolicited for backpats or whatever, like to just share what you've made, that's gay. That's fucking gay.
Yeah,
son.
it takes such courage to do that. Yeah.
It's like, dude, I live such an isolated life that I don't give a rat's ass what anybody thinks. If you're not as funny as me with your insults, then I'd be careful talking shit, because I'll spend a fucking week beating someone down verbally.
Is a perfect on-point comment here, right, too, by Free Golem, of course. But golems are the creatures that have words put in their head. Oh, wait, went away. Give me 1 second. Golems are the creatures that have words put in their head to make them useful, but also makes them slaves, which I take that as that you're agreeing with us as the description of the modern-day police officer. David Olerking, my painting teacher, leans left, but he is brilliant. Oh, I think I might have got that one by accident. But thank you, David. I've seen you in here for a while. We'll talk more. We have like 5 minutes left until we got to do this final election results planning push, and then we're going to get heavy into the nuts and bolts and numbers and things like that.
Yeah, polls are closing.
What's that?
Polls closed the East Coast, what, an hour ago?
They're closing here in Pennsylvania in 5 minutes. I know they started announcing certain states at 7 o'clock, so we'll pull some of that stuff up too. But sorry that we got 30 minutes behind here. We were supposed to have an hour, but it's great to see you again, man. Really, and on Tonight of All Nights, it almost feels meant to be. But final thoughts, predictions, hopes. Throw your hand up, and who gives a fuck?
I hope we don't have to use our weapons against our own countrymen. That's my big hope. Everything else, I don't know, man. I'm not as intellectually enhanced as your youngsters there. I don't have the White Claw course.
Now you think like I do, though. I mean, I get what you're saying. It's like you've learned to let go when necessary. It's at this point in the night on tonight, it's out of our control. Yours and I control anyway. There's maybe a few people.
We can't control anything. We can only control how we react to it.
Well, what I tried to do differently this cycle was like actually get involved. I was just like, I can't totally give up.
You should be proud, man.
It's just to do something more than zero, which I've done like 0.0001. You know, I accomplished my goal.
Man, It's been incredible to witness. I mean, like when I first saw the little teaser that you dropped for the mezzanine with Mojack digging the body up.
That's right.
Dude, fucking pumped. I went nuts, and here we are, election night, talking to you. Feel like you're my buddy, and
For real, yeah.
it's cool. I've done whatever I can in my limited capacity as a visual artist with brain damage and no home. You've been boots on the ground from the mezzanine to the studio center that you see behind in there. I mean, it's just impressive, dude. I'm proud to know you, and you should be proud of everything you've done.
I really appreciate that. I'm proud to know you, and this is a lot of your artwork here on the screens and on the walls and things like that. Do you think, final question is, do you think if this all does go well, the election, and thank you, Jeff Poor, by the way, the grand old plan, but you think if the world keeps turning after tonight, will you ever get a chance to come up here to State College, Pennsylvania?
I'd love to.
Even just to visit.
I don't have anything tying me to any one place, man. I've literally liquidated all of my stuff just to eat. I have nothing left. This chair is all I got, and it's got to go because they're moving from this on.
You're down to one chair.
I'm down to a chair.
All right. Well, you enjoy that chair tonight, my friend. I really do hope it all goes well. You're in a good state for it, I think, if shit hits the fan. You just got to make sure.
Shit hits the fan. People are fucked around here.
You got to fly the right flag and make sure you don't catch some friendly fire or something like that. But hey, are you gonna be awake super late tonight or anything like that? Because we can have you back on.
Yeah, I'm gonna be popping in and out, checking out what kind of shenanigans y'all get up to.
All right. Well, that is my man, Dodger. Again, there is a link in the description. He does all of our products and things like that for 3cc. He does it for free, and so all the money goes straight to him. I've bought some. I should have been wearing it, but I'm not right now. But it is truly incredible stuff. Not just saying that. I don't get anything out of it. I chose his artwork after looking at it and loving it, and it was just perfect for this kind of thing. So it's a great way to support him and maybe help him get a ticket up to State College, Pennsylvania after the election or something like that.
Let's fucking go.
And with these new hats and stuff, you might see a new order from me fairly soon. But I'm going to let you go. We're going to go back to one more commercial break, and then we'll be back as soon as these kids get back from the polls with all of the results and things like that. Dodger, man, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you, brother.
Good
I will
luck and
show
Godspeed.
myself out. You guys have a safe night. And Trump 2024, baby.
Trump 2024. Take it easy, man. All right, let me end out of that. Get back in here. And let's do a little, we got Zoom up here too. Yes, we do. NASA, stay strong, brother. Amen. If you're talking to Dodger as well, I will pass that message along. So it is 7:59 p.m. Eastern time. I know we got a little off the every hour schedule here for a while, but I hear some talking out there. So what I think I'm going to do, and I believe I should have this queued up right here, is go back to this stream live.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She supported his disastrous economic agenda. Higher taxes on
As soon as we get through this, there we are.
Already. That's one that the Democrats are going
So I'm going to kill my microphone for a minute, get organized with these guys. We'll let this run so you can kind of see what's happened since 7, and then we'll be back with Pennsylvania results and more. We'll see you soon.
has been giving a surprising challenge to the Republican that's in that seat there. Nonetheless, I mean, if we're looking at the map, there are so many Democrats that are facing very close races. We're talking Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, as he alluded to. John Tester, who is another three-term Democratic incumbent who has built a strong Democratic coalition within his red state, he's facing his first real challenge against Tim Sheehy. One could argue that the past three Senate cycles have been in the Democrats' favor. The first one came in an unpopular year for Republicans because of the war, and then the second time Tester was elected, that was a blue wave because of Obama. The third time Tester in Montana was elected, it was that midterm year after Trump was elected. So we saw another blue wave. Montana, Ohio, a lot of parallels to draw there. Both of those three-term Democratic incumbents facing perhaps their toughest uphill battle. Polls, by the way, say that this seat is more likely to flip than Ohio.
Apologize there. Austin, we are in a new hour at 6 o'clock here Mountain Time. It's
One of the disturbing, very disturbing and blatant abuses of government in Project 2025 is the idea that they want to track women's pregnancies. They want to track where they're going. They want to track everything. What could be more repulsive than the government watching my daughter and granddaughter and trying to control their bodies and what they're doing with their lives?
I had no idea replacing my old windows would be this easy.
We've saved up enough that we can now do the 2 bays and they're done.
We got 16 windows and 2 new doors.
This is the best decision that I've made as a homeowner.
Renewal by Anderson.
Renewal by Anderson.
Renewal by Anderson.
Renewal by Anderson.
Renewal by Anderson. The crew was here this morning at 8 a.m. as promised.
I am 100% satisfied with their service.
Outstanding from the outside and the inside.
This is what we hear every day. And that's the difference with the windows closed.
I was amazed at how fast they got things done.
Shout out to the entire team. Unbelievable work all around. Quality of the windows is awesome. Very, very happy.
This is your sign to ditch the wine. This Free Spirit Minis collection from Apothecary includes
All right, we appreciate everybody tolerating the long break. We have the angriest Ginger joining us shortly on Zoom. We'll get into the results as soon as I see them here. You should see them on your screen. Oh, I see him in the chat. That's a good sign. About 10 minutes late on him. Sorry about that. Angry. Oh, he's only an angry Ginger. He's not the angriest. That's my mistake. That is my mistake. We have a new stream started up on X. We have given up on Rumble because it's terrible. I tried to start a new one. It just straight up didn't work. They have their preferred content creators. And, of course, we're still going pretty well over on pilled.net. If you're a Rumble guy that doesn't like YouTube, by all means, pilled.net is probably your next best bet. So, seeing some states being called, it is 9 o'clock Eastern tonight. Mihai has made it back from his poll duty. Michael, who was going to give us a lot of election results, has MIA. He's ran down the street in a rage. Oh, you guys need mics, don't you?
And coincidentally, while Michael's away,
he's at chance.
There's also a bomb threat that was.
That is correct.
Coincidentally.
Since he is in the chat, the angry Ginger, aka Donnie, what is going on? I got a new Zoom meeting going here. Hopefully you can hear me, and we should hear you shortly as soon as I get this appropriately set to the Zoom meeting. There you are. Can you hear me? He's clicking. He's thinking. Can you guys hear me? Maybe it's...
I can hear you.
Okay.
There we go. I can hear you
Oh,
now.
there he is.
All right.
Cool.
What's going on, bud? I'm glad you could make it. Sorry I kept you waiting there for 10 minutes.
Hey, no worries, man. I was in a mad rush to get home anyway, so
All
we're
right.
good.
Good deal.
We're good.
Before we get too into the election results, you are in, and I don't want to, can I say what state you're in? I don't want to dox you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not worried about anything.
So you're
It's
West
cool.
Coast in Washington, right?
Yeah, Washington State.
So how late are you guys voting till over there?
That looks like the beard of a man that lives in Washington State.
Man, it used to be a lot bigger. I just trimmed it over the summer. 8 p.m., so 11 p.m. your time.
Right on. And I assume you have voted already? I'm going to pull up your...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I dropped my ballot off Saturday. We only do primarily, it's like 99% mail-in ballots, so...
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, welcome. Thank you for joining the 24-hour super stream. We're just now about an hour into the second third of it, the 8 hours. We probably are going to dive into election results, but I think we have a good solid 30 minutes or so, and you're welcome to look at those with us as well. I don't want to keep you too long, but how is your day going? What is the vibe out there in Washington on the West Coast? Let's give us some top secret info. That
Wait, real
has.
quick, are you on the coast, or are you in Greater Idaho?
What? I'm in Washington State, bro.
Yeah,
I'm
but
about as...
Are you on the coast, or are you near Greater Idaho?
Oh, he's the Greater.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm on the west side, man. I'm about as far northwest as you can get.
Right on.
Okay. So you're in the Trump country part of Washington.
Sort of.
Isn't it like kind of like the edge there?
Yeah, it's kind of purple here. I live in a college town though, so like the town I live in is really blue.
Yeah.
But
I understand
everywhere
that,
surrounding is either dark purple or red. So,
Mm-hmm.
but the vibe, dude, today, man, I saw a lot of Trump flags today. I saw a lot of Trump hats today. That's not to say much because I mean, in the society I'm in, most people are Democrat. Most people are, pro-Democrat. But yeah, I saw a lot of Trump flags on the freeway and in town today. Really, really was inspiring, man. I got a good feeling. It would be crazy to see Trump take my state. It would be I would just do a backflip, man. I would freak out. It would be amazing. But I doubt it. I don't think he will.
It's he's not supposed to. You're saying?
No, he never. We always the big cities: Seattle, Tacoma, Everett.
Yep. Well,
all those big cities around the Puget Sound pretty much take the vote.
Ugh.
We get that though. I mean, even in PA, we don't have it as bad. It's more of a 50-50 split, but just having Philly and Pittsburgh and then everything else is red is kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just funny you bring up Greater Idaho because I would love to see that happen. That would be
it is
freaking
fascinating.
hilarious. Yeah, Oregon's doing the same thing.
I feel like there's been worse ideas throughout history than, I feel like that could actually possibly prevent something actually going bad on the West Coast.
Right.
Just because if you look at like the county breakdown from any election, there's clearly some disparity there.
Right.
All right, so not expecting Trump to take Washington. We do have. Do I still have this going? Oh, let me pull that back up. This one. All right, so yeah, they are announcing some states now. We'll get that to in a little bit. We'll let people realize that we're not dead like we have been for an hour. They're just posting the results. But Angry Ginger, a.k.a. Donnie, you said to call you. That's correct?
Yeah. I mean, I've kind of the Angriest Ginger thing, man. That's been a nickname of mine for so long.
Trump just won Ohio.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. Nice. I'm starting to calm down. I'm almost 41, so the angriest is kind of I don't know.
The Ginger formerly known as Angry?
Yeah. Yes. Basically, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you were able to join us, man. Thanks for scheduling with us in the time we have. I think I just kind of want to pick your brain, get your thoughts. You can talk specific to Washington. You can talk the election as a whole. You can talk like anecdotally what you've seen with your own eyes or any research you might have done. What is your vibe? Do you have any predictions and about who will win, and then also what might happen pending who wins?
I know it's really controversial considering the election still, but I have a really good feeling that Trump's going to take it. I've had since I woke up this morning, man. I was like, you know what? It's going to happen. He's going to take it.
I agree.
It certainly seems like it's meant to be in a lot of ways. A bit of that recapturing of 2016, not quite the same thing, but I think a lot of people have worked very hard, and it seems to be a little more organized on the right than it has been previously. So yeah, I feel good about it as well.
Did you catch the part about the rainbow earlier in the stream?
No, I've been lurking most of the day. I've been working all day. So.
Oh, here there was a rainbow in State College?
Yeah. So long story short, the head of the Southern County GOP, she sent a text that she had prayed for a rainbow this morning, and there was a rainbow over State College.
Yeah. Well,
and a completely sunny day, not a cloud in the sky, and she prayed for a rainbow as a sign that Trump would win.
Yeah. Well, so far it's not affecting Dave McCormick. It seems like Bob Casey's leading pretty far. Yeah.
Well, it is what it is. I'd be happy with the Trump win at least, at the very least, and local results. We'll get to those here as well. All right, so I mean, man, that break really sapped my energy. I got to get jacked up here.
All right, well, I got some.
Yeah, if you do, take it away. Let me take this Red Bull real quick.
So, Donnie, right? I don't think we've met before. I'm Jack. But yeah,
I should have introduced you guys. Sorry.
Yeah. So I guess we can start off with a question. Let's say that Trump does lose. What would you say is the biggest issue going against him? And if Kamala loses, what would you say is the biggest issue that caused her to lose?
Oh man, let's start with Trump because Kamala is easy. Gosh, I would say just all the propaganda, Hollywood, all of the actors and everybody that's been going against him, all of the negative press on mainstream media. I mean, I haven't watched MSM in a while. I usually just watch clips on like YouTube and stuff, but yeah, just all that cancer that they're throwing at him would be his biggest downfall, I guess. Because even I work with liberals, right, every day. The ones I work with are old school, though. They're older and fairly reasonable, but they all watch mainstream media. And anytime I have a conversation with somebody about it, it's all of the MSM just crap that they put out that they have to put forward as an argument to like any topic that I would bring up.
Yeah,
right?
It's really unfortunate. It's all opinion.
Yeah, the January 6th thing, there's so many people around me that are just so bought into that I think that might be an issue. Yeah.
Like what do they say specifically?
All of the mainstream media talking points. I mean, I bring up like, look, feds were involved. Like it's clear. And they've been holding these people illegally. Like, what do you think's going on there? They're like, oh, well, they killed people. There were so many people that died that day.
Literally zero people died. Like, that's
I mean, I get it. Like looking at it that day, it was bad. It was bad. But after so much time has passed and all of the investigations and all of the conspiracy theories that have been coming true, it's so hard for me to believe that so many people are still buying into all that.
Yeah, the only people who died were the protesters.
Ashley Babbitt.
None of the cops died. Like no politicians died.
A cop died a day after he had a heart attack.
But he committed suicide. I thought. Oh wait, was it a heart attack or suicide?
I believe he had a heart attack.
There was a suicide involved too, I think, later on. But I mean, I think Hillary Clinton was involved with that, wasn't she?
Hill dog, the side of beef got him. Ooh, what'd you just sip on there? Was that water or was there?
Yeah,
oh.
It's in an Essentia bottle, but it's actually just well water because fluoride is bad, and I live kind of in a rural area, so we're lucky we don't have all that shit.
Oh, there you go.
Which I don't know if you guys have read about that though. Ron Paul and
I saw
hooking
this.
up with Musk, dude. Chills went down my spine when I heard that, because when Ron Paul was running originally back in the day, that was like my first time voting.
I think a lot of people,
Ron Paul walked so Trump could run.
Right.
Yeah.
Say Ron Paul walks so Trump could run.
I could see that.
Yeah, and right now he's warning Trump about Mike Pompeo, and he's telling him that people like aligned with him are already infecting his cabinet. Apparently,
Trump keeps praising was it Trump or was it? I can't remember. Gosh, who it was, but they were praising Mike Pompeo, and I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Like, he's our modern day Dick Cheney, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, right? Or am I thinking of that dude with the mustache? God, what was that?
Oh, John Bolton.
Yeah,
John Bolton. That's
war criminal.
Yeah,
the Monopoly man of death.
Yeah,
or
and
whatever.
then it's so. I mean, how much did you guys shit your pants when the Dems came out? And or not when the Dems came out, but oh gosh, I can't remember his fucking name. The Wyoming senator that dropped out, that lost her spot. Her dad. Why can't I think of his name right now?
Dick Cheney.
Cheney, yeah.
Yes,
I can't believe Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris. What the hell is going on?
And they're proud of it too.
I mean, she has like full blown TDS. Like she was she completely like lost any goodwill within the party when she just started going against them just to get at Trump.
She's a McCain Republican.
Yeah, pretty much.
That is such a huge sign of the swamp. You know what I mean? Like, back when I was younger. I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, you go.
Yeah, back when I was younger, it was all against like the Bush administration. Like, for obvious reasons, we hated him, right? I didn't consider myself conservative back then by any means, but for obvious reasons, warmonger. We went into Iraq and all that nonsense, and Cheney shot his friend's face off with a gun, and
the guy apologized to him for it.
Like, what the hell is going on?
I'm sorry, my face got in the way of your bird gun.
I'm sorry you didn't kill. I'm sorry you didn't successfully kill me. Oh,
yeah, that's just so bizarre to me. Like, I feel like that should have turned a lot of libs off.
What I was gonna say is, it's like, imagine if Trump was running and like Barack Obama endorsed him. I would be like, like that to me. That's like George Bush. I don't know if Bush actually ended up doing it, but Cheney and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, everything is so topsy.
Bush did. Yeah.
Did he? Okay, you endorsed Kamala. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's just so uniparty in your face crap, and then you have this whole ostensibly freedom loving left that just ate it up. It's like, oh, we got that Cheney endorsement.
Yeah, like
we just can't vote for Trump. Just anybody but Trump.
It's so like, topsy turvy. Like a few decades ago, they were saying like there's nothing redeeming about the Cheneys. Like they're
that's what I mean.
They're evil. Like I remember there was this one biopic that was very anti Dick Cheney called Vice, and like they called him the devil, and now they're just like lapping up his endorsement. Like what the hell is going on here?
Well, anybody within this circle sees that and realizes, wait a minute, something's not right here. This seems way too far, like, to make sense. Like, why would Dick Cheney endorse Kamala Harris? Oh, because she's part of the machine.
That's what I'm
She'll
saying.
do what they want.
Yeah. It's like,
and so many.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So many people are just, they bit onto that hook and they're taking it hook, line, and sinker. Like, oh yeah, we got to vote for Kamala because Trump man bad, orange man bad, right?
Yeah, right.
Because, like, it makes no sense to me because, I mean, even as a former Bernie bro, when Bernie was running before Trump started running, actually a little context here, I wasn't a big Trump fan in 2015 at all. I mean, I was
weren't
watching
alone,
CNN
yeah.
and all that shit back then. I wasn't watching like independent journalists or you, sir, world champion, John Ward, spreading good information. But I mean, as soon as I started coming off the MSM, it all made sense. Like, they're clearly lying about this guy because 20 years ago they were in love with him. They were begging him to run for president.
Yeah,
and now here we are.
Yeah, and even now, like, all their lies are just totally outdated. Like, they're still pushing the Charlottesville lie, like the buying on both sides lie, and it's just so tired because we have videos, like we have the transcripts of what he said, and it's so obvious. But we still get like major figures like Obama pushing this lie, and it's just like,
well, it's a testament to how little people like. All you got to do is pay attention for a slightly extended period of time, and then it all becomes very clear. And then you realize, well, why isn't this clear to everybody? They're not paying attention. And then there's also this massive mainstream apparatus that's just pure propaganda that's designed to.
There's a book we should get for our coffee table out there. It's Donald Trump Jr. put it out. It's just a collection of all the letters that like famous people, senators, Chuck Schumer's one of them, Hillary Clinton, have sent Donald Trump, and it's just like all of them sucking his dick. Like, oh, you're the best. Like, thank you for your donation. You're like always been a close friend of mine. I love you so much. Like, dearly, Chuck. Or like, you know. It just shows like how BS it all is.
It reminds me of Bill Kristol. Like initially, when Trump was running, Bill Kristol was optimistic. He was saying like, well, you know, if Trump becomes a neocon, then I can get behind him. But then Trump came out against like the Iraq War and the people who pushed for it, and then he was like, we can't let this fascist get into office. No.
What Trump said about John Bolton liking him was actually hilarious, though. He basically said, I enjoyed having John Bolton around because when I would negotiate with China, I could bring him in a room and he would tell them all the ways he was going to invade them and blow them up and kill them all, and it would scare the shit out of them.
I saw that, yeah. All he had to do was have John Bolton sitting behind him.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, this motherfucker wants to go to war with me.
Yeah.
Oh, quickly, Mockler. Repeating the lies ad nauseum doesn't bother me half as much as all the people who buy it. Yeah, Donnie, I'm just really tempted to call you Angry Ginger again, but to your point, like in 2015, honestly, my wake up call is it was because of all the news around Trump. Well, that's you on that screen now. I'll stay on this one. All the news about Trump is like I was like, you know, maybe I should take a peek at this, and the first video I caught was Don Lemon talking to David Clark, and it was the first time I ever actually spent like 20 to 30 minutes watching a CNN video. And holy shit, it was obvious then. And then you start watching more and more things, and it just becomes very readily apparent how much they lie. I mean, the rallies like that he would hold back then, and then you'd like watch a clip of it, and then you'd see what the media said about it, or even just speeches. Like you watch a 20-minute Trump speech, and then you see the media headline the next day about how he's Hitler and whatever, and you know it not to be true. And so I think all it really takes to wake up is to be paying attention, and maybe what we learn from that is how little people actually pay attention. I don't know.
Yeah, and a big example of this is like obviously in 2020, BLM and criminal justice reform were a big part of the Democrat Party's platform because George Floyd died, obviously. But if you notice how it all went away after J6 because they had to put up the pretense that they cared about law and order. So all of those like criminal justice concerns, they were still there, but they were very less. They just sort of went away in terms of what it should be as a priority. Yeah, just one thing that stood out to me.
Getting into this.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to touch on a point that you were kind of hitting on. The problem is all of the propaganda. So when Obama, you guys probably already know this, but some people might not. But when Obama was president, I want to say his second term, he made the use of propaganda legal.
I do know this.
Against us, right? So once that happens and you spread enough mud or bullshit, right? Everybody starts spying on it. And our news moves so fast. Like everything happens, they push so much propaganda out so fast, and people buy it and have such short attention spans that everybody's just orange
machine
man
is the right word for it. It is a machine.
Yes.
Quickly, All American Cooking, my favorite content. Let me pull that book up real quick. My favorite content creator, thanks for doing this live. Welcome back, and let's go Trump. Amen. All American Cooking, indeed. Let's go Trump. Yeah.
And now, have you seen that they made martial law? Like it's illegal for a military member to kill a U.S. citizen under martial law.
It's legal now, yeah.
Yes.
And on that, my governor, lovely Governor Joker J. Inslee, enacted the National Guard, what was it, yesterday or the day before? To run for about 4 days since we had those ballot boxes catch on fire.
Oh, that's right.
And so on that, I got some information on.
Yes.
I saw on Twitter the past few days that they put a mugshot of a, quote, Republican up and claiming that that was the person doing it. Well, local media here still says that they don't have a suspect. They have no idea who did it yet. They're still under investigation. So just to kind of put that under the bus, I mean, it's mostly left like Twitter pages that are, or Twitter profiles that are putting that out, but it's not true. They're still investigating. They have no idea who did it.
Well, we have you here. I did like so you're I know it's anecdotal and all that, but the world around you out there on the West Coast and in Washington specifically and things like that, aside from predicting who will and won't win, what is your vibe on what will happen? We've been asking everybody this question. If Trump wins, what is the fallout? If Kamala wins, what is the fallout? And you can start with either one.
It's weird because I just had a conversation with a liberal about this at work today. If Trump wins here, I don't think anything's really going to happen. I'm sorry, I got that backwards. If Kamala wins, we aren't going to do anything. We're not really the violent party, right?
Okay.
Never seen anything like that from conservatives in my state at all. Now, if Trump wins, I think we're going to have a problem. I think there's going to be some issues in the big cities because, I mean, I don't really got to explain it. We all know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my prediction.
In a serious way worth worrying about?
Where I live, not so much, but my concern is going to be in cities like Seattle and Tacoma. Seattle primarily, because we all remember Chad.
Yeah,
Chad
I was saying that earlier. I think we could see multiple versions of the Chaz Chop thing popping up all over the country in different cities if Trump wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any way it's over after tonight, and I mean, I know it quite literally probably won't be over after tonight, but give it another week or whatever, no matter who they say won. I think that's almost going to be just the beginning. I don't mean to be blackpilling or anything like that, but what we've been kind of saying, and I think I agree with, is they're just, if they're willing to shoot at him, then it ain't over if he wins the election. There's just more shit that's going to come, whether it's lawfare, whether it's more assassination attempts, whether it's going after the smaller fish. I don't know. It's not something that like scares or worries me, or maybe I guess I should say it's kind of worrisome, but how do you see like the next, let's say Trump wins, the next, or Kamala wins, the next 5 years? There's no right answer.
I mean, I would imagine it's going to be similar to 2016 again. It's just going to be a bunch of ringing and screaming and a bunch of people throwing fits and possibly some violence. But I mean, either way, honestly, there's some crazy people on our side too,
Very true.
I mean, yeah, so it could go either way. I would say, actually, I don't want to say 50-50 as far as like violence and stuff like that and riots, but who knows, really? I mean, 5 years, man, I can't even see where we're going to be in 5 years.
Well, the most interesting part to me about 5 years is that, like, let's say Trump wins and then his 4 years are up. We talked about this earlier with somebody, or maybe it was just us, but there's
Zeb.
Zeb, that's right. There's going to be this huge power vacuum, in a sense, when Trump leaves. I mean, he's such a unique personality and individual. Who replaces that? Can it be J.D. Vance? Can it be Vivek even? Or can it be a combination of them? Or will Baron Trump ascend as the God Emperor of mankind, as they say?
Or just a spitball here, what if Kennedy runs as a Republican?
Tulsi
Interesting.
now.
I mean,
Tulsi's-
Tulsi, that would be a good one too.
Is that the impetus behind all this, the Avengers of politics assembling around Trump? Is it's maybe not so magnanimous and innocent? It's more that they all realize that...
Probably, most likely.
Yeah, well, it's like Christian said. It's like our guest Christian Watson said.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, it's MAGA is less of an ideology and more so just a bunch of patriotic people getting together, and they're just sort of meeting together in the middle, like as a coalition, to see some common goals met. And there are different ways that they can achieve it, but there's no necessarily correct way of going about it.
Is George Washington in the early founding of the United States a good example? Is that a pattern we should be looking at more closely? Because, I mean, I have a limited understanding of that time, but I think he was a beloved figure, but in a sense of strength and influence and individuality, my understanding is that he was pretty much the guy. They were ready to literally crown him king. Didn't he say, I didn't defeat King George to become King George or something like that?
Yes, yep.
I will also say that Zeb was also a guest, and he made the point that MAGA is a sort of nationalistic and
Zeb's in the comments right now saying somebody didn't listen to what I said.
Yeah, nationalistic and Christian
Sorry, Zeb.
movement. And would you guys agree with that? That MAGA is increasingly driving people to become more Christian or become more spiritual in a sense? I don't know if
I think it already has.
Yeah. Well, is that a common factor for Tulsi and RFK Jr. as well? Just being Christian.
I don't.
Quickly, Cerberus decision desk called North Carolina for Trump. That's a big one.
Oh,
that's nice to know.
Yeah, because I know that isn't.
Only we had a guy that was going to do maps.
Yeah, we're gonna. So I'm sorry we're 10 minutes late here. Everybody's screaming out there too. We are gonna get to these results here in about 3 minutes. But before any either of you two guys, any specific questions for Donnie, West Coast, or do you have any questions for us? I mean, we've had some weird stuff in Pennsylvania. There was a bomb threat here in Center County just a little bit ago.
I had some questions I wanted to ask. I should have written them down. It's been a hectic day.
I get it, man. We're on hour 9.5 of this 24-hour stream. I can't even think straight, so don't sweat it. If you come up with one right now, I'll try to answer it.
Yeah. Who do you guys think is going to take Pennsylvania?
Great question.
I'm leaning towards Trump because, I mean, like I've been. This is just anecdotal, but I've been tabling, trying to get people to register for like a few weeks now, and they're there's a very positive reception towards Trump. Don't get me wrong, there are a ton of Dems here, but it's going to be. I think it's going to lean red.
Yeah, they're saying men are voting right now in record numbers too. I don't know what the validity of that is, if it's true or not. But
there seems to be some truth to that, and if it is true, it's definitely going to help Trump in Pennsylvania. Such a bad answer, but I mean, who will get more real votes in Pennsylvania? I believe Trump, 100%. Who will actually win, according to the official tally of the votes, is a totally different question. And there was already the news earlier. I think Trump himself tweeted it or whatever about how there's been fraud in Philadelphia. There always is. Philadelphia is just an absolute shithole that cheats like
Democrat
a motherfucker.
city.
Oh, it's like I don't think a lot of people realize how big Philadelphia is too. And then it's right next to Jersey, which just went. It's the remnants of the mob, or maybe still the mob, or who the hell knows. But it's just it's shithole. And then the other big city in Pennsylvania is Pittsburgh, and that always goes massively liberal. And who the hell knows what goes on there. But
there's currently bomb threats going on all across the state at different elections offices.
Yeah, which to me points to that Trump is getting way more votes, and it certainly isn't Republicans calling in bomb threats. I just can't. Is there some crazy redneck out there that might do that? I mean, maybe one.
But no, he would just build a bulldozer.
But John,
I agree.
Knock the building down.
But John, didn't you know that 2 registered Republicans tried assassinating Trump?
Yeah.
We're the real terrorists.
So ridiculous. And that Pennsylvania one too is funny. John, you explained quite some time ago that you're actually able to register as a Democrat and vote Republican, or vice versa.
Oh, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, and you see that you see that as a strategy in a lot of swing states to try to vote for the weaker candidate.
I believe so. If you vote Republican, let's say, you couldn't vote in a Democrat primary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you can switch your registration.
Yeah.
Because I think it's the same way here.
Okay.
So you can't you can vote for a Democrat if you're registered Republican in a major in a general election, but you can't do anything in the primary.
Yeah.
As far as I know,
Yeah.
I should probably do some more research on that.
That's not a thing how most states are, but some have open primaries where everyone can vote.
Yeah.
Like even in independents.
Well, Donnie, I really appreciate you joining us. I hate to say going on 20 minutes till 10 here. We really got to get to
one more question.
Oh, yeah. Take it away.
So this is supposed to be a 24-hour live stream.
I know what you're going to say.
Don't you think it would be a better idea if John had to sit in this room until we knew who the president was?
Yes.
I
Yes,
think
I do.
So. He, like in January, has a really long beard. He shit himself like 300 times.
I'm sitting on a mountain of shit like that
Hasn't
South
eaten.
Park
He's, like,
episode.
just looks like he just got out of one of the death camps. Like just
Mia has been pushing for the past like 7 hours for me to do a January 1st stream at this point.
I just think you would blow up.
I'm like
Especially
already
on
tired.
Twitter.
I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, oh my God.
Well, you can take a nap now. You can just sleep on it.
You're allowed to sleep in here. You just have to be in this room until
until
we get a winner.
And the stream has to be on.
And I'll bring you food.
Is it weird being on the West Coast and
He keeps
Donnie?
trying to put it off. See how he tried to twist.
Yeah, I'm obviously not live streaming till January, homie. I mean, we could see. I don't know. We'll see. If I had a twin, we might be able to pull that off without anybody knowing. But I guess it kind of interests me. So on the West Coast, does it feel like all the coverage is very biased towards the East Coast or the population centers and stuff? We usually in Pennsylvania is considered a swing state usually, I guess, lately. But the focus on it this year has been kind of nuts. You feel kind of special and shit. I mean, it has nothing to do with us. But has there been a lot of campaigning in Washington, or does it feel kind of like all the results on the East Coast come in first?
As far as campaigning, like, gosh, I haven't seen much on our side over here. It's mostly been the blue side, Kamala's
Is
side.
it like one of those? It's a foregone conclusion, and so they don't spend
basically.
A lot of,
yeah, and I feel like our mail-in system has a lot to do with that. So I mean,
point.
it just is right. Stealing. I don't want to say anything wrong on your stream, but it's just so oblivious here that Republicans, conservatives don't have a voice.
Well, I got to say, brother, it's been awesome running into you on the old interwebs randomly and how something like this has come of it. Here you are on election night, and I appreciate your patience with me getting the studio set up and getting all the live stream set up and the crappy ones we did 6 months ago and all that stuff. But here we are. I hope you stick around. I hope we do much more content with you, and I hope if things go well in this country, someday you get a chance to come out to State College, Pennsylvania. We'd love to have you on a show live in the studio.
I would love to.
Some kind of great reunion of all the 3CC people. But it's really cool to see you here. I hate to let you go, but we got to get to the actual election coverage. We got to find where that guy is. He ran away. We got to go chase him down. I wish I was lying. We literally got to go run down the street and find him.
Hey man, it's a pleasure, dude.
But if you're up super late and you're a few hours behind us, so maybe you will hang late. We'd love to have you back on the stream in a couple hours. Maybe I'll keep in touch with you through the Gilded. And again, if you go about your own night like a sane person would, I wouldn't blame you. But
no, I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'm down, dude.
Quickly, do you have a channel or YouTube or music or art or anything that you want to plug here before I let you go?
Just right now, honestly, just my ex. Angriest Ginger, right? Oh God, I can't remember.
Is it Angry or Angriest?
Angriest on Twitter. So there's that. Content creator in the midst. I'm still kind of trying to figure out my format, what I want to do, but sometime in the near future, I will start creating content.
I'm still trying to figure that out too, man.
Yeah, full-time job and responsibilities. I live on a farm, so it's kind of, I got to find time, brother.
Yeah, if only there was more. But I was glad you were able to be a part of this stream. Sorry we're a few minutes late. I hope to reconnect with you later in the evening. I'll let you duck out of the Zoom meeting. I'm going to leave it open here for other people later. But Angry Ginger right here, Angriest Ginger on X. Go find him, follow. Highly recommended. Take it easy. Have a good night and Godspeed, buddy.
Good night.
Hey, man,
Thanks,
nice
man. God bless everybody. Nice meeting you guys too.
Yeah.
For sure. All righty, so there is our empty chair.
I'll go get Michael.
Oh, do we all need to go chase him down? Let me take this off. There I am. I've had a few people realizing we're back live again, and now we're just in.
He walked in here at one point.
Is he out there?
No, I think he walked out again, though, is the problem.
This is just absolutely ludicrous. So what I will do is throw this back up and let it roll for a second. If you want to come sit in the captain's seat and talk, you're welcome to, but I'm going to otherwise shut the mics down quickly. This won't be another hour. It probably won't even be 10 minutes. We're going to find Michael. We're going to get in here. We're going to give you the results. We're going to interact with the chat. It is 9:45, 10 o'clock, definitely going well past midnight as long as we possibly can. The goal is to noon. tomorrow, because my guess is we won't have a result at that point. So we'll track down our election data specialist and be right back. All right, we've corralled everybody. Give me 1 minute to set up an extra microphone, and we'll be in with the results coming shortly. Alrighty, adjusting on the fly. Forgive us. We had to chase down our election expert as soon as he's ready here. I'll bring him on. Let me get your microphones up. Everybody is up. All right, so cameras. Man, that's really loud, all those drunk people with the door open, so we'll give them a second, and then I'll bring us up. Actually, I can bring us up.
We keep it lively around here, though.
It is very lively. We're getting into the fun part of the stream, believe it or not. The previous 10 hours have just been chilling. Just chilling. Some incredible guests. It was broken into 2 parts on Twitter. The YouTube stream seems to be going strong the entire time. Rumble shit the bed, so we dumped it. Big props to Pilled.net, which has been working great. I'm becoming quite a fan of the platform. I am waiting personally on a shot and a beer. Looks incredible. Get this dry snuff going. Can I interest any of you fine gentlemen in some dry snuff?
I'm good.
I'll take a little bit.
No, okay.
Do you want some?
No.
Yeah, well, Michael wants to start us off with because he has a lot on his mind.
Yes, he does. So Michael Scott, election expert. We had to chase you down the street twice.
Yeah.
You're struggling, but not necessarily in a bad way.
I mean, okay.
Give us the news.
What we're currently seeing right now is extreme polarization. The third parties got almost no votes when it came to election day. The third parties, like all the third parties in the polls, that's one of the biggest misses so far. The third parties never showed up. Those people voted for Trump or Harris when it came to it on election day. Barely Jill Stein and Chase Oliver altogether only have 0.8% of the popular vote. So they didn't even get Joe Jorgensen's 1.1%. That's one of the biggest stories. And I think that's what's helping Trump some of the most in these swing states is these people were forced to decide, or at least in their minds they were. Trump's running it up in a lot of rurals, especially in the South. And the big story is Kamala Harris overall is underperforming in the cities. The problem is she's still performing pretty well in the Rust Belt.
What the hell's going on out there? Quickly, I think I saw, Zeb for another shot in beer. Should I do another shot in beer?
Okay.
Oh, Zeb.
So Trump did just take the lead in PA.
Okay.
Colorado has been called for Kamala Harris.
Hold on? Can I get one more? I'm sorry. Could you fill that up one more time? Because Zeb's making me. Yeah, we're letting go right now.
109, 190 is what we're saying.
Not doing $3 shots right at the beginning of this 8-hour stretch. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Michael, go ahead. You got the con as the submariners.
So basically, what Kamala Harris hedged her bets on is pulling a 2022 and only strategically placing her forces in the states that she needed, the 3 Rust Belt states. That was her play, and right now, I mean, she's favored, I would say, slightly in Michigan. She's the slight non-favorite in Wisconsin, and I would say in PA.
PA just flipped.
Flipped red?
Yes.
Yeah, PA just flipped red.
Fuck yeah.
In PA, no, don't get
Center
excited.
County coming in red early.
Don't actually no, it came in blue early.
No, look at the map right now.
The early ballot.
Look at the TV screen right behind you.
I'll pull it up. Hold on.
Fine, okay.
That's 2020.
Wait, hold up. Yes! Philadelphia, Trump's reaching 20% there. That is disastrous for Kamala Harris. That is disastrous.
Can you understand, chat, why we had to chase Michael
Boys.
So,
Johnny
okay.
might not have to be in the
So
room too long.
basically, what happened in PA is actually different from what happened in the rest of the nation. The rest of the nation had a lot of rural shift, which is making up for some of these inner cities still performing roughly the same, just with less turnout. What's happening in PA is that the rurals actually barely turned out more for Trump. They actually remained stagnant within only 1 to 2 point overperformance, but it seems to be the population centers are shifting as of now, knock on wood, towards Trump. He's doing better in Allegheny, he's doing better in Philly, he's doing better in Scranton, and he's doing better in Wilkes-Barre. York and Lancaster haven't updated yet, and he's already winning right now without... Oh! Lancaster just updated. He's now leading by 2 with an updated Lancaster amount. I don't know the exact margin there. Can somebody get that up? Because Trump won it by 16 in 20.
Lancaster?
Yes, Lancaster. Trump won it by 16 in 2020. So anything above that is an overperformance out of Lancaster. And we also have to check to see how late these ballots are as well.
No. Keep going, Michael. You're cooking.
No, there's nothing else to talk about other than the Northeast majorly rejected Harris. There is buyers.
Woo, you
there
see
is
that?
There's buyers.
There's Lancaster.
What is it? How much is in, and what's the margin?
Oh, it's only 900. It's 960 for Trump.
What's the percentage?
58.57 Trump.
Okay, to what?
41.37.
Okay, so it's up by 2. How much of the vote is in?
I don't see that yet. Does anybody see that?
Expand it, please. I don't care about my face right now. Expand the map. We need to see how much is in.
I don't. It has a raw vote number of 960, but I don't see a percentage.
Go to the map.
I have 37 on mine, but my vote total.
Okay. Well,
oh wait, this is too small. Hold on. Where is Lancaster?
Kamala Harris just got a drop out of somewhere because she
I'm
posted
looking at the same one as you. It's 37% expect.
Okay, wait. Okay, so if it's 37% in, that's some day of votes coming in. I don't think that the rest of that is entirely male. Because again, PA was a blue mirage state. So if it's already at 37% and like that in Lancaster, that should be, again, knock on wood, because I don't want to be too optimistic. People, you need to tamp in yourselves a little bit. But that margin out of Lancaster with only 37% of the vote in is disastrous for Kamala. It's
65 now?
Well, 65% is still bad because you have another 35% outstanding, and those are still likely day of vote.
What's the vote total on that one? Because ours was different.
On Lancaster +6. Okay, so Lancaster's only +6 on this map. However, this is New York Times.
Cheers to you, Zeb Boykin, you bastard.
Actually, well, hold up. This is still good. If it's 65% in, Trump's leading by 6. That's all the early vote. So that means, these maps have different numbers coming in right now. But let's just say that Trump does end up getting about 18% in the end in Lancaster. That's a shift of 2 points. Combine that with Scranton's final total, which is looking like a 5-point shift right. Combine the two, average them. That's a 2.5 point shift right. Trump might pull Biden margin here. That's what it's looking like, 1.5% if you take the two. In Allegheny on average, 75% of the vote in. Kamala's only outperforming outperforming Biden there by literally 1%. And with 75% of the vote in. That's not election day votes. That is not a margin that she wants there, because election day is going to be blood red in some of these areas. Again, knock on wood, but if I was Kamala, there would be some alarm bells in PA. Michigan is her favorite state right now, I'm not going to lie. However, she is under 50% in the map. Kamala and Trump are going back and forth in Wisconsin. That's not going to lie. It's looking a bit rough. My prediction might have been a bit too optimistic for Trump there, but what's really carrying his margin is rural strength up in the north. I think that's where the key story of the night out of Wisconsin. If he wins, it's because of strength with the rurals. But in all these inner cities, I mean, Kamala is only winning Illinois by 10. My final margin had Illinois within 10 because Chicago hates her. Chicago hates the Democrats. And you're seeing this, broadly speaking, with every major inner city. Now, again, Georgia's not called yet, and neither is North Carolina. So I don't want to say anything, but you're seeing a similar effect in those two states right now. Now, there's still a lot left out. I know Decision Desk called North Carolina. A lot of other services haven't yet. It's at 70% reporting right now. Trump's up by about 5 there. I'm not sure I would have called it yet either, but it's getting harder for Kamala Harris by the second in North Carolina. There is a pathway left in Georgia, but she has to run it up in Gwinnett and Cobb, the two suburban counties left, and they're kind of moving a little bit towards Trump. And you're seeing this massive rural turnout. Kemp had his machine turnout in the rurals. Arizona is a fucking mess right now. Arizona, 48% reporting. Kamala's up by 0.8. Likely these are early votes. I want to say likely these are early. I can't confirm that. I'm going to have to listen to the people I've been tracking for the whole night, but likely these are early votes. I wouldn't worry yet about Arizona. It's going to take a bit more out of that state, especially with how it was polling, for me to get uncomfortable about Arizona. Iowa, the whole thing about, the Seltzer's poll, she's already wrong by 10. She was already off. Her poll's already off by 10. So everyone who said, if Seltzer's poll is within 10, I'm selling my house or whatever. Well, you don't have to sell your house anymore because Seltzer's already wrong by fucking 10. Not even enough of the votes in, but like, this is not the final margin. Trump's winning it by more than 10, but he's already up by 4.5. So the whole swing is 14 points. Seltzer was a complete hack. You tried to influence this election for Kamala. Fuck you.
This is the best election
Also,
analysis I've
Bob
ever heard.
Casey and Dave McCormick are tied right now.
Ooh.
Okay.
Let me see if I can pull that up.
Again. Oh, Trump's above 40 in New York. Oh, you'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Yeah. New Hampshire, Trump is closing the gap there. I think I would have called it by this point for Harris, just barely, but damn, is Trump going to get close there. Maine, he's still winning. I mean, it's only 7% though. Don't worry about fucking Maine at the moment.
Bob Casey McCormick on your screen. Let me go back to the
another
national.
big story of the night right now is Virginia. Oh, Trump's still ahead. He's ahead by 1.2, but there's 35% remained uncounted. The problem is
he's ahead about 20,000 or 23,000.
Some people are calling North Carolina for Trump now too.
Okay, good. Okay, so it's starting.
Oh, quite a bit bigger lead there, almost 200,000.
So my
hey, President of Uncensored America that's hiding in the back.
He's the data guy.
So my thing about Virginia is, well, Glenn Youngkin, damn, has a fucking machine there. Like, who's the guy from out in Nevada? He was the senator there. He had a machine.
Oh, man, I haven't seen Casino for a long time.
It was anyway.
Sean got it.
No, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Henry something or another. It was an A. He starts with an H. Trump, the problem is the state is just not favorable in terms of its makeup is the problem. The state is just not favorable enough. Well, it's within 0.7 now. The problem is the rest of these cities that haven't been completely called are coming in. While Nova shifted very heavily for Trump, it wasn't statewide. Glenn Youngkin got a 10-point shift statewide to win. Trump is closer to 10 points in Nova in the deep Democrat areas, but lagging behind a couple points in some of these rurals.
Michael, step back for a second. For people that have just recently taken three straight shots of whiskey, what does this all mean?
I mean, we have a favorite right now. I'm superstitious, so I'm not going to say.
I wish I was joking. Don't look at me like that, Sean.
I'm not. We have a favorite right now. I'm not going to say it because I'm superstitious. But
Sean,
you look
give
at
Jack
the
an extra
election
set of
map.
arms like Goro, and I know you know who Goro is. The whiskey's taking hold, gentlemen. This stream's about to get lit.
I mean, like, some of these margins, like, I can't tell you. New Jersey, the final vote in New Jersey could be within 10. The poll, I mean, people's guesses on the ground about New Jersey,
But they've
were right.
called New Jersey.
But it doesn't matter. Like, overall, this could be, like, on the House level, a demolishing.
Michael.
I know it's pretty much meaningless on the grand scheme of things, but Trump got 44% in Rhode Island, which is kind of crazy.
Well, Trump was always polling better. And so, what the fuck is actually going on?
Is that a dog?
Is that Hillary?
If that's a dog, you need to bring it in here right now.
Someone just killed a dog in our lobby.
Okay.
That poor dog is like, what the fuck's happening?
So Cambria County is not going to.
Ladies and gentlemen, the only live stream of the election with a dog.
New York Times again. I want to keep tracking it on New York Times. We can do a live election track.
Michael is cooking.
I mean,
he is the dog. That's where the barking was coming
okay,
from.
by the way, in Delaware, this county has predicted the presidential election every single time since roughly 1960, and except for 1992, Bush won it when Clinton won the election. It's Kent County, and Kent County is still reporting as conservative at the moment.
I'm liking this. Johnny
So
Boy
this is
328 says, which one is John Ward? And then right below that, Hunter Biden's crack pipe says the drunk one.
Yeah.
That's going to become more and more
Real.
accurate.
Trump, by the way, is already at 43 million.
Can I get another shot of whiskey, producer?
Someone pour me another shot. Okay,
The producer's not in the room right now.
The producer's left.
looking at the dog.
See, the fact that I didn't know that means I probably shouldn't. I'm about to smart. I was literally about to say smart.
Oh my
stoking.
goodness!
Well, you got how many more hours left?
Hold up.
You're sober up at some
Big
point.
result for PA right now.
Yes.
Again, this is early. We don't know the final margins. There's a lot of vote left out. But Northampton, one of the two key bellwethers in Pennsylvania, has flipped. In the AP's map, the one that I'm tracking for Trump. That is one of the two big bellwethers. Again, we don't know final margin. Biden won it by about 0.1 or so, so anything can happen. But Kamala Harris does not want to see Northampton flipping right now. Can I see the how Lehigh's doing as well? By the way, Lehigh's a good.
This is incredible, not having to do anything. By the way, this is just like the
Center.
I'm loving every second of
Center
this.
County with 67% of the vote in. Trump's leading 51 to 48. Honestly, when I had my final prediction for PA, I said Trump was going to win it, Center County by 3. So I'm cooking there.
Really quick, Sean, you sure you don't want to mic you up over there and just sit in that chair?
I can try. I didn't get my charge. My phone's back.
Oh my goodness, this is so beautiful. Northampton, 70% of the vote in. Trump is up by 3. We have more election day votes to go. I don't really know exactly.
Hey,
what's
what is the
left
name
out,
of that
but-
Japanese chef on Iron Chef? I know. No, Morimoto. Michael, I need you to cook like Morimoto while I mic up Sean. Keep going.
Okay. Philadelphia, PA is looking good, but it's going to be close. PA's looking good, but it's going to be close. Yeah, it's going
Sean,
to be interesting.
John, you can't see this, but from All American Cooking, $5, buying you a much needed shot so you can catch up with half the chat.
Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Okay, Clinton County, one of the counties that was like the weakest for Trump, and one of the counties that Trump needed to run up the margins more in, has shifted on the New York Times' map to Trump by about 5 points. Counties like that, small counties, are what Trump needed to run up in, because there was no excuse why Biden got above 30% in Clinton County. Clinton County is a serious swing. Clarion 2 points, Elk 2 points, Potter 2 points. Again, we have excess of 95%. Lackawanna 5.3. Oh, that's a beautiful margin. Northumberland 1.6. Again, the problem is, I'm not going to lie, some of these rolls needed to shift a little bit more. That's a little bit of the problem we have right now. But these cities should theoretically have more election day votes coming in, and I don't know. Things are interesting in PA. Things are very interesting in PA, and Trump has some good math right now going for him. York still has nothing else reporting. York is going to be a bloodbath for Trump when it finally comes in. I'm just letting everyone know that now. Trump's getting over 60% there. It is trending liberal, but Trump's getting over 60% there. Let's go to Poly Market real quick, I guess. Sorry, I'm not looking at the camera. I'm looking at all the phones I have in front of me. By the way, this one phone's going to die. We need to plug that phone in. In Poly
I want you to know I'm going to hold you to every single prediction you have made in the past 30 minutes.
Poly Market has Trump at 89% chance of victory right now.
New York Times, 8%.
What?
New York Times has an 8%.
See, the problem is it's looking good, but Kamala still has a pathway. So don't get too hopeful because there is a pathway left. And honestly, it's through the fucking state of Michigan, which I thought Trump had locked down more than this. See, my thing is, why did Trump hold his last rally there? Why didn't he come back to State College and hold his last rally at Beaver Stadium again? Like, he should never have gone to Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids hates him, and it was just an excuse to get Grand Rapids to turn out and vote against you.
Just super quick, Michael, let Sean give me a volume check.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Trump's going to win. Let's freaking go.
Seltzer's now wrong by over 15 percentage points. Trump is now tied in Iowa to where he was in 2020 and expected to go even further up. Yeah, Seltzer, you can eat shit, you piece of shit. Like, what? How would dumbass? Like, serious question.
What just happened?
Like, also,
I don't know. We had an
Thank you,
alien
William.
come in.
Oh, God.
Candace?
William Maine's back in the house. Get shots for us all. Holy shit.
$20.
The signs were all there. She didn't know
Zesty guy scolding Trump. I'm not scolding Trump. It's looking okay, right?
Michael, you're cooking so hot that I'm picking you up on Mike.
Oh, for fuck's sake. See, that's the problem out of Michigan.
Keep going, man.
Out of Georgia. Georgia's now 3 with 88% in.
I think. Hold on. I think this is for Tribeca, if I'm not mistaken. All right, you guys might have to scrape me off the floor.
North Carolina's getting harder for Harris by the second. But Georgia, there's some opportunity left. But honestly, if Georgia ends up like staying this way, honestly, Trafalgar's been vindicated because Trafalgar was scolded for some of their assy polls in the midterms.
They're assy polls. Yeah, that's a great fucking word.
But
bro.
honestly, this cycle with some of these states, they cooked in Georgia. This final margin could be about 2 points, which they said was about where it was going to fall. So Trafalgar is honestly vindicated with some of these states. Same thing with Atlas Intel. Atlas Intel so far is kind of doing okay for the most part.
Hold on. So real quick, just because in the spirit of the live stream and gamifying it, I can set a super chat goal. If we hit it, we got to do something. What is the goal?
Trump up by 13 in Texas now. Yeah, Blue Texas is gone.
How about reacting to the Young Turks? See their reaction to it.
48% in. Kamala's only up by 0.5 in Arizona.
No, I mean say we hit $500.
John has to do an Oreo run around the building.
What the fuck is that?
No, it has to be something.
You put an Oreo up between your ass cheeks.
I've done 3 shots in 20 minutes after drinking for 10 hours. It's not going to be good.
You put an Oreo between your ass cheeks and you got
fucking Blue Mountain State.
Exactly.
Yeah, John, is my mic off?
Bucks in
No, you're on.
Bucks in Chester.
Michael's just
We're falling apart right now, boys.
I warned everyone's like, oh, this 1 hour break is so boring. I'm like, just you fucking wait. We haven't even got to the results yet. But okay, hold on.
Kansas, by the way, fuck the conservative legislature in Kansas. This is embarrassing that you're allowing such a deep red state get fucked over like this.
Right.
Kansas is
what
going.
What do you mean by that? What's
Kansas
going on?
is going to Trump, but the trend left here is only on par with one other state right now, Colorado.
All right, how about this?
Colorado.
20 super chats of $5 or more in the next 2 hours, and we do a shot.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Start goal.
Yeah,
I've never done this before.
We should do a shot for every
Trump's
$10.
at 41.1 in New York. He is now outperforming his performance by 3.5 in raw percentage and 6 points closer overall. My final prediction for New York, honestly, I think Trump has a chance to get right around 10 because New York City is going exactly like how I predicted. I said Trump was going to win Staten Island by 30. He's winning Staten Island by 30 right now. And Nassau, like, these counties just are bleeding down in New York City for him. He is goated right now in New York City, which should save some congressmen, hopefully.
Also, I'm looking at Polymarker right now. They have Trump at an 87 or 88 or 87.9% chance of winning right now. Kamala at 12.3. Wait, it just changed it to 87.9%.
Yeah, he keeps going up.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me break this down for
I have
you.
a big fucking bet on that, and I'm loving
Let me
hearing
break
that.
this, let me break this down to y'all by county. So Allegheny County, Harris plus 23, 79% in. Expect the rest of that to be election day. It'll hopefully close a little bit more. Philadelphia, Harris plus 58. Trump's above 20% there. He's doing better there. However, only half the vote is in. I expect Trump to get to about what I said, 21, 22, 23. There was really this movement with black men that were like, that they just do not like Kamala. And Lancaster's up to Trump plus
There's
9
one.
at 7.
All American cooking. I'll buy a drink for just 2. Oh shit.
He can't even read.
Oh shit! Wait,
This guy can't even read.
Hey,
We're on the right stream.
Hey, yo, I have a bigger thing than that. Sorry, whoever you are.
Cook, baby.
Nothing
Okay,
is
so Berks County.
I'm
one
one
of
shot
Trump-
away from racial slurs.
One
Just
of
a warning.
one of Trump's strongest counties. Berks County, like in terms of like its flip. Berks County went to Trump by 8 both times. It's very working class. Right now, it's 86% in. Trump is winning by 13. That is in line with this with the Scranton overperformance of 5. So all of these urban centers in in Pennsylvania.
Hold on,
seem to
Karen
be-
Z says Georgia just called for Trump. Is that true? Hold on.
Did
Hold on.
Decision Desk do it? Because that might be the thing.
Decision Desk has been first, yeah.
Donald Trump leads Georgia.
He's been leading it. He will win it, but they haven't called it yet.
He will win it, you
I
said?
think, he's going to win Georgia, win North Carolina. Like
Okay,
easily.
see.
Oh, Zeb. All right, that's fucking 2, I think. Yep. No, 3. Who did I miss?
Therese Holland is down by 1% right
let's
now.
go. We
Oh,
love
it was
Zeb.
Banana Pants. Hold on.
She's just down by 1%. Wow.
Center County's at 72% in. It raised
Thank
a little
you, Banana
bit. And
Pants.
Trump is
Thank
still
you,
holding
Zeb.
51.
Also, I hate both of you. Go ahead, Michael Cook.
Northampton is still holding the same amount.
Michael.
Berks. What?
Should we change your brand to Michael Cook? Should your last name be Cook?
Honestly, yeah.
That's
Oh my
fucking-
God, Trump's up to
Chef
21. 21 in Philadelphia. Yeah, Harris, where did your momentum go with these people in the inner cities?
I don't know where her
Where did
momentum
your
went,
black
but-
appeal go?
The best decision I ever made was putting a limiter on this broadcast.
They
Now-
found out she was Indian.
Now,
That's
Cambria County, don't worry about Cambria. Cambria's a fluke right now.
Jamaicans aren't black. Well, I
Michael,
never said
ignore.
that.
Oh, Jesus. Trideca, first super
Beaver!
chat I ever
Okay,
gave.
here's
Michael, hold on. First super chat I ever gave was buying John a lemon drop in honor of Don Lemon. The circle is now complete.
Okay.
Holy shit, that's 4 out of 20. We got. I should have done like 20 minutes
Okay,
instead of
so
2 hours.
Beaver County, this might be reversed in the end because it's only 33% in.
Please bring John back before the end of the stream. Oh, okay. Holy shit, we're already a quarter of the way there. Michael Cook is cooking.
Okay, so right.
Michael Morimoto.
Jesus Christ. So right now, Trump is leading in Beaver.
Fuck you, Serb.
66 to 33. Now, there's a lot left outstanding there, but that is significantly redder than before. And that's early voting. I don't know if that's right. I might flip that. I think that might be a tabulation error. But Washington is 60-40 right now with 73. I expect that to get better. Butler, wait, hold up, let's look at Butler. Butler's also overperforming for Trump, which makes sense. I said that all of these counties that had these weird issues happen, so like Maui and then like East Palestine, I have family out near there, Butler, all of these locations that had weird events happen to them during this cycle were all going to swing massively to the right.
Honestly,
And so
Michael,
far,
I don't
Butler's
want to interrupt
aligning.
your cooking, but I've realized if I interrupt you, you're just going to keep cooking. And this is like one of the coolest fucking things I've ever seen, what you're doing right now. And I shit you not. All the Tobias jokes, all that shit, you're just throwing it back in our faces.
York County-
You are just fucking raging, bro. Keep going.
York County is 31% in, only a 6% increase, and now Trump is leading by
Just keep going.
Trump's leading by 0.1. So that is a good look out of York so far. In Pennsylvania, in total, he's leading in the AP by 2.8. It's tough still. Erie, 32% in. Kamala is leading by 30. I expect that to close, obviously, as more ballots come in. Erie is the other big bellwether to watch. Pike has never voted where it needs to, and it's the county in the upper corner of Pennsylvania. Right now, Trump has doubled his margin in that county. That honestly, and I'll give this to Scott Pressler. Now, only 34% of the vote is in, but Scott Pressler is the reason why Pike has moved so far to the right if this margin holds, because he was up in Pike every single day. I thought it was stupid because I didn't think Pike had enough votes in it, but like if final margins end up being this good,
oh wow!
I mean, he netted us 2,000 to 3,000 more votes out of
Jim
just one
McCarthy.
small county.
I'll let John read that one out.
Happy Anal Tuesday. Stay frosty, bros, from Jim McCarty.
Yeah, so
that's 6 out of 20 $5 super chats, so we have to do a shot. I really am regretting this goal thing that YouTube set up.
You're acting like a shot is the end of the world.
I just did 3 in like 30 minutes.
We are going to vomit.
Okay,
Meat Pie.
tough guy.
We are going to vomit, everyone.
Well, you can't.
When you say we, you
I'm
mean-
not.
I realized
gonna
my
look
hat
for
is
that
backwards. I got the fucking like 1980s hair out of the front of the hat hole going on.
Trump plus 2.1.
You need a skateboard underneath
Got
your arm.
fucking Rain Man over here, just like 72 toothpicks. 72 toothpicks.
Gain Man.
Okay, let's go back to.
Oh, are you? Yeah, you're regretting anybody that left this stream early. You were like, man, this is boring. All this fucking normal analysis.
Well,
and shit.
I
I
mean-
told you.
Okay, see, no, this is the thing right here. When I said,
Ooh, I don't know if that counts. I don't think that.
when I
counted.
said other days that things don't happen in a vacuum, trends don't happen in a vacuum.
hold your
When
phone
it-
equal to your face, and it'll be in focus. Like equal distance from the camera.
Where your face is at. Yeah.
Yeah, keep going backwards, like next to your head.
It is literally.
No, like to the side of it. Oh, your phone. You got to charge your battery or some shit. Fuck it. What are you saying?
Pull up New York Times on there.
I don't have a membership.
down.
Bro.
When
New York Times. All right, I'm pulling
You
it
just
up.
have to sign in with your Google account, then you're fine. You don't
Okay,
need a
so
membership.
when I told people on these other streams that we've
true?
done that in person too, that trends don't happen in a vacuum when it comes to presidential elections, I was right. I hate to constantly be saying that, but like people who are dooming about this don't know politics.
click the map.
In presidential elections, something does not swing drastically one way, and then some other state swings drastically the other way. Most of the nation moves as a whole, and you're seeing all of this congregation to the right out of most of
Joe
these states.
Beastie G, thank you. No idea.
Oh
what
my
you fucking
gosh,
said.
sexual Tyrannosaurus
To the damn
moon.
Is that Jesse Ventura in the house?
Okay.
Does anybody get? That's a fucking credit. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, here's the Barbosa laugh again. Here's the Barbosa laugh again.
Fuck me.
Here,
8 out of 20.
Fuck you about that. Here's the Barbosa laugh again because Seltzer, what the fuck? What were you on?
Shots. That's 9 out of 20.
Trump is up by 12 in Iowa now. Where did you get Harris plus 3?
All right.
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Jesus Christ. Remember, Trideca 13, a fucking long time viewer, by the way.
I love you long time.
I'm going to become incoherent if I'm
Good
not
for your
already.
gut health, though, Trideca.
Remember, Jägermeister has 56 herbs and absolutely none of them are
Trump just closed by 1% in New York.
You like that one?
Trump, yeah.
Yeah, I do like that one a lot.
In Poly Market right now, Trump's at over 90%. I just want one of these swing states to be called is the thing, like by one of these big platforms.
Michael, if
not gonna
Trump
happen after
wins,
Unless it's Georgia.
I'm never gonna have to work again. But if he loses, I'm gonna be homeless. Like
Oh my God!
I took all that pimp money I got
Let
from
me
pimping
see.
out Michael Cook,
Okay.
and I put it all on Trump.
So
I was like, look at this election genius. Nobody understands his genius.
So
Today's day and age, it works well.
So
I don't even know what I'm
look at
saying
votes
anymore.
remaining.
I've totally lost control.
So votes remaining.
I'm
Not
just-
even midnight, John.
I know. What time is it though?
You got
Oh my God, it's not
12
even
more
11.
hours, John.
That's child's play.
Okay.
I will outlast you all. I'm like the cockroach of evolution.
That's crazy. Wild.
But with alcohol.
Okay.
Don't laugh, Sean.
Mr. I'm
Sean,
scared.
I'm gonna keep laughing.
Sean, don't fucking laugh, Sean.
Oh my god.
Oh
John
my
Moore
god.
will never die.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So
you gotta be up 24 hours, so you can't.
How late are you staying here tonight, Sean?
Probably like 2 more hours.
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna leave around midnight.
Oh, you're not
Soon
gonna,
as
you're
the-
not
as
gonna,
soon as these
you're not
shots
gonna
get
stay all
cashed
night?
out.
You're not gonna go till tomorrow.
Oh my god. It's got to be $5. I'm sorry, Karen Z. So I
Trump is up in Arizona again by exactly 46 votes. Nice. That's so stupid. He's up by Biden in Arizona.
Oh,
right
Jim
now.
McCarty, remember, if you shake it more than
Okay, let's go to Arizona.
Only
Let's
9
go-
more.
Let's go to Arizona. Okay, but also at the same time,
somebody other than me needs some dry snuff. Somebody's got to do it.
okay, can we just
I know, it's all
appreciate?
falling off.
Can we just appreciate? By the way, Nikki Haley and oh my God, I'm going to win South Carolina, bitch. Trump doubled his margin there. this
Michael,
election
I don't
from
know
the
who
last
that is.
election.
Are you talking about Nimrata?
Oh,
Because then I might know.
Zeb.
Oh my God, Zeb,
Zeb
you
is
fucking bastard.
egging you on.
Fucking Zeb.
Mojave County doesn't have election day votes in, and
Oh,
Trump
we
is
only-
already up by 51 in Mojave.
Eight more $5 super chats, and I'm fucked. So don't stop doing that.
Trump's only behind Kamala by 2 in Maricopa right now with just over half. Oh, in Pima, I would like a slightly better margin than that, but only about half's in. It's Kamala plus
Thank you.
26.
Thank you.
Santa Cruz only has 59% in, and it's
Producer with
Kamala
the
plus
Gatorade.
26. That's not what she needs. Coquino still has election day ballots out remaining. Yavapai will still have election day ballots out remaining. Yuma, Arizona is looking fine at the moment. I'll start worrying about it later. Wisconsin, Trump is up by 1.5 still. Let's see. Are any counties finished? Only one county's finished in Wisconsin so far, and it swung 2.8 points to the right. If that holds for the whole state, Trump wins the state by 2.2. In Michigan, the average of Easton, which is finished, and Iona, and that. Okay, so a moving. Oh, see, this is the interesting one. An average movement in Michigan right now by about 3 on average. That means Trump wins it by 0.2, exactly what he won it against versus Hillary Clinton. So Michigan is the closest right now if you pull those trends statewide. Michigan is going to come down to the wire, I think. I truly think my prediction was wrong there, unfortunately.
I think it's gonna win Michigan.
I mean,
Protest
right?
vote.
Knock on
vote.
wood. Knock on wood. Let's go to Iowa again, just so I can laugh. 13, Seltzer. You fucking, you absolute bitch. Nebraska's underperforming for Trump right now. Okay, thank you. Kansas is up to Trump plus 12, underperformance by 1 right now, 74% remaining. So he's picking it up a little bit in Kansas. Finally, Kansas, you and Nebraska's Republican parties suck. Get yourselves together. You are neocons. In terms of the overall popular vote, Trump is 48 million votes right now. I think that's more than Kennedy did. And Kamala's at 42. Again, obviously. By the way,
Minnesota, what's going on there?
Minnesota.
Circle jerk.
What's going on there?
Yeah,
So,
what is going on there?
Minnesota. Okay, the inner city. Oh, wait, hold up. How much?
$5 donation.
Hot shots down your gullet.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh man.
Okay, Minnesota.
6 left. We got 6.
Minnesota's so. Oh my God.
A $10.
Fuck me. 5 left.
Yeah.
Minnesota, we're talking about? Minnesota. Oh, that doesn't look like Minnesota. Hold on. Minnesota. Oh, nope.
I think Harris just took the lead in Virginia.
Okay, so Lancaster with 80% in, Trump is up by 11 now. Still underperforming, but there's still 20% left there. And again, these are likely election day votes. Trump is still going to run the total up. Out of York, and almost nothing still
How much
out
is
of
it?
York.
It's
York's
only
going to be a big
5%
win.
reporting.
Here,
5%. Okay.
oh, here's a good one. Cumberland County. Trump, oh, see, that's Trump's underperforming by 1 in Cumberland. That's not a surprise. That's an area that's trending against him. Dolphin, about half the votes in. Kamala's leading by 21. That's going to close. Really, Scott Perry's district is going to be close. Scott Perry, you need to get out on the ground more in 2026, man. You can't have an election this close. I don't know if he's even winning. Can someone find out if he's winning or not? It's really embarrassing how close your race is, bro. Like
Trump is widening his margin in Center County now with 67% in. He's up 4%. He's up 4%.
Yeah. While we're on Center County, here's a breaking news: the RNC just forced Center County, Pennsylvania officials to keep counting ballots throughout the night after they plan to stop counting. They will not be able to pull off the late-night mail-in ballot dumps they used to cheat in 2020. That's from George at Hizzy Tweets.
Thank you, Sir Culture.
Get him. Crack that whip. Crack that whip. Make him count. Crack that whip.
Okay, so here's another good final result. Lawrence County. This is a county that Trump brought over. This was a Democrat stronghold for years. Trump is winning 67 to 33, and it's a 4.5 point movement to the right. That's a movement that you want. Jefferson moved 0.4% Democrat. That's the one liberal trender right now outside of Cumberland. Cumberland was the one we were expecting. Cumberland is not a good area for Republicans. A lot of libs are moving there. Indiana is moving 1.5 points Republican. That means Cambria and
Mockler says it's a gay to jack off in the mirror. Oh my God, where are we at? 16 out of 20. That didn't take very long.
Michael, is it?
Indiana.
Michael.
What?
I'm sorry, Michael Cook.
If Indiana.
Michael Cook.
Oh my fucking God, I'm gonna kill you.
Michael Cook. Say what? Say what? Or we'll have to keep saying Michael Cook.
Go get your next drink, John.
Michael Cook.
Go smoke a cigarette.
Michael Cook.
All right.
Ah!
Three more.
Turbo Otis. There's another one after this.
Susquehanna moved 3.5 points to the right. That's good. Fulton County moved 1.5 points to the right. That's good. Elk moved 2.
God. We only need 2 more.
Potter moved 1.5. We want to see a bit more. Oh, Trump's at 210. What did they give him on this map? Hold up.
It's right next to you, bro. You can't see that floating above your head.
Well, yeah, true. Iowa. It's just Iowa.
Michael.
Bath. This is
Michael Cook. Is it gay to jack off in the mirror?
I don't know. Ask
What do you mean you
ask
don't
the actual
know?
fucking gays. Ha! Trump is now within 10 in Illinois. Boy, Kamala.
Michael, we had to chase you down the street twice, and now you want to be serious?
Trump's leading by 12 in Minnesota. There's a lot left outstanding there. Trump overperformed in Kentucky. He overperformed in Indiana. He overperformed in West Virginia.
We're one more, and we're doing a shot. And I'm doing it, and we're going to see what happens. I can't really
Are you
stop.
going to drink my concoction? Or is that
No, I ain't.
Crazy.
Sean, I ain't never drinking that fucking shit again.
You like to drink half of it.
The amount of drunk I am right now is equal to how I was after half of the drink you made me.
So, Arizona, I'm saying that because hopefully Carrie Lake wins. It's now Trump
And
by
what I
about
mean-
2,000 votes. Stop.
All right, hold on.
Didn't have a gun.
Take your cooking burner and Jesus.
Zeb, you're too late.
You went past.
God, you hate to see that.
Michael,
You
put
hate
your
to see
pen
that.
and then producer who's doing a shot. I know Sean doesn't drink, but
I'll do a shot.
So Jack will do one, Mihai will do one.
He's
Wait,
like, I'll do it.
you don't drink, but you made him the world's strongest drink? That's hilarious.
I serve the product. I don't consume it.
Yeah.
Oh man, MAGA for Jesus.
New Mexico has moved 3 points right, at least right now. A couple counties are finished, and some major.
How am I still alive? Well, it's Celtic Talisman Scottish snuff.
Are they
This is a plug.
sponsor?
I'm not paid for this, but I'm pretending that I am.
Texas looks beautiful. I love seeing a good teen win for a conservative out of Texas again.
Texas was called, right?
Well, yeah, I just love seeing a conservative win it by a lot again.
So I did $25 in 2 hours. How long did it actually take? Like, was it 30 minutes?
It
even?
was.
I don't know.
I don't remember.
20.
Holy fuck. All right, well, after this shot, we're going to take a break, and then maybe if I'm still conscious in an hour,
All right. And
We'll do like another.
Luzerne 70% in with a lot of election day votes remaining, and Trump is at his election day 2020 margin there. So he's already met that. With that last 30%, Luzerne should just be a game.
Bear Coke, as a Nebraskan, they've been importing a bunch of foreigners for a long time to this state.
yeah,
Thank
John.
you.
John. Polymarket now has Trump at 92.2% at winning.
It's done.
Oh, don't say that. Stop it.
They said that there's a graphic out there.
We are not Shank
There's a
Huger.
graphic
We
out
are
there
not
with Hillary
Shank
Clinton
Huger.
on it 99.
Shout out to Nathan Whitten from Maria.
Oh, Trump is now at 42
Do you have a crush on
in New
Nathan,
York.
Maria?
42? That's crazy.
Okay, so I will be back to cook in a couple more minutes. I need to see what the people I'm getting this information
We
based
should
off
turn
of are
on like
saying.
MSNBC. See the meltdown.
No,
All American
follow-
Cooking. Hold on, Michael.
Follow Real American Politics. His stream tonight has been fantastic, and he's the one that I'm getting a lot of this information from. Him and his guys are on it. Real American Politics. I highly recommend it. They know what they're doing. Plug your phone in. I'll be back in a few minutes. And remember,
What's a Minix? Michael, Michael Cook, what's a Minix?
You are world champions. Bye.
We're not
that's
done
pretty
yet.
good.
We're not done yet.
That's pretty good, but let me pull that chat back up here. It was a good
Dude,
one.
you dropped your dildo on the floor.
Michael, you dropped your dildo, he said. All American Cooking.
No, it's still
already
in my
past the
pocket.
goal, so here's the final kill. 1/2 Yukon Jack, 100 proof. 1/2 Bacardi. Oh my God. 1/2 Bacardi, 151. Cuppa 2 tree drops of tobacco. No, don't do that. No, that's a terrible idea. Cuppa 2 tree drops. Not entirely sure what that means. But we have indeed hit our 20 if $5 super chats in 2 hours. It took like 20 minutes.
John, this is how you're going to make bank. Just keep doing this every hour.
I think I need an OnlyFans.
Destroy
Like, this is
himself.
like, I'm just a whore right now.
You have
Think how much
time.
money you'd make if
You
you
don't
stayed
have-
here till January.
Dude,
Do
I
people
don't
just
make
want to
this-
watch me? I just heard you. Holy fuck. All right. Does everybody have their shot? That's
He's
good?
thinking about it now.
Yes, I have my thoughts.
All right. Cheers, gentlemen. So, like, hold on. I just want to say, I think a lot of clever and intelligent content creators would be faking this right now. I'm a fucking retard. So these have all been real. I fucking hate to say. So cheers to Jack, Mihai, Sean. I know you don't drink. Let's get you some
yes.
some cocaine
Boom,
or
boom,
something.
boom, boom, boom.
Cheers. Thank you guys. That went way faster than I expected. Fuck, I don't really know. I probably won't remember what happens after this, but it seems to be going well. So here we go.
Dude, they're just rolling in. They won't stop.
Oh, fuck.
What's the next challenge?
Jack, did you see that? Don't pass out with your boots on. Remember when you did that? I was explaining
Cuppa
that to
2
you.
Tree, Chicago, talk for a few.
Cuppa 2 Tree.
What does that mean?
Cuppa 2 Tree.
No one knows what that means.
In Chicago, when they want
Nobody
to say,
cares about Chicago.
Ooh, that's careful.
Deep dish pizza sucks.
In high school, I made a T-shirt that said Chicago Lightning.
Nobody
because
even
it was
cares
funny.
about the
You know what
Cubs.
Chicago Lightning is? It's gunfire.
Chicago. You know what the best thing? You know what the best thing that's happened to Chicago is? The Chicago Fire.
Mihai, look at your. Oh, there you go. You were leaning a little too far to the right. You were leaning a little too far to the right.
I don't like Chicago.
Oh my God! Well, a little 11,500 people have been through tonight on the super stream. It is. Oh, that's disappointing to see.
John.
Hold on. It's 11. No, it's 10:53. That's tough to swallow.
Trump's about to flip the working class center of Monroe, PA.
Where, Michael? What, Michael? Are you not cooking anymore?
I'll be back.
He's leaving
Wait,
the kitchen.
John.
Are you Michael Microwave now?
John,
handle the heat?
John,
Can't
before we
handle
go
the
on break, you gotta go on Twitter real quick. Go to Steve Guest. Look up Steve Guest. MSNBC.
All right, hold on.
Meltdown. Let's go.
What am I
He's
looking
gonna
up?
Win. When they're melting down, he's gonna win.
Hold on. What am I looking up? Steve what?
Steve
Steve
Guest.
Guest, MSNBC meltdown.
I've heard they've been melting down for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Destiny, I saw him freaking out too.
Oh, he's been very confident about Kamala winning. I was like, I don't know about that, buddy.
All American Cooking. I can't read anymore, but thank you.
It's like a couple 2 to 3, and I don't love in Chicago anymore, but I still got the accent.
All right, Steve Guest.
Yeah, you want to know why you don't live in Chicago anymore? Because Chicago sucks.
Is this what I'm supposed to be looking for?
Steve Guest, MSNBC Mount.
That is what I searched for.
All right, then look up Steve Guest.
I would say Steve Guest.
You saying Guest? Gues?
Yes. Just get rid of the MSNBC meltdown part that you typed there. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Sean, for being the.
Do you need my help?
The voice of reason.
Do you need me to come over there and?
Kinda, yeah.
Just click on his account.
Top, or is that the middle one? The middle one?
No, back.
That's a different Steve Guest.
Go down. see the first? Yeah, that guy. So go down. Yeah, see, look.
Cornish Code, the sheer magnitude of autistic. Yeah, that was
awesome.
That was honestly pretty good. Tobias has redeemed himself in all of our eyes.
We thought he was going to let us down today.
All right, so
he literally ran away. We had to chase his ass up. People thought I was joking.
Yeah, but think of how wasted his talent would be if he just ranted to random people on the street.
Wait, we're talking. This is only 20 seconds.
No, just play it, and
That's
then
what
we
he
can take a
wants,
break.
John.
All right, hold on.
They can run. It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extremist, right-wing, fascist-type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place? Or does it make it more like some of the other southern states that don't get a lot of investment and interest from it? They can run. It's a pure Project 2020.
Hold on. This loud lesbian woman was speaking over me.
There's another clip if you go down.
You got what?
MSNBC meltdown somewhere.
It's there. It is. Keep going. There it is.
This one?
Yep.
It's the one Democrats have wanted for a long time, but it still keeps moving each cycle.
It's also a very voter suppressed state, and the focus of voter suppression coming from that state capital is Harris County, where Houston is, and they are relentless in it. And that is also the largest single physical number of black voters in any county other than Cook County in Illinois. That's the largest number of black voters available, and they are deeply suppressed in terms of their ability and access to the ballot. So Democrats would have to do a lot of work there in terms of voter suppression and also voter motivation.
And you have interesting.
How are
Texas
they
is
suppressed?
Big whale. I don't know what to call it. It's the one Democrat.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Like they're already melting down. They're already making excuses. They're not accepting the results as they are right now.
Okay, listen. We can all bask in the glory of MSNBC later once we've won for sure.
I did too much dry snuff, I think.
Right now, we look good. But honestly, the biggest story from tonight is how every single state moved by drastic margins except for the swing states, which go
back to that map.
Less. And I think that's...
Go click on Michigan.
Michigan's red right now.
Click on Michigan.
Michigan.
I'm fucking sneezing.
Click on Michigan, dude.
Fucking click on it.
Stop sneezing. Click on Michigan.
Again, red mirage out of Michigan. It's good.
4 years ago, it was about this time where I started quoting Derek Comedy's famous sketch comedy N-word, F-word.
Click on Wisconsin.
And I got permanently banned from Twitter.
Click on Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, Trump is up by 1.8. Let's see where Trump is at with Poly Market.
Producer, are you getting me a sneezing?
Trump passed 50 million votes. It's official. Trump's passed 50 million in the electoral college.
Fuck you. Thank you.
Trump
honestly the greatest producer of all time.
Trump is approaching 43% in New York State.
I just blew my nose.
43%.
I blessed you.
Crazy.
That is damning of the left. That is a rejection.
Libs equal owned.
And
you know what's kind of disappointing me right now is that after the goal of doing another shot ended, nobody is super chatted.
I say you have a new goal. You got to think of something else next.
They all just wanted to fucking watch.
I make another drink for John.
Yeah.
All right.
Holy. All right, hold on. Start another goal.
Wait.
They're calling
Gunk.
Senate races.
I do remember. I've been watching you and subscribed since before 2016. Well, then right at the beginning, my friend.
I'll be
I'm
back
glad
again.
to see you still running strong. Michael is gonna go put the cooking on ice, and I'm gonna come up with another goal.
I'm
and
actually
it's
going
gonna
up
be...
to the other group real quick. I'll be back in like a half hour.
No, you're good, dude. You're good. I'm gonna a half hour.
You're gonna be there and back in half an hour. Then I'll leave and I'll come back.
That was unexpected. All right, so what do we do now? Do we do more super chats for 5?
I have a suggestion.
Yeah, what's up?
I have 2 callers I can call in, Luca and Ash.
Okay, call them in.
Yeah.
I mean, while I'm blacked out though.
I'm trying to think of more bodies to bring into the room.
All right,
John
wait,
is
hold
like
on.
going
I
out
need
here.
your. I genuinely need your help on this. These are my choices. I have anywhere from 1, 5, 10, 15, 20, which is what I did. That took no time at all. Trideca, John, you drunk chisler. Wait for the goal. You want your chat to count towards the goal. 30 or 50. So I think 50 at this point. Yes. All right, that was decided very quickly by the producer, who's very disappointed in me right now. I can do $2, $5, $10, 20. We're not gonna. No, this isn't about fucking money. This is about getting drunk. So $5 is good. 2 hour time limit. How about should we cut that down to 1 hour?
Oh, we don't need a time limit.
Where are we going?
I'm not sure it's gonna matter.
So 50 super chats of $5 or more, and then the next question is how much time?
That is a great chat. Dude, check it out. Hold on. He said the Amish coming out to vote in 2024 reminds me of the trees going to battle in the Lord of the Rings. They're so stubborn, but they finally got there.
I worked in Lancaster in 2020 as a field organizer. Everybody came into the office like, you need to get the Amish to vote. And we're like, we know.
We try.
We're all here.
I have no idea what's happening. I don't even know what plan I'm on. This is the plan. 50 super chats at $5 or more in 2 hours. We'll do another shot.
I don't want to do another shot. Okay.
So that's a yes. You don't want to do another shot?
Did you drink half of my concoction? The third term whiskey Long Island?
All right. I think I've started it.
Also, which country are you going to fight and die for? You still haven't answered this question.
Wait, Sean, you want to jump into Michael's chair? Or are you good?
Yeah, go take his chair.
That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, but
I was moving back in the mic move. I'm like, why is it moving? Oh,
there you go.
Wait, no, I need my phone. My phone can last. Yeah, I'm good. Okay, yeah, and Ash and Luca are ready.
Yeah, but John, Bernie Moreno.
Zoom call? All right, hold on.
Bernie Moreno just won his Ohio.
Oh, my God. The technical difficulty at this point in the stream is not a great idea. So 50 super chats of $5 or more. It's 2 hours. That's a long-ass time. Please be gentle. All right? Please be gentle.
Genter? Please be gentle.
It's not a good sign. Ah!
Time to really cook.
That's one right there. Fuck me. All right, Sean, you settled in?
Banana pants.
Do you have a link? Do you want me? Is it a Zoom link?
Oh, yeah. Ah! This bastard.
They're not going to stop.
Oh, he actually has the picture of Jesse Ventura, too. Dude, I look like fucking Scotty Smalls in fucking Sandlot right now with my backwards hat.
Ashley, get your Zooms ready.
Fucking Trideca. All right, hold on. Well, 50 will take a while, so let me... That's really quick. What am I doing? I don't even know.
Do you do Zoom, or what do you do to get people to call?
Yes, let me...
You need to send me a link, and I'll send it out to them.
Yeah, all right, hold on. Fucking... Luca and Ash. All right, yeah.
They'll get on eventually.
They're both fucking great dudes, dude. I really enjoyed both of them. So, and after I fucked them, they were okay. But I enjoyed them while I was Copy.
Listen, that hotel room was a mess when I came back in. I don't know why. I don't know what happened.
Oh, that smelled like shit when I got
there. Yeah, it actually did.
That makes me uncomfortable a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Only a little bit?
It makes me uncomfortable because I'm not fucking them right now.
Oh, okay. See, guys, the more you super chat, the more unhinged
You know what's crazy is that I'm totally sober and this has all been fake.
John Ward's funded by the CIA.
Hey, John, how many fingers am I holding up?
5. Or 4.
No, it's
4 and 1 thumb.
I could just gaslight him to tell him how many fingers I want.
I can pull out these brief periods in my drunkenness of appearing to be sober.
Yeah.
I don't
when
know
the cop rolls up, yeah, I know.
All right, so hold on. I'm going to have to email this to you so that you can...
Yeah, you can text the email, whatever's easiest.
Well, I'm going to have to email it. Hold on. Compose.
While he's doing that, let me get my cooking nerd analysis. Trump's going to win.
Wait, Sean, what's your email? No, you probably shouldn't say that.
Full docs. Send me on X.
Hold on. Let me mute our mics for a second. All right, we're back off mute. Sean was sending me his only
confidential.
Yes, he gets first dibs on it.
Wait, this Zoom meeting. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, my prediction has been for the past, I think since June. The only thing I changed was Virginia, but it's going to be Trump wins all the swing states. Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. He's not going to win Virginia. He's not going to win New Hampshire. And everybody's been black-pilling. Some people have been white-pilling. But to me, the writing was on the wall because of the protest vote, the economy, and Kamala's bad candidate. It's very simple. You don't need these numbers. You don't need these polls. Just look at what's going on outside. Talk to people. That's what the lay of the land's like. And it's looking really good. Like, everything's looking good. I've been watching them this whole night, and it's been pretty good. I just worry about Pennsylvania because our state is stupid. It's like people just can't make up their minds here. They're a little funny. How they vote, I don't understand it. Okay, I got your email, John.
Hold on, ignore that one.
No!
I'm not sure
Make a new one.
I'm not sure I sent you the right one.
What else is there to talk about?
So the next email you're about to get is definitely going to be the right one.
Gotcha. But it's very exciting because I think we could enter a golden age now where things get really, really great. Because Trump knows what he's doing now. He's learned from his mistakes. I mean, the first term was great, but it could have been better, and he knows that. We all know that. And I think it's going to be a lot better now because he's got better personnel, better people, better pizza, Papa John's.
Oh, wait, you're not Michael, so let me get that off of there. There we go.
I'm not Michael. Yeah, Michael is breaking down big time. But to me, it's just like turnout's way up. That's the big picture. Like the simple way to look at it, turnout for Republicans is up, black turnout is way down, and male turnout's way up, and that's what helps Republicans. Right. And black males have been shifting to Republicans, like they're never going to win them. It's just not happening. But they've made big gains. Latinos seem to be up too. So. All around doing really good.
Yeah, and we even flipped Puerto Rico despite the joke controversy. Like,
wait, did they call Puerto Rico though?
Who did Puerto
Rico?
Who did Rich Pigs go for?
So this is where I get it from Breitbart.
Puerco is pork, but Porto is port.
Republicans flip governor's mansion in Puerto Rico despite joke controversy.
Is that you? There you go.
See, and that was something where it shows how desperate they were at the end as they were trying to gin that up.
We're having a staring contest. Don't interrupt us.
My.
I won.
Should I keep going?
I started like 30 seconds before.
There's a fake outrage over the Puerto Rico joke, and then there's just the outright lie that Trump wanted Liz Cheney shot.
Wait, we missed we missed some super chats, I think.
It shows their desperation, and I kept saying Trump was going to win North Carolina. And what really told me as we got into these final days was that Kamala Harris pulled $2 million worth of ads just a few days ago for North Carolina. You don't do that at the end. There's just no way you would do that if you're trying to win that state. She gave up on it, and the results are showing it. Like they know relatively internally in the campaign where they're at.
Oh boy.
All American cooking,
Tomorrow
drink
we'll
them up
be
now.
hangovers,
Go ahead, Jack.
Drinking gallons of liberal tears.
Yes.
I agree.
Amazing.
Back to the world famous.
Apparently, Biden went to bed at 9:30 p.m. It's so but MAGA Brandon was like, I'm done.
Sean, I gotta know. You just roll no headphones on these shows. You just don't.
I don't want to mess up my hair. That's the only reason. Silence.
Everyone's looking.
Well, I've got like a 20-second delay between what
we won the Ohio Senate seat.
Oh,
we already knew that.
Hold on.
Yeah, if you're watching the John Ward show, you knew that. Yeah, this needs to be
No, we're
fixed.
not doing this shit. Oh, Jesus. Trideca, somebody read that, please.
Cheers to all of John's co-hosts, from the Deacon and the once and future autist to Spurg, Freddie Mercury, and Nelly Peach, a Harambe microphone et al.
Thank you, Jack.
Just not us, Jack.
Huh?
Just not us.
Yeah, just not us.
This was, I forgot we set this up. This was my election map prediction.
Patriot.
We all four of us, all the Cider House guys got together and we're like, hey, let's do a map of your prediction. This is what I came up with. This took actually a long time. I had to click all these little fucking...
Is this for Peanut running or Trump?
No, this is Trump. But this was, oh no, that's still me, apparently. That's, I think that's Mihai.
Yeah, I didn't mean to put Alaska blue, but yeah.
All right, what
is that? Wow.
I don't know. You just took my prediction off the screen, so I can't
That's some
explain.
weird voodoo Michael had. By the way, what happened to Michael?
He ran away again, but
He said he'd be back in 30 minutes, and I think that was 10
That's going to be an hour.
you can't even get there and back in 30 minutes.
There and back again, A Hobbit's Tale?
Oh, this is so good. Good. I'm going to send this to you right now. It's a funny clip from CNN. They're saying that the mood at Kamala HQ is silence right now.
Oh, wait. Somebody's entered the room. Hold on.
That might be Luca or Ash.
No, it's Ash.
Ashby.
What's going on in the Congress right now? Like,
Here, John, I'm sending you this post.
Senate is looking good. What's going on in the House?
Hold on.
Yeah, once get Ash and you'll want to play this.
Ash, were you waiting there for like 45 minutes and you're like, what the fuck's going on? Can you hear me?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
Hey, how's it going, boys?
What is up?
Oh, not too bad. Oh, Luca's in here too. Hold on. I might as well let him in.
Okay.
Hi, Ash.
Oh, my boy Luca.
Good evening.
What's going on?
Let's go.
Can we hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, hold on. I think I'm still somewhat sober enough to get you guys on screen, but give me a second.
We won the Senate, so that's cool.
Hey, Luca.
I'm a
Wait. We won the Senate?
Yeah, we just won.
Moreno won.
McCormick?
Ohio, Bernie Moreno.
Oh, no, I don't think McCormick's won yet.
No, yeah, McCormick didn't win yet.
Okay.
He's
As
neck
long
and
as
neck
he
with Bob
wins,
Casey.
I'll sleep fine tonight. Just kidding.
Yeah, I was about to say, you got a lot riding
There
on
we go.
McCormick or what? You put a bet on McCormick?
I have most of my heart wants him to lose, but at the same time, I know Bob Casey is better.
No, say what you mean, Luca.
Bob
You want
Casey
McCormick
lies.
to
You know that.
lose
Bob
in a
Casey
landslide.
lies.
BobCaseyLies.com.
Yeah, check it out.
The biggest loser out of all the Senate candidates to ever run. That's the problem. I mean, you look at his ads as somebody from Pennsylvania, and all of his ads are, I wrestled in high school, and my parents owned a Christmas tree farm, and you're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, Connecticut Dave. Connecticut
They're
Dave.
fucking acting a Hallmark film at that point.
Hey, Luca.
Connecticut Dave coming back to
Luca. Turn your
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
phone sideways, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
My phone is sideways?
No,
Turn it sideways now. Turn it sideways. Turn it sideways. Turn it.
This looks like a gay porn.
Yeah, I don't know where this is going now.
You got to lift the angle up a little bit, or it's uncomfortable for me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's better.
Wait, you're stuck in the washing machine?
Ash, are you still out there?
I'm here, buddy.
Hi, Ash.
Where's
I was just telling the boys in our Discord, the UA Discord, that this today has been like worse than moving, and that moving wasn't even as bad as I thought it would be until I moved, and it was the worst thing I ever did. And then today, I'm just looking at this fucking map, and everything is just 50-40, 50-40, 50-40, and it's just really annoying. And I'm so happy I didn't put money on this, because I would be just like losing my mind right now. Because she just got like the West Coast, and now she's shot up to 179. Is what I'm looking at.
Ash, full
The 215.
disclosure.
Yeah.
Full disclosure, Ash. This is John, by the way. I'm blacked out. I have no idea what you just said.
Oh God, no, John.
No, I'm with you, Ash. Everyone's like, this is in the bag.
Some water.
I got
Okay, John,
Gatorade
I
here.
was too
Hold
late,
on.
John. I was teaching kids all night.
I'm with you, Ash. Everyone thinks it's in the bag, but I remember last time I thought it was in the bag and I went to bed.
Speaking of in the bag, John Ward.
That's why John's not allowed to sleep until we know who the president is.
John, I'm about to fucking send you 5 separate payments of $5 through a super chat, just so I can get you off this damn stream.
I'd be very upset with you, but it doesn't matter what you do. I'm making it 24 hours.
Luca, I have 5 separate YouTube accounts you can use. I'll send you right now.
Go fuck yourself, Sean.
I cannot wait to get back on this stream during my lunch break tomorrow and see you like hanging off the wall sideways, vomiting.
Hey, I'm a hanging Chad, bro.
All the
that was a great joke and nobody laughed. That was an incredible joke and nobody laughed.
I laughed. You just didn't hear it.
I'm a hanging Chad. I'm a hanging Chad. George Bush. Yeah, there you go.
I get the joke.
There you go.
We all get it.
I know that a lot
you were
of us
saying you have a
weren't
big
born
dick.
before like the 1990s like you are, but we still heard about this shit, just so you know.
Hey, I was born in 97.
I was born in like 1842. It's
Sean, I said before the 1990s.
Oh, yeah, well...
I was born in 2000.
We have a Zeb. Fuck you, Zeb. Zeb pretending to be concerned, but then says not going to make it. And
What is the super chat number at right now?
We're at 9 out of 50. But we have 2 hours, so
9 out of 50.
Well,
Luca, Dave McCormick is in the lead right now. What do you? How do you feel?
No!
Connecticut Dave.
what were you doing right there? Like I switched over to you, and you were like bending over the other way. What was just happening right there?
It looked like he grabbed a bottle of sorts.
Grabbed by the.
Why do you have your Zoom background blurred out? What's that?
What are you hiding? How many bodies are back there?
Who's that black dead?
You have like a Jeffrey Dahmer like barrel full of body parts that you're just like putting in chemicals.
I clipped that part, John. John, do you remember when Milo was talking about how Jeffrey Dahmer is his ex-gay icon? Dude, that was...
I do remember that.
How do you feel about that?
Sean, that reminds
I was in total agreement, Sean. What are you getting at?
I was just wondering.
Sean, that reminds me. I'm looking at Nick. I'm looking at Nick Fuentes on Twitter right now. He went from saying like Trump's Zog, like he's like
he's a Zio shill.
Why should anyone root for him? Now they're saying like ride or die MAGA, ride or die MAGA. He flipped.
Wait, what'd you say, Luca? Repeat that.
I said Jack Kendner is God.
A bunch of from sexual
tyrannosaurus.
Tyrannosaurus, a bunch of slack-jawed
Luca,
we hear this stuff will make you a
sexual Tyrannosaurus.
Just like me.
Luca, I asked this
Jesse
guy.
Ventura.
He said.
Jack Kendner, when asked which country he will die for, he has taken the wimp's answer out multiple times now.
Wait, I totally missed this. Someone fill me in on this.
I do not want Mossad knocking on our door. Take
Whoa. No, okay.
Jack won't die for America? Fill me in. I wasn't here for this.
So somebody asked him about foreign wars, and he said, well, they said, like, would you fight in a war? And he goes, well, it depends on the war. And I'm like, which war? Which country? Which one? Like the Congo? Are we talking about China? Is it Israel? And he wouldn't answer.
I would have fought.
Very telling.
I would have fought for the Rhodesians.
Jack Kendner's going to be in like 10 years. He's going to have like that bad like War of Aleppo oil field.
No.
Oil Company.
No, Jack's going to be like that. Like I forget what movie it is where the guy throws his coat off and he has a bunch of medals on, and Jack hasn't actually ever been to a real war.
That's from the death of Stalin.
Yeah, the death of Stalin. Yeah. He's going to throw his jacket off, have a bunch of medals like a North Korean leader,
Jack
just
Kendner,
have
10 years from now is going to be Lieutenant Dan.
Sun Oil Company, BP.
Yeah, and I'm not going to have any citizenship to Israel.
No. It's gonna be
Dual loyalty.
It's going to be Exxon because Dave McCormick's wife is the CEO of Exxon.
No one knows who this
Connecticut
Dave
Dave
guy is, by the way.
Hey Ash, how you doing, bro?
Ash is just sitting back letting the kids fight.
Ash, we need the lore on how fat Sean is.
Jesus!
He stole your cheeseburger.
I feel
stole your
attacked.
cheeseburgers.
Oh man, we're at 11 already.
Okay, first of all, it's pronounced Semenco. Second of all, this motherfucker, do you know about this guy? He only eats because he knows you have to eat or you'll die. He doesn't actually eat because he enjoys food or anything like that, okay? And I got him a cheesesteak, or he got me a cheesesteak.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah, he chowed down on this cheesesteak. He was like, this is good. I was like, yeah, Sean, food can be good. You know what this guy eats? He literally drinks milk at every meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Mr. Beast.
I have water right now. This is water. This is water. Water. See? Oh shoot!
You're spilling it everywhere.
Water.
You wish.
Water.
You know that meme about like eating tendies all the time? That's
Dino Nuggets.
Dinosaur nuggets, yeah.
Dino Nuggets.
Chocolate bars.
No.
Dino nuggets and Kraft mac and cheese.
No. Listen, I wake
Ash
up.
is the kind of guy who says like, I don't want RFK in Trump's team because he's afraid that he's going to take away the seed oils. We know you enjoy food, so please.
He likes
And
his
when we were
goy
at the
schlop.
hotel, we were at the hotel. He wouldn't wake his ass up for breakfast, and then he decided to be picky all of a sudden. He could say like exactly what he wanted me to get him for breakfast. I was like, I thought you didn't.
Oh
like
man.
No.
Oh, you bastards.
No. In my defense, look, hotels. Breakfast is hit or miss. Like the eggs, the scrambled eggs are always dry. Yes, they are. You know what I'm talking about. They're always dry. They're garbage.
It's tough with the chafing dish as a caterer. To put eggs out for hours on end and not have them be dry, it's impossible.
Yeah. So the eggs don't.
Hold on
want 'em.
quickly. I'm jumping in front because I missed these two. Cornish Co. Hassan Piker is currently streaming 269,000 people and is on the verge of tears. I believe that. That's incredible.
Who is Hassan Piker? I
don't know who that is.
I only recognize him as
William Baines is still hanging out. Here's another one for the run.
nephew. Saint's nephew. Yeah.
Cenk Uyghur?
Chunk Yogurt's nephew. Yeah.
So we're at what 13 out of 50. Oh man! All right, we got a ways to go.
I don't know who he is, but as long as we're not talking about my weight, that's better.
Well, remember what I said? Piker sounds like an insult. It sounds like a racial slur.
It is. I'm pretty sure isn't pikey like an insult for gypsy people?
Yeah.
It's like an
It
slur
is.
for whatever.
Can't confirm.
Yeah, you're right.
I wouldn't know.
Oh man. By
If
the
you
way,
call someone a piker, you're gonna get in trouble. You know.
cheers.
John's a piker for sure.
I'm a
Hey.
yeah, there you go.
I already went through a whole bottle of wine.
Represent.
in the past hour, so I'm
Luke.
moving on to beer before I head to the bar. But
Hey, Luke, I'm surprised to see your phone's not in your hand right now.
oh, it is.
They just called North Carolina for Trump again.
It's already been called.
I know, they called it
question right
again.
now, is Michigan going to be a bad state or not? Because I don't get how you can have the protest vote and the unions all
Thank you.
refuse to endorse Kamala, and Michigan doesn't go Trump again.
Well, that's what I was telling Michael, and he's like, I don't know, man. He's like, I think it's going to go blue. I'm like, no, it's not. He's like, but the
I mean, it
numbers.
still could. I just don't get how.
All right.
Yeah.
Therese is down by 3%, by the way.
Okay. In terms of election
It's like
updates,
you know, John, you had that guy on earlier, Deacon. What was his name? Deacon?
Oh, my buddy Deacon. Yeah, we were sparring.
He's a great dude.
Jack.
Deacon, you know,
Gets me
seems
all
like
my
a good
plumbing
guy.
goods.
Seems like a good guy, but way too black pilling. He's definitely a.
No, he was just having
he's going on his Ted K phase.
Yeah,
you have to understand.
It's because he's such a good dude that he was. Oh, I got you guys up instead of me. Hold on. It's the Deacon is honestly a great dude. He's been mostly a welder most of his life. I don't know. It's because I'm hammered in black.
I just didn't understand his point. He's like, Trump won't lay out what he's going to do. I'm like, he has for the past 8 years.
So you got to understand, he's a great dude, and he's fucking pissed off, and the details of what come out of his mouth when he's pissed off are irrelevant.
I just don't know what he's pissed off about. I'm like, what do you need?
He's pissed off
No, but
about
I think that is kind of. Isn't that Trump's whole movement? Isn't it a whole movement full of gripes? Isn't it just people who
It's
are
grievances,
fucking
yeah.
pissed off for one reason or another?
The Deacon has put in more work to getting Trump elected and making this all more reasonable than any of us ever will until we're fucking 70 years old. Did you knock over the light?
God.
That is
I
too
get
bright
it.
for me.
I've worked
Stop
on-
that. Stop that. Why are you doing that?
Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights.
No. Turn off those lights. Turn them off.
Turn them off.
Honestly, what are you doing? Am I dark?
This is
You're
pay-
a little like
John.
ghost fate. Like you're like Foggy almost.
John, this is payback for all the times.
Danny.
John, this
We
is
got Patreon.
John, that was payback for all the times you gave Mihai seizures.
Yeah, honestly.
Is this the greatest election stream of all time? Have we? Ah!
Luca touched me. He's a piker.
That's right.
Danny.
My hotel room.
Ash,
He
are you
wouldn't get off his
3%?
phone.
Ash is
That's why I saw
still
last.
he's still here and he's fucking doing that shit.
Patreon.
Oh yeah.
You know what?
Oh, that's 14 out of 50.
New York Times says Trump has 90% chance to win the election. It's over.
Oh,
it's done.
All right.
I don't buy that.
It's done. No, it's done. It's done.
Will somebody other than me please run the show for like 20 minutes so I can take a piss?
I can.
I'll do it.
Use OBS?
Oh, yeah.
You gotta pee for 20 minutes?
John Semenko, the champion
Danny,
of...
sit down, sit
this
down.
is my boy right here.
Sit down.
I don't actually need 20 minutes. I need like 2.
Danny. Danny.
All right, listen, Sean. These are all your buttons. None of them are labeled. Somewhere on OBS here, it's like roughly correlated. All right,
Oh,
so
Sean, I'm getting a
camera.
hot
So you
seat.
start
Let's
top
go.
left. Camera 1, 2, 3,
Now I
4.
can see you on Zoom. Hell
And
yeah.
then these split cameras are dark. That one's irrelevant. Next.
Yeah, you'll figure it out eventually.
This is where you mostly want to live. Is third down from the left.
Okay. If
And
you're
then
only
if you
gonna be
want
gone
Zoom,
for 2 minutes,
I've
it
got
doesn't
them.
matter.
Don't worry about these guys.
I've got them pulled up on top. Does that make enough sense?
Yeah. John Ward's never heard of Discord.
More buttons. All right, guys, this is where the real show starts.
All right, lock the door as soon as John leaves.
Sean,
Take it
all,
over.
Sean, all those months pretending to be John's friend.
Patriots are
Now
in
you're now it's all paid off.
My plan has succeeded. We are in the White House.
Now that you're in control, we need to get to the bottom of
I
it. Jack Kentner willing to die.
Yeah, Jack, which country are you going to die for?
America. That's the only
Now,
answer.
Jack was speaking Arabic to me earlier.
I'm trying to figure out the buttons. I'm sorry. It's going to take a minute. Because where's the caller? Okay, it's
Just
not
don't
that.
touch anything. That's
No.
I don't know. I think we should continue to touch every
Now it's
button.
black. You get a black screen.
Okay, how can I bring up...
Fucking it all up, Sean.
How can I bring up Luca? No!
Sean, now that you're hosting, can I say gamer words or no?
No comment. Oh, I think it froze. Okay, we're good. So, oh gosh, what's this? Well, let's look at this setup. Let's rate this up. So we got a laptop here. We got the wide monitor.
The curve monitor,
The
though.
curve monitor.
Thanks for talking about the one thing viewers can't see, Sean.
Yes.
Great work. Great
What?
work.
Hey, Jack, what's the country you're gonna die for?
America. America. That's the
Okay, but
only-
what?
Where?
Yes.
Where are you going to die
Where?
from, man?
Yeah, where are we fighting?
You going to go to Baghdad?
Baghdad.
I mean,
You going to die in the Battle of Beijing?
what is the correct answer? Like, what is a place like on?
That's what we're asking you, Jack. I just want to know what your answer is.
I mean, I would personally, I would fight for Australia. I would fight
Over America. You fight for Australia.
No.
Australia comes out before America.
What have they done for you?
I would fight I would
He's
fight
a fantasy.
I would fight to
He
save
thinks they're all
Australia.
Crocodile Dundee down there.
Australia's like our best ally.
They're greatest. Our best?
They're the
Our
best.
best
shit
or our
posters.
greatest?
They're our
There's a big
greatest.
difference.
They're our greatest ally. They're our greatest shit posters. We need to protect them.
Okay. Wait, what memes come out of Australia?
All I'm pretty good.
That guy
He
boxing
doesn't
a
know. He
kangaroo.
doesn't know. What else? So you got Australia. You got the UK. They're our allies. We got Ukraine. Would you fight for Ukraine?
Would
you go and save Ukraine?
Why would I? Why would I?
Would you fight for Hungary?
Ukraine is.
Would you fight for Hungary?
Ukraine's a doomed
Would you
war.
defend Hungary against Russian invasion?
I mean, like, I don't see Russia as our problem, honestly. I see it as Europe's
This guy's
problem.
a Putin simp.
I think so.
I see it as Europe's problem. If I was a UK citizen, I would have more of a justification
Oh,
to
that's
fight.
such a wimp out. That is such a wimp out.
This guy's scared.
Call him out.
Here's the real answer.
This guy
I'll serve
is a draft
crack before
dodger.
I'll serve this country.
Wait, what'd you say, Luca? Repeat that.
I said I'll serve crack before I serve this country.
Why is that? Why is that? Explain your position.
I'm sorry. Most of the generals are stupid. It's like Trump said. The biggest threat to democracy are stupid people. And you look at the people who came out against him. It's like General. What's his name?
Kelly?
Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly. The
I
big
tried,
guy-
and then it froze.
The guy who talks about white male rage.
We're on a spinning wheel of death
Yeah,
right now.
Mark Kelly and
Yeah. I was
whatever
like, oh,
his
this
name
button,
is.
this button, and
They're all stupid people, and they will send you off with a you know,
A
an
dildo up your
M16
ass, yeah.
and hope that you do your best, and they won't fucking shed a tear for you. So no, I don't know. I mean, I feel bad for people
I
who
know.
do sign up for the military.
I think I'm
but
gonna
it's
be
not
fired.
for me.
Uh-oh.
I really wanted a cigarette. I thought
Dad's coming home. Uh-oh.
No.
He's gonna that a new experience?
Dad,
He's been drinking tonight,
Put
too.
down the belt. Put down the belt, John.
Dad's coming. He's been drinking.
I better give it back to him.
Oh, that was short-lived. That was gay.
Don't get water all over there, Sean.
No, not to.
Wait, what actually happened here? Now I gotta.
I said a bunch of gamer words, John. I'm sorry.
That's just like an OBS thing.
You're demonetized now, dude. I'm sorry.
I don't care about any of that. Oh, it really is fucked up, isn't it?
We're still live.
Yeah, Sean pressed a button. I told him not to press any buttons.
Sometimes restart it.
Oh, it's just such a hassle.
everything
Oh,
Sean
it's
touches turns
something happened with Pilled.
You were hyping it up earlier.
Where'd my doc go?
What are you filming over there?
We did it. Chunk yogurt is now melting down.
Oh, show me.
It's from the AF Post.
Did something get on?
It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
Did something get unplugged? I don't understand, honestly.
I heard you can hang out with all the boys there.
What's this? All right, I might shut down Zoom and see what happens. Sorry, guys. Oh, man, this might have been running a little too long, too. Let's quit that.
Danny, you've been quiet. What is your expert level commentary?
Is it because Danny came in? Is that the real problem?
Yeah, it is.
Danny's going through it right now. Look at him. He's just got too much on his mind to be on something.
Oh, man, this shit is kind of fucked, isn't it?
Oh, no.
I should be more excited at the fact that we're flipping Center County actively, but like I am like trying to cope with the fact that I am down 800 votes in the state rep race.
I'm not entirely sure what I can do. Oh, there's the doc. It just appeared. That's fucking weird. All right, I have no idea at all if anybody can hear me or not, but I'm going to force quit OBS and boot it back up.
No.
Man, we're sick. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it. I have no idea if you guys can see me or not. I turn it over to Sean Semenko, president of Uncensored America, for like 2 seconds. He breaks everything.
And then it became Censored America.
Oh, man, full screen projector. So let's see here. We need The Office, and we need, for all the folks outside, we need the Samsung. I think we're back. I don't really. I honestly can't tell you if that's true or not. But
Is it working?
This should be somewhat.
He's back. We can hear and see you loud and clear. Okay.
So the real question is, did we maintain our 50 super chats goal? I think we did.
Let's go.
I think we did.
Does the Zoom still work?
I got to boot that back up, don't I? Hold on.
Well, I apologize, everybody, for ruining your evening right there. We were going so good.
I mean, I'd love to give you genuine shit, but I honestly don't. Like, what actually happened?
I genuinely don't know. I literally was just hitting the buttons because I was trying to figure out how to cut to the Zoom call. So I was like, oh, let's do this button, this button, this button. And I was staying in that quadrant, and then it just crapped out on me.
It ain't that easy, folks. You see my genius at work here. Yo, John, check out your gilded announcement. Mockler. Oh, yeah, I will definitely do that. Let's see here. That looks okay. That looks okay.
Yeah, there we go. We're back. Everything's okay.
How we doing, folks?
We were just getting into what war Kettner would fight in, and
that did count towards the 50. So that's 17 out of 50. So we're still good. I have salvaged this debacle created by Danny. You look like I feel, bro.
And we're back.
All right. I mean, part of me wants to say, Sean, can you run this for another 10 minutes?
Yeah, I can.
Part of me is.
I got this time. I got this time. Trust me. I got it.
So again, your OBS scenes down here in the bottom left are your.
I'm just gonna use the computer now.
Just click with the mouse. Yeah.
Where's Kettner? I need to bully him.
What's up?
Where's Kettner? I need to bully him.
Oh.
I'll go find him.
He's in the bathroom.
Do you have the Zoom hooked up, or do I need to hook that up?
No, I don't have that set up actually.
Okay.
All right, Uncensored America is taking over the podcast for a couple minutes here.
What
Sorry,
the-
Danny. Watch
Let's
it.
go.
Get my face, Danny. Get my face again. Get my face again. See what happens, Danny.
Let's see if we can get the Zoom.
Danny is gonna fight me. Sean, pull up the results somehow. I don't know how to do that, but go ahead and do that.
The results. Oh my gosh. Let's
Well,
see.
shit. We're down.
Your internet one.
We're continuously going down.
Two is that middle one, and three is that one.
Oh, you mean the buttons down here?
Well, so like incognito one relates to this top part.
What's up,
Incognito two relates
Oh,
to
I
this
see. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Look at that. Look at that. We got it.
Not bad. If you can give me like 5 minutes.
I need to find
5
out how many
minutes.
votes Jill Stein got on campus.
I hope she swept. Okay, we don't have a split screen. There we go. Okay. All right. That's good. Well, let's check the results. How about that? Let's see how the results
That
are
works.
right now. So we're gonna go back to
What
here.
the hell is up with the cameras? The spots.
Republicans hit 50.
That was not my doing.
Republicans hit 50 senators now.
Yeah, like we definitely won the Senate. I feel.
Bernie Moreno just was the 50th.
Right.
So like, I don't know why it's saying 49.
Is there a way? Is that the only way you get all that? Yeah, I guess it is. Sorry, guys. I don't know John's setup. It's
Probably
very
ghetto.
different from mine. Very, very different. All right, let's see here. Let's check the results. That's what everybody wants to know, right?
Do you want to check up on Destiny, Sean? I know you're his buddy.
Steven. Yeah, I like Steven. Steven's a nice guy. Let's see how Steven's doing. All right, election day.
How do you know Paul Tate?
Oh my God.
Brother, I will.
Nice try, Super Diddy.
The next Paul Takeak ad I hear.
But yeah, Danny, I left a comment, I left a nice try Super Diddy comment on his Instagram, but he's been blocking a lot of them now.
So it turns out Jill Stein got 14 votes on campus, and I hope that it has to do with my psyops.
Okay, that's okay. No,
and key race alert.
That's okay. No, no.
I can't stand that voice.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We don't even have Wayne County reporting.
Dan, can you tell him to be quiet? Can you tell him to be quiet?
He's already coping.
Didn't we just flip Minnesota?
Minnesota, shut the fuck up. That's not a thing we're ever gonna lose. We're supposedly.
Oh shit. My
I can't tell when Steve is memeing and when he's
Oh man, their audio's a little problematic. Okay, it looks like, where is this other window? Okay, we're gonna use this window, boys. I got a window that we can actually
Wait, go to AF Post on Twitter.
AF Post. Oh,
there's a clip of saying Destiny freaks out over Trump winning Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay, let's go. Okay.
Okay. Oh wait, no, there's Chunk.
I'll pull them all up.
There's Chunk.
Let's see here. We have Chunk.
Percentage reporting in North Carolina? 76% reporting you're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah, by the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm going to,
He's so pissed.
I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So,
I'm here
because
for it.
Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide are totally wrong.
Yes, sir.
They lied to me.
Some good news tonight.
Oh, this is great.
I can feel the anxiety in the crowd. They want some good news tonight. I can feel the anxiety.
All right, let's see. Oh, this is
Ending. Are they not counting them here? What's going on, Vadim? Why isn't Philadelphia counting votes? Call them. Do we have contact? Hello, if you're watching the stream right now and you work in Philadelphia, we'll put you on stream. I'll call you. I want to know what is going on. What the hell is going on right now? Send me pictures. I know you're out there. I know somebody's listening.
Pennsylvania?
All right, let me pull up that clip that I sent John from Trump War Room. It's I hear the dog. It's apparently it's showing CNN talking about how they're all silent at Kamala HQ right now. Let's take a look. Oh, Kornacki. We need to hear Kornacki. He's really good. Yeah. That guy's really. He's like one of the few good people on that channel.
Check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
We're searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate.
And then we have, last but not least,
and here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia was basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Yeah, Trump, he just recently won the most Hispanic county in America, right? It's Starr County and in Texas.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
That's what I heard. But yeah, that just goes to show, like, all that bullshit regarding the Puerto Rico joke, like, that's just, it was just all totally unfounded.
Well, I mean, he also blew Miami-Dade County out of the water with 55% of the vote.
Wow.
Yeah. And he still has a popular vote, right? Like, he's leading by 5 million.
I think he's still leading it, but that's because California hasn't been counted, and all those are West Coast states.
I don't know where the popular vote listing is. I'm using the Reuters website right now.
No, it has been counted. It's showing.
Oh, it is. Trump is up 4 million votes. Nationally, Trump has 51% of the vote right now.
Yeah, with California.
I still think he's going to win the popular vote. I think that's the only thing that's going to be close tonight. Like, everybody's kept talking about how it's going to be a close election. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be close. What just happened? What's happened?
North Carolina.
Oh, that was like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, we already knew that.
They just got on the program.
It's because people kept saying like, "Oh, it's gonna be a close election." I'm like, "No, it's not."
I feel
be.
so
Just
sorry
a popular vote.
I feel so sorry for the Fox News boomers. They're behind everyone else.
Yeah, I know. And they're like, "Yeah, did you see someone in North Carolina got called?" It's like, yeah, I know. Known for a while.
But look at the difference in the margin. So Harris is getting in Pennsylvania 58% of the Latino vote. Again, 6% of the electorate. To Donald Trump's 41%. That's a 17-point advantage. But 4 years ago, Biden beat Trump with Latinos in Pennsylvania by 42 points. So that is a huge movement for Trump in narrowing that. But look at the difference in the margin. So Harris is getting in Pennsylvania 58% of the Latino vote. Again, 6% of the electorate. To Donald Trump's 41%.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at that. Remember when he announced?
Oh, they just pulled Nebraska for Trump.
Oh, right? Sweet. Well, and CNN apparently has all the blue wall states as leaning Trump right now.
All these coconuts and people in Lib's bios.
Yeah, Reuters also has the blue wall. Wisconsin, Michigan, and PA, all leaning in Trump's favor.
Yeah, and look, Harry Ensign, Michigan, there are 7 counties with 95% plus. In Trump lost the state by less than 3 points in 2020, and the counties with 95% in have Trump about 4 points better than he did 4 years ago. In other words, he's doing what he needs to do so far in counties that are in, but we'll see. Yeah, I think Trump's going to win Michigan. I think he's going to win all the swing states. I don't think he's going to win Virginia. Like, I know they've already called it, but I don't think he's going to win that. No New Hampshire. Maybe Minnesota, because that's been tightening up, but I don't think so. But that'd be the only one. But I think he's going to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, easily. Let's see where we're at with actually Minnesota. Let's see.
Sean.
Yeah. Oh, Ash. There we go.
Ask me if I think Trump's going to win.
Do you think Trump's going to win?
Of course! Of course!
Did you see the Cenk clip? He's starting to melt down.
I was watching your stream. I was watching the stream.
Yeah, look right here on CNN. You guys can see they have Trump leading in all of the blue wall states. Every single one.
Wow.
And it's sizable margins. Look, 3.7% in PA. 3% Wisconsin. 2.7.
Sean, they called him a fascist all these years. How is this happening?
Well, that's what's crazy. Is remember when he announced and he said the infamous rapists, they're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists. Some I assume are good people. They're rapists. They thought there's no way Donald Trump could even come close to winning his Hispanic vote, and now he is tonight. It just shows you people aren't buying the BS anymore. It's very simple.
Yeah, especially Latinos. They know MS-13 gang members are rapists. They fled from them. They don't want them here.
Well, here's a question. What happened to the Trump rape video, the groping video?
That was a total lie. That was a total lie.
It never came out. That never came out. The big October surprise never came out. It's all just, again, they were desperate. They were trying everything. And I said this just a few minutes ago, but you knew that Trump was going to win North Carolina, which they all kept saying, oh, that's the one he's brought. He might lose. You knew he was going to win it when Harris pulled $2 million in advertising at the last minute just a couple days ago. You don't do that if you're trying to win a state. It does it right near the end. It's crazy.
Well, Anna Kaspir just tweeted this out. It was that... hold on, let me bring it up again.
Yeah, let me go on there because that's where I'm going to find stuff right now. I'm just going to browse right now, guys.
She tweeted something out that was pretty funny.
Yeah. Do we have breaking news?
Yes, Trump flipped Monroe County.
Wow. Trump just flipped Monroe County.
Yeah, Anna Kasparian. Turns out no one likes neocons. Who knew?
Yeah, the neocons have been suffering tonight. Where am I supposed to?
Yeah, flipped is an understatement,
Well,
bro. Literally.
You're not gonna. Oh yeah, there you
Bro,
go.
literally just demolished Monroe.
All right. So whenever y'all need me to do the next round,
You can start cooking right now if you want.
No, first of all, let's address the Senate for a second.
Yeah, we're cooking there.
I was gonna ask. So, in our current count of 50, is Tim Sheehy and all of these Sheehy in Montana?
Sheehy's crossing the mark. We have 52.
Well, yes. So what I was gonna ask is Sheehy counted in the 50 yet, or because he hasn't been declared, he's not counted?
No. He's not counted in the 50 yet. We have the Senate. The Senate's all but confirmed at this point.
So what I'm hearing is we might have.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think Hovde, even though he had all the momentum, is going to barely fail. I think Rogers has a great chance. And honestly, I am shocked because as y'all know, I don't really like McCormick, but McCormick cooked. McCormick cooked something.
It's a Trump bump. It pulled him up.
It's a Trump
I definitely think it was the Trump bump.
100%.
Definitely.
100%. He couldn't even win the primary in 2020.
No, because he's less likable than Dr. Oz.
Right. Yeah, and that's something to keep in mind. A lot of these like people that wanted to move on from Trump, like a lot of them during this election found themselves like only winning because of Trump.
By the way, I love how Fox News still hasn't called.
Need to yell. You don't need to yell.
I love how Fox News still hasn't called North Carolina yet. Everyone's called North Carolina.
They just called it.
They did?
Yeah. They did, yeah.
They did?
They did.
Thank you.
They reacted to it live, yeah.
What'd they say?
No, they were just like, yeah, let's go.
No, I'm talking about the people on.
Oh, no. Well, we saw that, like,
Okay.
everyone out there.
But the point is, Trump's at 230 already.
Yeah.
Hey, Mihai. All right, so out of Pennsylvania right now, can I get the New York Times map back up for a bit so I can manipulate it? Okay. You mind if we switch for a bit, or you?
I'll just pull up whatever you want. Just tell me.
Well, okay. So go. Well, go to that other map that you were on.
Yeah.
So go to PA. Click on PA. Yep, we're gonna start running through these results. So scroll down a little bit.
It's gonna come up with a paywall thing, so I just gotta hover over them. Just tell me where to hover.
So first off, Center County, absolutely demolishing for Trump right there. Also, Bucks, it is not a margin that Kamala wants, and Monroe flipped to Trump. Pittsburgh, if you go to Allegheny. If you go to Allegheny,
which one is it?
It's
there's the blue one.
Pittsburgh.
Duh.
Zoom down a little bit.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
You like my mic?
Zoom down. 59 to 40. Trump is overperforming in Allegheny by a couple points.
Chat, let us know if you can hear Mihai.
No, they can't because I can't hear him. So
Okay, somebody tell me if you can hear me or not.
It's not through a live mic. I just hear you because I think Michael's mic is.
Yeah. You guys gotta share the mic.
Share the mic. John's gone. I'll be hidden a little bit. It's fine.
Keep doing your thing.
Okay. Well, so all of these rural counties, if you go to, can you go to the trend map real quick? Shift from 2020. Shift from 2020 left. Yep, right there.
Wow.
This is the major problem. Now, this is the major problem for Harris. Overall in Pennsylvania, most of these counties that have finished have shifted heavy to the right. And the thing is, go to Lancaster real quick. That bottom arrow next to Wilmington. Bottom arrow next to Wilmington. Lancaster moved 0.8% to the right, roughly. So Trump won it by 17. That is not a margin Kamala wants. That a county like that is moving away from her because it's very favorable. It should be anyway for the Democrats. Pittsburgh's also moving towards Trump. The only counties that he's not doing well in are counties that, like a county I predicted, which is Cumberland. Cumberland is the suburbs of basically Pennsylvania's version of Washington, D.C. The swamp is moving to Cumberland. So it makes a lot of sense why Cumberland is like the one county that's moved left. Plus Jefferson, which, Danny, what happened to your county, your beloved county?
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here.
Yeah, it moved 0.4% Democrat. Some people need to get their acts together in Jefferson.
Well, I have a feeling that in Jefferson, we have this problem where people are dying faster than they're coming into the county.
Because Chris Just was running unopposed.
That's true. Wait, did they call? Oh, they didn't call Georgia yet on here. Damn. So, if you look at, can you go back to the overall shift map from 2020 on this page? See, Atlanta's the one problem.
But it's gonna be fine.
Atlanta's the but knock on wood, it looks pretty fine. But again, like I've talked about before, this stuff doesn't happen in a bubble. As you can see, most counties have moved right. most states are moving right. Nothing happens in a vacuum nationally when it comes to elections. Everything kind of goes in the same direction. So, also, by the way, can we just talk about the polling miss again for this cycle in some of these states? Like, Atlas Intel is vindicated, Trafalgar's vindicated, Rasmussen's vindicated. All these people are vindicated, and who's left to never be heard from again? Seltzer, you can go away. Your poll was off by 20 points. Who's the other dude? The one that said that Florida's going blue.
No, that one guy who's like claimed to fame is like the keys to victory or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, that guy.
Alan Lichtman.
Alan Lichtman.
Oh yeah.
Alan Lichtman. Yeah. Let's just get a round of applause for these people here. Like, it's just so stupid. These people didn't know the fundamentals of this election, even though you're supposed to be the people who track these fundamentals. And also, can we go to New Jersey real quick? Let's just appreciate what's going on in New Jersey. Oh, look at that.
Put the shift.
That's
the entire
so beautiful.
State shifted right. Every single
Trump
county
cooked in New York City
Wow.
and in New Jersey. If you go to New York State, oh Jesus Christ, New York State, by the way.
That's not the words of a good Catholic there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
New York State. Trump is now within 12 there. I expect, honestly, New York to probably be around 10 in the end. And New York City itself, I'm hearing some record-breaking results, better than Lee Zeldin out of there. It's just that Trump's doing a bit worse in the northern part of the state. So he's beating Lee Zeldin in New York City, but he's doing worse than Zeldin upstate a little bit, which is keeping his margin a bit higher than Zeldin's margin was. He's like, for instance, Syracuse never moved left under Lee Zeldin, and same thing with Rochester. Can we go to Buffalo, by the way? Is Trump winning Buffalo right now? Let me look it up. Because Buffalo is a county I predicted for a while now was going to Trump in that state.
Where is Buffalo? I just don't know where counties are.
Like near Canada.
No. Buffalo is... Okay, you see the city of Buffalo, blue dot, far left. Yeah, right, left. Yep, right there.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so it's 10, and how much vote is left out? Can you put the thing on top?
Oh wait, Michael, quick.
Oh, I forgot. It gets
Chat
cut off.
wants to know what election map we're using.
New York Times.
We're using New York Times right now. New York Times actually is a pretty solid election map. Yeah. See, again, these liberal strongholds, like for instance, Erie. I had Erie actually in my prediction going to Trump because I thought it was favorable for him. I was clearly wrong with that county in particular, but Erie is a prime example. That county was much closer for Zeldin. So this is why Trump's doing a bit worse than Zeldin. Now, however, still doing fantastic compared to 2020, but this is why he's underperforming Zeldin a bit, is he didn't get the margins he needed from some of these upstate cities.
I'm going to pull up a video. Apparently, people are leaving the Kamala HQ watch party right now.
Yeah. By the way, the Kamala's campaign is doing what the Democrats know best. FDR told Lyndon Johnson this: sit on the ballot box. She said she's not conceding tonight, so they're sitting on the ballot box, and they're going to try to find votes. We need to be there to make sure it doesn't happen. And so far, with how the litigation's been going, I'm confident that's not going to happen. These counties that are flipping right now do not flip in a vacuum. She is not winning, knock on wood, with how this map looks at the moment. Anyone who says that is coping, and if she does, I'm skeptical of those results. Let's just put it that way. Georgia has excess of 95% in. What's the margin on there? I don't know why nobody's called Georgia yet. I'm sorry. Brad Raffensperger even said Georgia's done. So just call those electors and get them out of the way. Just call it. DeKalb County in Gwinnett is not going to be enough votes. It's just not. Knock on wood.
What's Minnesota at?
Minnesota's going to Harris by 2.
Well, Sean, your map is looking pretty accurate right now.
I know.
I mean, it's how did you do it, man?
Because I
Common
have
sense.
instincts. That's all it is. So you just got
The Pennsylvania going red thing is crazy to me.
It is crazy for me too, because as somebody who was on the ground in 20 as a field rep and seeing how the state is just so schizo,